don't wake him," Ethan said. "He needs his rest."
"I won't bother him, I promise. I just want to see him," Amy said.
"I understand. But first, tell me what happened to you. Where's Tara?"
Amy shook her head. "It's just me. She's still a prisoner."
Ethan's face fell. "That's terrible news."
"Yes, but now you can rescue her. I know where she's being kept," Amy answered with an excited grin. "We can get her back."
"You know where she is?" Ethan asked, his face lightening. "Then tell—" Excuse me, Doctor," Grissom interrupted. "But shouldn't you examine the girls first? They've been through a lot, and Miss Amy's been injured." "Injured? Where?" Ethan asked, with an immediate look of concern.
"A man tried to strangle me," Amy replied, tipping back her head as Ethan examined the bruises around her throat.
"I've already arranged to let her people know she's back. Maybe it would be best for her to save her story until they can all get here," Grissom added. "Yes, of course," Ethan replied. "In the meantime, I'll take care of the girls. Thank you for bringing them here." "If you don't mind, I'd like to stay," Grissom added. "It's okay. I can handle it from here," Ethan replied, signaling to a nurse to collect the still sleeping Jenny. "I'm sure you can, but I feel responsible for the two ladies, and I'd like to make sure they're safe," Grissom replied. "Safe?" Ethan inquired with a sharp tone. "You think they are in danger?" "I'm sure they're not, but there's a chance that some of King's men might still be among us," Grissom answered, drawing himself up until he stood tall. "I'd like to watch over them until Sergeant Dean arrives." "All right, permission granted, but stay out of my way. Understood?" Ethan said. "Yes, Doc," Grissom answered, inclining his head. "You won't even know I'm here." "Yeah, I've heard that before." Ethan turned to Amy. "Come, my dear, I'd like to get a closer look at those injuries of yours." He offered his arm to Amy, and she took it with a sense of relief. It felt good to be with friends again. As Ethan led Amy to an examination room, Grissom followed behind them like a faithful guard dog. Once or twice, she glanced at him over her shoulder, her mind whirling with mixed emotions. On the one hand, she was grateful to him for being so kind. And yet, there was something off about him. Not everything he said felt genuine. As for Spitz, that man gave her the creeps. "Over here," Ethan said, and she shrugged off her misgivings.
"I'm just paranoid."
She entered a small room and sat down on the bed with her legs dangling in the air. The nurse laid Ginny down on an opposite bed and closed the door with a firm click. That left Grissom on the outside, a situation he wasn't pleased with, judging by the look he gave the poor woman. Still, it was nice to be away from the strange soldier, and Amy breathed a sigh of relief. She waited while Ethan had a quick look at Ginny. The girl complained a bit, but fell asleep again as soon as he was done. Afterward, he turned to Amy. "She's in good health. No injuries or signs of malnutrition."
"I'm glad to hear that. She's been very brave this entire time."
"Where did you find her?"
"It's a long story."
"Well, children need their sleep," Ethan said, nodding to the nurse. "Could you please prepare a room for these two and tuck the little one in?"
"Of course, Doctor," the nurse said. "I'd rather she stay with me," Amy added. "She'll be scared if she wakes up alone."
"All right, but you mustn't keep her up long. Sleep is the best thing for her now," Ethan said, tucking a blanket around Ginny's face. He turned to Amy. "Right, now it's your turn." As usual, his manner was warm and efficient, and he gave her a thorough checkup. At the same time, he quizzed her on her injuries. In answer to his queries, Amy shared an abbreviated version of her adventures with him. Toward the end, he asked, "So this man, this Red, he hit you?"
"He slammed my head into the wall. Amy replied with a wince as Ethan probed the back of her skull.
I can feel the lump. It doesn't appear to be fractured. He shone a light into her eyes. I don't think you have a concussion either, but we'd better keep an eye on it. If you experience any nausea or dizziness, report to me immediately.
Okay.
There's not much I can do about your throat except give you medicine for the pain and swelling. The same applies to your back.
Ethan shook his head.
I'm so sorry this happened to you.
Thanks, but I'm okay. As long as we get Tara back, I'll be fine.
Ethan nodded. Where are they keeping her?
At George Mason University outside Manassas. They have a biomedical research lab off campus that's perfect for her research.
Does King want the cure?
Yes, he does. He wants a vaccine, too. I was just there to keep Tara in line. He wants you to work for him as well, but you weren't at home the night they came for us.
Asshole. Just another wannabe king of the castle, Ethan muttered as he gently scooped Ginny into his arms. I'll take you to your brother now. She can stay with you while you see him, but after that, you must go to bed. I insist.
I understand, Amy replied. As long as I know he's going to be okay.
He'll be fine. He's strong. You both are,
Ethan said with a faint smile. He led the way through the hospital to the patient ward. A guard stood at the entrance next to the counter, where 2 nurses were on duty. They greeted Ethan with polite smiles.
Good evening, Dr. Hayes.
Are you here to see our patient Alex?
Yes, I brought his sister for a quick visit,
Ethan replied.
He's sleeping at the moment, one of the nurses replied.
And wasn't his sister? The other asked.
Kidnapped, yes, but she escaped and would like to see her brother for a moment, Ethan added. She won't disturb him.
The nurse shrugged and waved them through.
Doctor's orders. I'll wait here, Grissom said, flashing a charming smile at the 2 women. He turned to the security guard. I could take over for a while and give you a quick break? The guard nodded. Thanks. I'll be back in 15 minutes.
The man marched down the corridor, and Grissom turned back to the nurses.
So, ladies, what are you called? As he leaned on the counter, they snickered and laughed, eager to introduce themselves.
I'm Amanda. Brenda, pleased to meet you.
Such lovely names for such lovely ladies. Oh, God. With a loud snort, Ethan turned away, and Amy had to smother a giggle as she followed. Clearly, the doctor was in no mood for romance.
He led her toward a room with a single bed in the middle. In it lay Alex, his pale face in the dim light. A couch lined one wall, and Ethan deposited the sleeping Ginny onto it.
I'll leave you alone for a short while to do my rounds. Not too long, though. Both you and Ginny could use a good night's rest.
Thanks, Amy said, her voice rough with sudden emotion. Ethan left the room, and she edged closer to the bed. Alex was fast asleep, his features slack in slumber. Wires crisscrossed his body, while tubes and needles hooked him up to several IVs. A monitor beeped in the corner, and the smell of disinfectant hung thick in the air. Oh, Alex, I'm so sorry, Amy said, reaching out a tentative hand. She touched his arm, tracing the blue veins beneath the skin. He was deathly pale, and it hurt to see him like that. Don't worry, I'm here now. I came back. After a while, she grabbed a nearby chair and perched on the edge. It was an awkward position with the shotgun stuck in her belt, but she wasn't about to dump it. After careful maneuvering, she managed to sit. I'm not going anywhere without a gun again. Ever. With both hands wrapped around Alex's forearm, she lay her head down on the bed. Her eyes roved across his face. He looked so different from the strong and vital brother she was used to. A bundle of nervous energy that never stopped moving or doing. Now he lay immobile, frozen in time. Amy didn't try to wake him. She was content merely being by his side, and after a few minutes, her eyelids drooped. She was tired, more tired than she'd ever been in her entire life. Sleep stole over her consciousness. Just a few minutes. That's all I need. Chapter 2. Grissom. Grissom watched Dr. Hayes leave without budging from his spot on the counter. He kept up his negligent pose and lazy stance until he was confident the doctor was gone. Only then did he straighten up and reach for his radio. A glance reassured him it was set to the right frequency. The two nurses were laughing at something he'd said, but he hardly heard them. Now was his chance. He raised the radio to his lips. "Spitz. Spitz, come in. It's Grissom. Over." "This is Spitz. Over," came the crackling reply. "Did you contact everyone?" "Over," Grissom asked. "I did. They're all ready and waiting. Over." Grissom heaved a sigh of relief. He couldn't afford any more mistakes. The next few minutes had to go as planned, or he was doomed. King would kill him if he failed again. He raised the radio and issued a command. "Operation Cleanup is a go. Over." "Roger that," Spitz replied. "We're on our way. Over." Grissom pocketed the radio with a smile and turned back to the nurses. They were staring at him like he'd grown a second head, and Amanda asked, "What was that?" "Nothing you need to worry about, little lady," he answered with a crooked smile. She eyed him with open mistrust before pushing her chair back. "I think I'd better call the doctor." Grissom's smile grew stiff. "Now, why would you want to do that?" "To check on the patient, of course," she said with a weak smile. "He's due for an examination." "Is he now?" "What's Operation Cleanup?" Brenda asked, her brows knitted together. Amanda shot her a look that could kill and hissed, "Shut up, Brenda." "What?" Brenda asked, her look of confusion deepening. "Wow, you really aren't the sharpest pencil in the packet," Grissom said with a snort. "As I said, it's nothing for you to worry about." Okay," Brenda replied in faltering tones. "And I'm sure the doctor will be back soon, Amanda. No need to run after him." "Sit down," Grissom commanded in no uncertain terms. Amanda hesitated, her body tensed for flight. At that moment, the security guard returned with a cup of coffee in his hands. He paused when he spotted Grissom and frowned. It didn't take much to pick up on the tense atmosphere. "Is everything all right here? What's going on?" With a sigh, Grissom swung the barrel of his carbine up until it pointed at the guard. With a flick of the thumb, he set it to semi-automatic, and his finger settled on the trigger. "I guess we're doing this now." The guard sputtered. "Are you crazy? Don't point that thing at me." "No, I'm not crazy, but I am dangerous, so I suggest you do as I say. First of all, not another peep out of any of you. Got that?" Grissom said with a pointed look at each of his captives, the gun unwavering in its intensity. The two nurses were frozen in fear, their eyes wide at the sight of the barrel that swung their way. Brenda's mouth opened as if to scream, but Amanda shook her head. "Brenda, no. Do as he says." Brenda pressed her lips together and nodded. "Mm-hmm." "Excellent," Grissom said before turning back to the guard. "Now I want you to drop your guns to the floor and kick them to me. After that, you're going to tie up the ladies with that roll of tape on the desk." The guard obeyed with reluctance, first disarming himself before tying up the two women. "You're not going to get away with this," he said as he placed the roll of tape back onto the table. "Oh, but I am," Grissom replied, taking a swing at the guard's temple with the stock of his gun. The butt connected hard, and the soldier crumpled to the ground without a sound. Working fast, he tied the man's hands behind his back and secured his feet. A final strip across the lips ensured silence, and he stood back with a satisfied grunt.
There, that should hold you.
The next moment, Spitz and the two others marched into the room, bristling with guns and confidence.
Are we late to the party? I wouldn't say that, Grissom said. I'm just getting started. Where is Dr. Hayes? Spitz asked. He left a few minutes ago, Grissom replied. No loose ends, remember? Spitz said, his gaze running from the frightened women to the unconscious guard. I know, but King wants him alive, Grissom said. Only if he's not a liability. What if the girl told him where King's base is, and he tells everyone? She couldn't have. I was with them the whole time, Grissom protested. Were you? Grissom paused, remembering the door that shut in his face during Amy and Ginny's examinations. Most of the time. That sounds to me like a no, Spitz said in low tones. The doctor dies. Agreed? Agreed, Grissom answered, not happy with the direction things were taking. He'd hoped for a minimum body count, and hadn't reckoned on the two women being around. Nor had he wanted Dr. Hayes to die either. The man was the best surgeon they had. I see we have company, Spitz declared, smiling at the women trussed up on the floor behind the counter. The guard lay by their feet, still unconscious. Amanda closed her eyes while Brenda began to cry. It was apparent Spitz intended to kill them both along with the guard. Grissom looked away, a tiny seed of guilt sprouting inside his heart. This wasn't what he'd signed up for when he'd joined the army. Killing women and unarmed men wasn't his idea of sport. Still, he didn't have much of a choice. He'd thrown in his lot with King, and there was no going back. No loose ends. Where are the girl and her brother? Spitz asked. It's down that corridor, Grissom said, pointing the way. Did you bring the weapons? We did, Spitz replied, and they each slung their rifles onto their backs. He gestured to the other two soldiers with him, and they fished out 4 Berettas equipped with silencers. Once Grissom had his, he checked the load before tucking it into his waistband. While the silencers didn't work like in the movies, it would stifle the worst of the noise. Even so, it was a last resort. Next, he pulled out his hunting knife and checked the edge. A drop of blood beaded on the surface of his thumb. Razor sharp. You know the drill. We do this quickly and quietly, in and out. Don't draw attention to yourself, and use the service exit to return to your posts as normal, Grissom said. We can't afford to get caught. We're ready, Spitz said. He turned to the other 2 soldiers with him. Ham, you watch this lot and keep an eye out for anybody else that might stumble upon us, including the doctor. Why not kill them now? Ham asked, his jaw as square as his shoulders. What he lacked in brains, he made up for in brawn. Brenda burst into tears at the words, and Grissom tried his best to block out the pitiful sounds. If the situation goes south, we might need hostages. We'll leave them for last. Smart, Ham said, his eyes the same dull gray as granite. Jerry, you're with us, Spitz added, turning to the 4th soldier. Sure thing, Jerry said with a shy duck of his head. His coppery curls glinted in the light, and a spray of freckles gave him an innocent look he didn't deserve. He was as deadly as a venomous snake, cold and remorseless. Together, the 4 men were the last remaining soldiers loyal to King. An ace up his sleeve, a weapon to be wielded when least expected. They were also the worst of the worst, and Grissom often wondered how he'd ended up with them. Bad choices and circumstance, he mused as he led the way toward Alex's room. He paused inside the entrance to survey the scene. On the bed, fighting for his life,
lay the young man he knew only as Alex. He didn't know why King wanted the boy dead, but he guessed it was something minor. The mere fact that he was associated with Sergeant Dean and Lameni was enough to earn him a death sentence. Next, he looked at Amy, fast asleep on her brother's arm. She was a feisty little thing, strong for her size and gutsy. He admired that in her, and he wished he didn't have to kill her. She was only 16, after all. The same age his daughter would have been if she'd survived the outbreak. His lips tightened, and his breath hitched at the thought of slitting her throat. Could he do it? He didn't know. A faint cough drew his attention to the couch where Jenny slept, and ice water flooded his veins. He'd forgotten about the child. Panic rushed through his mind as he sought a way out of the trap he'd suddenly found himself in. I can't kill a kid. She's only 8. I can't. His gaze flicked from Ginny to Amy and back again. They were both so young, innocent lambs to the slaughter. Thinking fast, he backed away from the room and pulled the other 2 men around the corner. Speaking in a low whisper, he said, "Change of plans. Kill the girl and her brother without waking the kid. Leave her alone." Spitz shot him a disbelieving look. "You know we can't do that. No loose ends, remember?" "I know, but leave the kid out of it. She knows nothing, and we can make it so she never sees us," Grissom argued with growing desperation. If he couldn't save Amy, he could at least try to keep Jenny alive. "What if the girl told the kid where King's hideout is, and she spills the beans?" Spitz pointed out. Grissom hesitated, at a loss for words. "She wouldn't. Why tell a kid stuff like that?" Spitz snorted. "No wonder King told me to make sure the job got done properly. You're weak." "King? You spoke to King?" Grissom asked with a sinking feeling in his stomach. He was already in trouble for not providing accurate information on the night of the kidnapping. Because of him, they'd missed Nick and Saul, the prime targets. If King was bypassing him for Spitz, that meant he was being replaced. "Yes, he contacted me a couple of hours ago," Spitz said. "It looks like he doesn't trust you much either. As of now, I'm taking command before this turns into a proper shit show." "So what then? We kill an 8-year-old child?" Grissom protested. "I'll do it if you don't have the stomach for it," Spitz hissed in a furious whisper. "Jerry and I will finish this. Right, Jerry?" "I'm in," Jerry whispered back, his expression bland. Clearly, murdering children wasn't a problem for him. King sure knows how to pick them. "What about me?" Grissom asked as they turned away with their knives held at the ready. "People saw me come in with them." "When this is all over, I'll stab you in the leg or something," Spitz said. "You can say you tried to stop us and got wounded. We'll take care of the doc on the way out if Ham hasn't already." "Yeah, you'll be a real hero," Jerry added with a derisive snort. "Just don't ID us. Tell that dumbass Sergeant Dean we wore masks," Spitz said. "We still have work to do here on the base. We can't leave yet." Grissom didn't reply. He didn't have to. It was all laid out before him, and there was nothing he could do about it. If he backed out now, he was a dead man. With his heart banging in his chest, he fell in line behind Spitz and Jerry. They stepped into the room and stopped in their tracks, dumbfounded. Amy was gone. The only sign of her former presence was the indentation her head had left on the bed. Alex still lay motionless on the bed, while Ginny slept on the couch. Everything was quiet. Eerily so. Spitz whirled toward Grissom and asked in a fierce whisper, "Where is she?" Grissom slowly raised his hand toward the bathroom door. It was closed but for a small crack, and a light shone through the gap into the room.
Over there."
Spitz grinned and motioned to Jerry. "Get over there. I'll take care of our injured patient. Leave the kid for last." As they crept forward on silent feet, Grissom stood still. He found himself unable to move, and his muscles were frozen with indecision. Could he really stand there and watch Spitz and Jerry murder a helpless man, his 16-year-old sister, and a child of 8? As his hand inched toward the rifle on his back, a low creak caught his ears. He looked over his shoulder, and his eyes widened. "Oh, shit!" Chapter 3. Amanda. One look at the brutish face of Ham was enough to convince Amanda that she needed to escape. There would be no mercy for any of them at his hands, nor any of the others. Both Spitz and Jerry were inhuman, and she cursed herself for falling for the charms of Grissom. She should have trusted her gut instinct. It had alerted her the minute he stepped through the door, despite his wide smile. She couldn't count on Brenda for help either. The woman was hysterical. As for the guard, he was out cold. "Guess it's up to me then. I'm not dying today, that's for sure." Hunched on the cold floor with her hands and feet secured by tape, she cast around for something to use. Her eyes fell on a letter opener. It dangled on the edge of the counter above her head, the shiny wooden handle tantalizingly close. She dared a peek at Ham and grimaced. He stood with his back to her, his gaze fixed on the hallway where the others had gone. She shifted closer to the counter and reached up a tentative hand. Ham shifted, and she jerked her arm back down before he could notice anything. He let his blank gaze roam over her and Brenda before he yawned and turned away. She waited a few more seconds before trying again. Time ticked by while she inched her fingers closer to her prize. Sweat beaded on her forehead, and her mouth grew dry with fright. If Ham caught her, she was a dead woman. Her fingertips grazed the handle, and she bit down on her lower lip. The letter opener shifted and made a slight grating noise. She froze, but when Ham failed to react, she stretched a little further. "Come on, come on." She gripped it by the edge and dragged it over the rim of the counter. It tumbled into space and landed on her lap. For one terrified moment, she waited for Ham to notice. But he didn't. Instead, he picked at his nails with the point of his knife, the epitome of murderous boredom. Almost crying with relief, Amanda grabbed the letter opener and folded it inward until the point touched the tape that bound her hands. The handle was hidden between her clenched fingers, the tool invisible to outsiders. With one eye on the sobbing Brenda and the other on Ham, she pierced the tape. Over and over. Within seconds, the plastic began to give. It was only a matter of time before she was free. Down the hall, she could make out a whispered discussion between the 3 soldiers who'd gone after Alex and his sister. Whatever she did, she had to move fast. One look at the brutish Ham had her questioning the wisdom of her plan. Plan? What plan? She didn't have a plan. Maybe I should just make a run for it. I'm fast. He'd never catch me. But if she ran, what would happen to Brenda? And Sam, the guard? Alex and the 2 girls? Amanda shook her head. No, she had to do something, and that meant taking down Ham. The problem was how. He's not exactly bite-sized. After taking a deep breath to calm herself, Amanda cut through the rest of her bonds. As the plastic split apart, she turned her attention to her feet. They took a little bit longer because of the awkward position, but finally her ankles were free. Next, she reached for Brenda's hands. It was a risky move to free the other girl, but going up against Ham on her own was foolhardy. If I can get her to snap out of it... Brenda hardly looked at her while Amanda freed her arms and legs. The girl simply stared into space with a blank gaze. When Brenda was loose, Amanda leaned close to the other girl's ear and whispered, "You have to help me. We have to kill him." When Brenda failed to respond, Amanda pinched her leg. "Wake up! This is life and death." Brenda stared at her with red-rimmed eyes before shaking her head. "No. Please, if we don't do something, we'll all die," Amanda said. "I can't." Brenda spoke a little too loudly, and Amanda placed one finger in front of her mouth while throwing frantic looks at Ham's hulking back. Already, she regretted her decision to include the other girl in her plans. A look of panic washed across Brenda's face, and her lips parted. Amanda braced herself for an outburst, but instead of the shrill scream she was expecting, a loud blast reverberated through the room. The sound of a gunshot. Ham jerked toward the noise, his expression one of shocked surprise. "What the—" With his attention fixed away from his captives, Amanda saw her chance. In an instant, she was on her feet. She flung herself at Ham and landed on his back where she clung like a monkey. He roared with anger and swatted at her with a clubbed fist. A glancing blow on the jaw caused her to see stars, but she dared not let go. She plunged the letter opener into his neck with all her strength, and the metal blade slid deep into the tissue. Blood spurted from the wound, but it wasn't mortal. She'd missed the arteries. She reared back and stabbed him again and again, each blow sinking into the thick muscle between the shoulder and ear. Her fingers grew slick with blood, and a fine mist of droplets coated her skin. But Ham showed no signs of going down. Fear coursed through Amanda's veins as she felt her strength waning. Her arm was growing tired, and her legs barely kept her in place on Ham's back. The man was a brute, a hulking behemoth. She felt herself slipping and cried, "No, no, no!" With an enraged bellow, Ham backpedaled and slammed her into the nearest wall. The force of the blow caused the air to leave her lungs in a rush, and her teeth clipped shut on her tongue. The taste of copper pennies filled her mouth, and she knew she was done. As her grip loosened, Amanda glanced over Ham's shoulder and into the blue eyes of Brenda. Surprised, she cried, "Brenda, is that you?" The girl stood in front of Ham with a computer monitor raised above her head. With a shrill cry, she brought the sharp edge down on Ham's forehead. "Let go of her, you freak!" The hard plastic gouged into his skin and fractured his skull. He raised one hand to ward off a second blow, and Amanda took her chance. With a loud scream, she jammed the letter opener into the tender spot beneath his ear. It cut through meat and sinew before a spurt of arterial blood wrung a triumphant cry from her lips. "Yes!" Ham staggered forward a couple of steps before he rammed into the counter. Amanda jumped off his back and danced away on light feet. She grabbed Brenda's wrist and dragged her out of the way as well. Together, they watched as he collapsed to the ground where he flopped about in a growing pool of blood. With a sigh of relief, Amanda darted forward and grabbed his knife from slack fingers. The letter opener was discarded in favor of the superior blade. With swift strokes, she cut the guard's bonds before handing the weapon to Brenda. "Call for help, okay?" Brenda nodded, her eyes huge. "Okay." As she turned to run from the ward, Amanda added, "Oh, and Brenda?" "Yeah?" the girl asked, pausing for a brief second. "Thanks for saving my life." Brenda managed a tremulous smile. "Thanks for saving mine." With that, she fled from the room, and Amanda turned her attention back to the situation at hand. The guard was still unconscious, and she dismissed him for the time being. During the scuffle, more gunshots had sounded from the room down the hall, and she feared it was all over for Alex and the two girls. Her eyes landed on the guard's rifle, and she scooped it up from the floor. After checking the load, she switched it to semi-automatic with practiced fingers. She came from a long line of gun-toting ancestors and knew how to handle one. With the gun aimed and ready, she walked toward Alex's room on silent feet. Nobody threatens my patience. Chapter 4. Amy. Amy had barely nodded off before she was dragged back to consciousness by the sound of fierce whispering. She blinked, confused, and lifted her head. After a quick look around, she still had no answers. Who's talking like that? She got to her feet and walked toward the exit, but paused before leaving the room. A sixth sense warned her of danger, and she sharpened her ears. It wasn't long before she was able to make out the individual words of an argument occurring outside the room. She recognized two of the voices, Grissom and Spitz. The third was a stranger to her, but the words sent a wave of adrenaline blasting through her veins. What if the girl told the kid where King's hideout is, and she spills the beans? Spitz said. She wouldn't. Why tell a kid stuff like that? Grissom asked. Spitz snorted. No wonder King told me to make sure the job got done properly. You're weak. King? You spoke to King? Grissom asked. Yes, he contacted me a couple of hours ago, Spitz said. It looks like he doesn't trust you much either. As of now, I'm taking command before this turns into a proper shit show. So what then? We kill an 8-year-old child? Grissom protested. I'll do it if you don't have the stomach for it, Spitz hissed. Jerry and I will finish this. Right, Jerry? I'm in, Jerry whispered back. At those words, Amy stumbled back from the empty doorway. She had only a few seconds to do something, and her brain threatened to shut down beneath an avalanche of fear. But panic was a luxury she couldn't afford. Not if she wanted to save Alex and Jenny. They were both in serious danger, and it was up to her to help them. On silent feet, she ran toward Jenny and scooped her up. She rushed toward the bathroom while taking care to disturb the sleeping child as little as possible. When Jenny began to protest, she whispered, Shh, baby girl, it's me, Amy. Go back to sleep. She placed the child inside the bath, still wrapped in her father's old jacket and a blanket. It was the only way she could think of to keep Jenny out of harm's way. She switched the light on and closed the door, leaving it open only a crack. With luck, they'd think she was inside the bathroom and head straight for it. Next, she shrugged off her jacket, giving her more freedom of movement. She bundled the cloth onto the couch to form the impression Jenny was still lying there before running toward the open door. She barely had time to position herself in the gap between the door and the wall, shotgun in hand, before the 3 men entered the room. As expected, they were confused by her absence before spotting the bathroom light. This gave her a couple of precious moments to ready herself for the fight ahead. As frightened as she was, terrified really, she knew what she had to do. Amy peeked around the corner of the door as Jerry, the stranger, headed toward the bathroom. Spitz made a beeline for her brother while Grissom hung back, the closest to her. Each carried a knife, and that caused a smile to twist her lips. Because of the need for secrecy, they'd brought knives to a gunfight. Only they hadn't realized it yet. With her left foot, Amy nudged the door in front of her. As it swung closed, a faint creak emitted from the hinges. Grissom turned toward her, and his eyes widened when she appeared in her hiding spot. Amy fixed him in place with a glare and raised the shotgun to shoulder height. "Take this, you asshole!" He had time to utter the words, "Oh shit!" before she blasted him with a load of buckshot. The man had super reflexes, however, and threw himself to the side. The shot missed. Wasting no time, Amy shifted her aim to Jerry. He'd reached the bathroom door and had one hand extended outward. With a swift pump of the forearm, she loaded the chamber of the gun and took her second shot. This time, she didn't miss. Jerry caught the full load in the center of his back, and he fell forward with a loud cry. Blood misted the air and spattered the walls. 1 down, 2 to go. Spitz threw himself at Alex, seeking shelter beside his bed. Amy shucked the empty shell and took a quick shot, aiming low for his legs. She couldn't risk hitting her brother. Again she missed, and a growl of frustration rose to her lips. Damn it! The fourth blast grazed Spitz, and blood blossomed on his trouser leg. He reached for the Beretta at his side, but before he could pull it out, 3 bullets punched into his chest. He fell to the ground, one hand gripping the many tubes that connected to Alex. They pulled free, and IV liquid sprayed onto the floor along with Alex's blood. The heart monitor went wild, and an alarm sounded throughout the room. Childish screams emitted from the bathroom as Ginny added her voice to the chaos. Amy tried to focus her attention on the last remaining enemy, Grissom. At the same time, she wondered who took out Spitz. As she took aim at Grissom, she noticed the gun in his hand. It was pointed at Spitz, while his other hand was raised in the air. "Don't shoot!" he cried. "I'm on your side!" Amy stared at him with narrowed eyes, her aim never faltering. "Are you really? Because I heard you lot talking outside." He shook his head. "No, I swear it. I could never hurt a child. That's why I shot him." Spitz managed a rough laugh, blood bubbling from his lips. "I always said you were a pussy. You could never get the job done." Grissom glared at him before walking over. He kicked the Beretta away from Spitz's hand where it lay on the floor. "I'm not weak, but I'm not a child killer like you lot." "Whatever," Spitz said before sagging backward. The next moment, Alex reared upward in his bed with a loud gasp. He gripped one of the IV needles in his hand and stabbed Grissom in the arm. "Traitor!" Grissom staggered back, one hand pressed to the wound. "I'm sorry, okay? I'm not with them anymore, I swear it." Alex coughed. "Once a traitor, always a traitor." Amy stared at the spectacle in shock, her eyes wide. "Alex, are you okay?" Alex managed a weak smile before he fell back onto the bed. "I'm okay, sis. It's good to see you again." Before Amy could utter another word, the door burst open and Amanda rushed inside. Her hands were bathed in crimson, and she held a rifle in her arms. When she spotted Grissom, she quickly took aim at his chest. "Whoa, don't shoot!" he cried, throwing both hands into the air and dropping to his knees. "I surrender, okay? I surrender." Amanda stared at him before looking at Amy, who shrugged. "He did kill the other guy. Leave him for now." "Are you sure?" Amanda asked. "I really don't mind killing him." "Tie him up. He can give us information," Alex rasped. "Good idea," Amanda replied, rushing forward. She rummaged in a drawer and produced a spare IV line, which she used to tie Grissom's hands before disarming him. "That should do." "Thanks," Amy said, her legs starting to tremble as the rush of battle died away. The alarm still screamed nonstop, echoed by Ginny in the bathroom, but she tried to focus on the essentials. "Are there more of them?" "I took care of the other one, and I sent Brenda for help," Amanda said. "We're okay for now." Amy heaved a sigh of relief, but her happiness was short-lived. Suddenly, Alex began to convulse, and his eyes rolled back in his head. The entire bed shook as his muscles seized up, and bloody froth bubbled onto his lips. "Alex!" She rushed forward, but Amanda stopped her. "I've got your brother. Take care of the little girl." Within seconds, she began reconnecting the various lines and tubes that Spitz had pulled out. Go! Amy nodded and tucked the shotgun back into her waistband. She rushed toward the bathroom, where a hysterical Ginny crouched on the floor. Tears streamed down the girl's cheeks, and her body shook like a leaf in the wind. Amy dropped to the floor next to her and pulled her close. "It's okay, baby. It's okay. Everything will be all right. I promise." In truth, she didn't feel okay. Not when her brother's life was hanging on a thread mere feet away while corpses littered the floor. But for Ginny's sake, she had to keep it together. For the first time, she understood the responsibility that came with having a life in your care. "I get it now, Mom and Dad. Alex, I understand." Chapter 5. Saul. The Humvee careened around a corner with Saul behind the wheel. Dylan clung to the dashboard while Rita attempted to contact headquarters on the radio. Behind them, the library continued to burn, its bright orange light forming a halo against the sky. The convoy followed in their tracks, hard-pressed to keep up, but Saul paid little attention to them. All that mattered was getting back to the fort before Grissom could put his plan into action, whatever that might be. "Any luck, Rita?" he asked. She shook her head, both feet braced against the front seats while she fiddled with the equipment in her lap. "Not yet, Sergeant." "Keep trying," he said with a shake of his head. "Will do," she replied. "What do you think Grissom is up to?" Dylan asked as they swung around yet another corner. Saul shrugged. "I'm not sure, but he wanted us off base and out of the way." "The only reason I can think of for that is Tara and Amy," Dylan mused. "Maybe they escaped and are on their way back to the fort." "Maybe. It would explain a few things. Why he wanted us gone, for one," Saul said. "That way, he can intercept them before they can talk to any of us." "Yeah, he wouldn't want us to know where King's holed up," Dylan agreed. "Or King is planning an attack," Rita said from the back. "So soon?" Dylan mused. "Could be. We have no idea how many men he has or what firepower he's got," Saul said. "He has already helped himself to the supplies in the reserve center." "That's just great," Dylan said, throwing her hands in the air. She yelped when Saul yanked the steering to the side, sliding around a sharp bend before straightening the truck out again. "I told you to hold on," Saul said, flashing her a grim look. "No kidding," she grumbled, grabbing the dashboard once more. "We'll be lucky if we make it back alive at this rate." "We'll make it," Saul said, glancing at the night sky outside his window. "That's a promise." The sun had set, and the moon was in control of the heavens once more. It hid behind a set of dark clouds, only deigning to show its face once in a while. Cold and haughty. Ancient Zulu legend stated that the moon was hollow and was brought there hundreds of years before by two extraterrestrial brothers, Wawane and Mpaku. They were known as the Water Brothers, and they had scaly skin like fish. It was a story often told him as a child, and he still remembered how amazing it had seemed to his young mind. He'd since learned the truth, of course, the hard facts of science. But sometimes he wished the old legends were real, for it granted a mystery to life that couldn't be found beneath a microscope. Saul's thoughts winged back to his old home in South Africa. Since the apocalypse, he had no way of knowing how his people fared, and he counted himself lucky that he had no close family left. Being career military, he'd shied away from intimate relationships, and his grandparents and parents were long gone. His only sister, too. She'd died in childbirth, taking the baby boy with her into the afterlife. Yet he wasn't alone. Not anymore. He had Tara now, even though she'd been taken from him, and he swore once more that he'd get her back. Or die trying. "Delta convoy come in. This is Sergeant Dean, over." The radio crackled behind him, yanking his attention back to the present. Rita jerked to attention and replied, "This is Delta Convoy, over."
"What is your current position? Over."
"We're—" Dylan leaned over and grabbed the mouthpiece from Rita. "Dean, this is Dylan. The whole thing was a setup. We're on our way back to base now. Over." "Dylan, let Rita do the talking," Saul admonished, but Dylan tossed her head and refused to hand back the mic.
"A setup? Are you okay? Over,"
Nick asked, his worry evident across the scratchy line. "We're fine, but I'm afraid something is up. We were sent on a wild goose chase by a soldier called Grissom. Over."
"Yes, I know. You'd better get here as soon as possible. I'm at the infirmary. Over,"
Nick said. Dylan frowned. "The infirmary? What's going on, Nick?"
"Over." "I'll explain when you get here. Over," Nick replied.
"All right, we're almost there," Dylan said. "Over."
"Hurry."
"Over," came the final reply before Nick signed off. Dylan handed the radio back to Rita, who shot her a nasty look.
"Don't ever do that again, you hear me? This is my equipment, my responsibility."
Dylan had the grace to look contrite, and she ducked her head.
"Sorry, Rita."
Saul nodded. "Tell her, Rita. Dylan needs to learn a little discipline."
Yeah, I know. I can't help it. I'm like a kid. I say and do stuff before I think it through," Dylan said. "Well, next time I'll drag you over my knees and give you a proper spanking. We'll see if you continue with your juvenile acts then," Rita admonished.
Dylan raised her hands in the air.
"Fair enough, ma'am. I give you full permission to spank me when I'm naughty."
"Ugh,"
Rita cried out, rolling her eyes,
but a smile lurked around the edges of her mouth. Saul suppressed a grin. As exasperating as Dylan could be, it was impossible to stay mad at her for long. Even so, he made a mental note to put her through a couple of drills as soon as he had the opportunity. She needed to learn discipline, and he'd make sure it happened. "Come hell or high water, I'll teach her control. But for now, I need to get us back to camp." 20 minutes later, they raced through the gates of Fort Detrick and roared across the grounds toward the infirmary. They'd hardly rolled to a stop before Saul was out and running up the steps. A guard met him at the entrance and said,
"Sergeant Lamini?"
"That's me," Saul replied.
"I'm here to escort you to Sergeant Dean," the soldier replied.
"All right." Dylan and Rita weren't far behind him, each eager to find out what was going on. He turned to Rita. "Rita, please tell the rest of the convoy to drop off their gear and go home. I'll contact them in the morning."
"Yes, Sergeant," Rita replied, though her disappointment was palpable.
"Don't worry. I'll fill you in later, I promise," Saul added. Rita jogged outside to fulfill her orders, and he turned his attention back to the guard. "Lead the way, please." They followed the soldier throughout the long hallways until they reached a ward with a nursing station. The room was crowded, and Saul paused to take in the scene. A guard sat on a chair, holding an ice pack to his head. Dried blood encrusted his scalp and the side of his face. Several more soldiers milled about, and the room hummed with the buzz of low voices. 2 stretchers with sheet-covered bodies were carried past them, igniting a spark of fear within his breast. "What happened here?" Dylan asked, standing close to his side. "I don't know," he replied, drinking in the ordered chaos. "That's Alex's room," she added, pointing to an entrance past the nursing station. Hospital staff rushed in and out of the doorway, and the shrill ring of an alarm filled the air.
"Do you think King's men tried to kill him?"
"It could be," Saul admitted. "We always knew there were more of them, but I didn't think they'd try something in here, especially with the extra guard we put at the entrance."
"Well, something bad happened," Dylan replied, her face creased with concern. "We'd better find out before I go nuts with worry."
The next moment, a young nurse rushed past them, holding a hysterical child in her arms. Excuse me, please. I need to get this little one calmed down. Saul stepped aside, and his eyes flashed to her name tag. Brenda.
What's a kid doing in here? Dylan asked. This is getting weirder by the minute.
Agreed. Let's talk to Nick, Saul said, pointing to the man in question. They moved to join the sergeant on the other side of the nursing station, but paused when they spotted the corpse of a man lying prone on the floor. Puncture wounds gleamed on the side of his neck, and his eyes were glassy in death. The station itself was in complete disarray, and a bloody letter opener lay discarded to the side.
Nick, what's going on here? Saul asked.
Nick turned to them, his face somber.
You missed a lot of action, my friend.
His eyes flashed to Dylan, and he reached out to squeeze her hand.
There's someone here to see you.
Who? Dylan asked, but her question was answered when a blonde whirlwind tore past them to throw herself into Dylan's arms.
Dylan, it's me, Amy.
Amy? Dylan gasped. Oh my God, I can't believe it.
It's really me, and I'm so glad you're here. Alex, I'm worried about him.
Is he okay? Did someone hurt him? Dylan asked, holding Amy at arm's length.
A bunch of soldiers came here to kill us. All of us. Even Jenny. Alex wasn't hurt. Well, not really. Except when they pulled out his IVs and stuff. Now he's having some sort of attack, and they won't let me in to see him, and...
Whoa, sweetie, slow down. Start at the beginning and tell me everything, okay?
Dylan said in a soothing voice. She led Amy to a nearby chair and sat her down. Saul watched the reunion with rising hope and looked at Nick. Tara?
Nick shook his head. I'm sorry, my friend, but she isn't here. Only Amy escaped.
King still has her? Saul asked, his heart plummeting to the ground.
He does, but at least now we know where to find her, Nick said. Amy told me she knows the location.
Saul breathed a sigh of relief. That's something.
Yes, and they won't hurt her either, not as long as King needs her for the cure.
What happened here? Saul asked as two more men removed the body of the dead man on the floor. A pool of blood lay glistening in the light, but was obliterated by a woman armed with a mop and a bucket of soap. The smell of disinfectant filled the air as she washed away the evidence of death.
As near as I can tell, when Amy escaped, King alerted his remaining men within the base, Nick replied. Grissom was their leader and kept a lookout for her. His job was to intercept her before she could tell anyone where King's hideout was.
Saul swore under his breath. I knew it. I knew he couldn't be trusted. He was far too glib under questioning.
Yes, well, it seems he had second thoughts and turned on his own men, Nick said.
Saul's eyebrows arched.
He's alive? What about the rest? I have him in custody, but the rest were killed in action.
Who killed them? Saul asked, though it was a mechanical question. Did you catch them mid-act?
Not me. Amy shot one and wounded another. Grissom finished him off, while a nurse killed that one over there, Nick replied.
It seems our people are tougher than we thought, Saul said.
Amen to that, Nick said.
Who's Jenny? Saul asked, picking up on something Amy had said earlier.
I don't know, but we'd better get the whole story from Amy before we question Grissom again.
They walked over to Dylan and Amy. She'd calmed down in the interim and looked up at them with wide blue eyes.
I suppose you want to know what happened to me?
Yes, if you're up to it, Nick replied with a kind smile.
I am,
she replied before filling them in on her whole adventure from start to finish. Thank you for the information, Amy. You were incredibly brave, Saul said by the time she was finished. Amy blushed.
It was nothing. I had to make it back here for Tara's sake.
That you did, Saul added with wholehearted approval. It looks like you're all grown up now.
Maybe,
Amy said.
I only hope Alex is okay.
I'm sure he will be. He's just as tough as you are, Dylan said, giving Amy a quick hug. Saul turned to Nick. Are you coming with me? We need to question Grissom before we can come up with a plan of action. Nick glanced at Dylan, and she nodded. I'll stay with Amy. You go ahead. All right, we'll be back soon, Nick replied, leaning down to kiss her on the lips. After a quick goodbye, Saul marched toward the exit, followed by Nick. A sense of purpose filled his heart. For the first time, he had real hope of rescuing Tara. I'm coming, my love. I'm coming. Chapter 6. Dylan. By the time Nick and Saul left, the chaos in the room had died down. The injured guard was escorted away for treatment. All the bodies were removed, and the cleanup was completed. Even the shrill alarm in Alex's room died down, much to Dylan's relief. A nurse called Amanda walked over and handed Amy a cup of coffee. Here you go, sweetie. I think you need it.
Thank you, and thanks for saving my life earlier,
Amy said, accepting the cup with a tremulous smile. Amanda shrugged. That man was a brute. He needed killing. They all did. Yes, thank you, Dylan added. I'm very grateful for your courage. I don't know what I'd do if something happened to my young friend here. Of course. We all have to fight in these times, don't we? Or we might as well give up and join the undead. Well said, Dylan replied, her admiration for the nurse growing by the second.
Where's Jenny?
Amy asked. Brenda's taking care of her for now. When you're ready, I'll take you to her, Amanda said.
Thank you,
Amy replied, sagging back into Dylan's arms. Dylan gathered her close, and together they waited for word on Alex's condition. They didn't have to wait long. Within a few minutes, Ethan exited the room, along with a couple of nurses. Dylan, he said, acknowledging her presence with the barest nod. Ethan, she replied, trying her best to keep a straight face. His attitude hurt more than she was willing to admit, either to him or herself.
How is Alex? Amy asked. Is he okay?
Alex is in the clear for now, but we'll need to keep an eye on him. Blood clots are a danger, and so is infection. I'm keeping him under sedation for the next day or two. Tears gathered in Amy's eyes, and she swallowed hard.
I can't bear to lose him, too.
You won't lose him, Ethan replied with brisk confidence. Not on my watch, and that's a promise.
I hope so,
Amy said. Why don't you join Jenny and get some rest? I'm sure she'll be happy to see you, Dylan said. Besides, there isn't much you can do for Alex now, not while he's sleeping. Ethan nodded. Excellent suggestion.
All right, Amy said. I'll go, but only if you come with me, Dylan.
Of course, Dylan agreed. Let me show you the way, Amanda added. Dylan left the ward without a backward glance. She refused to show Ethan how much pain he caused her. Not while he was determined to view her as a freak. Her fingers traced across the sleeve of her jacket, right where the scar from the zombie bite marred her flesh. I'm not a monster. I'm just a human being like the rest, neither perfect nor whole. Amanda showed them to a small room equipped with a double bunk bed against one wall and a 3/4 bed against the other. They entered to find Ginny huddled into a little ball on the bottom bunk. Her eyes were red and swollen, and her bottom lip quivered. Brenda looked up at them with an expression of relief.
Thank goodness you're here. I can't get her to settle down.
Amy immediately hurried to Ginny's side and wrapped an arm around her.
Oh, sweetie, don't worry. I'm here now. It's going to be okay. No, it's not,
Ginny replied with a hiccuping sob.
He's gone. Who's gone? Amy said with a frown of confusion. She keeps asking for Rufus, Brenda explained. Who's Rufus?
Amy's expression cleared.
It's her teddy bear. I think he's still in the truck.
I'll go fetch him, Amanda offered, rushing out. I'll go with you, Dylan said. They left the room and headed to the exit in silence, each lost in their thoughts. They found the truck where Grissom had parked it and searched the interior. Rufus was lying on the front seat, and Dylan eyed the scruffy brown bear with surprise. There's not much to him, huh? Amanda laughed. Kids, they get attached to the strangest things. I had a ratty old blanket as a child. Damn thing nearly disintegrated in the wash. It was that old. Yeah, I had a one-legged Barbie doll called Thor, Dylan said, tucking Ginny's bear into her jacket pocket. Thor? Amanda asked with a snort. Dylan shrugged. I wanted an action hero, okay? But we foster kids had to make do with what we got. So I sewed her a handmade cape and pretended she was the god of thunder. Inventive, Amanda said, grabbing the rest of Ginny and Amy's things from the truck. Together, they walked back inside. I just hope the poor kid gets over it. Losing her parents and witnessing an attempted murder in the span of 2 days? That sucks, Dylan added. Agreed, but kids are resilient, Amanda replied. More so than we give them credit for. You're probably right. Besides, she's got Amy on her side, and that girl is like a ray of sunshine on a fine summer's day. You're fond of her, Amanda said. I am. Amy is like family to me, Dylan replied. Her and Alex, though I'll have to make space for Ginny now, too, I suppose. You could do worse. Seems like a good kid, Amanda said. Dylan nodded. That she does. They returned to the room to find Ginny tucked into the bunk bed with the blankets drawn up around her face. Dylan produced the teddy from her pocket and waved him around. Guess who I found? Rufus! Amy grinned.
There he is. See, Ginny? I told you he was just fine. Rufus!
Ginny cried, reaching out with both hands. Dylan handed him over, and his scruffy form disappeared beneath the blankets in a flash. Bye, Rufus. See you in the morning. Ginny eyed her with mistrust.
Maybe. We'll see.
Dylan laughed. Oh, so that's how it is. I'll have to earn his trust first. Ginny nodded, her expression fierce.
He's my friend, and I won't let anyone hurt him.
Dylan nodded, her expression somber. I'm glad to hear that. You should always protect your friends.
Amy is my friend,
Ginny said, her dark eyes wide.
Just like Rufus.
She's my friend, too, Dylan said.
Really?
Ginny asked, flashing Amy a look.
Really,
Amy replied.
Dylan is like family to me, and maybe one day she'll be your family, too. If you want that, of course.
I don't know, Ginny said, wrinkling her nose. Dylan laughed and wisely retreated to the 3/4 bed on the opposite side of the room. Don't worry, you don't have to do anything you don't want to, including being friends with me. Okay, Ginny replied, allowing Amy to tuck her back under the covers. Amanda dropped Amy and Ginny's bags in the corner. Where's Brenda?
She said she had to get back to work,
Amy said. I'd better check on her, Amanda said. She got a huge fright earlier tonight. If you need anything, just ask. There's a bathroom down the hall, and the cafeteria is 3 doors up. Thanks, Amanda, Dylan said. I hope to see you again soon. Me too, Amanda said, before leaving them alone in the room.
Right. Time for bed, young missy. Rufus must be exhausted,
Amy said, hauling herself up to plant a kiss on Ginny's forehead. Ginny yawned.
So am I. But what about you? I want you to stay with me.
I'll be right here all night, Amy said.
Promise?
I promise.
Okay. Good night.
Don't let the bed bugs bite, Amy replied. She smoothed a lock of hair out of Ginny's eyes before backing away. She sat down on the edge of her bed and shot Dylan a weary look. I'm
beat.
You look it, too, Dylan said. Get some sleep.
I don't know if I can, Amy admitted. It feels like every time I let my guard down, something bad happens.
How about I keep watch for a while? Dylan offered. I'm not that tired yet.
Sounds good, Amy said, kicking off her shoes and removing her jacket. She lay down and pulled the thick duvet over her.
Good night, Dylan.
Good night, sweetie.
Oh, and Dylan?
Yes, Amy?
I missed you.
I missed you too, baby girl, more than I ever thought possible.
Amy smiled and closed her eyes. Within minutes, both she and Jenny were fast asleep. Dylan waited another 20 minutes before she made her move. On silent feet, she got up and tiptoed to the exit. She switched off the light and closed the door.
Good night, you two. I'll be back before you know it.
She left the infirmary behind and made a beeline for Nick's headquarters. Her boots crunched across the thin layer of snow, and her breath puffed out in clouds of white. It was another cold night, even though spring wasn't far off. A glance at her watch showed her it was almost midnight, but she wasn't tired.
Not when there was work to be done.
Don't worry, Tara. We're coming for you. Chapter 7. Nick. Nick glanced up with surprise when Dylan walked into his office. She was accompanied by a chilly breeze and a flurry of snow. After wiping her boots on the welcome mat, she plonked down into the nearest chair and surveyed him and Saul with raised eyebrows.
And? When do we get Tara back?
Soon. Tomorrow. Nick and Saul spoke simultaneously, and their conflicting statements hung in the air for several seconds.
Dylan eyed them with raised eyebrows. Well, which will it be?
Tomorrow, Saul repeated.
Not tomorrow, Nick said.
Why the hell not? Saul demanded.
We need to plan this properly, and it'll take a few days to get everything ready, Nick replied with a shake of his head.
We already have a plan, Saul insisted. A good one. And I'm not waiting 1 second longer than I absolutely have to rescue Tara.
What did Grissom say? Dylan asked. He's been very forthcoming, Nick said. I'm not surprised, Dylan said. He's up shit creek without a paddle, and cozying up to you is his only hope of survival. Exactly. He told us where King is holed up, where his lookouts are, and what his defenses look like. He's even volunteered to speak to King and tell him the mission succeeded, Nick added.
Do you think that will work? Dylan asked.
I don't see why not, Nick said. If we can get King to relax, we can launch a proper attack after scoping the place out. We'll have the advantage of surprise, and we'll know what we're up against.
I say you're wrong, Saul said, his expression stern. Grissom cannot be trusted. He lied to us before, and he'll lie to us again. We need to save Tara now, before King realizes something is amiss.
And I say we need to be careful. If this goes south, we could lose everything, Nick argued.
King could move Tara, hurt her, or even kill her while we're sitting around on our asses biding our time, Saul said.
Not if he thinks everything worked out according to plan, Nick said.
You're trusting the word of a traitor, Nick, Saul said.
No, I'm trusting the word of a man who's got no other option but to speak the truth, Nick replied. My gut tells me we can—
I don't care what your gut says, Saul cried. My first and only concern is Tara, and I will not risk her life on the say-so of a murderer and a liar.
My first concern is the safety of the souls under my command. There are several thousand of them, and I cannot let them down, Nick said,
squaring off to face Saul with rising frustration.
Don't you understand?
Oh, I understand perfectly well that you're willing to risk the life of Tara for fear of losing to King, Saul said, his expression set into stubborn lines.
Nick threw his hands in the air. Of course I'm afraid of losing to King. There are families on this base, Saul. Men, women, and children. Must I place Tara before them?
It doesn't have to be like that, Saul insisted. We can win. I know it in my heart. All we need to do is seize the moment and attack. King won't know what hit him. Nick closed his eyes for a brief second, gathering his thoughts. As tempted as he was by Saul's passion, he couldn't allow his emotions to override his common sense. I'm sorry, but my answer is no. I will not rush into this. Not even for Tara. Is that your final answer, Sergeant Dean? Saul asked, his hands clenching into fists by his side. It is, Sergeant Lemony, Nick said with a curt nod. He was acutely aware of the fact that he'd just lost a friend, highlighted by Saul's use of his formal title and his response in kind. This is the end of the road for us. He'll never trust me again. Despite your refusal, I'm leaving in the morning, Saul replied, and you cannot stop me. Nick sighed. I won't stop you, though I think you're making a mistake. I'll even allow you to take what equipment you need. But you'll have to ask for volunteers from the civilian sector. I won't allow any of my men to go off on a fool's mission. They are needed here. I am neither a fool nor an idiot, Sergeant Dean, Saul said. But I dare say you are a coward. With that statement, Saul marched out of the room. Not once did he look back, and his back was ramrod straight. Nick stared after him, unhappy with the way things had ended between them. Sucking in a deep breath, he slumped into the nearest chair.
What the hell just happened? Dylan asked, walking over.
She perched on the edge of the table in front of him and fixed him to the spot with a keen gaze.
I thought that went rather well, didn't you? Nick asked.
That's not funny. Not funny at all. She folded her arms and raised one eyebrow.
No, it's not, he admitted, sagging in defeat. Explain to me what just went down, because I've never seen the two of you act like that before, Dylan exclaimed. Like what? Like two bulls gunning for the same red flag? Dylan said, tossing her hands in the air. This room reeks of testosterone. It's not like that, but I had to make him understand, Nick protested. Understand what, exactly? I'm the leader of this community, Dylan. Like it or not, I have to take their safety into consideration, and rushing off to rescue Tara is not in anyone's best interest. Are you sure about that? Dylan asked. Saul usually gets it right. Couldn't his plan have worked? It's possible, yes. But what if he's wrong? Nick asked. Can I take that risk? Would you if you were in my shoes?
Dylan hesitated.
Maybe not. The basis of any successful mission is information, and we need more. If it were up to me, I'd press Grissom for every bit of knowledge he has and confirm it by sending out my own scouting teams. But what about Tara? Saul is right. Anything could happen in the meantime, Dylan pointed out. Not if Grissom convinces King that everything is going his way, Nick insisted. And if he can't? There's a slight chance King will find out about the true state of affairs, but it's an acceptable risk. Acceptable? Tara's life is in our hands, Dylan protested. And so are all the people on this base, Nick pointed out. Dylan shook her head. This is a tough one. I get where Saul's coming from, but I can also see the sense in what you say. It is a difficult decision, and not one I made lightly, but Saul's on his own, Nick answered. Dylan was silent for a few moments before she said, You know I'm going with him, don't you? Nick nodded, though his heart dropped into his shoes at her words. I know. I owe him. Tara, too. If it wasn't for her, I'd be a zombie today, Dylan said. Whether it's a trap or not, I have to go with him. Nick stood and gazed deep into her eyes. I know, babes, but be careful. For once, I'm asking you to use your head and not your heart. Dylan chewed on her lower lip. I'll do my best. Just make sure you come back to me in one piece. That's all I ask, my beautiful monster,
Nick said before drawing her into his arms. With the warm scent of her hair in his nostrils, Nick sent up a silent prayer that neither she nor Saul returned to the base in a body bag. I'd give anything not to let her go, but I've got no choice. No choice at all. Chapter 8. King. King stared through the window at the sun hovering above the horizon. It promised to be a fine morning, and thus far, he was in a good mood. He had the feeling it wouldn't last, though. Not when he looked at the nervous soldier standing in front of him. "Spit it out, Perez," King said, drumming his fingers on the polished wood of his desk. "I don't have all day."
"The mission was successful, sir," Perez said. "West and I rigged a fire to draw Sergeant Lamini's party away from the base. While they were gone, Grissom intercepted the girl at one of the gates."
"So she made it all the way to Fort Detrick?" King asked, feeling a stir of admiration for the Amy girl despite himself.
"She did, sir,"
Perez said with a curt nod. "What happened to Red?" King asked.
"According to Grissom, the girl killed him. She arrived at the fort in his truck," Perez answered.
"That's just perfect," King muttered with a sigh of regret. "Red was one of my best."
"I'm sorry, sir," Perez said.
"Whatever," King said with a wave of his hand. Red was gone, but there were plenty more of his kind around. What happened next?
"Grissom escorted the girl to the infirmary, just like you suggested. Spitz and the rest joined him, and they took care of her and her brother."
"Did they now? And they weren't caught?" King asked.
"No, they managed to escape undetected afterward," Perez said.
"Grissom told you all of this?" King asked.
"He did, sir."
"What about Spitz? Did you speak to him?"
"No, sir, he was out on patrol," Perez said, shifting from one foot to the next.
"How convenient," King mused. "What about Sergeant Lamini's party?"
"They figured out something was wrong and raced back, but they were too late," Perez said.
"I see," King said, thinking things through. He flexed his injured knee, massaging the painful joint with one hand. "They don't suspect Grissom for pointing them at the fake fire," King said.
Perez shrugged. "It doesn't look like it."
"Interesting."
"Is something wrong, sir?" Perez asked.
King pursed his lips. "Maybe, maybe not. It all seems a bit too neat and tidy. I never trusted Grissom. Not completely. The man has a conscience."
"Sir?"
Perez said with a frown of confusion. "That's why I asked Spitz to take over. The fact that he didn't talk to you himself raises a red flag." King shook his head. "And I can't afford to take any chances. Not at this point of the game."
"What do you want us to do, sir?" Perez asked.
"I want you to double the guard and pull back all the raiding parties that are currently off base. Prepare for an attack," King said.
"Do you think Grissom is lying, sir?" Perez asked.
"I don't know, but if he is, we need to be prepared. They'll come for Tara as soon as they can. She's too valuable to lose. They need her." King shrugged. "And if Grissom is telling the truth, we've got nothing to worry about. Either way, it doesn't hurt to be careful."
"Yes, sir,"
Perez said, saluting smartly. "Keep trying to contact Spitz. I want to hear from him directly," King said. "The sooner the better."
"Yes, sir,"
Perez said. "You're dismissed," King added, swiveling around in his chair. He gazed out the window onto the grounds below. His men scurried about like ants, fortifying the defenses. He was in a good position, and his fighting force was formidable. Yet he wondered if they had what it took to defeat Fort Detrick.
Maybe not now, but we will soon. Just give me a chance. That's all I need.
Suddenly, the door burst open and Dr. Bannock stormed inside.
Lieutenant King, sir, we have a problem in the lab. What problem?
Bannock hesitated.
You'd better come look, sir.
King sighed.
Is it Dr. Lee again?
You could say that, Bannock said, backing away as King rose from his chair.
What did she do this time?
King asked, thinking back to the morning after her capture. She'd short-circuited the cameras and set the lab on fire. During the ensuing chaos, she attempted to escape.
She failed, but not without causing considerable trouble.
She, Bannock mumbled in a faltering voice as he led the way to the lab.
Spit it out,
King said, gritting his teeth against the throbbing pain in his knee. Even with the crutches, it was painful to move about. The on-site medic, a prisoner with medical experience, diagnosed pulled ligaments in the joint. He further predicted it would take up to 6 weeks to heal completely. Anti-inflammatory tablets helped for the pain, but caused drowsiness, so King only took them at night. The rest of the time, he suffered through it. Yet another black mark against Dr. Lee's record.
One of many that I owe her for.
I'd rather you see for yourself, sir, Bannock replied with a noticeable shudder. It's not a pretty sight.
This is the second incident in 3 days,
King said, anger suffusing his mind.
Why won't she listen?
If it's any consolation, she never listens to me either, sir, Bannock said. King shook his head as he hobbled along, mentally bracing himself for what lay ahead. One thing was for sure. Dr. Lee was proving to be a tough nut to crack. Chapter 9. Tara. Tara woke up with a raging headache matched only by her temper. It was her 3rd night sleeping in a strange bed, and she faced yet another long day stuck in the lab with only Bannock and Betsy for company. Hell had nothing on her situation. After her failed escape attempt on the first day, Tara had tried to settle in and continue with her research. She reckoned it would keep her occupied, but her patience was wearing thin. She missed Saul, she missed her friends, and she missed her home. That's it. I'm out of here. The first obstacle she faced was getting out of the lab. The door was locked, and she didn't possess a key. But the guard did. Whenever Bannock was absent, he left his key card with the guard in case something happened and she needed help. After brushing her teeth and washing up, Tara shrugged on her clothes and lab coat. She smoothed her long hair into a ponytail and tucked her pants into her boots. She was as ready as she'd ever be. Let's get this show on the road. It was still early, only 7 in the morning, a full hour before Bannock would show up to ruin her day. After a quick deliberation, she decided against having breakfast. While she might need the energy to get through the day, she wasn't sure executing her plan on a full stomach was a great idea. Squaring her shoulders, she marched toward the lab door and knocked on it. At first, nothing happened. Tara wasn't about to give up, though, and kept knocking until the guard responded. The door swished open on silent hinges, and she faced a disgruntled-looking man holding a key card in one brawny fist.
"What do you want, woman?"
he asked through gritted teeth. This wasn't the first time they'd faced off against each other. He was the unfortunate sucker who responded to the fire she'd set in the lab during her first escape attempt. While he was occupied quelling the blaze, she'd made a run for it, only to be caught by the main entrance. Even though she'd failed, he'd received a stiff reprimand from King for allowing her to give him the slip.
Sorry to bother, but I need your help with Betsy," Tara said,
doing her best to look innocent.
"Forget it. I'm not falling for one of your tricks again," he said with a brisk shake of the head.
"It's not a trick, I promise. I really need your help," she insisted.
"I said no. You can wait for Dr. Bannock," the guard replied, moving to close the door.
"Please wait. Dr. Bannock doesn't have the strength to help me."
"Well, you look like a tough guy who works out," Tara said in an attempt to flatter. "I said no," he growled.
Tara raised both hands, pleading with him. "I'm on the verge of a breakthrough here, the kind that will make you look good with Lieutenant King."
The guard frowned, his voice thick with suspicion. "Me? I don't have anything to do with your research."
"No, but if you help me with Betsy, I'll make sure to mention it to King. That should put you back into his good graces."
He hesitated. "How do I know I can trust you? You're a wily bitch."
"I know, and I don't blame you for thinking that," Tara said. "I made a fool of you, and I'm sorry."
The guard stared at her with raised eyebrows. "Buttering me up isn't going to work."
"It's not that. I really need help with the next phase of my research," Tara said.
He snorted. "Why the sudden change of heart? I thought you'd rather die than work for King."
"I would, but I've had time to think," Tara replied. "I've realized the only way I'm getting out of here is if King lets me go."
"Yeah? You think he will?" the guard asked.
"Maybe, if I give him what he wants, a cure and a vaccine," Tara reasoned.
The guard shrugged. "He might or he might not."
"So, what's it going to be? Help a girl out?" Tara asked, holding her breath. For a moment, the guard said nothing before he finally nodded.
"Fine. What do you need me to do?"
"Follow me," Tara said, waving a hand inside the lab. The guard stepped inside and closed the door.
"There. No running this time. Got it?"
Tara nodded. "Gotcha."
"If you try anything, you're a dead woman," he cautioned.
"I won't," she said before asking, "What's your name, by the way?" "I'm Tara."
"I know who you are, Doctor, and don't think for a second that I've forgiven you," he said. "We are not friends."
"I understand. I just want to know what to call you," Tara said with a duck of her head.
"It's James Dean," he replied with reluctance.
"Cool name. Nice to meet you," Tara said.
"Can't say the same," James quipped.
He walked toward the door that separated them from Betsy's cell and peered through the tiny glass window.
In response, Betsy hissed at his reflection, and he backed up. "She's almost as nasty as you are." Tara repressed a snort.
"Not for long." She took a step forward and pointed at the door. "This is the plan. I need her to stick her arm through that little window. Once she's done that, you must hold her in place while I get the samples I need."
"Surely that's something Dr. Bannock can help you with," James said.
"Dr. Bannock's a wimp," Tara replied with a straight face. "I need someone who's not gonna wet himself the moment she snaps at him."
James grunted. "He's a coward, all right. Fine, let's do this."
"Great," Tara said, producing her keycard.
"One thing,"
James said, holding up one hand to stop her.
"If you try any funny business, I'll kill you on the spot."
"I know," Tara said. He patted the gun at his side.
"And don't think I won't do it just because King needs you."
"Understood," Tara replied, eyeing the gun. "Ready?"
"I'm ready."
She opened the door, and Betsy went wild. She screeched like a banshee, throwing herself at the glass barrier over and over again. Tara flinched, but it was an automatic gesture. She was used to Betsy by now. James hesitated for a second before he headed toward the small window.
"What now?" he asked.
"I'll get her attention," Tara said, moving closer. "When she goes for me, that's your cue. Grab her arm and hold her still while I get my samples.
That's it, he said. It doesn't seem so bad.
It's not, but be careful. Don't let her scratch you, Tara cautioned, moving toward a small table lined with scalpels, specimen containers, scissors, tweezers, and syringes. She picked up a syringe and removed the packaging before fitting it with a thick needle.
What happens if she scratches me?
James asked.
Will I turn?
No, but you could get a nasty infection, Tara said. She'll try to bite you through the window, too. Don't let your guard down. You need to watch her every second. Got it? James nodded.
Got it.
Tara stepped up to the window and waved.
Hi, Betsy. How are you this fine morning? Betsy snarled at Tara before swiping at her through the window.
James grabbed for her, but missed.
Damn it,
he swore. Let's try again, Tara said, waving at Betsy through the opening.
Here, Betsy, Betsy, Betsy.
Betsy threw herself at Tara and reached for her with both hands. James struck like a snake and snagged her right arm just above the wrist. A weird little dance ensued as Betsy tried to grab him with her other hand. James sidestepped, taking the arm with him each time. After a minute or two, she gave up. Instead, she chewed at the glass with broken teeth, her free hand slamming against the barrier. James had her other arm in a firm grip and said, I've got her. Take what you need. Tara nodded and proceeded to draw blood from one of Betsy's darkened veins. It was a struggle as the blood was thick and clotted, and the zombie wouldn't stop moving. Finally, Tara shook her head. Hold on, I'm going to try something else. James flashed her a look.
Fine, but hurry. She's not easy to hold.
I know, but keep an eye on her. Don't let her get you, Tara said, secretly satisfied that everything was going according to plan. With James's entire focus on Betsy, it was time to make her move. With her keycard held ready in the left hand, she grabbed a scalpel with her right. With one smooth move, she swiped at James's face with the blade. A deep cut split open the skin, stretching from his eye down to his chin. James screamed and grabbed at his face, shock and horror contorting his face. That allowed her a split second to put into action the next phase of her plan. Dropping the scalpel, she snatched the keycard to the lab from his shirt pocket. At the same time, she swiped her card through the lock holding Betsy's cage shut and punched in the override code. James yelled with fright and grabbed for his gun, but it was too late. The door swooshed open, and a red light flickered above their heads. Drawn by the smell of fresh blood, Betsy tackled James to the ground with an ear-splitting shriek. Tara quickly stepped back through the open door behind her and reached up to close it, shutting James and Betsy off from the lab. He'd die in there unless he managed to kill the zombie girl trying to eat his face. Either way, he'd be trapped inside and no longer a problem. At least, that was the plan. Too bad nothing ever worked out the way it was supposed to. At the last moment, James launched himself off the floor and threw himself at Tara. "You bitch!" He was a split second too late, and the door closed on his frame, trapping him half in and half out of the laboratory. His ribs and sternum crackled as the automatic door attempted to close. Its failsafe had been deactivated because of the dangerous specimens kept captive behind its steely length. Without mercy, the metal cut into his upper body, breaking bone and crushing the breath from his lungs. Trapped in its cold embrace, James gasped for breath. Behind him, Betsy regained her feet. She stood swaying for a second, her teeth bared as her predatory gaze locked onto his unprotected back. With a single leap, the zombie girl latched onto James like a blood-sucking leech. Her teeth tore at his flesh, ripping through the tender skin, meat and sinew that presented a feast for her insatiable appetite. Her hands gripped his head for purchase, and her long fingernails gouged into his cheeks. One nail hooked into the cut caused by the scalpel and tore open the side of his face as if she were peeling an orange. A loud snap sounded when another of his ribs caved beneath the pressure of the door. It must have pierced a lung because bloody sputum bubbled up his throat and down his front.
"Oh my God!"
Tara choked off the sentence, her knuckles pressed to her lips. Blood spurted into the air, and James screamed with raw agony as the pain overwhelmed his nervous system.
Help me, please!"
he pleaded with garbled cries, one shuddering hand reaching for Tara. She shook her head and stepped back as blood pooled onto the pristine white floor, reaching for her with creeping tendrils.
"I'm sorry,"
she sobbed, tearing her eyes away from the awful spectacle.
"I'm sorry, but I had no choice."
"No, don't leave me!" James screamed as crimson foam bubbled from his lips. "Help me!"
"It's too late,"
Tara whispered as guilt burned through her veins.
I did this to an innocent man. I'm sorry."
His dark eyes fixed onto hers, filled with fear and loneliness.
"Then kill me, please." "I'm sorry. Forgive me."
Swallowing a horrified cry, Tara whirled about and headed for the exit. She reached the door and unlocked it with the keycard she'd stolen from the hapless James.
"No, don't leave me! Come back!"
James screamed, his voice hoarse and the words slurred.
"Come back!"
Shutting out his desperate pleas, she ran down the passage, aiming for the fire exit. She'd spotted it on her last failed attempt to escape and hoped it wouldn't be guarded. From there, she'd look for a vehicle and make her escape. "I'll smash through the gates if I have to." James's screams followed her every step of the way, ringing in her ears. It threatened to sap the strength from her bones, and for a brief moment, Tara had the urge to give up. But she couldn't. Not when she'd gone so far already. She reached the fire exit and tore at the handle with frantic hands. Further down the passage, a loud yell drew her attention, and she looked up into Bannock's pale face. Panic spurted through her veins, but she refused to give up, even when logic told her it was over.
"I have to get away. I have to."
Ignoring him, she yanked open the door and sprinted down the waiting steps. The bottom floor called out to her, and she prayed she'd reach it before Bannock raised the alarm. Rational thought gave way to guilt, and she pushed onward even though she knew her actions were doomed to failure. To give up meant she'd killed a man for nothing.
"I didn't just kill him. I tortured him."
With her footsteps echoing around her, Tara burst onto the landing and headed for the exit. Her brain was on autopilot, and she moved without thinking.
"I'm almost there. Almost."
When a solid set of hands latched onto her, fear exploded throughout her body. Her brain shut down, giving in to madness.
"No, no, no, no!"
"Hold still, woman," a deep voice sounded in her ears. Tara shook her head, unable to process his words. She refused to capitulate and struggled against her captor's hold. He lifted her off her feet, both arms wrapped around her chest. With her hands pinned to her sides, she kicked into the air.
"Let me go! Let me go!"
"Stop fighting! It's over!" the voice commanded. Tara sobbed as hot tears streamed down her cheeks. A second figure approached from the front, hands raised to fend off her flailing feet. She twisted and turned in her cage of muscled flesh until she found an opening. Like a rabid dog, she bit down on the closest piece of skin she could find. Her teeth sank into the unresistant meat, and the salty tang of sweat coated her mouth. Her captor roared, and a solid blow landed on her temple. Stunned, Tara let go, the metallic taste of blood lingering on her lips. A second blow ended her struggles. As her vision faded to darkness, she saw James's pleading gaze once more.
"Kill me, please." "I'm sorry I did that to you. I'm sorry,"
Tara whimpered as her head slumped to the side.
"Forgive me."
Chapter 10. Bannock. Bannock led the way to the laboratory with reluctance. He'd already seen Tara's handiwork, and he didn't want to see it again. For once, he was thankful he'd missed breakfast. Not that the slop they served in the cafeteria counted as food. There were days when he sorely missed Fort Detrick. At least the kitchen staff knew how to cook, unlike a bunch of convicts who cared little for the niceties of life. They passed through a checkpoint, and the guards nodded at King before stepping aside. They didn't bother to greet Bannock, and he was acutely aware of the contempt in their eyes as he passed. It was another reason he often missed mealtimes. The former prisoners, now under King's command, had no respect for the scientist. He was soft and wimpy, a coward who got by because he was useful to his master. If it weren't for King's protection, he'd be lying in a shallow grave with a cut throat. Food for the worms. At the entrance of the lab, 2 guards awaited them. The same 2 who caught Tara on the ground floor. They shifted to the side, and he removed his keycard from his pocket. The same one he'd left with the unfortunate James Dean in case of emergencies. He'd found it on the floor by the fire exit. Tara had dropped it in her headlong flight. To state he was shocked when he spotted her escaping was a gross understatement. Not only was she out of the lab and running for her life, but the howls of a dying man echoed throughout the corridor. After sounding the alarm, Bannock had investigated, only to find James trapped while Betsy feasted on his exposed flesh. He'd backed away and screamed for help. Minutes later, 2 guards showed up, carrying an unconscious Tara between them. That was when he fetched King. Bannock slid the keycard through the lock, and the door swished open. He stepped into the opening and surveyed the lab, ever amazed that such technology existed during the apocalypse. The facility was pristine. Pure white floors melded seamlessly with the walls and ceiling. Smooth countertops and gleaming chrome caught the eye, while the low hum of electric-driven machinery hovered in the background. But the perfect layout was marred by the half-eaten, half-crushed corpse stuck in the doorway that led to the specimen cages. The man formerly known as James Dean hung suspended in the air, lifeless. His eyes were dull and sightless, his face torn to shreds by Betsy's fingernails. She'd ripped off most of his shirt, and great chunks of flesh was missing from his neck, shoulders, and back. A pool of congealed blood, littered by bits of skin and meat, spread across the floor, and the smell of copper pennies hung thick in the air. A thick drop of blood plopped onto the pool below, causing a faint ripple. The fluid had the consistency of jelly, and Bannock closed his eyes as bile burned the back of his throat. Don't throw up. Don't throw up. Behind James, Betsy paced like a caged animal, her low growls turning into enraged snarls when she spotted them. She threw herself at the opening below James's body and tried to crawl through the narrow opening. It was too small, however, and she hissed with frustration as one arm stretched toward them with clawed fingers.
"So what did Dr. Lee do this time?" King asked as he hobbled through the doorway. "And what's that noise? Is that Betsy?"
King swung around Bannock, one crutch going wide. He almost lost his footing before he stopped short, his gaze fixed on James's corpse.
"Good God, that's awful."
"You can say that again," Bannock murmured in a low voice.
"How on earth did she manage to do that?"
"I don't know, sir," Bannock answered, struggling to control his heaving stomach.
"Where is she?"
King demanded, his tone rising to match his flaring temper. Bannock recognized the signs, and he backed away as far as he dared. They caught her running for the exit, sir," Bannock explained, pointing at the two silent guards.
"Where is she now?" "I knocked her out and placed her in her room, sir," one of the guards said.
"Knocked her out? I hope you didn't damage her," King said with a frown.
"No, sir, she'll be fine, but I had no choice. She wouldn't calm down," the guard said.
King shook his head, pacing up and down on his crutches.
"What am I to do with that woman? She refuses to listen, refuses to obey. She's a menace."
"I'm familiar with that side of Dr. Lee," Bannock agreed.
"Who asked you?"
King barked, throwing Bannock a mean look. Bannock backpedaled, and he stuttered a weak apology. "Sorry, sir."
"This shouldn't have happened in the first place. How did she get out?"
"She stole my key from the guard after—" Bannock swallowed hard. "After she killed him, I think."
"You think?"
King said with a sneer.
"What else do you think with that brilliant mind of yours, Dr. Bannock? How did she kill the guard?"
Bannock hesitated. I think she lured him into the specimen area before releasing Betsy."
"Bravo, you idiot! At least you got something right," King roared. "It's pretty obvious how she did it. Any moron can see that."
"I'm sorry, sir," Bannock said, his cheeks burning with humiliation in front of the snickering guards. He'd be the laughing stock of the campus by dinner time.
"From now on, nobody opens that door except you or me. Plus, I want an extra guard on that door. Let her try to get past two of them," King commanded. "See to it, Bannock."
"Yes, sir."
"And change the override code on the specimen cages. She can collect samples, but that's it."
Bannock nodded, the soft flesh under his chin wobbling.
"If she tries to escape again, I'll hold you personally responsible, Dr. Bannock. That's a promise,"
King threatened with bared teeth.
"Do you understand?"
"I understand, sir."
"You'll both die a painful death that will make his look like a walk in the park,"
King said, pointing at the unfortunate James. At the same time, a peculiar sound drew their attention. It issued from James's throat and sounded like a mixture of bubbling liquid and nails on a chalkboard. Betsy growled and backed away, her dark gaze fixed on the new threat. To Bannock's horror, James's corpse blinked, and his eyes rolled toward them. His mouth yawned open before snapping shut like a bear trap, and black veins marred what was left of his skin. His broken bones crackled as he attempted to move, grinding against each other and his flesh. He reached for them with futile hunger, but was unable to move. Like something freshly risen from hell, the monster that used to be James shrieked with hunger, and Bannock backpedaled toward the exit. Fear coursed through his veins like acid, and a cold sweat beaded his forehead. King remained in place, unmoved by the terror that presented itself. Instead, he grinned.
"I was wondering when he'd turn. Took him long enough."
What do we do with him, sir?" Bannock asked, his insides liquefying at the sight of zombie James.
"Do with him?" King asked with a deep chuckle. "Why, we'll keep him, of course. He can keep Betsy company. I'm sure she's getting lonely."
Bannock stared at King, certain the man had gone mad. "Sir?" King pinned him to the spot with a sharp glare.
"You could use another specimen, am I right?"
"I suppose so, sir."
"Well, now you've got one," King said before turning to the two guards. "Get those things back into their cages. Use the catcher's poles we got from the local animal shelter."
"Yes, sir," the guards responded.
Besides, Keeping him here will force Dr. Lee to face her handiwork. Day after day, she'll have to look at the man she murdered in such a horrific fashion," King added. "I see, sir. Clever," Bannock muttered. "Of course it's clever. I thought of it. A woman of good conscience like Dr. Lee will slowly crumble beneath the weight of what she's done," King said, hobbling toward the exit. "Maybe now she'll obey." He paused at the lab door, reaching for his keycard. "Make sure my instructions are carried out, Bannock." "I will, sir." "And leave the mess for her to clean up. It'll serve her right," King said with a cruel smile. Bannock nodded, eager to get back into King's good graces. "I'll see to it, sir." "You'd better. Remember, if she tries to run again, you're both dead," King said before exiting the lab. Bannock stared after the lieutenant, cold fear worming through his innards. The chances of Tara obeying King was next to zero. As sure as the sun rose in the east, she'd try again. He swallowed hard. Maybe I should have stayed at Fort Detrick. At least my talents were appreciated there.
Chapter 11. Amy.
"Hey, sleepyheads, time to get up," a cheerful voice called, dragging Amy from slumber. She peeked over the edge of her duvet and saw Amanda waltz into the room with a bright smile on her face. She wore a pair of black pants, matching flat shoes, a button-up shirt in dark blue, and her auburn hair was drawn back in a smooth knot. Her eyes swept over the room before settling on the bunk bed and its occupants. "Come on, I don't have all day. We have much to do." Amy groaned. 5 more minutes, please. I'm still tired." Jenny didn't even move in the bunk above Amy's head. "That's impossible. It's almost 8 in the morning already," Amanda said. With brisk efficiency, she swept open the curtains. "You've slept long enough, both of you." Amy yelped as bright sunlight flooded the room and raised one hand to shade her eyes. "Wow, that's bright." "Shut it off," Ginny cried from the bunk above her head. "It's burning my eyes." Amanda surveyed them with arms akimbo. "My goodness, I've never seen such a pair of crybabies in my life. What do you think, Brenda?" Brenda hovered in the doorway with a cloth-covered tray. "I agree, Amanda. They probably don't want my pancakes and syrup either. Should we leave them to sleep some more?" "Pancakes?" Ginny cried, and the entire bed shifted as she scrambled out from beneath the covers. "I want pancakes." "Me too," Amy said, throwing off her duvet. Jenny's face appeared in front of her face, upside down. "Do you like pancakes, Amy?" Amy reached out to tug Ginny's hair. "I love them." Ginny giggled before disappearing again. "They're just yummy." "Well, I'm glad to hear that," Brenda said, placing the tray on the bedside table. She whipped off the cloth with a grand flourish. "Here you are. One for you, Ginny, and one for you, Amy." Amy accepted her plate with eager hands and took a deep whiff. Her stomach growled as the scent of warm pancakes smothered in maple syrup hit her nostrils. "Oh, that smells so good. Thank you, Brenda." After a moment's silence, she knocked on the base above her head. "What do we say, Jenny?" Thank you for the food, Auntie Brenda," Ginny said. Brenda smiled. "It's my pleasure." "Rufus also wants pancakes," Ginny added. "Don't you have extra?" Brenda shook her head with an expression of mock regret. "I'm sorry, dear. I forgot all about Rufus." "That's okay. I'll give him some of mine," Ginny replied. Amy took a bite of her food and groaned with delight. "This is delicious." "Don't talk with your mouth full, sweetie," Brenda admonished. Amy swallowed hastily. "Sorry." Brenda placed 2 glasses of orange juice on the table and tucked the tray underneath her arm. "It's not fresh, I'm afraid, but it's all we've got."
That's okay, Amy said. This is wonderful.
Brenda nodded.
All right, I'm off, but I'll see you two later. I've got patients to attend to. Bye,
Amy and Ginny called as Brenda retreated from the room with a cheery wave.
Amanda stepped forward. Listen up, you two. I've been tasked with your care until Alex is on his feet again.
Amy nodded slowly.
What does that mean exactly?
Amanda sat down on the opposite bed and folded her hands.
You both need a place to stay until something more permanent can be organized. I'm assuming you'd rather not go back to your old home.
Definitely not, Amy agreed, shuddering at the thought. That place holds bad memories now, and it wouldn't be the same without the others.
I thought so too, which is why I want you to live with us in the meantime, Amanda said.
Us?
Brenda and me, Amanda replied. We stay in a small apartment attached to the infirmary. It's got enough room for all of us, and there's a small garden for Ginny to play in.
That sounds lovely, Amy said, a broad smile gracing her lips.
And I'll be close by in case Alex needs me.
Exactly. Plus, you and Ginny will be together, Amanda said. Would you like that, Ginny?
Yes, please. I want that very much,
Ginny replied, her voice muffled by pancake and syrup. Excellent. As soon as you've finished eating, I'll take you there. I'm sure you'd like some time to settle in. Maybe take a bath, Amanda added.
Oh, I'd love a hot shower, Amy said with a groan of longing. But when can I see Alex again?
He's still under sedation. I'll confirm with Dr. Hayes, but you might have to wait another day before you can visit him.
Disappointment filled Amy, but there was no point in moping about it. As long as he's okay, I can wait.
He's doing just fine. I checked in on him myself this morning, Amanda confirmed.
Thank you, Amanda. I don't know what I'd do without you, Amy said.
That's all right. I'm glad I can help, and you two are a joy to be around, Amanda said.
She stood up, smoothing her skirt.
I've arranged with Sergeant Dean to bring the rest of your stuff from your old house, and a couple of things for Ginny. He should be here in about an hour.
Thanks. I've got the most important stuff in my backpack, but King's men are sure to have left a few things behind, Amy said. We'll be ready for Nick.
I'll be back in a jiffy. You can give the dirty plates to the lady behind the counter at the cafeteria, Amanda instructed before leaving them to finish breakfast.
After they'd eaten, Amy took away the empty dishes and got dressed. She helped Ginny get ready too, and they washed up in the bathroom across the hall. As she stuffed their last clothes into a backpack, Amanda showed up in the doorway.
Are you ready to go? She asked.
We're ready, Amy said.
Follow me.
Amy and Ginny walked behind Amanda to their new home, a small but cozy 2-bedroom apartment attached to the far end of the infirmary. There were 2 more homes like theirs, occupied by more hospital staff.
You and Ginny can share this space, Amanda said,
showing them to a small bedroom with 2 single beds on opposite sides. The only other furniture was a chest of drawers, a set of built-in cupboards, and bedside tables with lamps.
The bathroom is over there, Amanda said, and this is where Brenda and I will sleep.
You don't mind sharing a room? We can sleep on the couch, Amy said.
Not at all. We hardly sleep anyway. Too much work to do and too many patients, Amanda explained. Over here's the living room and the porch which overlooks the garden. We take our meals in the cafeteria, but there is a tea and coffee station in that corner.
It's cozy, Amy said, eyeing out the simple decor. It was small, but neat and tidy. The living room boasted a pair of couches, a television, a DVD player, and a stack of movies. She squinted at the titles, happy to spot several kid-friendly shows. Ginny will like that.
We've got a couple of board games, too, Amanda said.
That's nice, Amy said.
The garden is my favorite, though, Amanda said, walking out onto the porch.
Amy followed and sucked in a surprised breath. Benches with pillows lined the wooden porch, and strings of fairy lights decorated the pillars. A wind chime tinkled in the corner, and a bird feeder swayed in the boughs of a budding apple tree.
Wow, this is awesome.
It is, isn't it? Amanda exclaimed. You can thank Brenda. She's got green fingers, that one.
It's so pretty,
Ginny cried, running past Amanda and Amy.
It is, Amy replied, her gaze drinking in the sight. Brenda had managed miracles in the small space. A patch of green grass abutted the wooden porch, while daisy bushes lined the fence. Tiny flower buds promised a riot of color come spring. Pink, yellow, and white. Rosemary and lavender bushes lined the adjacent wall, and a bed of mint grew in the shade beneath the gutter. More fairy lights entwined the branches of the apple tree, promising a magical show at night.
It's our sanctuary when the world outside becomes too much, Amanda explained. Especially with all the birds, bees, and butterflies that come to visit.
Do you believe in fairies?
Ginny asked with bright eyes.
Of course I do, Amanda said with a straight face.
Me too, Amy said with a somber expression.
I would like a fairy friend, Ginny said. Then I could fly like Peter Pan and Wendy.
I'm sure you could, but until then, no jumping off anything. Deal? Amanda said, wagging her finger at Ginny.
Deal,
Ginny agreed. It wasn't long before she got lost in the wonders of the garden, and Amy turned to Amanda. This will be great. Thank you for having us.
Amanda shrugged. I'm happy to help, that's all.
Where does Ethan stay now? Amy asked.
He lives in his office mostly, Amanda replied with a shake of her head.
His office?
Yeah, he stayed over a lot, but now he practically lives there. He's even got a sofa bed and a dresser inside.
That's sad. He used to stay by us, but we rarely saw him. He was seldom home.
That sounds like Dr. Hayes, Amanda said. The man is a workaholic.
I think it's because Dylan picked Nick, Amy confided.
Yeah? I thought there was something between the two of them, Amanda mused. Plus, he and Dylan had that falling out the other day.
They had a fight? I didn't know that, Amy said.
It was a big one. They've hardly talked since, Amanda said with a sad shake of her head.
I hope they figure it out, Amy replied. They used to be such great friends.
I know. Amanda reached out to squeeze Amy's hand. Anyway, I'll let you settle in now. When Nick arrives with your stuff, I'll send him here as well.
That would be great. If you see Dylan, can you show her the way too, please? I'd like to talk to her, Amy said.
Will do, Amanda said. Bye, Jenny. Bye, Amy. I'll see you later.
Bye,
the girls said in unison, waving to their new friend as she departed.
Do you like it here, Jenny? Amy asked, eyeing the little girl with a hopeful look.
Very much, Ginny replied. Rufus likes it too.
Amy heaved a sigh of relief. Good, so it's settled. We'll stay here until Alex is back on his feet.
What happens then?
Jenny asked. Then we'll find our own home, Amy said. Our real home.
That sounds wonderful.
Yes, it does, Amy replied, wondering what the future held for them. Whatever it is, good or bad, we'll make it work. We'll be a family again. Chapter 12. Nick. Nick crossed the grounds toward the parking lot, where Saul was having a meeting with the group of volunteers who'd assist him in Tara's rescue mission. Dylan had radioed him earlier, saying she'd try to speak sense into Saul's head, but he doubted she'd have any success. Saul was nothing if not single-minded in his efforts to rescue Tara. When he arrived, Dylan met him on the outskirts with a broad smile and a kiss.
Hey, handsome. Glad you could join us. How are things going? He asked, looking over at Saul.
The soldier acknowledged him with a curt nod before turning his back.
Well, you know,
Dylan said with a shrug.
He's still pissed at you. Yeah, I can see that. What about the rescue mission? Nick asked. Did he listen to you?
No, he didn't. We're still leaving today, Dylan replied. Damn it, Nick cursed. I wish he'd stop being so stubborn. All I need is a few days to send out scouting parties and gather information.
Nope, not gonna happen, Dylan said. In that case, I'm surprised you're still here, Nick remarked, looking at the volunteers gathered around Saul. Saul has decided to leave tonight rather than this morning, Dylan explained. He wants the element of surprise, and it will give everyone the chance to rest for a few hours. I see, Nick said with a nod. That's something, at least. Where are you off to, and what's in there? Dylan asked, pointing at the box he carried underneath one arm. These are Amy's things. I collected them from her old room. What was left, anyway, Nick said. Are you taking them to her? Yes, but I'm headed to the thrift shop first, Nick said. Amanda, the nurse from last night, has taken Amy and Ginny under her wing, but they need a few things like clothes and such. That's sweet of her. Can I tag along?
I need to say goodbye to Amy anyway, Dylan said.
Sure, you're more than welcome to join me, Nick agreed.
Great, Dylan said, waving at Rita and Saul. I'll see you tonight. Saul answered with another curt nod, while Rita responded with a big grin.
See you later, alligator. In a while, crocodile, Dylan shouted back before falling in next to Nick. Nick snorted. Oh, come on. That is such an old saying. Only kids still use it. Dylan shrugged. We're young at heart. That counts, right? Nick rolled his eyes. If you say so. Dylan nudged him in the ribs. I do, Grandpa. I'm not a grandpa, he protested. Fine, a sourpuss then. Am not. Now who sounds like a kid? Dylan countered with a chuckle.
At the thrift shop, a lady called Mandy greeted them. She had soft blonde hair that grew in wild curls and vivid blue eyes that twinkled at them from a kindly face. Good day, Sergeant Dean and Dylan. How are you this fine morning?
We're good, thanks for asking, Nick replied. I'm here to pick up some stuff for Amanda.
Oh, that's right. She and Brenda dropped in earlier to pick out some things for the two girls, Mandy said, pulling a box out from underneath the counter. Here you go.
Thanks,
Dylan said, reaching for the goods. Oh, one more thing, Mandy exclaimed, clapping her hands. I almost forgot the best thing of all.
What's that?
Nick asked. It's a surprise for the young one, Ginny. Let me show you, Mandy said, ducking into a back room. She returned minutes later with a wriggling bundle of brown fur and a plastic bag filled to the brim. Nick gaped at her.
What's that?
It's a puppy, silly, Mandy said, holding out the animal in question.
I can see that, but what is it doing here? He asked.
It's a surprise for Ginny, Mandy repeated, lifting her eyebrows. It was Brenda's idea. She knew I still had the one at home.
A surprise, Nick said in a faint voice. I can't believe it. A puppy. Where on earth did you get it?
My dogs had pups a while ago. I managed to find homes for all of them except this little buddy, Mandy said, raining kisses down on the puppy's head.
Oh, wow. I haven't seen a friendly dog in a long time, Dylan said, reaching out to ruffle the pup's ears. At least, not a live one. You have dogs? Nick asked. Breedin' dogs?
Yes, silly, though I'm having them fixed now, Mandy said. I've lived on this base nearly my entire life. First with my parents, and then my husband, Ralph Baker. Sure, we moved away a few times, but we always ended up back here.
A real army brat, huh? Dylan said with growing enthusiasm.
Exactly. Anyway, I've always had dogs. I couldn't conceive of not having them, could you? They're such a comfort, especially since I can't have kids, Mandy said with a little laugh. I guess you could say they are my kids.
Uh-huh, Nick managed to utter. I thought most owners euthanized their pets when the outbreak began. Mandy gasped. I could never! What an outrageous thought! My dogs have never been a bother. They're well-trained, don't bark for no reason, and have never bitten a soul. They're excellent with kids, too. Perfect watchdogs. I'm sure they are, Dylan said, reaching out to take the puppy. Oh my, he's such a cute little boy, isn't he? Mandy beamed. He's almost 3 months old now, and potty-trained. He's got good manners, too. I made sure of that. He needs more training on the lead, however. I bet Jenny will love him to bits, Dylan said before burying her face in the dog's fur. She giggled when he licked her face. He's so adorable. I could eat him up. Please don't. You might get worms, Nick cautioned. Nonsense. I had him at the vet this morning, and I brushed his teeth, Mandy said before handing over the plastic bag. In there is his food and water bowls, his blanket, a harness and lead, and his favorite ball. He likes to eat rice and carrots with gravy, but he'll have just about anything you do. Nick reluctantly took the bag. We have a vet on the base? Of course. He mostly works from home since there aren't so many pets to look after anymore. Dr. Bloomberg is the best. Huh. Good to know, Nick said as they left the shop. Indeed, Dylan replied. He'll come in handy once we have our own livestock. Yes, but why does it feel like I suddenly know nothing about this place at all? Nick said. Next thing you know, we'll have people queuing to have their nails and hair done. Oh, that would be Misty Bethel. She's a volunteer with Soul's group, but when she's not out kicking zombie butt, she's trimming bangs and painting nails. She's good, too. I was at her house for a cut only last week, Dylan said. You've got to be kidding me, Nick said, eyeing her with utter disbelief. Nope, I'm serious, Dylan said. Besides, what's wrong with being a fighter and looking good at the same time? Nick shook his head. It's the end of the world, Dylan, not a beauty pageant. Dylan snorted. So? You know how many nails I've broken since this apocalypse began? No, I do not, Nick said, pointing ahead to the infirmary. Thank God we're here. Now I can focus on the important stuff. Like what? Getting rid of this dog so I can return to my ignorant existence where puppies and rainbows don't exist, Nick said. You've got something against rainbows, too? Ugh, I don't even... Leave it, okay, Nick said with a sigh. Dylan laughed as they walked up the steps of the infirmary. If only it were that easy. They found Amanda without too much trouble, and she took them to her and Brenda's apartment. Amy's been waiting for you, and I bet Ginny will love her present. I bet she will, Dylan said. Nick rolled his eyes. Until he pees all over your house. Not a chance. We've got a garden and grass and stuff, Amanda said. Good luck picking up his poop, he added. Ignore him. He's in a grumpy mood, Dylan said. Am not, he complained. There he goes again. A real little crybaby, Dylan said with a smirk. Ugh. Men, you can't live with them, and you can't live without them, Amanda laughed. Amy was busy sorting through her and Ginny's stuff when they arrived, but she jumped up when she saw them.
Nick, Dylan, I'm so happy to see you. Oh, what's this? A puppy?
Yep, it's a surprise for Ginny from Brenda, Dylan said.
That's so thoughtful, Amy said. Let's give him to her right away.
As predicted, Ginny was ecstatic over the new addition to the household.
A puppy? For me?
It's a present from Brenda, Dylan confirmed as she handed the wriggling canine over to Ginny's eager arms. He's all yours.
I've always wanted a dog, but Mommy said they're too messy,
Ginny said, giggling as the puppy crawled all over her. Well, they are messy, Amy said, but I'll teach you how to look after him. Deal?
Deal,
Ginny said before dissolving into another fit of giggles. He needs a name, Amy said. What are you going to call him? Ginny thought about it for a brief moment.
George. His name is George.
George? Nick asked, taken aback. Why George?
I don't know. He looks like a George to me,
Ginny said. No, Nick broke off with a cough when Dylan elbowed him in the ribs. George is a lovely name. It suits him, Dylan said with a deadpan expression. Amanda and Amy likewise agreed, and the pup was officially named George. Well, this was nice, but I've got work to do, Amanda said, excusing herself. Brenda will pop in later with something to eat for you guys.
Don't forget about George and Rufus,
Ginny called after her, retreating back. I won't, Amanda replied, flashing them a smile across her shoulder. After she left, Amy made them each a cup of tea, which they drank on the porch. Ginny played ball with George on the grass, while Amy and Dylan caught up. It was a pleasant experience, and a novel one for Nick. Sitting still for long wasn't something he was used to, especially with the soothing sounds of children's laughter, dogs barking, birds cooing, and wind chimes singing in the background. This is weird, but in a nice way. I could get used to this. But time waited for no man, and he had a base to command while Dylan sorely needed to rest before she went on her mission with Saul. Clearing his throat, Nick said, Well, I guess we should get going. It's getting late.
Why so soon? Amy protested. You just got here.
Oh, sweetie, I almost forgot to tell you. It's been such fun catching up, Dylan said.
Tell me what?
Amy asked. We're leaving tonight to rescue Tara, and I need to get ready. Amy's face lightened up.
You are? I'm so happy to hear that. I've been so worried about her all this time.
We all are. Saul especially, Dylan agreed.
It must be terrible for her. King is an awful man, and so is Bannock,
Amy said.
Every second she's with them, she's in terrible danger.
Nick listened to her words and wondered for the 100th time if he'd made the right decision not to support Saul. But no, he stood by what he'd said earlier. They needed a solid plan backed by reliable information. Rushing into things was a fool's errand, and he could only hope Saul and Dylan returned alive and well. He looked at Dylan while she laughed and talked, once again struck by the animation in her features. She was more alive than any other person he knew. She grabbed every second she got and devoured it in a way he found both astonishing and tiring. She had an appetite for life few others could match, and it was one of the things he loved the most about her. It was also the one thing that might make him lose her. Chapter 13. Dylan. When the alarm went off, Dylan groaned. It felt like she'd only slept for a couple of hours, even though she'd crawled into bed at 4 in the afternoon. It was now 11:30 at night, and she needed to meet up with Saul and the convoy at 12 sharp. Midnight. Such an auspicious time to go on a dangerous mission. The digital clock blared non-stop until she smashed the button into oblivion before she forced herself to her feet. She shivered when her bare feet hit the cold tiles, and she hurried toward the bathroom. After a hot shower, she toweled off and pulled on her clothes. Sports panties and bra, stretch jeans, knee-high woolen socks and leather boots, a long-sleeved shirt, and a polo neck jersey. All in black. It was a simple outfit, warm, comfortable, and easy to move in. The rest of her kit waited downstairs. After smoothing her hair into a tight bun, she brushed her teeth and jogged down the steps to the kitchen. The house was lonely with only her in it, and the bloodstain on the carpet brought back bad memories. But she'd needed time to herself. Time to reconcile herself to the battle on the morrow, and the fact that she might not return alive. Nick had wanted her to stay by him, but she couldn't. He was worried about her and the mission, and that knowledge weighed on her. While she was optimistic about their chances,
she was also realistic. Anything could happen. Anything at all. She quickly donned the rest of her equipment. A leather belt with 2 knives on either side went over her hips. A third blade rested inside the top of her right boot, the sheath strapped to her calf. Each knife was as long as her hand, slim-bladed and needle-sharp, meant for stabbing. She'd spent hours practicing on a dummy under Saul's watchful gaze, learning where to sink in the blades for maximum damage. She didn't possess the brute strength of most men, but she was fast and lethal. A double shoulder holster with a fully loaded Beretta on either side clipped onto her torso. The harness fit like a second skin and boasted space for extra magazines. A short, warm jacket went over this, the pockets loaded with a basic first aid kit, a utility knife, a flashlight, and handheld radio set to the correct frequency. A bottle of mango juice and a protein bar waited on the counter, and she grabbed them to have on the go. A glance at her watch told her she had 10 minutes left to get to the rendezvous point, and she still needed to say goodbye to Nick. Time to go. I'd better hurry. She stepped onto the front porch and paused as her eyes adjusted to the night. A hunter's moon shone brightly in the sky, eliciting a feral grin. The perfect night to look for prey. As she shut the front door, Dylan realized that she'd never come back. That part of her life was over. She'd either return from the mission triumphant and ready to take on a future with Nick, or she wouldn't come back at all. Let's hope it's the former. Dylan jogged toward the meeting point, allowing the exercise to warm her muscles and sharpen her mind. She was in great shape thanks to Saul's merciless training ethic, a fact she was grateful for now. She made it to the rallying point with 5 minutes to spare and immediately spotted Nick. "Nick, over here!" He was pacing up and down, largely ignored by Saul and the rest of the group. He looked up when she called, and disappointment washed across his face. "Dylan, you made it. I wish you hadn't." "What's wrong?" she asked with a frown. "Did you hear something about King? Did Grissom say something?" "No, but I have a bad feeling about this," he said after a moment's hesitation. Dylan sighed, relieved. "Look, I know you have reservations about this mission, but everything's going to be fine, I promise." "You don't know that. You're running blind into a fight with a cunning and wily enemy. King is not to be underestimated," Nick insisted. "I know that. Saul knows it too. We won't rush into anything. I swear it," Dylan replied. "Besides, we're not going in blind. We have all the information Grissom gave us." "Old information," Nick said. "He hasn't been there himself. Everything he knows is hearsay." "Even so, King isn't expecting us, and we're all experienced fighters," Dylan said. "I know that, but I'll be fine, Nick, and I'll be back before you know it. I'll be driving you nuts again in no time," Dylan said, though it felt like a vice was closing over her heart. "Don't do this to me. Not now. Don't make me choose." Nick nodded. "It's just, I don't want to lose you. You make me happy, Dylan. Happier than I've ever been or thought I could be." "That happy, huh?" she asked with a teasing grin, trying to lighten the mood. "Yep. Whenever I see you, my stomach flops all over the place like a fish out of water." Dylan laughed. "For real? That's so stupid, I know," he admitted. "I was about to say sweet, but okay," Dylan said with a chuckle. "I'm serious, Dylan. I know you have to go, but everything inside me is screaming at me to hold you back, to make you stay." Dylan sighed, her shoulders drooping beneath the weight of his confession. "I'm sorry, Nick, but I owe them. I owe Saul and Tara. I owe them my life." "I know, but do you also owe them your death?" Nick asked. His hands reached up to cup her face, and he gazed into her eyes. "Do you owe them your future?" Dylan's breath hitched in her throat, and unshed tears burned her eyelids. Don't make me choose, Nick. I can't. You know I can't.
I know, and that's why I'm so afraid to let you go, Nick said. I'm scared we'll never get a second chance. A second chance at what? Dylan asked with a frown of confusion. A second chance at us. The real us. The us where we choose each other above all else, no matter what, Nick said. The us where not even the needs of the people on this base can outweigh yours. The us where you stay by my side forever. Dylan blinked, his words evoking a vision of a future she'd never thought possible. A tomorrow where their connection was so strong that nothing and no one could break it. Ever. That glimpse settled into her heart and sent out tendrils of hope and determination. With a sharp breath, she drew on all her inner strength. I'm coming back, Nick. I swear to you, I'm coming back. He stared into her eyes for several seconds, searching until he was satisfied with what he saw. I believe you. His hands tightened on either side of her face, and he drew her in for a kiss. It wasn't a soft or loving kiss, but hard and relentless. It was the kind of kiss that demanded fealty, and she gladly gave it. When their lips broke apart, she whispered, "Whatever it takes, I'll come back to you, Nick." "I'll hold you to that, my beautiful monster," he said before abruptly letting her go. Without another word, he disappeared into the night, leaving her awash with a mixture of emotions she struggled to control. But one rose above the rest, and that was her determination to survive whatever lay ahead on the morrow. For she had made a promise she dared not break, an unbreakable pact. The crunch of boots on gravel tore her from her thoughts, and she turned to face Saul. He stared at her with dark eyes. "Have you changed your mind?" "No, I haven't," she said with a quick shake of her head. "I'm glad. I need you on this, Dylan. I need people I can count on for Tara's sake," he said. "I know, and I've got your back," she replied. "Let's go save Tara." He nodded. "Let's do it." Chapter 14. Saul. Saul climbed up the steep hill, carrying his full kit plus a set of binoculars. His breath puffed out in clouds of white, and a chill breeze swirled around his collar. Dylan grunted when a pebble rolled beneath her boot, and she fell to one knee. "Crap," she muttered, regaining her footing. "You okay?" Saul asked, but it was a rhetorical question. His attention was fixed on the trees around them, alert for danger among their stunted trunks and limbs. This high up, the wind prevented tall growth. "I'm fine, it's just a graze," she answered, wiping the dirt from her skinned palm off on her shirt. They continued further upward until they reached the top of the hill and settled down in a clump of dry bushes. Digging into a shallow ditch, he reached for the binoculars and panned over the campus below. "Do you see anything?" Dylan asked. "Not much," he admitted. "Visibility is poor." "The sun's almost up," Dylan replied. "We might as well wait. Besides, the other scouting parties won't be back yet." "I know," Saul said, dropping his head to his forearms. After leaving Fort Detrick at midnight, they'd stopped a few miles away from the campus in a clearing off the road. After resting for a few hours, Saul sent out several search teams to check out King's hideaway and the surrounding streets. They were to report back after dawn while he and Dylan climbed the hill for a better look. The minutes ticked by, and a restless Dylan shifted in the ditch next to him. A cloud of midges appeared out of nowhere and descended on the two watchers. Saul's neck stung when one of the critters zoomed in, and he smacked it with his free hand. Dylan slapped at the biting insects that circled their heads. "Stupid bugs. I can't stand the things." "Then you don't want to visit Africa," Saul murmured. "Probably not," she countered. "I've heard a couple of Tara's horror stories. Besides, I've got enough to deal with right here.
Yeah? Which parts did she tell you about? Saul asked, his interest tweaked.
Well, the Congo doesn't seem like a picnic, Dylan said.
It's not. By the way, how did you get infected? Dylan asked.
You never told me, and neither did Tara.
It's a long story, Saul replied.
And we've got nothing but time on our hands.
Maybe another day, Saul said, reluctant to get embroiled in the past.
Come on, you're the first person to survive a zombie bite. How did that happen? Dylan insisted.
Saul sighed. Fine, I'll tell you, but only if you promise to keep quiet.
Deal.
Saul closed his eyes and thought back to the day he got infected with the Vita virus. When I was bitten, it was the first time I thought I was going to die. Even as a soldier, I never truly believed I could get killed. I never thought, this is it, I'm a dead man.
Never?
Never, Saul confirmed.
That's strange. There were lots of times I thought I was a goner, Dylan mused.
Are you going to let me tell the story or not? Saul asked.
Sorry, my lips are sealed, Dylan said,
running her fingers across her mouth.
Saul sighed.
Anyway, we were at Fort Knox, and we were safe, or so we thought. Tara was working late that night.
What's new? Dylan asked.
Saul shot her a look, and she ducked her head.
Oops, sorry.
I was on guard duty. Even as a foreign soldier, they still had use for me. I didn't mind, as it kept me busy, Saul continued. But that night we had a breach. The first of many.
Yeah?
Dylan breathed, leaning closer. They came out of nowhere. Hundreds of them, their eyes and teeth flashing in the spotlights. They stormed the fence, clawing, crawling, and pushing their way through the wires. I shot as many as I could, killing until my ammunition ran out. What happened then? Dylan asked, her eyes wide. I reloaded and kept shooting. Rat-a-tat, rat-a-tat. I dropped them like flies, one after the other, but they kept coming. Some of the other soldiers lost their nerve and ran. They didn't get far.
They got eaten? Dylan asked, her face like that of a little kid during story time in class.
Saul suppressed a smile and nodded, his expression serious. Exactly.
Cowards, Dylan muttered, pulling her face.
When I ran out of bullets again, I picked up their guns and kept fighting. I never stopped. Me and a few of the others, not even when we got surrounded. Dylan gasped. No. Yes, they were all around us, pushing and pulling to get to us. The sound of their howling still haunts my dreams. They stomped each other into the ground in their haste to get to us. Now and then, I'd hear a scream as more of us fell. We were losing, but I still didn't think of death or dying. Not yet, Saul said in his most dramatic tone of voice. Then reinforcement showed up, and the night exploded as grenades decimated the ranks of the undead. Boom, boom, boom! Dust, dirt, and body parts rained down upon us.
You were saved? Dylan prompted, grabbing his arm.
We were, Saul said, ignoring her use of present tense. But as we began to clear away the bodies, I noticed it.
What? Dylan asked.
The bite mark on my upper arm, he replied.
No, when did that happen? Dylan asked with ghoulish horror.
I don't know. Somewhere, somehow, during all the fighting, I got bitten, Saul said. That's when I knew I was going to die.
What did you do?
I went to Tara. I wanted to say goodbye, because the moment I realized I was a dead man, I figured it out.
What?
That she was the only person I cared about enough to want to say goodbye. I needed to see her one last time, and I realized I loved her more than life itself.
Aw, Dylan said, visibly melting. That's so sweet.
Saul nodded. But you know Tara. She's a fighter, and she'd just synthesized her second batch of the cure.
What happened to the first batch?
Every person who took it died a horrible death and came back as a zombie within minutes, Saul said with a shudder. He could still see it when he closed his eyes. Tara's last patient screeching like a mad thing while it threw itself at the walls of its cage with bloody froth bubbling from its lips.
I bet you were scared,
Dylan said.
Tara, too.
I was, but she didn't show it. She told me with full confidence that the second batch would work.
And it did? Of course it did. I'm still here, aren't I? Saul asked with a low laugh. Dylan punched him on the arm. Don't mock me. That was a great story.
Yeah, well, I only found out later that Tara was about to trash the second batch when I arrived. She thought it was complete rubbish.
What? Dylan asked with a disbelieving laugh.
Yup. When I asked her why she took the chance, she shrugged and said that the second batch worked because it had to. Saul shook his head. She never even tied me up. I could have turned into a zombie and torn her to pieces, but she never believed I would. Dylan whistled.
She's one amazing woman.
That she is. Saul glanced at the sky above their heads and cleared his throat. This is it. The sun's up.
Thanks for telling me your story.
I won't forget it, Dylan said, turning back to the campus.
Now let's get Tara out of there.
Agreed. Picking up the binoculars, Saul tried again. With slow precision, he studied the campus layout. He counted 4 watchtowers, each manned by 2 guards. 2 more men patrolled the gate, while an unknown number remained hidden inside the buildings. Afterward, he handed over the binoculars.
Take a look. What do you think? Dylan asked after a couple of minutes.
We can take them, I'm sure of it, he replied.
What about those we can't see?
By the time they realize we're here, we'll be through the gates already. Besides, there can't be more than 20, according to Grissom.
I hope you're right, Dylan said.
Let's get back to the group. They eased away from their vantage point and made their way down the hill at a rapid pace. Once they reached the convoy, Saul called the group together. Ginger, what do you have to report?
We scouted the roads and there's no sign of movement. We didn't see any snipers leading up to the campus either.
That's good news. Misty, what about you and Richard? Saul asked.
It's the same on the other side, Misty said. No snipers, no traffic, nothing.
All right, listen up. Here's the plan, Saul said, laying it out. We'll advance in a single line until we get close enough to split up. At that point, I'll give the signal, and each Humvee will head for a specific tower. There are 4 Humvees, 1 for each tower. Gunners, this is your moment to shine. Make sure you take out the 2 guards. Those 50 calibers will punch through them like they're made out of paper.
What signal? Rita asked.
I'll let off a volley of shots at the gate. With any luck, I can take out the 2 guards operating it before hitting the tower adjacent, Saul said. Rita, you're driving, and Dylan, you're riding shotgun. Cover us. Rita and Dylan nodded. The same goes for each vehicle. The gunners do the shooting, the drivers focus on getting them where they need to be, and the shotguns provide cover, Saul said.
Which Humvee targets which tower? Misty asked, bouncing up and down on the balls of her feet.
Saul laid it out, directing each to their target before adding, Once you've taken the tower out, head straight for the gate. With the guards out of commission, we should be able to punch right through.
Then what? Rita asked. Aren't there more of them inside the buildings?
Yes, about 20 more. 30 max, Saul said.
Rita rocked back on her heels. That's a lot.
Yes, but remember, these guys aren't soldiers. When they hear the noise, they'll come running out like a bunch of amateurs. Easy prey for the gunners on top. Once most of them are down, we'll advance inside, Saul explained. As the most experienced one here, I'll take the lead. Understood? A chorus of nods rippled through the group. A few shouted out general questions, which Saul answered with calm confidence. When silence fell upon the group, he asked, "Is everyone clear about their roles?" Another wave of nods followed. "Good. Let's move out," Saul said, before pausing for a moment. "Two more things. The last Humvee through the gate needs to close it. We don't want any undead in the vicinity to flood the grounds. They'll be drawn to the noise. Richard, Misty, and Dan, that's your job."
"Understood,"
Richard said, and Misty flashed a thumbs up. Dan didn't answer, but that was normal. He never spoke much to begin with.
"Also, try not to engage King and Perez directly. They're the most dangerous of the lot, and better left to me. That does not include you, Richard. I bet you could even take me out," Saul said, speaking directly to the retired veteran.
Richard grinned.
"We'll see who gets them first."
"What do we do if something goes wrong?" Misty asked.
"Nothing will go wrong. But if it does, fall back to a safe position. Gather up as many of your mates as you can and get to Fort Detrick. Don't try to be a hero. You all have people waiting for you back home," Saul commanded. "Got it?"
Low murmurs rang around the clearing, and Saul allowed himself a moment of satisfaction.
"We can do this, people. I know we can. We are fighters, the lot of us, and we've never faltered, not even in the face of vicious zombie hordes. A few prisoners are nothing compared to the undead buggers we face on our runs every day."
"Hear, hear!" Ginger shouted, his cinnamon-colored beard gleaming in the sun. Misty whooped, and a cheer went up around the group, followed by a couple of fist pumps. As Saul strode to his Humvee, a sense of determination settled into his heart. He was here, at last, backed by good, reliable people, and ready to take on anything that stood in his way.
"Watch out, King. I'm coming for you."
Chapter 15. Richard gripped the .50 caliber gun with both hands and braced himself against the rocking motions of the Humvee. Dan was an excellent driver, but the terrain wasn't the smoothest, and he needed to focus his aim. His group was chosen to take out the tower furthest from the gate, and he was determined to make short work of it. Thankfully, he had a good team, and they were used to working together. Dan was the silent type, and a couple of years older than Richard. His short hair was pure white, and his tanned face spoke of years spent in the outdoors. A good driver, he was an even better shot and an avid hunter. In his mid-50s, Richard was a retired staff sergeant with a short temper and a long list of dislikes. After losing his entire family during the apocalypse, he wanted nothing more than to rid the land of the undead scourge.
"Not that I mind taking out a few scumbag convicts along the way."
Misty, on the other hand, was young enough to be his granddaughter. While they weren't thrilled when she joined their ranks in the beginning, they'd since changed their minds. For a girl who barely topped 5 feet and weighed less than a wet rag, she packed a mighty dose of whoop-ass. In a way, he and Dan had taken her under their wing. As they neared the tower, gunfire broke out further down the ranks. Each Humvee had picked its target and was closing in like a fox on a henhouse. The sound sent a familiar thrill rushing through his veins, and his lips peeled back in a feral grin. As the distance between them and the tower narrowed, he readied himself to shoot. He spotted the 2 guards milling about on the platform above the fence before ducking down behind the flimsy wooden sheeting that formed their wall. It was a pointless act of self-preservation, as the .50 caliber would punch through it like it was tissue paper.
"Surprise, assholes!"
As his thumbs pressed down on the trigger, a colossal shockwave hit his entire body. It reverberated through his spine and limbs, and his teeth clicked together on his tongue. The taste of blood bloomed in his mouth, and his ears rang from the loud boom that followed straight after.
The Humvee careened off course, and he was flung sideways with jarring force. From the front, he heard Misty scream, a shrill cry of fear. Their vehicle continued forward in a zigzag pattern as Dan fought to regain control of the wheel. Just when it looked like they were straightening out, the Humvee's nose disappeared into a deep ditch. Metal and glass screeched as the truck crashed into the deep hole, and Richard pitched forward as he lost his seat. He fell head first onto the hood and blacked out for a couple of seconds. When he came to, his ears rang from the force of the earlier blast. He groaned and reached out with both hands, attempting to find a handhold. As he straightened up, a sharp pain hit him in the temple. Hot blood gushed down the side of his face, and he swore as his fingers encountered a deep gash in his scalp. "Shit, that hurts." On autopilot, he ripped off the bandana he always wore around his throat and tied it over the gash. That staunched the bleeding and allowed him to focus on more important things, like the danger he found himself in. He looked around, surprised to see a sharpened stave of wood pointing right at him. He'd missed falling on it by mere inches, a stroke of good fortune. More of the spears stuck up from the deep pit they'd fallen into, splintered and broken by the bulk of the Humvee. The remains of a woven mat and dried leaves explained why none of them had seen the hole. "It was a trap, damn it," he cursed, feeling for the rifle slung across his back. It was still there, much to his relief. "The assholes dug traps and camouflaged them." A loud sob drew his attention, and he looked through the windshield into the cab of the Humvee. Dan lay slumped across the wheel, while Misty was curled into a tiny ball. He knocked on the glass. "Misty, are you okay?" She looked up at him with tearful eyes.
"My arm. I think it's broken."
"What about Dan?" he asked.
"I don't know. He's not moving,"
she replied. "Hold on, I'm coming to get you," Richard said. He maneuvered around the front until he reached her door. An experimental tug on the handle delivered no results, and he shouted, "Misty, I need you to open the window. The door's stuck." With one arm hanging limply by her side, she obeyed. Once the window was open, Richard pulled her out and sat her on the hood of the vehicle. "Wait there. I need to look at Dan." She nodded, dashing away her tears.
"Do what you have to. I can wait."
He crawled back into the cab and reached out to Dan. "Dan, wake up, buddy. Are you okay?" Dan groaned, but didn't move. With great care, Richard tipped him upright, holding his head with one hand. "Dan, where does it hurt? Your neck? Your head?" Dan moaned. "My leg. I think it got twisted up." Richard nodded, slightly relieved. "At least his neck isn't broken. I hope." He reached out and gripped Dan beneath the armpits. "Come on, buddy. We need to get you out of here." I'll try," Dan said, fumbling for handholds. "Where's Misty?" "She's okay. She's waiting for us outside," Richard replied. With Dan's help, Richard managed to drag him out of the cab and onto the hood as well. Once there, he examined Dan's leg. The knee was swollen to twice its normal size. Painful, but not life-threatening. The man had a gash above his nose as well, and the glassy look in his eyes spoke of shock. "Stay with me, Dan. Focus." "What the hell happened?" Dan mumbled, reaching up to staunch the bleeding on his face.
"I think we hit a landmine,"
Misty said, still holding her left arm. Richard turned to her. "Let's have a look at that, shall we?" She winced as he examined her arm, but didn't utter a word until he was finished.
"Well, is it broken?"
"No, but you dislocated your shoulder. I need to pop it back in if we hope to get out of here in one piece." She stared at him for a second before nodding.
"Do it, then."
"This is gonna hurt," he warned, gripping her elbow and shoulder with both hands.
"Just get it over with. I'm not a sissy.
she hissed through gritted teeth. "On the count of 3. 1, 2... With a swift move, he popped the joint back into place and braced himself for Misty's piercing scream. With her right hand, she punched him in the chest.
"You said on the count of 3, you bastard!"
Richard grinned at her with blood-stained lips. "It worked, didn't it?"
She blinked with surprise before testing the arm.
"It did. I can use it."
"Great. Now let's get out of here," Richard said. "I'll go first. Dan second. You last."
"Got it," Misty said.
"I'll try," Dan replied with a grimace as he tested out his injured knee. "Don't worry," Richard said. "We'll get you out of this mess." "Thanks," Dan said, using his good leg and both hands to pull himself up the back of the Humvee in Richard's wake. Richard leaned back to help the man up while Misty pushed from below. When they reached the top of the pit, Richard paused. "Hold up, guys. Let me have a look first." With his rifle gripped in both hands, Richard peeked over the rim. When he was confident the immediate vicinity was clear, he climbed further up to get a better look. Gunfire sounded from further down the fence line, and he spotted the other Humvees within seconds. The closest one was firing at its allotted tower, and he recognized Ginger as the gunner. The 50 cut through the guard post's flimsy defenses like a hot knife through butter, and the tower exploded into a shower of wooden planks. Both the guards screamed as they tumbled to the ground, and Richard let out a triumphant cry. "Yes!" His joy was short-lived when Ginger's truck hit another landmine, and he ducked as the explosion rumbled through the ground. Ginger disappeared as their vehicle zigzagged across the field before slowing to a stop. Smoke billowed from the destroyed front wheel, and the driver's door was a mangled mess of jagged metal. "What's happening?" Dan shouted from below. "Ginger's team is down," Richard replied. "Another landmine. The entire place is booby-trapped." He craned his head to look for the last 2 Humvees, and his gaze picked out Saul's vehicle. It lay on its side, not far from the gate, with the wheel spinning in the air. A deep crater marked the ground behind it, evidence of yet another mine. A figure emerged from the door on top of the downed Humvee, followed by 2 more. They fell over the side and onto the ground with their vehicle providing cover. They did so in the nick of time as hellfire rained down upon them from the nearby gate. Richard swore again. "Shit, they've got machine guns up in those towers." Before he could blink, bullets tore up the turf next to his face, and he ducked back into the pit. The tower they were supposed to take out was now the aggressor and bent on shooting them to ribbons. As he huddled inside the hole, the radio in his pocket crackled to life, and he pulled it out. "This is Dylan. We hit a landmine, and we're pinned down by heavy gunfire. Can anyone assist us? Over." "This is Richard. We also hit a mine, and we're trapped inside a pit. King booby-trapped the entire field. Over," Richard replied. "No shit," Dylan replied. "Can you get to safety? Over." "Doubtful. They're shooting at us, too. Over," Richard said. "This is Ginger," a voice came over the radio. "My entire team is down. I repeat, they're dead. It's just me, and I'm stuck inside the truck." Richard closed his eyes and muttered, "Damn it, this is all going to hell. They were prepared for us."
"They knew we were coming?"
Misty asked with wide eyes.
"Either that or they suspected," Dan said, still pinching the gash on his nose between a thumb and forefinger.
A different voice sounded over the radio.
"This is Jackson. We're still operational, and we took out another tower. That leaves 2. What should we do? Over."
Richard dared a quick look above ground and spotted the last Humvee racing along the fence line toward Saul's team. The fact that they hadn't hit a landmine yet was a miracle. Even so, they were taking constant fire from the remaining nearby tower. The radio crackled again, and Saul's voice came on.
"Forget the last towers. The attack failed. We need to retreat. Can you get to us, Jackson? Over."
"Almost there.
Over, Jackson confirmed. When you get here, use our vehicle as cover, Saul said. We're taking heavy fire from the gate. Over. Roger that. Over, Jackson said, his vehicle veering away from the fence toward Saul's group. Richard listened to the exchange, his thoughts going a mile a minute. He dared a quick look above the ground and saw Jackson's Humvee slide to a stop next to Saul's. Saul, Dylan, and Rita scrambled into the waiting vehicle and slammed the door shut as Jackson pulled away. Immediately, Saul sounded over the radio. Ginger, can you get out of your vehicle? We're coming to fetch you. Over.
I'll try, Ginger replied. Over.
Hurry, was Saul's sole response.
Are they coming for us too?
Misty asked. Richard shook his head. They'd be dumb to try it. They've been lucky so far, but they risk hitting a mine or being shot to pieces. Even as he spoke, more bullets rained down upon the pit, and the trio ducked with their arms over their heads. Misty flashed an angry look at the sky. If I get my hands on those pricks, I'll shove that gun right up their asses. Richard laughed before sobering. Listen, guys, when Jackson reaches Ginger's position, this tower will likely redirect their fire at them. That gives us a slim chance.
A slim chance at what?
Misty asked, her eyes widening. To make a run for it, Richard said.
Run for it? Are you crazy? We can't run across a minefield, Misty cried.
Nor can we stay here and expect the others to risk their lives for us, Richard countered. There's a clump of trees not far from this location. If we can get there, we'll be all right. I doubt they bothered to mine that far out.
What about Dan's knee? Misty asked.
He's right, Misty. Running is the better option, Dan replied. Don't worry about me. I'll be right behind you. With those words, he peeled off his jacket and cut the sleeve off with his knife. He tied the strip of cloth around his knee, using his belt for extra support. Afterward, he gave his leg an experimental wiggle. There, that'll do. Misty stared at him.
Are you sure?
Sure as I'll ever be, Dan said. When do we go? On my signal, Richard replied, peeking over the edge of the pit. As he'd predicted, the tower had shifted their aim toward Jackson's Humvee as it roared across the open field toward the waiting Ginger. The man had managed to crawl out of the cab and sat hunched in a low crouch. Richard raised the radio to his lips. Saul, my team and I are making a run for it. We're heading toward the woods. Once you have Ginger, get the hell out of there. We'll meet you on the road. Over. Roger that, Saul replied after a moment's silence. Good luck, Sergeant. Over. Good luck to you too, Richard replied. Over. He tucked the radio into his pocket and glanced over his shoulder. Ready? Ready, Dan said, straightening up. Me too, Misty said, her face pale but determined. Let's go, Richard said, pulling himself out of the pit. A glance showed him that the Humvee had almost reached Ginger, but he didn't waste time looking further. The moment Jackson had Ginger loaded up, he'd cut and run, and the tower would lock onto Richard's group again. If that happened, they were goners. Hurry up, guys, he cried, reaching down to help Dan and Misty out of the hole. Once they were on their feet, he pointed at the woods. Over there! Run! The trio set out in a headlong dash towards safety, each moving as fast as they could. The race was on, and the dice had been thrown. It was all up to fate now. Chapter 16. Misty. Misty fixed her eyes on the belt of trees and broke into a sprint. She pumped her arms and legs, going as fast as her short stature allowed. Richard was ahead of her, while Dan stayed on her heels. She glanced at him now and then to check he was still on his feet. Despite his injury, he was making good time and kept pace with her. As luck would have it, the gunner in the tower ignored them in favor of Jackson's Humvee. Richard had been correct in his assessment that it would prove to be the preferred target.
That didn't mean the gunner wouldn't change his mind, however, and her back crawled with the expectation of a bullet. The thought of stepping on a landmine was worse, though. Every time her feet hit the ground, she expected the earth to explode. She tried to imagine what it would feel like. The white-hot agony of fiery flames expanding at hundreds of miles per second, blowing off her leg. Or both. Or worse. All the documentaries about war and its victims she'd watched in the past flooded her mind. Tragic pictures of legless and armless orphans, women and children, old people and young, disfigured by a heartless piece of equipment built for death and destruction.
Please don't let it be one of my team or me.
Ahead of her, Richard shouted encouragement. "Come on, Misty! Dan, we're almost there!" She tried to snort, but was too short of breath. The belt of trees didn't look any closer to her eyes, and she figured she'd never get there. Almost there? Really? Still, she kept going even when her lungs began to burn and a stitch took up residence beneath her ribs. A glance showed her that Jackson had reached Ginger's location, roaring to a stop in a cloud of dirt and dry grass. The metal body pinged and sang under the barrage of gunfire directed at it, and she hoped her teammates would make it out okay. At the same time, she hoped the tower kept firing at them instead of her. It's incredible how selfish a person can be when it's a matter of life and death. "Come on, Misty!" Richard shouted. "Move your ass!"
"I'm trying!"
she cried, but despite her best efforts, she was slowing down as exhaustion set in. No matter how hard she pushed herself, she couldn't go any faster. "They'll start shooting at us soon," Richard added, his voice a dim roar in her ears. "We need to get to the trees now." Misty nodded, but she was drawing on her last reserves. Even in school, she'd only ever been good for sprints. A burst of speed over a short distance was the best she could manage. It was the reason she chose martial arts over other sports. That, and the fact that she grew up as the youngest and only girl in a house full of boys. 5, to be exact. After suffering through years of boyish pranks, impromptu wrestling matches, and bruised limbs, she signed up for classes in Kung Fu. It turned out to be the best decision she ever made. In Kung Fu, it didn't matter if you were short or petite. She quickly learned to use her opponent's strength and size against them. That counted for zombies, too, the only reason she survived the outbreak. Even now, her training was proving its worth as sheer determination kept her feet moving. The kind she'd learned after hours and hours of training when she longed to collapse from exhaustion. Biting on her lower lip, she muttered, "Come on, Misty, you can do this." Sweat stung her eyes, and the ache in her ribs grew more intense with each second that passed. A roar signaled the departure of Jackson's Humvee, and she knew their short reprieve was over. Any second now, a hail of bullets would rain upon them. Despite his injury, Dan drew level with her and threw her an encouraging nod. "I'm right here, Misty. It's you and me."
"Thanks, Dan,"
she managed to say, her voice hoarse. The distance between them and the woods shrank, and a tiny kernel of hope blossomed in her chest. Richard reached the first tree, a stunted oak that extended bare branches up to the sky. He paused by its side and looked back. "Come on, you two! Move, move, move! My grandma runs faster than that!" Misty grinned. "Screw you, Rich!" "Watch out!" Dan cried, throwing his arm out to block her way. His fist connected with her chest, and the breath left her lungs in a whoosh of air. Her forward momentum ceased as Dan knocked her backward. Her legs lifted into the air, and she experienced a brief moment of weightlessness before she slammed into the ground with a brutal thud. Gasping for breath, she looked up in time to see Dan fall into the earth. For the space of a single second, their eyes locked as he twisted around, one hand reaching for the edge of the hole. He disappeared beneath a swirl of dirt, dried leaves, and other debris.
Dan!
She struggled to her hands and knees, crawling to the lip of the hole.
Dan, answer me!
A garbled cry reached her ears, and she looked down at a sight she could never again unsee. Dan lay on his back, blood bubbling from his open mouth. His eyes stared up at the sky. Both hands clutched a wooden stake that protruded from below his sternum.
Dan, no!
Misty screamed, tears streaming down her face.
I'm coming, Dan. Hold on.
She moved to climb into the pit, but strong hands grabbed her shoulders. She fought against their hold, her gaze fixed upon Dan's face.
No, no, no! Let me go!
Come on, Misty. It's too late. There's nothing you can do for him now, Richard said, hauling her away from the edge.
But he needs us. We have to help him,
she cried. It's too late, Richard insisted. He saved your life. Don't waste his sacrifice. Misty sobbed, fighting against the truth in his words.
We can't leave him like that.
We can, and we must, Richard said, dragging her into a stumbling run. Misty shook her head, but the patter of bullets sped her feet. The gunner in the tower had turned his attention to them at last. She allowed Richard to pull her into the relative safety of the woods, barks and splinters showering their heads as bullets tore through the trees. They kept going until the gunfire died away, and still Richard refused to stop. We need to get to the road, he kept saying until it rang through her head on a loop. The road, the road. We need to get to the road. Chapter 17. Dylan. Dylan gripped her rifle with both hands, ready for anything. As their Humvee neared the gate, a familiar sensation of anticipation mixed with fear sang through her veins. Her eyes were locked on the enemy in front, but she exchanged a quick smile with Rita in the driver's seat. Are you ready for this? I am so ready, Rita said. King won't know what hit him. That's the spirit, Dylan said with an approving nod. Behind them, the rest of the convoy peeled off one by one, each heading toward their target. It happened with smooth precision, precisely as Saul had wanted. Within seconds, they were all in position except for Jackson's team on the far right and Richard's group on the far left. A hush descended over the occupants of the cab, the calm before the storm. The moment they were within range, Saul opened up with the .50 caliber. The powerful bullets punched into the guard's station next to the gate, knocking out one spotlight. The guards returned fire with their rifles, but lacked the range of the Humvee's mounted gun. Saul laughed, and Dylan joined in. Her initial worry melted away as more gunfire issued from the other teams further up the fence. Adrenaline rushed through her system, and her senses sharpened as the battle ensued. A distant boom reached her ears, but she ignored it as part of the chaos. Take a shop right up front and drive past the gate, Rita. Give me a good field of fire before you head to the tower, Saul shouted from his perch behind the .50. Will do, Sard. Rita was cut off mid-sentence when the Humvee hit an invisible wall. At least that's what it felt like to Dylan. A blast of hot air hit her from the side, and her body slammed up against the door. Rita screamed, her voice melding with the screech of twisting metal. Dylan grabbed onto the dashboard and held on for dear life as the Humvee flipped end over end. It was the strangest feeling of being airborne one moment before crashing into the ground the next, only to have the cycle repeated. She rattled around the cab like a ping-pong ball, smashing into the roof, door, Rita, and the dashboard with bone-jarring force. Once, twice, 3 times they rolled before coming to an abrupt stop. Dylan fell upon Rita as the truck settled onto its side. She groaned,
sure she'd broken every bone in her body. What the hell was that? Beneath her, Rita stirred before breaking into heaving sobs. It hurts! It hurts! Somebody help me, please! Dylan quickly forgot her own concerns and hauled herself upright. She searched for footholds, planting her legs in a wide-legged stance. With searching hands, she examined her body for injuries, but found nothing other than numerous scrapes and bruises. Every muscle and bone ached, but she'd live. Thank God I was lucky. She turned her attention to Rita and reached down to the injured woman. Rita, I'm here. Where does it hurt? I don't know. Everywhere, Rita cried, her moans rising in pitch. Dylan looked her over, unable to find the cause of Rita's pain from her vantage point. The woman lay huddled in a ball on her side, with the mangled remains of the door beneath her. Can you sit up? Dylan asked. I don't know. Help me. Just help me, Rita repeated. Suddenly, Saul was there, his eyes glazed with shock. Blood gushed from a cut above his cheekbone, and Dylan searched for the first aid kit she carried in her pocket. She pulled out a wad of gauze and handed it to him. Here, press that against your wound. He took it with muttered thanks. How's she? I don't know. I can't see it. We need to get her out, Dylan said. Can you help me? Of course, Saul said, mopping the blood from his face. He tossed away the bloody gauze, and Dylan leaned over to tape a Band-Aid over the gash. There, that should hold you for now, she said, tucking the kit back into her pocket. Can you reach up and open the door? Saul asked. I'll try, Dylan said, reaching upward to test the handle. Rita, Saul said, are you all right? I don't know, she said, trying to sit up before falling back with a pained cry. My arm hurts, and I can't get up. Let me help you, Saul said, before glancing at Dylan. You climb out, and I'll hand her up to you. Okay. But be careful. They might shoot at us. We need to get to cover right away, Saul added. Got it. Dylan unlatched the door and placed both palms against it. With a heave, she flipped it wide and scrambled through the opening. She climbed onto the side of the Humvee and reached down with both hands. Come on, hurry! Saul grabbed Rita by her good arm and shoulder, pulling her upright. She screamed, but he ignored her. There was no time to waste. With Dylan's help, they hauled her through the opening and down the side of the vehicle. As they dropped to the ground, bullets punched into the Humvee's roof and whined over their heads. It was a close call, but they made it. Once on the ground, Dylan examined Rita. Her upper arm was broken, with the jagged ends sticking through the flesh. The muscle looked like it had gone through a meat grinder, mangled and torn. Rich crimson blood pumped from the wound, and Dylan sucked in a horrified breath. This is bad. We need to stop the bleeding, or she'll die, Saul said, removing his belt. He strapped it onto Rita's arm right below the shoulder, and the flow of blood slowed to a steady ooze. Where's that first aid kit? Rita moaned, shaking her head from side to side. Sweat glistened on her forehead, and her eyes had a glassy look that foretold trouble. Please, it hurts. Dylan handed over the kit, her gaze drawn to Rita's terrible wound. Here. Saul removed a bandage and wound it over the exposed flesh and bone. At the same time, he looked around through narrowed lids. We hit a landmine. A mine? Dylan asked with a gasp. Look over there, he said, pointing at the crater. Dylan stared at the dark hole with horror. They mined the place? They did, Saul replied with a grunt. I think Rita took the brunt of the explosion on her side of the Humvee. Damn, Dylan said, unable to process it all. Call the others on the radio. We need to get out of here, Saul said, ducking his head as more bullets cut through the air above their heads. All right,
Dylan said, glad for something to do. She pulled the radio from her pocket and held it to her lips. "This is Dylan. We hit a landmine and were pinned down by heavy gunfire. Can anyone assist us? Over." "This is Richard. We also hit a mine and were trapped inside a pit. King booby-trapped the entire field. Over," Richard replied, his voice brisk. "No shit," Dylan replied, her heart sinking into her boots. "Can you get to safety? Over." "Doubtful. They're shooting at us, too. Over," Richard said. "This is Ginger," another voice came over the radio. "My entire team is down. I repeat, they're dead. It's just me, and I'm stuck inside the truck." "Shit," Dylan said, closing her eyes for a couple of seconds. It was all playing out just as Nick had feared. We should have listened to him. A different voice sounded over the radio. "This is Jackson. We're still operational, and we took out another tower. That leaves 2. What should we do? Over." Dylan threw Saul a questioning look. "What are your orders?" Saul leaned over and took the radio from Dylan's grasp. "Forget the last towers. The attack failed. We need to retreat. Can you get to us, Jackson? Over." "Almost there. Over," Jackson confirmed. "When you get here, use our vehicle as cover," Saul said. "We're taking heavy fire from the gate. Over." "Roger that. Over," Jackson said. Saul sighed as he tucked the radio into his pocket. "It's over. The best we can do is retreat while saving as many of the group as possible." Dylan nodded. "We'd better get ready for Jackson." Seconds later, Jackson arrived like a bat out of hell. He slid to a stop mere feet from them, and the back door swung open. "Get in! Now!" With bullets tearing up the turf and ricocheting off the body of the Humvee, Dylan and Saul dragged Rita into the back of the vehicle. She slammed the door shut, jerking back when a bullet punched into the frame. It flew away with an angry wail, and she heaved a sigh of relief. That was close. Helping hands reached out to take Rita off their hands as Saul scrambled to the front. Jackson's teammates, Mason and Jerry, covered the injured woman with a blanket. After a quick examination of Rita's bandaged arm, Mason turned to Dylan. "What am I dealing with here?" "Her arm is broken, shattered more like, and it's sticking through the flesh. She's bleeding a lot," Dylan explained. "Thanks." Mason pulled out a medical kit from behind the seat and gave Rita a shot. The woman immediately relaxed, and her head lolled on her neck. "That should take the edge off, but I can't give her too much. We need to loosen this belt." "She'll bleed to death," Dylan protested. "She could lose the arm if I don't allow any circulation," Mason replied. At the same time that Mason and Jerry worked on Rita, Saul pulled the radio from his jacket and lifted it to his lips. "Ginger, can you get out of your vehicle? We're coming to fetch you. Over." "I'll try," Ginger replied. "Over." "Hurry," Saul replied. "Let's get him, Jackson." "Yes, Sergeant." Jackson raced across the grounds, and the distance between them and Ginger closed rapidly. Just before they reached him, the radio flared to life again. It was Richard. "Saul, my team and I are making a run for it. We're heading toward the woods. Once you have Ginger, get the hell out of there. We'll meet you on the road. Over." "Roger that," Saul replied after a moment's silence. "Good luck, Sergeant. Over." "Good luck to you too," Richard replied. Over. Silence fell inside the cab as each person absorbed the news. The chances were good that Richard and his team wouldn't make it. Their own lives hung on a thread as well. It all depended on whether they hit another landmine or not. Dylan closed her eyes and sent up a silent plea. "Please don't let us hit a mine. Please, please, please." Jackson hung back from the fence, however, not getting too close, and they made it without incident. As he slammed on the brakes behind Ginger's wrecked Humvee, Dylan opened the door and shouted, "Get in, Ginger! Move it!" Ginger launched himself at the opening, and he half fell across Dylan's lap as she reached out to close the door. Bullets followed in his wake, and she pulled back with a sharp cry. With the door still flapping open, she yelled, "Go, Jackson!" Jackson pulled away with a roar of the engine, but a spray of bullets peppered the inside of the cab. Dylan screamed as white-hot agony blossomed in her upper arm, echoed by the startled cries of the others. Ginger grunted as 2 bullets punched into his back, and he tumbled off the seat into the footwell. "Ginger!" Dylan cried. The door was still open, flapping in the wind. Ignoring the flaring pain in her arm, she leaned over and grabbed the handle, swinging it shut. It closed, sealing them back inside the relative safety of the Humvee. Jackson wasted no time in heading for the road. They needed to put distance between themselves and King's men. They also needed to find Richard's party. But none of that mattered to Dylan. She reached down to tug at Ginger's inert body. He lay on his stomach, and the bullet holes in his back wept blood in steady streams. "Mason, I need your help. Ginger's been hit." Mason and Jerry pulled Ginger out of the footwell onto the seat and rolled him onto his back. The front of his jacket was bathed in crimson, and his eyes rolled from side to side as he choked on the fluid filling his lungs. "Do something!" Dylan cried, her hand clamped across the wound in her arm. Mason gave Ginger a quick examination before straightening up with a shake of his head. "It's too late." "It can't be," Dylan said, not willing to give up. "There has to be something you can do." "I'm sorry," Mason said, his face expressionless. Ginger choked out a garbled cry before falling silent, and his head slumped onto his chest. "Ginger? Ginger!" Despite her frantic entreaties, Ginger failed to respond. He was gone, and Dylan fell back in her seat with angry tears burning her eyelids. Mason climbed over Ginger's body and reached for her arm, but she slapped his hands away. "Leave it. It's just a scratch." "Don't be stupid," he growled. "At least let me bandage it," Mason said. "Fine," she said, closing her eyes while he wound a bandage around the limb. Satisfied, Mason crawled back to Rita's side, checking her pulse. Dylan stared at the scenery that flashed by the window, the bitter taste of defeat on her lips. They'd failed. Not only that, but they'd lost several excellent teammates. Not just teammates, but friends. The only bright spot came when they found Richard and Misty by the side of the road. As the 2 climbed inside, Dylan stared at the empty space behind them. "Dan?" Misty glanced at her with swollen eyes. "He didn't make it." "I'm sorry," Dylan said, but the words were meaningless. Nothing made sense in the wake of the losses they'd suffered. "Aren't we all?" Richard said with a grunt as he settled into his seat. His gaze fell upon Ginger's lifeless body, and he sighed. "This was a mistake." And it was. An awful, awful mistake. Chapter 18. Tara. On the morning of the attack, Tara drifted about the lab aimlessly. She found herself unable to sleep and got up at 4 to shower and dress. She tried to work, but couldn't focus on anything, especially her research. Her mind kept flashing back to the guard she'd murdered, James Dean, a name she would never forget for as long as she lived. Her ears still rang with the echoes of his screams, and the image of his pleading eyes flashed through her mind at odd moments. "Kill me, please," he'd begged, and she'd ignored him. She'd left him to die an awful, agonizing death. And for what? Nothing. She was still a prisoner, only now she was starting to lose hope. What was the point, after all? She refused to work for King, and she refused to let Bannock steal her work. Neither of them deserved it. Yet where did that leave her? She knew that King had reached the limits of his patience. If she didn't produce something soon, he'd make sure she suffered a terrible fate. The problem was, Tara didn't think it mattered anymore. If she was doomed to be a prisoner, she'd rather die. Maybe I deserve to die. I'm a murderer. A torturer. Her right hand brushed across a scalpel, the same kind she'd used to attack James Dean. The smell of blood filled her nostrils, even though it was impossible. She'd washed away the evidence of his death the day before. She'd mopped up the thick, viscous fluid that pooled on the floor and disinfected every surface until the lab stank of chemicals. And still she smelled it. She'd done all that while he howled and snarled at her from his cage. His dark eyes, no longer human, had radiated the hate she now felt for herself, the loathing she saw when she looked in the mirror. It was all part of her punishment. Killer. Crimson on white tiles, red on her skin, blood on her hands. Tara breathed in through her nose, and her lips twisted into an angry snarl. Why can I still smell it? With a loud cry, she swept her hands across the counter. Glass vials and beakers went flying. They shattered on the floor, and shards of glass gleamed in the fluorescent lights. As quickly as her rage came, it went. James Dean's death was no one's fault but her own. Her shoulders slumped with defeat, and she bent to clean up the mess. A piece of glass nicked her thumb, and she stared as a droplet of blood welled to the surface. Her nostrils flared, and bile pushed up her throat. With trembling fingers, she picked up a jagged chunk of glass and pressed it to the inside of her wrist. The vein gleamed blue below the surface of her skin. All it would take was one swift cut up to the elbow, and it would all be over. Tara dropped the glass. No, I might be a murderer, but I'm not a coward. I won't give up so soon. I won't give up at all. She got to her feet and fetched a broom. With brisk efficiency, she tidied up the mess she'd made and tossed away the debris. Afterward, she poured herself a cup of coffee and stared out onto the grounds. It was still early. The sun wasn't even up yet. Maybe I should try to get some rest. Before she could move, the door to the lab opened. She whirled around to find Bannock framed in the entrance. "Good morning, Dr. Lee." "It was until you got here," she replied with a frown. "Talking of which, why are you here so early?" "I came to warn you," Bannock said, stepping inside the lab. The door swooshed shut behind him. "And to watch you." "Watch me? Are you afraid I'll try to escape again?" Tara asked with a low laugh. "I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I've got no plans to run today." "Your friends are here to rescue you," Bannock said, his expression smooth. Tara gasped. "What?" "They're out there, in the dark, waiting," he continued, unperturbed. "Not that it will do them any good." "What do you mean?" Tara asked, desperate for information. "We know they're there. We have watchers on all the main routes, and they warned us they were coming," Bannock said. "Aren't you even a little worried?" Tara asked. "Saul is an experienced fighter." "Perhaps, but he's rushing into a fight without knowing what he's up against," Bannock said. "As they say, love is blind, no?" "Maybe you're underestimating him," Tara said with gritted teeth, rage kindling in the pit of her stomach. "I doubt it. King has several surprises in store for your would-be rescuers. They don't stand a chance." Bannock smiled at her. "There is no hope, dear. Give it up." "If that's the case, why are you here?" Tara asked with a raised eyebrow. "To be honest, I'd rather be anywhere else. Somewhere I can watch your friends get blown to pieces, preferably. But King seems to think you need a babysitter," Bannock said. "And you're it?" Tara asked with a mocking laugh.
You, the epitome of wasted humanity wrapped up in one sad, balding little man. Bannock colored as hot blood flushed his cheeks. You know, Dr. Lee, one day I'll happily watch while King's men flay the flesh from your bones, but only after they've had their fill of you. Tara sneered at him. I'll see you dead before that day ever comes, little man. I'm smarter than you, and you saw what I did to the last person that got in my way. Yes, I saw what remained of James. Do you know he had a wife and 2 kids? He was planning on fetching them once this was all over. They're in some survivor compound not far from here. Now his children will never see their father again. With casual care, Bannock poured himself a cup of coffee. Steam rose from the mug as he stirred in a couple of spoonfuls of sugar and creamer. With the cup in one hand, he sat down on a chair and stared at her with amused eyes. Did you know he wasn't even a real criminal? He got locked up for a misdemeanor, a bar fight where someone got hurt. He would have spent a total of 3 months inside if it wasn't for the apocalypse. Tara stared at him, trying not to reveal how much his words pained her. Finally, she turned back to the window. Don't say I didn't warn you, Dr. Bannock. I'll remember that, he answered. But I do believe your bark is worse than your bite, my dear. Tara fixed her gaze on the grounds below. She refused to let him upset her further. Instead, her mind reached out into the darkness, searching for Saul. If you're out there, stay safe, my love. Don't let them beat you down. After that, time passed until it became a meaningless blur. The sun rose, and Saul launched his attack. She knew it was him out there. She knew he'd come for her. Hope filled her chest as she watched the Humvees race across the grounds, only to disappear in explosions of earth and debris as they hit the landmines. She watched them scurry about like rats in a trap, beaten down by a barrage of gunfire. 1, 2, 3 vehicles fell until there was only one left. One lone Humvee that desperately tried to save the remaining souls that had come to rescue her. The entire time, Tara was aware of Dr. Bannock's mocking gaze. His eyes burned into the back of her skull, delighting in every second of her humiliation. She longed to rail and scream at him, and indulged in wild fantasies of gouging out his eyes with her bare hands. Yet, in the end, it was all for nothing. Saul and his remaining soldiers retreated, and she was left without hope once more. Despair flooded her veins, and she fought against the urge to sink to her knees and cry. She wouldn't give Bannock the satisfaction, though. Not today, little man. Not ever. Oh dear, it seems your friends have lost the battle, and by tomorrow they'll have lost the war, Bannock said with a smirk. For you see, King has decided to launch a counterattack. It's the last thing your people will expect after this defeat. He'll surprise them with overwhelming force and superior firepower, and Fort Detrick will fall. When? She asked, her voice hoarse with unshed grief. Tonight, Bannock replied. By this time tomorrow, your friends will be dead. Maybe, maybe not. You don't control fate, Dr. Bannock, Tara said. It's over, Dr. Lee. The sooner you accept that, the easier it will be for you, Bannock said with an exasperated sigh. He stood up and walked to the exit. I'll leave you in peace for now. It's the least I can do after everything you've had to endure. Tara didn't reply, fixing her gaze into the distance. You can ignore me all you like, but I'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning. We've got work to do, after all, Bannock said. Tara still didn't reply. Instead, she absorbed the information and allowed it into her heart.
It mingled with the hurt and anguish already present and solidified into a ball of pure hatred. It replaced the guilt and despair of before, strengthening her will and sharpening her mind. As the door closed behind Bannock, a predatory smile twisted her lips. No matter what happens tonight, I'll see you in hell, Dr. Bannock. That's a promise. Chapter 19. Saul. Saul sat in silence for the entire trip back to Fort Detrick. Guilt coursed through his veins, growing stronger with each mile that passed. He dared not look at any of his teammates, for it only worsened the burden. They were volunteers, every one of them. More than that, they were friends. And I failed them. The knowledge that he'd made a mistake weighed on his conscience, an error that cost the lives of 4 good people and might still claim the life of a 5th, all because he'd allowed his love for Tara to overrule his good sense. I don't deserve to be a leader anymore. I don't deserve my position or my rank, and I certainly don't deserve my team's trust. The Humvee hit a bump in the road, and Rita cried out with pain. Saul winced, the sound of her suffering cutting deep into his heart. It competed with the loss of Tara. As much as he'd wronged his team, he'd also hurt her. What must she be going through now? But as much as he suffered for the terrible decisions he'd made, he was also angry. No, not angry. Enraged. Pure, distilled hatred burned in the pit of his stomach whenever he thought of King's triumph. The very fact that the man was still alive was an insult to his nature. "What do you think King will do now?" Jackson asked in a low voice. "I don't know," Saul answered. But it wasn't strictly true. King was an egomaniac, and today's victory would only further inflate his sense of self-worth. The smart thing to do would be to sit tight and dig in. With the minefield and machine guns in place, his position was secure. But would he? Or would he decide the time was right to launch a counterattack? If he does, we'd better be ready for him. When they reached Fort Detrick, Saul felt a wave of shame wash over him. The previous night, 4 Humvees had left the base, operated by 12 capable fighters. Today, 1 vehicle remained, carrying a total of 9 people, of whom 1 was dead and 2 were injured. The guard at the gate recognized them and waved them through. "Go ahead." Saul leaned out of the window as they passed and said, "Tell Sergeant Dean we're back, and we've got wounded that need urgent care." The guard nodded and reached for his radio. "Will do, Sergeant." Jackson drove straight toward the infirmary and stopped in front of the entrance without wasting a second. Saul jumped out and ran up the steps. "Help! We need help over here!" Ethan met him halfway down the hall, flanked by 2 nurses. "I just received word from Nick. How many injured do you have?" 2 injured and 1 dead, Saul replied. Ethan turned to the nurses and said, "Fetch 3 gurneys, please, and prep the emergency room. It's all hands on deck." The nurses rushed away to comply, and within seconds, more staff arrived with the required equipment. They met Mason and Jerry at the entrance, half carrying Rita between them. They lifted her onto the gurney, and she was wheeled to the emergency room. Dylan hovered in the background, one hand clamped over her bleeding arm. Ethan stopped short when he saw her, and his lips tightened. He kept up a front of professionalism, however, and waved her to the second gurney. "Let's go." "I can walk," she protested, but he ignored her. "Just get on the bed, Dylan. I don't have all day." She obeyed, and Saul wished she'd listened to him that quickly. "Get better, Dylan." "I'll be fine. It's just a scratch," she replied. "Look out for Rita, will you?" he added. "I'll see you soon." "She'll be fine, I promise," Dylan said, waving at him as she was wheeled away. Mason and Jerry helped load Ginger onto the third gurney, and Ethan sighed. "Take him to the mortuary. As for the rest of you, get some rest." Dismissing them, Ethan disappeared into the bowels of the infirmary, and Saul was left with the others.
"You heard the man. Get some sleep. I'll be in contact."
The Humvee drove off with the last of the team, and Saul watched them leave with a heavy heart. He hung around the entrance until Nick showed up, his expression filled with worry. He ran up the steps and grabbed Saul's arm.
"Where's Dylan? Is she all right? Did she get hurt?"
he asked.
"She got shot, but it doesn't look serious. More like a flesh wound," Saul replied.
Nick's shoulders slumped.
"Thank God."
"You were right," Saul said, staring at his feet. "I should have listened to you."
"What happened?" Nick asked.
"It was a trap. King mined the field around the campus. Plus, the towers were flimsy, but they had machine guns up there. We didn't stand a chance," Saul said.
"How many did you lose?"
Nick said. "We lost 4 people. Ginger's entire team and Dan. Rita's badly hurt. I don't know if she'll make it," Saul admitted.
"It's not your fault," Nick said. "You couldn't have known."
"It is my fault, and we both know it," Saul said. "I rushed in without enough information, and my teammates paid the price." Nick shook his head.
"We're all humans, Saul, and we make mistakes. The question is, what will King do now?"
"I have an idea he will attack, but I can't be sure," Saul said. "I need to speak to Grissom. Where are you holding him?"
"In Cell A in the Holden facility," Nick said. "I need to check on Dylan, but I'll see you in my office. If you're right and King attacks, we need to make preparations."
"I'll see you there within 30 minutes, Saul confirmed, jogging down the steps.
"Oh, and Saul?" Nick called.
"Yeah," Saul said, looking back.
"Don't kill him, please. We might still need him in the future," Nick said.
Saul grinned. "Oh, I'm not going to kill him. Like you say, we still need him."
Nick hesitated. "I feel like I should ask what you're about to do, but I'd rather not know."
"Check on Dylan, Nick. She needs you," Saul said. "And tell her I'm sorry." Chapter 20. Nick. Nick found Dylan in the emergency ward, awaiting her turn for treatment. She sat in a corner on a bed, her legs swinging in the air. A bloodied bandage on her upper arm had him heaving a massive sigh of relief when he reached her.
"Oh, thank God. I thought you were dead, but I see you're just looking for attention, as usual."
She smacked him on the chest with her uninjured hand.
"Watch it, my love, or you're sleeping on the couch for a week." "What couch?" Nick asked. "We don't have a couch."
"Good point. I guess you'll have to take the floor," Dylan said, and Nick remembered his conversation with Saul not that long ago.
"About that, I've been thinking we should look for more permanent accommodation," Nick said. "My place in the barracks isn't exactly
civilized, suitable for a woman, private," Dylan asked.
"Yeah, okay, you don't have to rub it in," Nick said, scratching his head. "The point is, I think we should move into a house. A proper house."
Dylan gasped. "Nick Dean, are you asking me to move in with you?"
"I guess I am," he replied. "Well, it took you long enough," she replied with a grin. "So that's a yes?" he asked, only to be interrupted by a loud wail from a nearby room.
Dylan winced.
"It's a yes, love, but it will have to wait. We have more important things to worry about now." "Yes, I know. How's Rita doing?" Nick asked.
"I don't know. Her arm looks bad, and I'm scared she might die," Dylan admitted.
"Let's hope not. Ethan is one of the best surgeons we know," Nick said. "He's the only surgeon we know," Dylan replied with dry amusement. "But I get what you mean." "What about you?" Nick asked. "I'll get my turn. Amanda went to fetch the other doctor to have a look at me. Right now, Ethan is preparing Rita for surgery. He mumbled something about metal pins and stuff."
It sounds serious, Nick said. It is. The blast shattered the bone into a gazillion pieces, and she lost a ton of blood, Dylan said. Other than that, what about King? Saul seemed worried. Yes, he thinks King might take this opportunity to attack, and he's gone to speak to Grissom, Nick said. That's a mistake. He'll kill Grissom, Dylan said. There's a chance, I know. Once I'm done here, I'm calling a meeting in my office. If there's even the slightest possibility King will attack, we need to be ready, Nick said. Agreed, Dylan replied. Off you go. I'll be fine on my own. Are you sure? Of course. I'm not a baby who needs you to hold my hand. Get lost, Dylan said, shooing him away. That's why I love you so much. With a quick kiss and a grin, Nick took his leave. He made his way across the grounds toward his headquarters, barging in without pause. After radioing through to a few of his most trusted soldiers and civilian advisors, he pulled out a map of Fort Detrick and its surroundings. It wasn't long before Saul showed up, dragging a reluctant Grissom in his wake. Nick eyed Grissom with raised eyebrows, noting the fresh bruises and cut lip. I'm glad to see he's still alive. Yes, well, we came to an agreement, Saul said. Which is? Nick asked. That he fights with us when King attacks, Saul said. And you agreed? Nick mused. Yes, I did. It's the only way to prove my loyalty, Grissom mumbled. I didn't know about the landmines. King never told me. Yes, well, he wouldn't. It's not the kind of information you let slip, Nick said. Anyway, welcome to the team. But if you cross us, I'll kill him myself, Saul growled. Deal, Nick said, satisfied. He can serve under you for now. So what's the plan? Grissom asked. That's what we're here to figure out, Nick said, waving a hand over the map. A knock on the door announced several more people, and the meeting ensued. Saul, you already know most of these people. Mac, who's in charge of munitions, Davis, who's our civilian engineering contractor, and Mandy, who's handling our supply stores. Saul nodded at each of them. Good day, everyone. Andrew you might not know. He's the principal of our thriving little school, and he's also a pillar of the community. The civilians look to him for guidance, which is why he's here. As for Keith Parker, he's been promoted to corporal recently and serves directly under me. Nice to meet you all, Saul said, and a chorus of greetings did the rounds. Right, let me bring you all up to speed, Nick said, leaning back in his chair. After he'd told them everything he knew about King, his men, the failed rescue attempt, and the possibility of retaliation by King, he turned to Mandy Baker. Mandy, has everyone collected their rations for the day? Not yet, sir. My hours for dispensing rations are from 8 to 10 in the morning. After that, I open up the thrift shop for other things people might need. I see, glancing at his watch. It's past 8 already. You're late. Yes, sir, but I figured the meeting must be important. It is, but I'll tell you what you need to know so you can go, Nick said. You can distribute the rations as usual today, but I want you to close the thrift shop early. Put a sign on the door so people are aware. Close early, sir? Why? Mandy asked with a frown. Yes, you must close no later than noon, Nick replied. Once you're done at the shop, I want you and your team to make sure our critical supplies are sealed inside the warehouses. Anything that came in today, anything that still needs sorting, excess food from the cafeteria. All of it. All right, Mandy said. Consider it done. I also need several dozen crates packed with bottled water, energy drinks, and protein bars. Enough to keep our fighters going throughout a prolonged fight, Nick commanded. How many people are we talking about, sir? Mandy asked. And how long a fight? Cater for 50 people for the span of a full day, Nick answered. Very good, sir, Mandy replied. What then? Then I want you to go home and be with your family. Are you sure, sir? I could help with more than just readying the supplies, Mandy suggested. We could distribute it during the fight. No, I'm not risking it.
You're too valuable, and I'd rather know you're safe and sound, Nick said. As for you, Andrew, I need you to speak to the community.
Of course. What do you want me to tell them? Andrew asked, stepping forward.
I want you to warn them of the possibility of an attack. Every civilian who is willing and able to fight must report to Saul in the parking lot at noon. The rest must stay in their homes where it's safest. They can collect rations as usual, but other than that, I want them off the streets.
Very well, Andrew said. I'll spread the word.
Also, every household should go on lockdown and have at least one person capable of defending it. They can apply to Mac if they need extra guns or ammunition. But again, time is of the essence. We don't know when, if, or where King will hit.
Sounds reasonable, Andrew said. How will we know if an attack has commenced?
We will sound the alarm. 2 blasts when the attacking begins, and 3 blasts when it's over.
Very clever, Andrew replied with an approving nod. I wish you luck in the trying times ahead.
Thank you, Nick said. As for you, Mr. Davis, as our engineer and expert, I need you to make a sweep of our defenses. Look for weak points and shore them up. We will also need the spotlights to run at full capacity.
Davis frowned. That would mean rerouting power from other areas. Spotlights use a lot of electricity.
Do what you can, Mr. Davis. I'm counting on you, Nick said.
Also, we run the risk of drawing zombies to the base, Davis added.
Our scouting parties have reported no great movement of zombies yet. It seems they're still lingering in the south where it's warmer, Nick said. Besides, the sheer noise of battle will draw any in the vicinity to our doorstep. Yet another trial for us to contend with.
Fair enough. I'll see to it, Sergeant, Davis said. Nick waited until he, Andrew, and Mandy left to perform their duties before turning to the rest.
Right. Now we can get down to the thorny roots of the problem. How do we defend the base against King and his men? Do we even have 50 soldiers like you asked Mandy to cater for? Grissom asked. No, we do not, Corporal Parker replied. At last count, we can muster 27 soldiers, not including us, and some of those will be needed to guard the infirmary, munitions stores, and warehouses.
Don't forget the civilians, Saul said. There are a number of them, both willing and able to fight.
They're still civilians, Corporal Parker protested.
Civilians who survived a zombie apocalypse, Saul replied. Do not underestimate them.
Sergeant Delamini is right. I've seen a few of these civilians in action, and they're a tough bunch, Nick added. Corporal Parker shrugged. If you say so, Sergeant. Saul, what do you suggest? How can we best put the civilian fighters to use? Nick asked.
I suggest placing a few of them on lookout posts outside the base. They can warn us of King's approach and provide cover fire from above, Saul said. Several of them are excellent long-distance shots. We can also use them to guard the vulnerable areas of the base, such as the infirmary, ammunition stores, and warehouses. That will free up the soldiers for the main defenses.
That's an excellent idea, Saul. I'll leave those arrangements up to you, Nick said. Take what you need from our stores and make sure your people are well equipped.
Yes, Sergeant, Saul replied.
I'll distribute our military forces throughout the defense line, Corporal Parker said. If there are any civilians willing to assist, they can report to me. See to it, Corporal Parker, Nick said. Mac, make sure everyone has what they need for the fight ahead. Yes, Sergeant, Parker and Mac replied. That's all for now. I will be along shortly to oversee the operations, Nick said with a wave of his hand. After Parker and Mac departed, Nick looked at Saul. Spit it out, Sergeant. I can see you've got something to share.
Saul grinned. Indeed we do. Grissom came up with a couple of ideas earlier that might come in handy.
And that is? Nick asked with growing interest.
King caught us by surprise with his field of landmines this morning, Saul said. Why don't we do the same?
Landmines? We have neither the time nor the number of explosives needed to mine our defenses, Nick protested.
No, But we did stumble upon a cache of claymores the other day during a raid, Saul said. If we can funnel King into a narrow corridor booby-trapped with explosives and a tripwire, we could take out the whole lot in one go.
How do we funnel them? Nick asked.
By placing barricades at strategic points throughout the city, Saul explained.
Can we do that? Nick asked.
We've already begun. The roadblocks we set up to lead zombies away from the base can just as easily be used to funnel King's men.
It's a thought. The question is, do we have the time? Nick mused.
I'll see to it personally, Saul said.
In that case, you have my full support, Sergeant, Nick replied. What was your other idea?
To place civilians in Humvees with mounted guns along the fence line, Saul said. They can provide rapid mobile support wherever they're needed. Nick thought about it for a few seconds.
That makes sense, and I like the idea.
Excellent, Saul replied. Then we have a plan. Nick stood up and extended his hand to Saul.
Here's to our success.
To success, Saul echoed as they shook on it.
This time, King won't get away, Nick said as Saul and Grissom departed, his gaze running over the map. This time, his luck will run out.
Chapter 21. Richard. Richard shifted from side to side in an attempt to get comfortable. Next to him lay Misty, her eyes glued to a set of binoculars. They were stationed on top of an empty office block not far from the main gates of the fort and were waiting for the enemy to show up. On the horizon, the sun began its steady descent toward the edge of the earth. Flashes of orange, pink, and mauve lit up the sky, and Misty stared at the display for several moments.
It's gorgeous, isn't it? Dan would have loved it.
Yes, he would have, Richard agreed.
It's not the same without him, Misty added. I can't believe I'm still here and he's not.
It's what he wanted, girl, Richard said. Don't mourn him. Celebrate him. Misty sniffed back a tear.
I like that thought. Tonight I'll celebrate him by killing as many of King's men as I can.
Richard grunted his assent.
Me too.
It's not his fault, you know, Misty said.
Whose fault? Richard asked.
Saul's. He didn't know what would happen.
I know that, and I told him as much after the meeting. But he needs to get his head back in the game, Richard said. He needs to learn from this, not wallow in self-pity.
You told him that?
He needed to hear it.
I'm glad. You're probably the only one who could get away with something like that, Misty said with a grin.
The conversation had been a brief one. When the civilians gathered in the parking lot for their orders, Richard had accepted Saul's continued authority without any feelings of bitterness. While Saul had made a mistake, it wasn't on purpose. Jackson and the others felt much the same. But he had called the sergeant aside after the civilians dispersed for a quick word. "Sergeant, I need to get something off my chest," Richard had said. "Go ahead," Saul said, his dark eyes unreadable. "I don't blame you for what happened to Dan and the others. None of us do. We all knew what we signed up for when we joined your team. Now you need to accept that and get back on the horse. Learn from your mistakes and move on." "I am doing that," Saul replied. "No, you're not. You're angry, and you're feeling sorry for yourself. Stop." "I don't need advice from you," Saul said, his cheeks darkening. "I think you do. What happened, happened. Now you need to focus on what lies ahead without letting your beef with King interfere with your better judgment." Several seconds had passed before Saul replied. "Thank you, Staff Sergeant. I'll keep it in mind." "That's all I ask," Richard said before walking away. Misty sighed. "I hope he listened to you." "Forget about that now. You need to get your head in the game as well," Richard admonished. "Okay, I'll focus," she agreed. They fell silent, their ears pricked for the crackle of the radio. Nothing happened, and the moon rose against the darkening sky as the sun winked out. Stars appeared above their heads, a sparkling tapestry, and still nothing happened. Finally, Saul's voice came on. "Richard, are you there? Over." "I'm here. Over," Richard replied. "Jackson radioed in with confirmation. King's forces have entered Frederick, but they're not advancing. Over." "What are they waiting for? Over." "Your guess is as good as mine, but a dawn attack seems likely," Saul replied. "You might as well settle in. Over." "Thanks for the heads up. Over." Richard dropped the radio. "Seems we're here for the long haul. Get some sleep, Misty." "What about you?" she asked, reaching for her pack.
"Don't worry about me. I'll wake you if I get tired."
"All right," she said with a yawn, crawling into her bedroll. Richard turned his attention to the streets below, studying the layout of their booby trap. The idea was a good one if it worked. All afternoon, Saul and the rest of the civilians had moved cars and dumpsters into place, blocking off all side roads and avenues. They tried not to make it seem too obvious, but more like natural car crashes and debris. In the dark of night, it might just pass close inspection. Jackson was the furthest out, and his main job was to spot the enemy first and report on their movements. Richard and Misty were one of 2 teams of snipers set on opposite sides of the funnel. Their task was to pick off any stragglers that survived the blast. The road leading up to the main gate had been cleared. On either side, claymores waited for the unsuspecting victims that dared enter the trap. At the far end was a tripwire. When triggered, all hell would break loose. The gates were defended by a squad of soldiers, bolstered by the presence of Nick and Saul. At the same time, Corporal Parker commanded the remaining forces. They stood watch at the other gates in case King decided to split up his forces. Richard didn't think it likely, though. He didn't possess the manpower to take on multiple points of entry.
"Now it's just a matter of time,"
Richard muttered. The long hours passed as night slipped into day, and the moon hovered on the far side before Saul spoke again. "Richard, King's men are on the move. They're coming our way. Over."
"How does it look? Over,"
Richard asked. "It looks like our plan is working," Saul answered. "They're headed for the funnel. Over."
"Good. We'll be ready. Over,"
Richard said, reaching over to shake Misty awake.
"Huh? What's up?" she asked with a huge yawn. "Wake up, girl. They're coming," Richard said.
"For real? That's awesome," Misty cried, scrambling out of her bedroll. Within seconds, she was by his side, her rifle loaded and primed. She tested the scope before asking, "Didn't you sleep at all?"
"Don't need it," Richard said. "All I need is a couple of good shots."
"You and me both," she agreed. "Time for some payback." Chapter 22. Saul. Saul crouched behind the concrete barrier and stared at the open road with tired eyes. Twin rows of claymores lined the path, and the tripwire stretched out in front of him, invisible in the darkness. He'd waited throughout the long hours of the night, and his body was feeling the lack of sleep. He stifled a yawn and rubbed his stinging eyelids with one hand. Next to him, Nick lay huddled within his coat, soft snores floating from his open mouth. At least he could sleep. Saul could not. His mind wouldn't allow him. Not when King was so close. If only he would attack and put me out of my misery. Whatever happens, one of us will be dead by the end of this day.
"Sergeant Delomini, this is Jackson. King is on the move. I repeat, he's on the move. Over."
Saul jerked upright, instantly alert. "Jackson, this is Saul. I read you. Over."
"They're rolling out now. I count 18 vehicles, most of them military and heavily armed. Over," Jackson added. How many men? Over,
Saul asked.
Around 50, give or take a few.
Over, Jackson said.
Is he going the right way? Is he following the path? Over.
It looks like it. Over,
Jackson replied.
Thank God,
Saul muttered with immense relief. Nick jerked awake and stared at Saul with puffy eyes.
What's happening?
King is on the move, Saul replied. He's coming this way.
Shit, Nick cried, scrambling upright. We'd better tell everyone.
Saul raised the radio to his lips and spread the news. A silent ripple ran throughout the waiting forces as everyone readied for battle. A hush fell across the clearing, and the sky gradually turned from deep charcoal to light gray. King had waited for the moment when the earth hovered on the brink of change to launch his attack. Now the time had come. The radio crackled again. It was Richard.
Misty just spotted King's troops headed our way. They've committed to the path. The attack is on. Over.
Roger that. Over, Saul replied. He clutched his rifle with shaking hands, his mind a tumbling mixture of wild emotions. Now that the moment had arrived, he found himself unable to think straight. But Richard's words came back to him, and he took a moment to calm down. A new thought occurred to him, and he glanced at Nick.
He's got 18 vehicles. Will they all fit into the trap? Did we set enough claymores?
I don't know, Nick said, but that's what the snipers are for. Them and us. We're the mop-up crew. Saul bit on his lower lip. Nick was right. That's what they and the 15 other men were there for, huddled behind camouflaged concrete barriers. Once the final blast died away, it was their job to take care of any survivors. It was a good plan, but it had its flaws. If the trap failed, Saul, Nick, and the others would be under fire from heavily armed military vehicles. Outmanned and outgunned. The gate and its defenders were too far away to lend them any assistance, nor could they risk leaving the base undefended. Try to relax, Saul. This will work, Nick said. I know it will.
I hope so, Nick, because if it doesn't...
Don't think like that, Nick said. Stay positive.
I'm trying.
Suddenly, the distant roar of numerous engines reached their ears. The sound grew louder and louder as King's convoy rumbled around the office block occupied by Richard and Misty. The ground shook beneath their feet, and their very bones vibrated from the approach. The first truck came into view, and Saul's mouth grew dry as he waited. He could do nothing but wait until the first vehicle triggered the tripwire. One by one, the convoy drove into the trap until the line extended as far as he could see. King had not held anything back. He was there to conquer. When the lead truck drew level with Saul, he dropped his head into his lap and covered his ears. For a single, breathless moment, nothing happened. Until... boom! The first claymore exploded outward with nerve-shattering force. Like dominoes, the rest followed, and the convoy disappeared beneath a wave of fiery flames and superheated air. Shrapnel peppered the vehicles, and glass windows imploded with the force of the blast. Saul remained in his position until the echoes of the last claymore faded away. Finally, he raised his head to get a look, both hands gripping the rifle on his lap. As the smoke and dust began to clear, he could make out the finer details. It was a scene of utter carnage. The convoy was obliterated. King's men had been caught like rats in a trap. Torn metal and chunks of smoldering debris littered the ground. Screams rang from inside the mangled trucks as men sought to escape. The gunners on top of the roofs were reduced to piles of burnt flesh and bone. Not all were dead, however, and the remainder of King's men began to emerge from the wreckage. They crawled out of open windows and blasted doors like maggots from a corpse. They hacked and coughed, rubbing shaking hands across their burning eyes. Easy targets. "Now!" Nick bellowed, rising from his crouched position. He aimed at the nearest figure and pulled the trigger. Saul followed suit, and his target jerked like a marionette on strings as bullets punched into his chest. The rest of the team also opened fire, and the survivors scrambled for cover they couldn't find. Death rained down upon them, ripping through their flesh and bones with nuggets of steel. After several minutes, Saul stopped firing. There was nothing left to shoot. He lowered his gun and waited until the noise died down. A thick silence fell upon the clearing, and he emerged from the safety of his hiding place. Pieces of glass and concrete crunched beneath his boots as he walked toward the convoy. He nudged the first body he reached with a steel-capped toe. The man didn't move, a gaping hole in his head the cause of death. Another man hung like a doll, half in and half out of his truck, both legs blown to ribbons. With a dismissive shake of his head, Saul moved on. He continued further down the line, searching for the man he hated more than life itself. King. Around him, Nick and the rest picked off the rest of the survivors, those unlucky enough to be alive despite gruesome injuries. The smell of roasted flesh, blood, and feces hung thick in the air. The aftermath of battle. At last, Saul found what he was looking for, and he stopped to study the thing that King had been reduced to. The former lieutenant dragged himself along the ground with both arms, seeking a refuge he'd never find. He left a trail of slime and entrails behind him, the pitiful remnants of his lower body dragging in the dirt. Saul's lips peeled back from his teeth, and his voice rang loud. "King!" King stopped, his head jerking toward Saul. His eyes were wild, and the skin of his cheeks burnt, the flesh peeling off in ribbons. It's you. I always knew it would be you." "This is the end of the road for you, King," Saul said, raising his gun. He pulled the trigger, and King's head exploded in a cloud of pink mist. His brain splattered onto the tar, and his body jerked and spasmed. Saul sucked in a lungful of air, a sense of completion flooding through his mind. It's done. Nick approached from the side and clapped him on the shoulder. "You did it, Saul. You got him." "I did. What about the rest?" Saul asked. "We killed them all except the last truck in the line. It managed to get away," Nick said. "Shit, that means we've got to hurry. If they get to Tara first, she's a dead woman," Saul said, panic hitting him like a sledgehammer. "Not to worry," Nick said. "We've got 2 Humvees waiting for them at the end of the block, and Jackson is on the job. They won't get far." Saul slumped with relief. "I can't thank you enough." "Don't thank me," Nick said, extending his hand. "Just say we can be friends again." Saul grinned and pulled Nick in for a bear hug. Friends. Chapter 23. Bannock. Bannock dropped the radio from hands gone numb with fright. All through the night, he'd been holed up inside King's office, listening for the outcome of the attack on Fort Detrick. The office was a safe zone, off-limits to the remaining ex-cons that guarded the facility. In there, they left him alone. Not for long. The moment they heard King was dead and the attack had failed, it would turn into a free-for-all. They'd kill him just for the fun of it. Tara, too. Not that he cared one whit about her. If it wasn't for his own imminent danger, he'd delight in watching her slow demise. Bannock swallowed hard on the knot in his throat. He had to leave before the prisoners caught on. He had to escape. But where to? He had nowhere to go and no one to turn to in the wasteland that was his country. Spring was on its way, and with it would come a resurgence of the zombies. Nowhere was safe, and a man alone wouldn't stand a chance. Suddenly, a thought occurred to him. Tara. She presented a possible way out. or rather, a possible route back into Fort Detrick. In an instant, Dr. Lee morphed from the enemy into a potential savior. She wasn't that bad after all. He could work with her as long as he was safely tucked away within the walls of the fort. Without wasting another second, Bannock grabbed the gun King kept in the top drawer of his desk. It was a Glock 17 and fully loaded. Even better, he knew how to use the thing. Sort of. After tucking it into his belt, he cracked open the office door and peered into the hallway. It was empty so early in the morning. Most of the cons were still in their beds at the crack of dawn. Still, he needed to hurry. It was only a matter of time before they heard the news on the radio. He walked toward the lab, doing his best to look officious. Twice he passed guards at the checkpoints, and he took care to nod at each of them with calm confidence. It turned out to be unnecessary. As usual, they ignored him. He reached the lab without incident, and he unlocked the door to find Tara pacing the room like a caged tiger. She whirled on him with a ferocious look that couldn't hide the fear that lurked underneath.
Dr. Bannock, did you come to gloat? Are my friends dead?
On the contrary, Dr. Lee, your friends are not only alive, but victorious, Bannock replied. Tara paused, and her jaw almost hit the floor. What? Before Bannock could answer, her eyes narrowed with suspicion.
Are you fucking with me?
No, Dr. Lee, I am not, Bannock replied, surprised at her use of foul language. My, the stress of captivity is not doing her any favors.
Then what are you doing here? Have you come to kill me before my friends get here?
Tara asked, folding her arms. Again, it's a no. I'm not here to kill you. I'm here to rescue you, Bannock said.
Rescue me? Tara cried, before laughing long and hard. You've got to be kidding. Now I know you're screwing with me.
Bannock frowned. In all the years you've known me, have I ever been the joking type? Tara peered at him, suspicion lingering in her features.
Not really, which is why I can't deduce your angle. Why on earth would you rescue me?
It's simple, Dr. Lee. Lieutenant King is dead, and so are most of his men. The attack failed.
How do you know that? Tara asked.
I listened to it over the radio, Bannock said, which is why we have to hurry. Once the other ex-convicts learn the truth, we're as good as dead. They'll kill us for the fun of it, but not before they have their way first.
Why would they kill you? Aren't you one of them?
Bannock shook his head. No, I'm not. The only thing that protects me from their wrath is King's authority, and that's gone now.
So let me get this straight. You're in the same boat as I am. At least you will be once the cons hear the jolly news, Tara said with barely concealed glee. Then they'll kill your sorry ass, but not before they make you suffer first.
Correct, Bannock answered with gritted teeth.
Tara clapped her hands, a broad smile lighting up her face. Oh, this is a dream come true.
I don't see how when the same will happen to you, Bannock said, crossing his arms.
Yes, but at least your screams will ease my passing, Tara said with a wide grin.
Can we save the gloating for later, Dr. Lee? Bannock said as his sense of urgency rose with each second that passed.
Why? Tara asked. I'm having such fun at the moment.
We're wasting valuable time.
Dr. Bannock, I'm not an idiot. You think that by rescuing me, you can buy your way back into Fort Detrick, Tara said, cocking her head.
Bannock sighed. You're right, of course. There is no point in pretending otherwise.
And what makes you think I'll agree to that? Tara asked.
Because you have no choice. I am your only ticket out of this place. As long as the cons believe King is still alive, I hold some sway. Enough to get us out of here in one piece.
I could simply wait for my friends to arrive,
Tara pointed out. I'm sure they're already on their way.
Perhaps, but who knows when they'll get here, Bannock countered. What if the Khans find out about the failed attack before that?
That's a valid point, Tara conceded.
Do you agree, then? Will you let me take us out of here and return for sanctuary at Fort Dietrich?
Tara pursed her lips. You can do that. You can get us out of here.
Bannock nodded. I can.
Swear it. Swear on your life that you can do it, Tara insisted.
Bannock placed one hand over his heart. I swear.
All right. I guess I have no choice but to trust you, Tara said. Let me grab my stuff and we can go.
Hurry, Bannock said. The sooner we get out of here, the better.
Agreed. I've been stuck in this hellhole long enough, Tara replied, bitterness tinging her voice.
No thanks to you, asshole. Bannock winced. I'm sorry about that. It was an error in judgment, and it won't happen again.
Tara flashed him an icy look. It had better not, or you'll wish the Khans got you instead.
Noted. As long as you remember your promise to grant me safety, I'll remain loyal to you and yours, Bannock said.
It's a deal, Tara said, rushing around the lab. She shrugged on her coat and tucked a number of disks and hard drives into her pockets. One more thing.
Yes? Bannock asked.
Won't the guards be suspicious if we try to leave? Tara asked.
Of course. That's why you need to bring the case with the samples of the cure, Bannock replied. I'll tell them that King requested your presence. A few of the men were infected by stray undead, and they need the cure.
You think they'll buy that excuse?
Bannock shrugged. I don't see why not. You're the only one with any knowledge of the cure and the ways to administer it. Besides, I'm King's man, remember?
Oh, I've never forgotten, Tara replied, grabbing the case that held the cures. Let's go then.
After you, Bannock said, unlocking the lab door.
As they stepped through the opening, he sent up a silent prayer that his plan would work. If it didn't, they were both dead. Chapter 24. Tara.
Just stay behind me and keep your mouth shut, Bannock ordered as they left the lab.
Tara didn't bother to answer. If she did, it would be something nasty that might derail her deal with Bannock. Or maybe not. The man was desperate, and she was his only hope of survival. I'm sure he'll take whatever I dish out.
Show the way, asshole.
He flashed her a mean look, but didn't reply. They passed the first few checkpoints without mishap. During King's absence, the guards were far more relaxed, and one of the security points was completely abandoned. With rising hope, Tara eyed the guard at the main entrance. He was a big man with a graying beard and piercing green eyes. His arms were covered in ink, and his head shone bald beneath the fluorescent lights.
"Where do you think you're going?" he demanded as Bannock and Tara approached. We've been summoned by Lieutenant King," Bannock said with a marked stutter.
"Really?" the guard replied.
"Yes, really," Bannock said, shifting from one foot to the other.
Tara cursed beneath her breath. The success of their mission relied on Bannock's ability to sell his position and authority, and he was failing miserably. She eyed the gun tucked into his pants, and her hands itched to grab it.
"Summoned by the lieutenant? I thought he was at Fort Dietrich," the guard said in a gruff voice.
"He was. I mean, he is," Bannock said, faltering once more. "They won, didn't you hear?"
"Good for them," the guard said, his lips quirking.
Tara rolled her eyes. Good God, the man is useless. We're dead meat.
"But he told me to go there with the cure. Some of the men have been infected," Bannock continued. "Infected?" the guard repeated. "By what? Aliens?" He let loose a loud laugh, rocking back on his heels.
Bannock hesitated, and a bead of sweat rolled down his temple. Tara bit on her lower lip and shifted forward, hoping she wasn't about to make things worse. In a low whisper, she said, "Dr. Bannock, sir, I need to administer the cure within the next few hours, or it might be too late." Bannock nodded, bolstered by her statement. "Yes, of course." He turned back to the guard and spoke in a firmer tone of voice. "During the attack, a group of undead showed up, no doubt drawn by the noise. A group of our men were bitten, and they're waiting for the cure."
"The cure? So it's real?"
the guard asked, his eyes flitting to the case Tara carried. Bannock nodded. "It's real."
"Why is she going with you? Shouldn't she be in the lab working?"
The guard's gaze roved over Tara's figure from top to toe, not bothering to hide the lust within. "Dr. Lee is the only person who knows how to administer the cure. King specifically asked for her," Bannock replied.
"Yeah, he did," the guard said. "How do I know you're not bullshitting me?"
"You don't, but you're welcome to try and contact him," Bannock said with false bravado. "Just remember, the longer you delay us, the more of our men will die." The guard shrugged.
"What do I care?"
"You might not, but King does. Or would you like me to tell him you're the reason he lost half of his fighting force?" Bannock asked. The guard hesitated, and Tara prayed he'd give in. "Please, please, please, make him listen. I can't spend another minute in this shithole." To her immense relief, the guard capitulated.
"Fine, I'll let you pass. But if I find out you're lying to me, you're a dead man."
"Of course," Bannock said with a curt nod.
"The same goes to you,"
the guard said to Tara. She didn't answer and kept her gaze fixed to the floor. Her knuckles turned white around the handle of the case she carried, the only outward indication of her anger.
"What, nothing to say?" the guard asked. "You're not nearly as fierce as the guys told me you were, little mouse."
"Let's go, Dr. Lee," Bannock said, pushing the door open, and she followed with an inward sigh of relief. But the guard wasn't done with her yet. He chuckled as she walked past and reached out to pinch her ass.
"I might decide to keep you for myself when you get back. Beautiful women are in short supply these days. Hell, any woman is a find these days."
Tara gritted her teeth and walked faster. "Just go. Don't say anything."
"Hurry back, little mouse. I'll be waiting for you."
His laughter rang in her ears. Just when she thought she was going to burst, Bannock gripped her arm and whispered, "Keep it together, Dr. Lee. We're almost there." She nodded. He was right. Keep it together. He pointed at a truck to their right. It was an old one with a couple of rust spots, but its sheer size was comforting. Not much could stop them once they got going. "That one. Get in. I'll drive." "All right." She climbed into the passenger side and held the case with the cure on her lap. Bannock got into the driver's side and started the engine. For several minutes, he fiddled with the gears until she felt compelled to ask, "Can you even drive this thing?" "Sort of," he muttered, his balding pate gleaming in the light. "Sort of?" "I got a crash course from Perez the other day, but these things aren't exactly easy to maneuver, you know?" he replied, visibly irritated. "Just leave me be." Tara shrugged, but her stomach churned. "Fine, whatever. It's not like we have all day." After another minute or so, Bannock got them moving, much to her relief. He cruised down the road and halted at the gate. 2 guards approached, each carrying a rifle, and Tara sank deeper into her seat. "Let me do the talking," Bannock muttered. "Sure, because you've done such a stellar job so far," she shot back. "Just for once, keep quiet, Dr. Lee. I'm trying to help you," Bannock replied, straightening his shirt collar. "Help yourself, you mean," Tara growled beneath her breath. Bannock opened his window halfway and nodded at the guards. "Good day. I'm just on my way out. Could you open the gate, please?" The nearest one stopped and surveyed them both with a blank expression.
"We've got strict orders not to let anyone out. You'll have to turn around."
"I received orders from Lieutenant King," Bannock countered. "Several of the men were infected by stray undead drawn to the fight at Fort Detrick, and he needs the cure."
"He said that?" the guard asked. "I find that interesting."
Bannock nodded. "I spoke to him barely 20 minutes ago." The guard shrugged.
"I didn't receive any such orders from the lieutenant."
"This is a matter of the utmost urgency," Bannock said. "If those men don't get the cure on time, they'll die."
"I said no," the guard replied, shaking his head. "I was ordered to let no one in or out, and that's that."
"Can't you just check with him over the radio?" Bannock said.
"Maybe, but I'm not in the mood,"
the guard replied, with a smile playing around his lips. "If those men die, King's going to be pretty pissed," Bannock said with growing desperation.
"Only if he finds out."
While the two argued, Tara studied the gate. It was closed, and a chain was looped through the center, holding the two sides in place. But it wasn't locked. The chain hung loosely while the padlock dangled to the side. She shifted closer to Bannock while keeping a close eye on the two guards. It was apparent the two were not going to let them through. Every fiber of her being told her she and Bannock were in serious trouble. There was something off in the way the two cons looked at each other, like they knew something Bannock and Tara didn't. It was also obvious in their amused attitudes and the way they'd encircled the truck. This is a game to them. They're playing with us. "Please, let us do our duty," Bannock pleaded. "I don't want to get into trouble with King."
"You hear that, Joe?"
the guard called to his companion.
"He's scared of getting into trouble." The other guard laughed. "A little late for that, isn't it?"
Together, they broke into loud laughter, and Tara nudged Bannock. "They know about King." Bannock flashed her a panicked look. "What?" "They know," she repeated, nudging him again. "Go!" "I can't go. The gates are closed," he protested. "They're not locked, and this is a truck. Drive through them before the guards try to stop us." I, Bannock stuttered. "If you don't do it, we're both dead," Tara insisted. "Now go!" The guard stepped closer to Bannock's window, his laughter fading away.
"Why don't you get out of the vehicle, Dr. Bannock? Then we can have a nice little chat. The woman, too."
I'd rather not," Bannock said, his face pale.
"Don't make me ask again," the guard warned, lifting his rifle.
"Bannock, go!" Tara screamed as the guard on her side reached for her door. "Hold on," he cried, and jammed his foot on the gas. The truck lurched forward and crashed into the gate. It swung open as the chain went flying. The guards yelled at them to stop, but Bannock kept going, and they shot into the open with a roar of the engine. Tara held on for dear life as the truck bounced and rattled over the uneven terrain. Time and poor weather had eroded the road to a semblance of its former self, and it was filled with giant potholes. Bannock swerved around them, and she was convinced they'd crash. "Be careful!" "I'm trying," he reacted, wrestling with the steering wheel. The front tire hit a ditch, and they launched into the air, suspended for a brief moment. The truck crashed back to the ground, and Bannock lost control. They careened off the road and did a 180 before smashing into a tree. A cloud of dust enveloped the truck in a yellow haze. "Get us out of here, Bannock!" Tara screamed, her eyes wide as she faced back the way they'd come. The two guards were running toward them, and the first shots punched into their vehicle. The rounds ricocheted off the body, and she ducked below the dashboard. Somehow, Bannock managed to get the truck back on the road, the wheels spinning. He raced toward the open road with his hands white-knuckling the wheel. The gears grated whenever he shifted, but he kept going. Tara remained huddled in the footwell, her eyes closed. Her heart pounded in her chest, and the sour taste of fear stung her lips. The only thing she cared about was escaping, and it grated on her nerves that she had to rely on Bannock. I hate him, and I hate what he did to me. He doesn't deserve a second chance. He doesn't deserve anything from me.
It's okay. We made it, Bannock said at last.
Tara sat upright, burying her venomous feelings deep within her chest.
Holy shit, I can't believe you did it.
Bannock managed a faint smile.
I did, didn't I?
Tara snorted.
Who'd have thought?
Give me a little credit, will you? He asked.
She smiled at him with gritted teeth.
Fine. What happens now?
Now we go to Fort Detrick, but we dare not take the straight road, he said. We wouldn't want to run into any stragglers from King's party.
Tara nodded, forcing herself to relax in her seat.
All right, that makes sense.
She waited as they took a roundabout route back to Fort Detrick, the scenery flashing by the windows in dull browns and greens. The minutes ticked by until she was confident they were in the clear with no signs of pursuit. This is it. Time to make my move. Raising her hand, she asked, "What's that?" He peered in the direction she pointed.
What's what? I don't see anything.
Moving faster than he could blink, Tara leaned over and grabbed the gun from his belt. She pointed the barrel at his head and commanded in an icy tone of voice, "Stop." He threw her a panicked look.
What are you doing?
I said, stop the truck.
She thrust the gun at Bannock when he hesitated.
Now!
He jammed his foot on the brakes, and they slid to a stop in the middle of the road. With smoke from the tires swirling around the vehicle, Bannock stared at her.
What's going on?
Tara didn't answer. Instead, she jabbed the gun at the door.
Get out. Now.
What? No!
Bannock protested, shaking his head.
Get out, or I'll shoot you,
Tara said, her expression stony.
No,
Bannock said, remaining in his seat.
You can't do this.
I can, and I will.
Get out before I kill you, Dr. Bannock,
Tara repeated.
You promised to grant me sanctuary, Bannock cried. You swore.
I lied.
No, this isn't you, Dr. Lee. You're not a killer,
Bannock said, his cheeks the color of curdled milk. You know nothing about me, you sad sack of shit, Tara hissed through gritted teeth as anger exploded through her veins. Her blood boiled when she thought about everything he'd done to her, and her finger tightened on the trigger.
I swear, if you don't get out of this truck right now, I'll blow your brains out and dump your corpse by the side of the road.
Something in her manner must have convinced him, because Bannock reached for his door with trembling fingers.
Dr. Lee, please, don't do this. I'm begging you. Give me a chance.
Move, Tara said, waving the gun at his face. He blanched and opened the door, stepping out with the greatest reluctance.
I'll be a better man, I promise. I'll do anything you want. Anything.
Tara scooted over until she sat behind the wheel and stared down at the quivering Dr. Bannock.
You are a murderer and a coward. You lied and cheated, stepping on the backs of others to ensure your survival. You conspired to kidnap me and keep me hostage, and you tried to steal my work. You are nothing but a cockroach, and you don't deserve a second chance.
I won't do anything like that ever again. I swear it,
Bannock said, raising his hands to her. She spat at his feet, contempt oozing from every pore in her body.
Goodbye, Dr. Bannock.
If you leave me here, I'll die, he cried.
That's the idea, asshole, and I hope you suffer,
Tara replied, as deep satisfaction washed over her.
Oh, and by the way, that crap you told me about James Dean? It was all a lie. I found his cell phone on the floor of the lab when you made me clean up his mess. I charged it last night, and guess what I found? A message from his aunt disowning him for the murder and rape of 3 innocent girls. Bannock paled, his lips flapping as he tried to formulate a reply. Save your excuses, Dr. Bannock, Tara said. You delighted in causing me pain, and I'm only returning the favor. May you burn in hell. She slammed the door in his face and drove away without a backward glance. To her mind, Dr. Bannock no longer existed. The miles swept by, and Tara handled the truck with the ease of long hours of practice. Saul had taught her weeks ago how to drive just about anything she might encounter. It was all part of surviving in the new world. You never knew when a school bus, 3-wheeler, or motorcycle presented your only means of escape. Time ceased to have meaning as she drew closer to the fort. Nothing mattered but the fact that she was headed home. A song hovered on her lips, a tuneless expression of pure joy. I'm on my way, love. Just a little longer. She spotted the mess caused by King's attack before she reached the gates. The smoking remains of trucks and the lifeless bodies of men littered the grounds. A convoy of 3 vehicles was parked just outside the fort, and a small group of people milled about in the open. Among them, she spotted a familiar figure, and laughter bubbled up her throat. Saul! She slid to an abrupt stop and jumped out with a whoop of joy. Saul, it's me! His gaze widened when he saw her, and he broke into a swift run. Tara, you're back! She jumped the last 3 paces, and he caught her midair. Clinging to him like a monkey, she rained down kisses upon his lips. Yes, it's me. I'm back. I missed you so much. I can't believe it, he cried, wrapping her up in a bear hug. I was on my way to get you. I never thought... It doesn't matter. I'm here now, she murmured, her head tucked against his chest. With her eyes closed, she breathed in his warmth and allowed it to melt the icy cap around her heart. Just promise me one thing. What's that? He asked. That we'll never be separated again, she said. Saul laughed and drew her even closer. That's a promise. Epilogue 1. Alex. Alex tilted back his head to catch the last rays of dying sunlight. Its golden warmth felt good on his skin, and he sucked in a deep breath of fresh air. His lungs twinged as they expanded, and the bandages around his chest were constrictive. But he was grateful to be home. Though far from healed, Ethan had discharged him with strict instructions to take his medicine on time and to get plenty of rest. Alex was only too happy to oblige. It felt good to be his own man again. After the failed attack by King, Nick had wasted no time getting things back on track. The defenses and infrastructure were checked, the wounded treated, and the dead buried. Electricity, water, and plumbing were restored, and the cafeteria operated at full steam again, serving those who lived in the barracks. Citizens received rationing tickets, and a thrift store supplied all their needs. Anything from batteries to hair dye and old magazines lurked within its depths. At the same time, a thriving farmers' market every Friday allowed the citizens to trade goods among each other. Saul's team, recognized as one of the best even among the military, rooted out the last of the ex-cons lingering in the area. They also cleared out the university where King had holed up and returned triumphant with truckloads of supplies. Weapons, ammunition, vehicles, medicine, army uniforms, blankets, and tools. Plans were made to plant several acres of crops, managed by teams of civilians, and the various raiding parties searched far and wide for more supplies. Tara was in charge of the lab, producing vials of the cure in readiness for the next zombie attack. And the kids were back in school. There were even religious services on offer at a nearby church,
with different times allocated to different faiths. Things were looking up. During this time, Dylan took it upon herself to go house hunting. She found the perfect place in a sheltered cul-de-sac with a small park in the middle. Amy claimed a neat 3-bedroom house for her, Alex, and Jenny, while Nick and Dylan moved in next door. Tara and Saul took the home adjacent, while Ethan moved into the cottage at the far end. That left only one house unoccupied, but Alex was sure it wouldn't be for long.
"Are you warm enough, Alex?"
Amy asked, appearing next to his chair. She fussed with the blanket around his legs until he shooed her away. "I'm fine, sis. You don't have to coddle me," he said.
"I'm not coddling you. I'm just looking after you," Amy replied. "Doctor's orders."
Alex rolled his eyes. "I can look after myself. Besides, it looks like Ginny needs your help more than I do."
"Huh?"
Amy asked, turning to look at the girl in question. Ginny sat at a small table on the far end of the porch. Her right hand gripped a pencil, poised above an exercise book filled with mathematical problems. Judging by the ferocious look on her tiny face, things weren't working out the way they were supposed to. Rufus sat next to her on the table. Now and then she'd point the pencil at him before stabbing at the paper.
"No, Rufus, that can't be right. You must listen during class."
"Oh, dear," Amy murmured. "I'd better find out what's going on over there." "Do you think she'll ever stop talking to that stuffed bear?" Alex asked. Amy shrugged.
"The teacher said it's quite normal. A coping mechanism."
"Well, you'd better hurry up before she skewers Rufus like a shish kebab," Alex said with a chuckle. Amy hurried away, and Alex turned his attention back to their surroundings. He loved their new home. Amy had chosen well. The house was small and manageable, but not cramped. The bottom floor consisted of an open-plan kitchen, dining room, and living room, while the bedrooms and bathroom were upstairs. There was also a built-in pantry and a wide porch, complete with 2 rocking chairs. It was his favorite spot, and he enjoyed sitting there in the afternoons now that winter was almost over. A short driveway of gravel led down to the gate, flanked on either side by flower beds and cultivated lawn. Granted, it looked forlorn and scraggly, but spring would fix that soon enough. 2 bicycles leaned against the white picket fence, Amy and Ginny's preferred mode of transport. George lounged on a patch of dry grass, his ears twitching whenever he heard a new sound, though he was too lazy to investigate the source. He jumped up, however, when a truck turned the corner, the open back loaded with suitcases.
"Who's that?"
Ginny asked, pointing at the vehicle.
"I don't know,"
Amy said, standing up. "Me neither." Alex craned his neck as the truck stopped in front of their gate. The driver's door opened, and a familiar figure stepped out. "Amanda?" he asked. "Hey, Alex," Amanda replied with a wave. She stepped through the gate and paused to greet George. The pup wriggled around her legs with exaggerated enthusiasm and slobbered all over her hands. "Yes, George, I'm happy to see you, too." Alex grinned. "This is a surprise. What brings you here?" "Didn't you hear?" she asked, walking up the driveway while fending off George's attentions. "We're moving in." "We?" he asked, squinting at the other figure that exited the passenger side of the truck. "Is that—"
"Brenda!"
Ginny cried. Books went flying as the child hurled herself off the porch and into the waiting Brenda's arms. Brenda picked up the child and whirled her about in a circle. Ginny shrieked with delight, while George barked madly, eager to join in the fun. It took a few minutes for both Ginny and George to calm down and order to be restored. "Have a seat," Amy offered, her slender form flitting about as she welcomed Amanda and Brenda to her home. "Would you like some coffee or a cool drink? Let me take your coats." Alex's heart constricted inside his chest at her words. She sounded so much like their mother in that moment, and he realized with a start that she was no longer a child, not even a teen. "She's all grown up now,"
A woman in her own right.
It was a bittersweet revelation.
"That's all right, thank you. We can't stay long," Amanda said. "It's getting late, and we still need to unpack our things." "You said you were moving in? Where?" Alex asked. "Dylan said we could take the empty house on this street," Amanda said. "If that's okay with you guys, of course." "Of course, you're more than welcome," Alex said, joy filling his heart. He liked and admired Amanda. It was the one thing he missed about the infirmary. Their long conversations about everything and anything under the sun.
"We'd be happy to have you as neighbors," Amy agreed.
"Perfect. I was hoping you wouldn't mind," Amanda said with a relieved smile.
"Yeah, we're tired of the staff quarters at the infirmary," Brenda added. "We never get a moment's peace."
"I can imagine it must be tough, living at the place you work," Alex said. "This way you can get some time off."
"Now you can visit Rufus and me every day,"
Jenny told Brenda with a happy smile.
"And George, too,"
she added hastily. Brenda pressed a kiss to Jenny's forehead.
"I'll try my best, sweetheart."
"Only if you promise to do your chores," Amy said, wagging her finger. Jenny frowned.
"All right, if I have to."
Brenda laughed and dropped her voice to a whisper.
"I'll help you with your homework. Deal?" "Deal,"
Jenny cried.
"Hey," Amy said, "no fair."
Alex shook his head as warmth welled up within his chest. It was a pleasant heat, the kind that came with good times and a sense of well-being. Everything might not be perfect, and spring was on its way with its own set of problems, but he had everything he needed right there. Friends and family. Epilogue 2. Bannock. Bannock watched Tara drive away with horrified disbelief. With her went his only shot at safety. He didn't stand a chance. That much he knew. He was on foot in the middle of nowhere. Even worse, he was unarmed. Panic set in, and his knees went weak. I'm a dead man. He stared at the dark forest that surrounded him. The trees reached toward him with gnarled branches, and the thick undergrowth hummed with menace. His imagination went into overdrive, and he pictured scores of hungry zombies roaming its depths. A clump of dried leaves shivered on the branches of an oak tree, and he raised both fists in a hopeless attempt at self-preservation. After several fear-filled seconds, he realized it was only the wind. Get it together. It's just a stupid breeze. His eyes fell on a signboard in the distance, and he stumbled toward it. Maybe he wasn't doomed after all. If he could reach the next town, he could find a car and a gun. As he trudged along the worn asphalt, anger blossomed inside his chest. With it came a plan of sorts, and determination cleared his mind. That bitch! I'll show her what happens when you mess with me. I'll go to Mount Weather and tell them she and that traitorous Nick are fixing to take over the country. I'll tell them they're a bunch of fanatics bent on killing everyone who resists them. He smiled as he neared the signboard, and his pace quickened. It was a good plan. Not only was Mount Weather still operational, but they boasted a sizable security detail. After the fall of the government, several of the surviving army platoons had retreated to its welcoming arms. He knew this because King had told him it was his next target. King. I should never have followed him. I thought he was strong and ruthless, but it turns out he was an idiot. I'm glad he's dead. His plan to go to Mount Weather expanded further within his brain. He envisioned himself as a savior of sorts. He'd show up and demand to speak to the commander. He'd explain how Tara was trying to mutate the Vita virus, how she was attempting to weaponize it. What could be worse than having zombies at your beck and call? An undead army to crush all your enemies to dust. Such a thing could not be allowed. Mount Weather would believe him. He was sure of it. As a former head researcher for Undead, he carried a certain amount of authority. And I'll use it to my advantage. I'll see to it that Tara suffers before she dies. As he neared the signboard, he found that the next town was only a couple of miles away. Bucky's town wouldn't have much in it, but he should be able to find a working vehicle and a weapon of sorts. Setting his sights on the road ahead, he marched with growing confidence. Things could still work out the way he'd wanted. He could still end up in a position of power and authority, the kind of life that a superior intellect such as his deserved. With a cocky smile playing across his lips, Bannock faced a bright future. The creature once called Graham stumbled through the woods with jerky movements. The terrain was uneven, and his coordination wasn't what it used to be. His undead brain lacked the capacity for smooth mobility. Not that he'd been all that active when he was alive, either. His pursuits had been of the academic kind, rather than the athletic side of things. His clothes were worn and stained with blood and other things that didn't bear closer inspection. It was a shame because the material was of superior quality, and the leather loafers had once served him well. Now only one remained, the other foot bare and encrusted with dirt. If Graham were capable of rational thought, he would have been horrified at the state of his dress. Always painfully neat in life, he'd prided himself on presenting a dignified appearance. It was important in his line of work as well. One didn't often see unkempt history professors giving a class to advanced students. Now, the only student he cared about was the kind he could eat. His mindless wandering brought him to the edge of the woods, and he paused to survey the open area before him. Suddenly, his senses sharpened as he honed in on a short, balding figure waddling along the road in a white lab coat. Saliva flooded Graham's mouth, and he broke into a run. His lack of agility did nothing to slow him, and a hungry howl vibrated up his throat. The object of his intense focus looked back, and its face dissolved into an expression of abject terror. Not that Graham could recognize the play of emotions anymore. The only sensation he knew was the urge to devour. As he pounced upon the pitiful creature, it fought against his hold with surprising strength. But in the end, it was all for naught, and Graham's teeth clamped down on the man's soft, tender flesh. Rich, life-giving blood filled his mouth. It was a feeling like no other, and he wasted little time diving back in for more. More. He continued until the figure below him stopped squirming, its life force leaking into the unforgiving asphalt. Graham devoured the banquet that had so deliciously fallen into his lap until the taste of death tainted the meat. Disinterested in the pathetic remains, he climbed to his feet and resumed walking down the road. Searching. Always searching. In his wake, the Vita virus wormed through the veins of the cooling corpse and settled into the brain. It extended tendrils of influence outward until it took control. The thing that used to be a brilliant scientist called Dr. Bannock struggled erect. Its motor functions were severely impaired by the damage its creator had wrought upon its body. No matter. The only thing that mattered was continuing the spread of the disease, to find more hosts and spread the infection through the only means it had at its disposal. Its teeth. This concludes Apocalypse Z by Bailey Higgins. Narrated by Kristen James. Copyright 2020 by Bailey Higgins. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Bailey Higgins and was produced in the year 2020 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks. Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Apocalypse Z, Book 6 by Bailey Higgins, narrated by Kristen James. Prologue. The Migration. Tyler, Texas, 12:48 p.m. Big Joe straightened up to ease the ache in his lower back and glanced at the sky. It was past noon already, and time to take a break. With careful steps, he picked through the rows of freshly planted vegetables and leaned his shovel against the wall. A chair on the porch beckoned, and he sank onto its wicker frame with a sigh of relief. It was hot, with no sign of the habitual morning chill. Sweat ran down the back of his smooth head, and he wiped it away with a hand the size of a dinner plate.
"I reckon spring is here to stay."
"What's that?" Sandy asked, pushing her way through the screen door that led to the kitchen. She carried a tray loaded with glasses and a pitcher of water, which she placed on a side table.
"Nothing much, just commenting on the weather," Joe replied. "I think winter is gone for good."
"It's been quite warm these last couple of days," Sandy agreed with a nod of her head. She poured a glass of water and offered it to him. "Here, you look like you need this." He accepted the glass and sipped the lukewarm liquid with a grunt. Not for the first time, he wished for the luxury of electricity and plumbing. Instead, their food had to be dried, salted, or canned, and an outhouse took care of their ablutions.
"Thanks, Sandy."
Sandy walked to the edge of the porch and cupped her mouth. "Xavier? Candy? Come on down for a second. It's time for lunch." "Coming," two young voices replied from a tower perched next to the concrete fence that surrounded the property. Seconds later, two teens jogged across the dusty yard, their broad smiles flashing in the sun. Xavier dropped down onto the top step of the porch. "What's for lunch?" "You'll have to wait and see," Sandy admonished as she dished out 2 more glasses of water. "Aw, really?" he replied with a teasing grin. His blue eyes twinkled, offset by a deep tan and dark hair that gleamed in the sun. "Yes, really," Sandy replied with a mock huff. "I'll be right back." She went back to the kitchen, and Candy sat down on a nearby chair. Her light blonde hair hung down her back in a thick braid, and a silver stud gleamed in her bottom lip. Her lashes were coated with black mascara, which made her green eyes look cat-like, and she chewed on a thumbnail covered in chipped purple nail polish.
"How does it look outside?"
Joe asked. Candy shrugged. "It's quiet. Nothing for miles around." "Yeah, but it looks like a storm is on its way," Xavier added. Joe frowned.
"A storm?"
Xavier nodded. "There's a dark cloud hanging on the horizon, and it's moving this way."
"I see,"
Joe replied.
"Are you sure it's a storm?"
"What else could it be?" Xavier asked.
"Maybe I should take a look for myself," Joe said.
"Not before you eat first," Sandy said, emerging from the kitchen with a tray of freshly baked oatmeal biscuits and a jar of apricot jam. At least the wood oven was proving its worth. Joe's mouth watered at the smell, and he readily forgot about the coming storm for the next 10 minutes. Only after he'd eaten his fill did he accompany the 2 teens to the watchtower. As they crossed the yard, he looked around him with a sense of deep satisfaction. At the start of winter, they'd been homeless, starving, and on the run. A ragtag group of survivors who'd banded together, none of them related. They found this little farm out in the middle of nowhere and decided to stay. Throughout the long weeks that followed, they'd put in a vegetable garden, foraged at the nearby farms for supplies, and even caught a couple of chickens that ran wild. With his own hands, Joe had erected the concrete fence and built the tower for their safety. He'd also reinforced the house and fixed the big truck they found in the barn. He reckoned they were secure enough to make this their home, with a river surrounding the property on 2 sides and nothing to see for miles on the other. They were a family now, even if it was a weird one. Joe climbed up the ladder and reached for the binoculars that Xavier handed to him.
"Where is this so-called storm?"
"Over there," Xavier answered, pointing at a low-hanging cloud on the horizon. "It's moving fast, though. I mean, it's a lot closer now than it was a half an hour ago."
"Let me see,"
Joe said, gazing in the direction Xavier pointed. It took a couple of seconds for his eyes to adjust to the lenses, but then the image became clear. In an instant, his blood ran cold.
"No."
"What is it?" Xavier asked.
"It can't be,"
Joe murmured, unable to focus on anything but the sight in front of him.
"There are so many of them. It's impossible."
"What's impossible?"
Candy asked, her shrill voice piercing his intense focus.
"Zombies,"
Joe said.
"That's not a cloud. That's a horde of zombies, and they're coming straight for us."
Candy paled, and Xavier took a step back.
"How many?"
Candy asked.
"Too many to fight. We need to leave. Now,"
Joe said, hurrying toward the ladder.
"Leave? We can't leave!"
Xavier cried.
"This is our home!"
"Not anymore,"
Joe said with a grunt as his feet hit the ground. He strode toward the house.
"Sandy, I need you to pack as much as you can, whatever we can fit into the truck."
Sandy stared at him. "Are you serious, Joe? What's happening?"
"There's a horde of infected coming this way," Joe explained. "We need to leave."
"Can't we fight, or just wait it out?" Sandy asked. "They'll pass us by if they don't know we're here. That's what the storm shelter is for, isn't it?"
"Exactly,"
Xavier said, running up next to Joe. "We prepared for this."
"I don't want to leave,"
Candy said, adding her voice to the argument.
"I'm tired of running."
"We don't have a choice,"
Joe said, rubbing one hand across his furrowed brow.
"Of course we do,"
Xavier said, his expression mutinous.
"Not this time."
"I'd rather die than leave,"
Candy declared, folding her arms across her chest.
"Then you'll die,"
Joe bellowed, losing his patience. Candy dropped her arms, her expression stricken. Her lips quivered when she spoke.
"Joe?"
Joe sighed, immediately regretting his outburst.
"Candy, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to shout at you, but if we stay, we'll die."
"What about the storm shelter?" Xavier asked.
"I won't take that risk, not with so many infected. If they catch even a whiff of our presence, they'll break down that door within seconds."
"Impossible," Xavier said, his mouth set in a stubborn line. "It's a solid metal door." Joe ground his teeth in frustration.
"That won't matter, Xavier."
"Everyone, please, calm down," Sandy said, raising both hands, palms out. "Joe, explain to me what's going on. I need to understand."
"It's simple, Sandy. We need to leave right now. We can't fight a horde that size, and we can't hide either. They'll plow right over us," Joe explained.
"How many are we talking here?" Sandy asked. Joe hesitated.
"How
many?" Sandy cried.
"Thousands, Sandy. There are thousands of them,"
Joe replied in a soft voice. Sandy shook her head. "That many?"
"Maybe even tens of thousands," Joe affirmed. "My best guess is they're moving up from the south following the warmer weather, perhaps even coming from as far down as Mexico."
"My God," Sandy said with a shake of her head.
"And with every big city they hit along the way, their numbers have grown as new groups join them," Joe said. "San Antonio, Austin, Dallas. It's like a snowball effect."
"How long before they get here?" she asked.
"Half an hour, if we're lucky," Joe said. "It depends on how fast they are moving."
Sandy was quiet for a couple of seconds before she nodded. "All right. Xavier, Candy, I'll need your help with the packing." "But," Xavier protested. "No buts, mister," Sandy said. "It's all hands on deck."
"Are we really leaving?" Candy asked. "Where would we even go?"
"I don't know," Joe said. "As far away from here as we can get."
Sandy, Xavier, and Candy rushed into the house, leaving Joe to stare at the vegetable garden he'd just finished weeding.
I can't believe it's come to this. All our hard work destroyed in seconds.
His hands clenched into fists. Whatever happened, they'd make it. He'd make sure of that. With fresh determination, he whirled toward the barn and headed for the truck. Sandy, Xavier, and Candy were his responsibility now.
And I'll be damned if I let the zombies get 'em.
El Dorado, Arkansas, 1:37 a.m. Wanda stirred in her cocoon of blankets, a sixth sense warning her of danger. Her eyes popped open at the sound of breaking glass, and she scrambled to her knees. One hand searched for her weapons, while the other reached toward the sleeping form of her partner, Tom. She shook his shoulder and spoke in a low whisper.
Tom, wake up. We've got company.
He jerked upright, but didn't make a sound. The long months had taught them both the value of silence. While he pulled on his boots and jacket, Wanda slung her gun belt around her hips. It contained her Glock, knife, and a spare magazine, while Tom carried a Remington shotgun. His eyesight wasn't the best, and he'd lost his glasses during a previous fight with a zombie. That made the shotgun the better option for him. The tinkling of another shattered window sent a spurt of adrenaline rushing through her veins, and she shot to her feet. With her hands wrapped around the butt of her gun, she waited until Tom reached her side. He touched her arm with his fingertips, his teeth flashing in a beam of moonlight from the windows set high up in the walls.
Here's your bag.
Thanks. Wanda took the proffered backpack and shrugged it on. Are we running or checking things out first?
Let's have a quick look out front, Tom said. Maybe it's nothing.
Wanda nodded, but deep down, she knew that wasn't the case. Something was happening. Something bad. She felt it in her gut, a feeling she'd learned to trust the hard way. Nevertheless, it didn't help to storm out into the night if they didn't know what was going on.
Okay, are you ready?
As ready as I'll ever be, Tom replied, shrugging his pack on as well. Let's go, Wanda said, inching toward the door that separated them from the shop front. She twisted the handle and pushed it open, holding her breath. The contents of the furniture shop jumped into sharp relief, the edges cast in silver from the light that streamed through the wall-to-wall glass. A large counter stood between them and the entrance ahead. It was a natural barrier to the storeroom they'd taken shelter in for the night. Dark figures moved past the windows, their bodies melding together into one great blob with many heads. Their jerky movements identified them as infected. Zombies were the only ones that moved with such a curious mixture of clumsiness and determination. The sound they made was eerily familiar, too. It was formed out of a symphony of noises that melded together into one deep, multi-layered thrum. Flesh bumping against flesh, limbs scraping across brick, material chafing on skin, the slap of feet on the tar, and the involuntary moans and groans emitting from hundreds of throats. Maybe even thousands. Wanda couldn't make out any details, but she guessed the street was full to the brim with the shuffling horde. Their sheer weight and numbers caused the clear glass of the shop front to bulge inward. An explosion followed as another one of the windows gave in, unable to take the pressure. Now I know what woke me up earlier. Several infected were shoved into the shop where they milled about aimlessly, pushing over chairs and bumping into delicate lamps and vases. They acted like sheep without a herder. Dangerous, flesh-eating sheep. Wanda and Tom ducked down behind the counter, their hearts banging in their chests. Where did they all come from? Wanda asked in a low whisper, peering over the edge with a mixture of fear and fascination. Tom shook his head. I don't know. We'd better get out of here. They could spot us at any moment, Wanda said, jerking her head at the zombies that were wrecking the shop. Let's slip out through the back door. What if they've surrounded the building? Tom asked. Wanda hesitated. "The roof. Let's get up on the roof. We'll be able to see much better." "Okay." As one, they turned toward the stairwell that led to the upper stories of the building. Wanda had barely taken 2 steps when her toe hit an empty can, and the clang of metal on tile rang throughout the interior. She froze to the spot as terror seized hold of her brain. Oh no. The infected reacted instantly, the sound like a dinner bell to their empty bellies. They rushed toward the couple with vicious snarls, a school of sharks after 2 sardines. Wanda stared at them, and for a moment, all else faded away. She knew she should move, but couldn't. Even Tom's frantic screams didn't help. Death was coming for her. "Shit, Wanda, run!" Tom cried, shoving her from behind. His push was enough to get her moving, and she vaulted up the stairs 2 at a time. Tom followed, his breath hot on the nape of her neck. At the top, she paused to look back, and her knees grew weak at the sight. Scores of infected thronged the shop, a tidal wave of bodies that broke upon the stairwell's foot. As clumsy as they were, the steps wouldn't deter them for long, especially when they began crawling over each other like ants. "Keep going," Tom said, tugging on her arm. "We have to get to the top. It's our only chance." He was right, and Wanda followed him up several floors until they hit the emergency access to the roof. It was a heavy metal door set in a solid frame. Its hinges were oiled, and it swung open with ease. That was no accident, but part of the precautions they'd taken earlier. Tom slammed it shut once they were through and jammed the lock in place. After a couple of hard tugs, he grunted with approval. That should hold. "Are you sure?" Wanda asked, worry gnawing at her insides. "I'm sure," Tom said. "The corridor is pretty narrow, so only a few of them can come at the door at once." "Good," she said, folding her arms across her chest with a visible shiver. "That was pretty close." "Yeah, we were lucky," Tom agreed, walking toward the edge of the building. Wanda followed him, her arms clamped around her waist. At the rim of the roof, she paused with one boot braced against the concrete edge. The sky was clear, and the moon hung far above her head, illuminating the streets below. They were 5 stories up. That allowed for a clear view of the city stretched out around them, and she let her gaze pan across the area. The town was filled to the brim with zombies. They were crammed into every inch, the edges overflowing with stragglers. They moved with single-minded determination, forcing their way through the city center without regard for any obstacles. They swarmed over vehicles, park benches, dumpsters, and each other alike. They didn't care what stood in their way. The only thing they cared about was moving forward, one laborious step after the other. Now and then, a ripple of excitement ran through the horde as the infected stumbled upon something living. A cat, dog, rat, or human. It didn't matter to them. A quick yowl, bark, or a scream, and it was all over. Blood ran red in the alleyways. The noise swelled above the crowd and washed over her. It tugged at her nerves until she wanted to huddle down and cry. It was almost as bad as the smell, and she quickly tied her bandana around her mouth. "Where did they all come from?" Wanda asked, pressing one trembling hand to her lips. Tom shrugged, a helpless gesture. "I don't know. They're coming from the south." "Migrating, perhaps?" Wanda asked. "Maybe. They were pretty scarce during the cold. It could be that they're returning with the coming of spring." Wanda paled. If that's the case, we're doomed. Winter was tough enough without hordes of migrating infected to deal with. Tom sighed. "I pity anyone caught in their path." "Screw them. I pity us. How do we get down from here?" Wanda asked. "We don't. We stay put until they move on," Tom said, shrugging off his backpack. "Once the streets are empty, we can bail down the fire escape." "Whenever that might be," Wanda said with a shudder. "Well, we might as well make ourselves comfortable.
It's going to be a long wait, Tom said, sitting down. Wanda followed his advice. He was right. They weren't going anywhere. Not until the horde continued on its way. She chewed on her lower lip as she settled onto her blanket roll. I've never seen so many in one place. Not like this. Do you think we stand a chance, Tom? Does humanity? Tom stared at her for several seconds, his shoulders drooping. I don't know, Wanda. They outnumber us 100 to 1, probably more. Unless someone somewhere can pull off a miracle, this could be the end of humanity. Tom's words sent a cold shiver down her spine, and Wanda pulled her knees up to her chest. They had an ominous ring to them, and for the first time since the apocalypse began, she felt truly helpless. The end of humanity. Jacksonville, Florida, 11:29 a.m. Ricky dropped to her haunches with her back pressed to the side of an abandoned car. She dragged a younger girl and a boy down beside her and pressed one finger to her lips. Arlie nodded, her baseball cap shadowing her eyes from the bright afternoon sun. Though only 13, she knew what to do, and kept silent while Ricky peered back the way they'd come. Beside her, Eli was as quiet as a mouse, his darting brown eyes the only sign of his fear. With a despairing shake of her head, Ricky sank to the ground. There's too many of them. They're everywhere. We can't keep running.
What do we do?
Arlie asked. I don't know, Ricky admitted, her stomach churning. This was her worst nightmare. Arlie and Eli were her responsibility. She was in charge of their safety, and despite all the obstacles they'd encountered, she'd managed to keep them alive. Eli tugged at her shirt before signaling to her in sign language. I have an idea. What is it? Ricky signaled back, eager to hear his thoughts. Though still a child at 10 years of age, Eli often noticed things she and Arlie missed. She surmised his lack of hearing had sharpened his other senses. That, and the fact that he was insanely intelligent, meant he'd often saved their butts in the past. We hide in there, he answered, pointing to an RV further up the road. Ricky surveyed the vehicle with a thoughtful frown. It was parked next to the pavement, completely intact, and the windows were tinted. Maybe. What do you think, Arlie? Arlie bobbed her head. It's worth a try. All right, follow me, Ricky said, sprinting toward the RV. She kept low to the ground and used every bit of available cover she could find. The kids stuck close to her side, neither making a sound. She reached the vehicle and tested the door. It swung open with a slight creak, and she peered into the interior with wide eyes. Her knuckles tightened on the handle of her axe, but nothing jumped out to attack her. Still, she needed to make sure it was safe. Arlie, wait here with Eli while I check it out. Okay, Arlie said. Her baseball bat rested against one shoulder, and her mouth was set in a determined line. Ricky climbed up the steps and walked to the back, every sense on high alert. But she needn't have worried. The inside was empty, with nobody in sight, either living or dead. The only sign of the previous owners was a glass of water on the counter and a couple of open suitcases on the bed. She guessed whoever it was had left the vehicle to hunt for supplies and never returned. Their loss, our gain. It's clear. Come inside, Ricky called in a low voice. As Eli and Arlie entered the RV, she looked around. Arlie, close the door and all the curtains. We need to secure this place in a hurry. Through the back window, she could see the horde moving their way. They were still a fair distance off, but it wouldn't take long for them to reach the RV. Once they did, Ricky and the kids would be trapped inside. Their only chance lay in remaining hidden. I hope this works. Ricky turned back to the front and searched the cab for anything useful. A sun visor caught her eye, and she covered the front windshield from undead eyes.
The keys were still in the ignition, and she engaged the central locking and parking brake. Arlie had closed the side door and rushed about, drawing the curtains shut and dropping blinds. Eli made a beeline for the toilet, not even bothering to signal his intentions. The faint tinkle of liquid caught her ears, and she couldn't help but grin. Nature could not be ignored, even in a crisis. She squeezed past Arlie in the narrow kitchen, knocking over the glass of water by accident. It fell to the floor and shattered. Already in motion, her foot landed on the jagged pieces. The sharp edges cut through the worn soles of her shoes, and she screamed as they pierced her flesh. Immediately, she cut off her cry of pain and clamped her lips shut. Through tear-filled eyes, she stared at the oncoming horde, praying they hadn't heard her. After a couple of seconds, she heaved a sigh of relief. The infected kept moving at their usual pace, but her relief was short-lived when she noticed her shoe was soaked with blood. "It's worse than I thought."
"Ricky, are you all right?"
Arlie asked, her eyes huge in her thin face. Ricky gritted her teeth together and hobbled toward the nearest seat. She fell onto a leather-clad bench that curled around a breakfast island and clung to the edges. Pain lanced up her leg with the slightest movement, but she strove to look normal. "Don't worry about me, Arlie. You need to close those last few curtains," Ricky said, waving her hand toward the windows in the back. "Make sure they're shut properly, especially the big one in the back."
"Okay, but what about your foot?"
Arlie asked, hesitating. "My foot can wait. They won't," Ricky answered, pointing toward the advancing horde. "Now go." Arlie rushed off to obey while Ricky lifted up her injured limb with a pained grimace. A big shard of glass stuck out from the bottom and leaked blood in a steady stream. She gripped the edges of the glass with shaky fingers. "Damn it, this is going to hurt." She pulled as hard as she could, and the edges grated against her flesh as it pulled free. A gush of blood followed, and she was left feeling dizzy and nauseated. After a couple of seconds, she scraped together the courage to remove her sock and almost passed out. The cut in her foot was deep, a long gash that nearly bisected the tender flesh in the middle. "Dear God, this is bad." She rummaged in her backpack until she found a roll of bandages and duct tape. It was all she had, and it would have to do. By rights, she needed stitches and disinfectant, but she had neither. A hand tapped her on the shoulder, and she looked up into the somber eyes of Eli. He held out a bottle of bleach, and she took it with numb curiosity. "Bleach?" "For the infection and the smell," he signaled. "The smell?" Ricky asked, confused for a moment. "The zombies. We don't want them to smell the blood," he answered with silent intensity. "Good thinking," Ricky muttered. Squeezing her eyes shut, she doused the wound with the bleach. The moment the liquid touched her exposed flesh, it kindled a raging fire that burned through her nerve endings until she wanted to scream out in primal agony. But she couldn't. Instead, she bit down on her jacket as tears streamed down her cheeks. Within seconds, Arlie was there. With efficient care, the girl wound the bandage around Ricky's foot, following it up with the tape until it was as stiff as a board. Eli mopped up the blood on the floor, tossed the bloody sock and cloth into the wash basin, and doused everything with more bleach until the RV reeked to high heaven. Less than a minute later, the horde reached the vehicle, and the 3 fugitives inside fell into a state of frozen fear. The sound and smell of decaying corpses filled the interior until it became all they knew. Their hearts jumped in their chests, and their minds quailed beneath the assault on their senses. An assault that would last for hours. As the worst of the pain faded away, Ricky opened her arms and gathered the kids close to her. There they stayed, huddled around the tiny breakfast table as thousands of zombies streamed past them. They broke upon the vehicle like a wave on a rock, surging around the sides. The RV rocked back and forth, the suspension creaking beneath the onslaught. Thankfully, the brakes held, and so did the door. As long as they remained hidden, they'd be safe. For the moment, at least. Savannah, Georgia, 10:31 p.m. Tamara raced down the sidewalk, her entire being focused on gaining the corner up ahead before the hordes spotted her. It was past midnight, and dark clouds obscured the moon. She used the brick wall of a nondescript office block as her guide. The fingertips of her left hand brushed against its rough surface, and she prayed there weren't any obstacles ahead to trip her up. If she fell, she was done for. The thick rubber soles of her sneakers muffled the sounds of her footsteps. It was the only thing saving her so far. That and the poor visibility. So far, the zombies hadn't spotted her because they couldn't see or hear her. It could change at any moment, though. The smallest mistake, a cough, a stumble, a beam of bright light from the moon above would be enough to doom her. She reached the corner of the office block and dashed around it, only to come to a screeching halt. The clouds above had shifted, revealing a sliver of the moon. It illuminated the street ahead enough for her to make out the barest details. Infected filled the opposite end of the block, a vast body of roving predators. A shapeless mass filled with teeth and claws, searching for a helpless victim to rend limb from limb. Tamara ducked behind the nearest object, a minibus that had crashed onto the sidewalk, and clung to its crumpled body. It was a dangerous position, open and exposed. She had to move, but where? Her roving gaze fixed onto a narrow alleyway across the street. It appeared to be empty. At least she hoped it was. Either way, it was her only hope, and she shifted closer until she reached the tail end of the minibus. She could go no further, not without the cover of darkness. Dropping into a low crouch, she waited. And waited. With every second that passed, the zombies drew closer, moving in on her position from two sides. Terror spurted through her veins, but she dared not make a run for it. Not yet. A chill breeze swirled around her collar, and the clouds above drifted across the bright face of the moon. Immediately, Tamara lunged across the open street, praying she wouldn't be spotted. She'd almost made it when the light returned, and she jumped the last few steps into the safety of the alleyway. Thank God. Without waiting, she dashed through the narrow corridor and headed toward the other side. Surely it would be empty. The horde couldn't have reached that far. Not yet. Hope filled her breast. Hope that she'd be able to find a hiding spot. An open shop or office? Anything. Instead, she stumbled to a stop when she spotted more zombies milling around in the street ahead. Their low groans filled her ears, and the smell of their decaying bodies washed across her nostrils. With a muttered curse, Tamara dropped to her haunches behind a metal dumpster. Her breath sawed in and out of her lungs, and her cells cried out for oxygen. Her frantic gaze searched for an escape route, but there was none. Bitter tears burned her eyelids as she realized the truth. She was trapped. Is this how it ends? Caught like a rat in a trap? Tamara shook her head and muttered below her breath. No way. Not a chance. I'm not dying today. Not like that. She ran her hands across the side of the dumpster and tested the lid. It lifted up easily enough, and she probed the inside with questing fingers. It was filled with plastic bags, but there was enough space for her to crawl inside. Without wasting another second, she clambered into the metal bin. The smell made her eyes water, and she nearly hurled on the spot when her hand landed in something soft and squishy. An insect crawled across her face, and she slapped at the offending creature with a surprised yelp, only to clamp her lips shut with a horrified gasp. Be quiet. Cushioned by the waist below, Tamara curled her body into a protective ball. She closed the lid, leaving only a tiny gap for fresh air. With her fingers pressed to her lips, she waited. It didn't take long for the first infected to stumble into the alleyway. Within minutes, they were bumping and grinding past the dumpster in growing numbers. The bin shook and shuddered, and she clung to the lid with both hands until her muscles cramped. Her heart hammered in her chest, and fear played tricks on her mind. She longed to burst from her hiding spot and make a run for it. Anything would be better than just lying there doing nothing.
They'll find me. I know they will. I'm a sitting duck.
But she didn't move, didn't act on the wild impulses that would have caused her certain death. Instead, Tamara closed her eyes and thought of happier times. Afternoons filled with sunshine and laughter. Days before the dead rose to plague the living.
This will pass. They will pass. All I need to do is wait.
Maria Guadalupe Espinosa used to be a beautiful woman before the Vita virus took control of her brain and body. In many ways, she still was, if you could ignore the obvious signs of decay. Her high cheekbones, aquiline nose, and smooth brow spoke of a proud heritage, and her waist-length hair rippled down her back like an ebony waterfall. Unfortunately, her golden skin had taken on an ashen hue, and her full lips were drawn back in a predatory grimace. It was in her hometown Dallas where she first heeded the call of the horde. A large group streamed in from the south, driven by the virus. Restless and hungry, she fell into their midst and followed the front-runners east until they met up with another, larger horde from Austin. Together, they shifted to the northeast, their trajectory placing them on a collision path with Fort Detrick. Unbeknownst to Maria, another group of infected were moving up from Florida, making their way to the north. Together, they numbered in the tens of thousands, with more swelling their ranks each day. An army of the undead. None of that mattered to Maria. All she cared about was the need to feed. It drove her ever onward in the search for food, and instinct told her it would be more abundant in the warmer climes. She didn't realize she was being controlled by the virus and its need to make more of her kind. She didn't know, and if she had known, she wouldn't have cared. A rat dashed across her path, bewildered and trapped by a cage of feet and legs. Many hands reached for the rodent, but Maria swiped them aside with an angry snarl. Her fingers closed around the fat, wriggling body, and she lifted it to her lips. Her ravenous teeth bit into its warm flesh and tore off a mouthful. The rat squealed in agony before another infected latched onto its head and ripped it clean off. Within seconds, there was nothing left but a single bloody claw that was quickly trampled into the dust. Maria's hands dropped back to her sides, and her brain returned to a fugue state. Barely aware of her surroundings, she continued on her way, bare feet dragging across the tar. She was part of a larger being now, an amorphous beast with thousands of arms and legs, motivated by a single purpose: feed. Chapter 1. Alex. Alex raked up the last of the dead leaves into a gigantic pile of red, gold, and brown. All around him, the burgeoning signs of spring showed in the green buds on the trees and the cheerful twitter of birds flying overhead. A warm afternoon sun beamed down on the fertile earth, and the smell of freshly churned dirt filled his nostrils.
That should do it.
With a sigh of satisfaction, he wiped the sweat from his brow. He'd done enough for the moment, and it was time for a well-earned break. He walked toward the porch and leaned the rake against the railing before sitting down on the top step. His chest ached where he'd been shot, but he ignored it as part of the healing process. Rummaging in the cooler he'd packed earlier, he removed a bottle of water and a packet of peanuts. As he chewed on a handful of nuts, he surveyed his handiwork. All in all, it was a solid morning's work. He'd tidied the flower beds, raked up the dead vegetation, and trimmed the trees. He'd also readied a patch of earth for planting, and the seeds lay waiting on the kitchen table. His mouth watered at the thought of fresh peas, green beans, spinach, tomatoes, and lettuce. Anything that didn't carry the metallic aftertaste of a can.
"Wow, someone's been busy,"
a familiar voice called. He looked up into the beaming face of Amanda.
"Hi, Amanda."
She waved at him from the front gate before pointing at the garden.
"It's looking good, I see."
Alex shrugged.
"All in a day's work."
"Fancy a walk? I'm on my way to the infirmary," Amanda asked.
"I'd love to, but I still need to bag those leaves," Alex answered. "One stiff breeze and all my efforts will be undone."
"I understand," Amanda said with a rueful smile. "Maybe another time?"
"Definitely."
At that moment, Amy rode up on her bike, followed by Ginny, while George the puppy trailed in their wake. They stopped next to Amanda and exchanged cheerful greetings. "Hey, Amanda, did you come to visit?" Amy asked, leaning her bicycle against the fence. "Not today," Amanda replied. "I'm on my way to work." "That's too bad," Amy said, reaching for the gate.
Alex raised a hand. "Wait, don't—"
She unlatched the gate, and George pushed through the opening with a gleeful bark. Before Alex could stop him, he spotted the pile of dead leaves and plowed into it head first. An explosion of rich fall colors followed, and within seconds, hours of hard work was lost. Alex sighed, his shoulders drooping as he finished his sentence.
"Open the gate."
Amy stared at him with wide eyes. "Oh, dear. I'm so sorry. I didn't think."
"George, no!"
Ginny cried over the fence, wagging her finger.
"Bad dog!"
George ignored both Ginny and Amy, chasing dead leaves around the yard with all the exuberance contained within his quivering body. He barked at everything and anything, his tail lashing the air like a whip. Alex rose to his feet with a shake of his head.
"I think I'll take you up on that walk after all, Amanda."
"Glad to hear it," Amanda said, trying to hide her grin behind a raised hand. "I'm sorry, Alex. I'll clean it up, I promise," Amy said, cringing as she watched George cavort in the garden.
"You'd better," Alex said, walking down the driveway. "It took me the whole morning to rake up those leaves. The plastic bags are on the porch."
"I'll help,"
Ginny said, dropping her bike to the ground. She darted past Alex and chased after George, a futile exercise as the puppy evaded her efforts with ease.
"I'm glad to hear that," Alex said with a somber expression. "And don't forget to pick up his poop either."
"His poop?"
Ginny asked, wrinkling her nose. "You're kidding, right?" Amy called after his retreating back.
"You heard me,"
Alex shouted back as he joined Amanda on the sidewalk. He extended his arm with exaggerated courtesy.
"Shall we, Miss Hooper?"
Amanda smothered a giggle as she looped her arm through his. They walked down the street for a spell before she said, "That was kind of mean."
"Mean? Try doing yard work in this heat with 3 gunshot wounds in your chest," Alex said.
Amanda snorted. "Now you're exaggerating."
"Only a little," Alex admitted. "Besides, it will keep them out of trouble."
Trouble seems to follow you Donahues around like a shadow," Amanda said. "Seriously, though, how are you feeling?"
"Much better. It still hurts at times, but each day is better than the last," Alex said,
giving his chest an experimental stretch. "Will you be able to work again soon?" Amanda said.
"I'm counting on it," Alex said. "Sitting on the porch all day isn't exactly my idea of fun."
"And neither is picking up dog poop," Amanda said with a laugh.
Alex shuddered. "Definitely not. But why do you ask about my working again soon?"
"No reason, except that I know they could use you. Dylan complains about the state of the vehicles all the time. Trucks are breaking down left, right, and center, and I know everyone is worried about the coming of spring."
"Spring? It's not coming. It's already here, Alex said, waving a hand around.
I know, and that's what frightens me. Any day now, the zombies will come back, Amanda said, her voice low.
Don't worry about it too much. We're safe here, Alex said, not liking the bleak look in her eyes.
Are we? Amanda asked. We've had it easy this winter, except for King's attack, and it's been nice not being scared all the time.
You scared? You don't have it in you to be scared, Alex said, bumping her shoulder. She punched him on the arm. Shows you how little you know about me. A lack I intend to remedy, Alex replied. If you'll let me. Amanda flashed him an amused look.
Are you asking me out, Alex Donahue?
Maybe, if you could get your boss to give you time off, Alex quipped.
We'll see about that, Amanda answered. But you'd better pull out all the stops. I aim to be impressed.
Not a problem, Alex said. I know how to romance a girl.
Amanda laughed. I'm sure you do. You must have been a hit with the ladies before all this began.
What do you mean before all this? Alex asked. I still am. Haven't you seen the queues lining up outside my house?
Seems like I've got competition, Amanda quipped as they approached the steps of the infirmary.
Alex winked at her. Never fear. I only have eyes for one girl, and she's standing right here.
Aw, that's so sweet, a voice called from the entrance of the hospital.
I didn't know you felt that way about me, Alex.
Alex looked up into Dylan's laughing gaze,
and he shrugged. Alas, here I am, torn between two beautiful women. However shall I choose?
Amanda snorted. You'd better make up your mind fast, Casanova. This girl doesn't take seconds.
I'll keep that in mind,
Alex said, watching as she joined Dylan at the entrance.
Where's Nick? I haven't seen him in ages.
Putting out fires, Dylan replied. Now that the winter is over, there are tons of stuff that needs to be done, and not enough hands to do it.
Sounds like he could use some help,
Alex mused. I'm sure he could if you're offering, Dylan said.
Where can I find him?
I don't know. He could be anywhere, Dylan said. Maybe try the warehouses. I think he was due for an inspection today.
Thanks,
Alex said, before looking at Amanda once more.
Will I get to see you tonight?
Maybe, Amanda replied with a teasing grin. If I get off early enough, I'll stop by your house for a quick visit.
It's a deal,
Alex said, waiting while the two women entered the infirmary. Once they were out of sight, he set a course for the warehouses that housed all their supplies.
Time to get off my ass and do some real work for a change. I'm tired of sitting around, and it sure beats raking up dead leaves.
Chapter 2. Dylan.
So, you and Alex, huh?
Dylan teased as she walked down the infirmary's hallway at Amanda's side. Amanda affected a negligent shrug. Oh, I don't know. Maybe. Dylan didn't miss the crimson blush that crept into her cheeks despite her casual attitude, and she laughed.
Oh, come on. No need to be shy about it. We're all grown-ups here.
Nothing has happened so far. It's all talk, Amanda said.
So, what are you waiting for? Dylan asked. Happiness is scarce these days. You should grab it while you can.
Are you happy? Amanda asked. With Nick, I mean?
Of course. I wouldn't be with him if I weren't, Dylan replied.
But do you love him? Like really love him? Amanda asked.
Dylan nodded. With all my heart.
Why?
I don't know. Because he makes me feel good, Dylan said. And he accepts me for who I am. I don't have to hide a part of myself when I'm with him.
That's pretty special, Amanda said. I hope to find something like that one day.
I'm sure you will, Dylan said before nudging Amanda with her shoulder. Between you and me, Alex is a stand-up guy. You won't find much better than him.
Amanda giggled. We'll see. But first he has to work for it.
Oh, I get it. You're gonna make him sweat, Dylan teased. Exactly, Amanda agreed.
By the way, what are you doing here?
I came in for a checkup, Dylan said, wiggling her arm.
Why? Is something wrong? Do you have an infection? Amanda asked with a concerned look.
No, nothing like that. It seems fine to me, but Ethan insisted on taking one last look. He ambushed me outside my home this morning. Dylan grimaced at the memory. Beyond awkward.
I see, Amanda said.
To be honest, I find it kind of strange, Dylan admitted, tucking her hands into her pockets and hunching her shoulders.
Find what strange? That he wants to take another look? Amanda asked.
Yeah, it's been 3 weeks since I got shot, give or take. Why does he need to see me again? It's all healed up, Dylan said.
I'm sure he means nothing funny by it. He just likes to be thorough. It's the type of person he is.
I get that, but I'd have thought the less he could see of me, the better, Dylan explained. I'm not exactly his favorite person.
So you two are still on the outs? Amanda asked with a frown.
Last time I checked, yes, Dylan replied.
That's very out of character for Dr. Hayes. He's usually so tolerant and forgiving. What happened between you, if I may ask?
I told him the truth about me, Dylan said. I told him that I was a killer and not the perfect woman he imagined me to be.
A killer? I know you've killed, but that doesn't make you a bad person, Amanda said. You were defending yourself, that's all.
You don't know the whole story, Dylan said with a sigh. Very few people do. Nick does, and so do Saul, Tara, Alex, and Amy. Nobody else.
I'd like to hear the whole story, Amanda said. I consider myself a friend, and I hope you do too.
Of course I do, but I'm due for my checkup in 5 minutes, and I'm supposed to meet up with Rita. She's coming in for an exam too, Dylan said.
How about I meet you at the cafeteria in an hour? I haven't had lunch yet, Amanda asked. Plus, it will give me time to do my rounds first.
I could eat, Dylan said. Nick is forever saying I should take better care of myself, and that I don't eat enough.
Great, see you there, Amanda said, taking her leave.
Dylan watched Amanda go with mixed feelings, her thoughts winging back in time to the day she and Ethan had their big fight. The memory still hurt, and she wasn't looking forward to seeing him again. The silent condemnation in his eyes whenever their paths crossed was enough to drive her mad, but she supposed she had no choice.
Let's get this over with.
He was waiting for her in the exam room, exactly as he'd said he'd be, and she resisted the urge to say, punctual as ever. It was one of the things that made her choose Nick over him all those months ago. Ethan was too regimented for her taste, too precise. It was an admirable quality in a surgeon, but not what she needed in her personal life. I wanted passion and excitement, arguments and debates, someone I could fight with and for. Someone like Nick. Still, it didn't take away the twinge of regret she felt whenever she saw him. Whatever she'd wanted, Ethan was a good man, and she'd hurt him badly. He nodded when she entered the room, a curt greeting falling from his lips. "Dylan?"
"Ethan," she replied, equally brisk.
"How are you feeling today?" he asked, pulling on a pair of gloves.
"I feel fine, thanks," she replied,
shrugging off her jacket. He pushed up the short sleeve of her shirt and examined the scar left by the gunshot wound. "This looks good. The muscle has healed well, and there are no signs of infection. You should have full use of your arm by now."
"I do," she said.
"Does it hurt at all when you move?" he asked.
"Nope, not in days," she said.
"Good," he said, stepping away. "Just keep an eye on it."
"Thanks,"
Dylan said, putting her jacket back on. While winter had passed, there was still a slight chill in the air, especially inside the shadowed confines of the infirmary. With its wall-to-wall tiles and minimum furniture, the place lacked warmth and comfort.
"Can I go now?"
"Yes, of course," Ethan said with a quick nod. She jumped off the bed and was about to leave when Ethan cleared his throat. She turned to look at him with a raised eyebrow.
Anything else, Doc?
Yes, actually there is, Ethan said. I know things haven't been great between us.
Dylan snorted. Great? That's an understatement. Ever since I told you my story, you've treated me like a leper.
Ethan gazed at her, his expression enigmatic. Perhaps I've been too harsh in my treatment of you. You were influenced by the Vita virus, after all.
No shit, Sherlock. When did you come to that stunning conclusion? Dylan asked, allowing her pain to flare into anger.
Ethan sighed and dropped his eyes. Look, Dylan, I don't want to fight with you. Not anymore.
What do you want, then?
Dylan asked, a tiny seed of hope blossoming in her chest. Maybe he wanted to make peace. Maybe they could even be friends. I want us to put all this ugliness and hatred behind us, Ethan said. It's in the past, and I'd like us to move forward, if you're willing.
Of course I'm willing, Dylan said. I never wanted any of this in the first place.
I'm glad to hear that, Ethan said, reaching out a hand. Truce? Dylan shook on it.
Truce.
Before you go, I'd like to ask you a favor, Ethan continued.
A favor? Dylan repeated. What kind of favor?
It's about Rita, Ethan said. She's having a rough time of it, and I'm afraid she might do something stupid.
Rita? Dylan asked.
Yes, I was hoping you could talk to her. She won't listen to me, but she might listen to you. She respects you. Dylan stared at him, her hopes dashed.
Oh, I see. You don't want to be friends, do you? Not really. This is all about Rita.
Ethan frowned. I never said I wanted to be friends, Dylan. I simply wanted to make peace.
To what end? Asking me favors? Dylan said.
Perhaps.
So nothing has changed, has it? You still think I'm a monster, Dylan said.
When Ethan didn't reply, she sighed.
You know what the worst of all is?
What?
He asked, his expression guarded. You don't need to pretend to like me, or even tolerate me, to ask a favor, especially for Rita. She's my friend, and I'd do anything for her.
I'm glad to hear that, Ethan said.
Dylan headed toward the door. I'll talk to her, I promise. But don't play games with me. We're not children, after all.
I'll remember that, Ethan said. Just one more thing.
What?
Even if I could get past what you've done, we could never be friends, he said. Dylan paused.
Why is that?
Because I loved you too much. Dylan sucked in a deep breath.
You never said you loved me that way.
I tried. You didn't listen, and you chose Nick.
I can't help who I love, Ethan. It doesn't work that way, Dylan protested.
No, it doesn't, and there's no point in talking about it anymore, Ethan said, turning his back on her. What's done is done.
You're right, Dylan said, fleeing from the room.
Her chest ached, and she longed to scream with frustrated rage. Why does everything have to be so complicated?
Stupid men with their stupid pride.
She couldn't sustain her anger for long, though. She had hurt him, and it would take time for his wounds to heal. I only hope he can find the same happiness I did with Nick. He deserves that much. Pushing aside these thoughts, she waited at the entrance for Rita to show up. It wasn't long before her friend arrived, her wounded arm hanging from a sling around her neck.
Rita, you made it, Dylan said with a broad smile. Rita smiled back, but without real warmth.
I always do.
How do you feel? Dylan asked.
Just peachy, came the quick reply. Dylan fell in next to her, and together they walked toward the exam room where Ethan waited. This time she didn't go inside, but said,
I'll wait out here. Good luck.
Thanks, Rita said, stepping into the room. The door swung shut with a firm click, and Dylan was left pacing the narrow hallway. It wasn't long before Amanda and Brenda walked past, pushing a trolley full of clean towels and sheets.
Hi, Dylan,
Brenda said with a quick wave. Her hair was done up in curls, and her lips were coated in deep red lipstick.
Hey, Brenda. Looking good. Are you going on a date?
Brenda giggled.
You never know. It's better to be prepared, I say.
Dylan shook her head, amused.
Okay.
Are we still on for lunch in a half an hour? Amanda asked, checking her watch. Dylan nodded.
I'll be there.
They continued on their way, and another 10 minutes passed before Rita emerged. Her face was pale, and dark shadows lined her eyes. She seemed tired, but more than that, she looked defeated.
Rita, what's wrong?
Dylan asked. Nothing is wrong, Ethan said, following Rita into the hall. Her arm is healing well, better than I expected. If you can call this healing, Rita said, waving her arm around. It was covered in bandages from her shoulder to her fingertips, and metal pins stuck out along the length. I can't even use the stupid thing, and it hurts like hell. The pins are only for a few more weeks, Rita, Ethan said in his most soothing manner. Once the bones have knitted, we can start you on a rehabilitation program. Whatever, Doc. The fact remains I'll never have full use of this arm again, Rita railed, her cheeks flushed with angry blood. You might as well cut it off. That's not true, Rita, Ethan said. With time, you should be able to... Able to what? Shoot a gun or wield a knife? Rita asked. We both know that will never happen. Maybe not, but you'll have some range of motion. You won't be useless, Ethan said, casting a pleading look at Dylan. Rita snorted. Whatever you say, Doc. I'm out of here. Maybe I'm lucky and the thing will fall off on its own. She stormed down the hall without another word, and Dylan scrambled to catch up. Rita, wait! Talk to her, Dylan. Please, Ethan called with a shake of his head. I'll try, Dylan replied over her shoulder. She caught up with Rita and grabbed her by her uninjured hand. Hey, slow down. I'm here for you. Thanks, but I don't need your sympathy, Rita said with gritted teeth. If I hear another stupid platitude, I'm going to scream. How about a drink, then? Dylan asked. Rita slowed, her eyes narrowed. A drink? Yeah, I know one of the cooks in the cafeteria. She'll sneak us a bottle of wine if I ask nicely, Dylan explained. For real? Would I lie to you about something like that? Dylan asked. I could use a drink. Shit, I could use the whole bottle, Rita said, her eyes glittering. Let's go then. Time's a-wasting, Dylan said, leading the way to the cafeteria. Along the way, she studied Rita from the corner of her eyes. Her friend didn't look like herself at all. No wonder Ethan asked for my help. I only hope she'll listen. Chapter 3. Amanda. Amanda tucked away the last of the folded sheets and straightened up. The linen cupboard sported an array of colors. Unlike the hospitals in the old days, they couldn't afford to be picky, and white was no longer the primary color. Their uniforms reflected that, too. While she wore a white coat, her shirt was navy blue and her pants were black, matched by sensible shoes. They rarely bothered with skirts or dresses, either. It wasn't practical. Not when an attack on the base could occur at any moment.
That should do it,
Brenda declared, wheeling the empty trolley back the way they'd come. Amanda murmured, falling in next to her. She tucked away a strand of hair and checked her watch. I'm off to the cafeteria for a quick lunch. I promised I'd meet Dylan, and I'm already 10 minutes late.
Okie dokie,
Brenda said with a cheerful wave.
Have fun.
Thanks. Amanda watched Brenda leave with a shake of her head. Nothing seemed to faze the girl. Not the long hours spent on her feet, or the constant streams of patients lining up for treatment every day. Not even her near-death experience at the hands of Grissom and his men had kept her down for long. She soon bounced back with endless optimism. Another look at her watch sent Amanda scurrying toward the cafeteria, and she scanned the tables for Dylan. She spotted her in a corner with Rita, laughing at something the other woman had said.
"Amanda, you're here!" Dylan cried. "I was beginning to think you wouldn't make it."
Rita pulled out a chair for Amanda with her right hand and gestured at the seat.
"Welcome to the party."
"Party?" Amanda asked, her eyebrows lifting.
"Yeah, we decided to forget about our troubles and celebrate our triumphs instead," Dylan said, pushing a cup across the table.
Amanda picked it up and eyed the deep red liquid. Her nostrils tingled with the smell of fermented grapes, and she gasped. "Wine? You're drinking wine?"
"Indeed, my friend. It was provided to us by a kind lady in the kitchen. One that happens to owe me a favor," Dylan said.
"You have a connection in the infirmary's kitchen?" Amanda asked, unable to believe her ears.
"Yes, but keep it quiet.
"I don't want her to get into trouble," Dylan said with a careful look around.
"Go on, take a sip."
"I'd rather not," Amanda said. "I'm still on duty." "Duty schmoody," Rita said. "You're here to support me in my time of need." "Time of need? What's wrong?" Amanda asked.
"I'm trying to decide whether I should cut this arm off or not,"
Rita said with an air of defiance, indicating her bandaged limb. "Or rather, force the doctor to do it for me." "You can't do that," Amanda said with horror. "You've come so far. Why would you want to?" "Because I'm tired of the pain, and I'm tired of everyone telling me I'll be fine when that's the furthest thing from the truth," Rita said. "You will be okay, I promise," Amanda said, leaning forward. "I'm sorry, but you're not allowed to sit at this table if you're not going to join us in a drink," Rita said, waving a hand at Amanda's cup. "I told you I can't. I'm on duty," Amanda repeated.
"It's just one measly little drink," Dylan insisted. "We promise we won't tell."
Amanda sighed, resigning herself to a tiny sip. "There, see? Now tell me why you want Dr. Hayes to cut off your arm."
"The stupid thing is useless.
I don't know why Dr. Hayes didn't amputate in the first place. If he had, I'd be back on the team by now."
"Maybe, but you'd be minus an arm," Amanda protested. "I'm with her on this, Rita," Dylan said. "Why get rid of a perfectly good arm?"
"It's not perfectly good," Rita said, her cheeks flushed. "Look at the thing. It will be months before I can do anything with it. Months!" "Isn't that worth it?" Amanda asked. "Worth spending months in my room, alone and bored? Worth the pain and suffering?" Rita asked. "Especially now that—" Rita trailed off, her eyes dropping to the table. "Now that what happened?" Amanda said. When Rita didn't answer, she reached out with one hand. "You can tell us, Rita. We're your friends." "Dr. Hayes changed my pain medication. He put me on something much lighter, like aspirin light," Rita said after a long moment of silence. "Why?" Amanda asked, perplexed. "He must know how bad the pain is." "I asked him to do it," Rita said, chewing on her bottom lip. "You see, the truth is, I'm an ex-addict. I used to be hooked on painkillers a few years ago." Amanda's lips formed a perfect O as realization set in. "Did you have an accident or something?" Rita nodded. "A training exercise went wrong and I hurt my back. It took 3 ops and months of therapy before I was even close to my old self again. Only by then, I'd developed a taste for the pain meds. It took forever to wean myself off the stuff, and I never want to go back there again."
"Damn, girl. That's some serious shit right there," Dylan said, downing her wine in one big gulp.
Amanda nodded, taking a fortifying sip herself. "I'm so sorry that happened to you." Rita shook her head, a sad smile wreathing her lips.
"Do you want to know the worst part of it all?" "There's more?" Dylan exclaimed. "We're going to need stronger alcohol for this. Where's the tequila?"
"All my life, I dreamed of going to the army, just like my dad and my brother and sister before me. But I lost my spot because of that accident. I spent the next few years not knowing who I was or where I fit in. Then the apocalypse happened, and not only did I survive, but Saul recruited me to his team. For the first time, I belonged. And now you're scared of losing all of that again, Amanda mused. Exactly, Rita exclaimed. By the time these stupid metal pins come out, he'll have found someone else to take my place. Saul would never do that to you, Dylan said. Never. I'm not willing to take that risk, Rita said, leaning back in her chair with a disgruntled huff. Let me speak to Saul, Dylan offered. Your place in the team is safe, I promise. Whatever, Rita grumbled. Can we talk about something else, please? Anything else? Well, Dylan was about to tell me earlier what went down between her and Dr. Hayes, Amanda said with a mischievous grin. Right, Dylan? Oh, clever move, Missy, Dylan said, wagging her finger. I'll tell you the story, but only if you finish your drink. Amanda cast a quick look around. Luckily, the cafeteria was nearly empty. Fine, but no more. She raised her wine and threw it back with a grimace. Rita and Dylan followed her example, slamming their empty cups on the table. See, that wasn't so hard, Dylan said, promptly topping everyone up from the mysterious plastic jug next to her. Whoa, I said no more, Amanda protested. Oh, come on, live a little, Dylan said. Tomorrow it could be all over. We could be zombie chow. Amanda rolled her eyes, but already she could feel a warm glow building in the pit of her stomach. You promised us a story. Cough it up. You asked for it, Dylan said. She pulled up her sleeve and showed them the ugly scar left by the zombie bite that had infected her. This is where it all began. Amanda listened in awed silence as Dylan relayed her adventures from the moment she was bitten until she arrived at the gates of Fort Knox in Alex's car. That is some story, Rita said, finishing her wine and taking hold of the jug. Ray and his buddies got what they deserved, in my opinion, and Dr. Hayes is an idiot for not seeing that. Agreed, Amanda said, taking a deep swig from her cup. I can't believe he'd blame you for something you couldn't control. Maybe you lost it a little and went overboard, but it was self-defense. They got what they deserved. Dylan shrugged. I don't know. I tried to eat Alex, too. He forgave you, didn't he? Why can't the good doc? Amanda said, waving her hand dismissively. No, it's something else. I do have a theory, Dylan replied. Which is? Amanda asked. There's a thin line between love and hate, and I only now realize how much he loved me. When I showed him I was only human, and worse, a very flawed one, I fell off my pedestal with a bang. I don't think it's that at all, Amanda said. The truth is, you chose Nick over him, and your revelation gave him the excuse he needed to get back at you. Revenge, huh? Dylan asked with a short laugh. Well, I guess I can't blame him. Rita snorted. Don't be such a pushover. You had the right to choose someone else, and it's not like you hurt him on purpose. He's got no call to treat you like trash because of that. Hear, hear, Amanda said, raising her cup. The warmth in the pit of her stomach had spread to her extremities, and she basked in the golden glow. I'll toast to that. Here's to making our own damn choices. Dylan raised her cup in salute, and being treated with respect. Amanda swallowed the last of her wine, but almost choked when a stern voice asked, Amanda, what are you doing? Are you drinking on duty? Amanda whirled around and looked up into Ethan's furious gaze. Yes, but it was just one drink. Just one? Ethan asked, his eyes traveling across the table to the nearly empty jug of wine. Amanda swallowed hard on the knot in her throat. Okay, maybe it was more than one. Dylan sank down in her chair while Rita giggled. Busted. This is not a joke, Ethan said. It's barely noon, and you three are getting drunk in my hospital. Technically, it's not your hospital, Dylan said. Oh, shut up, Dylan. When I asked you to talk to Rita, I didn't mean to make her drunk, Ethan said. Hey, it's not like she forced me, and at least my arm doesn't hurt anymore, Rita protested. Rita, please, Ethan said with a frown. And anyway, who are you to ask others to talk to me? Rita said, pushing back her chair with a loud screech. Ethan winced. I'm merely looking out for you. Whatever, Rita said, somewhat unsteady on her feet. Come on, guys, let's go to my place. I've got lots of booze stashed away. You're carrying on with this foolishness? Ethan said. Yes, we are, Rita said, placing one hand on Amanda's shoulder. And I'm borrowing your nurse for the day. Dylan stood up as well. You had me from the word booze, Rita. Count me in. Ethan sighed, studying them with a disapproving look. Maybe it's for the best. Lord knows you can't stay here. Well, then, we're going, Rita announced. Ethan shot Amanda a hard look. Enjoy your day off, but I expect you back on duty first thing tomorrow, Nurse Hooper. Understood? Amanda nodded. Yes, Dr. Hayes. Ethan turned on his heel and marched away with a stiff spine. He'd barely left the cafeteria when Dylan and Rita burst into laughter. What a stiff, Dylan said. Come on, girls, Rita said. I've got a hankering for tequila shots. Amanda perked up, forgetting all about her angry boss. Did someone say tequila? Chapter 4. Tara. Tara stared at her notes for several minutes before returning to the microscope. She adjusted the knob, her sole focus on the sample in front of her. After a long moment spent squinting at the blood work contained within the slide, she repeated the process. Back and forth, until her eyes blurred and her head ached. I'm missing something, but what? She said, grinding her teeth in frustration. After weeks spent working on the vaccine, she was on the verge of a breakthrough. She knew it, but she just couldn't get the final pieces to fall into place. Stupid virus! Thrusting back her chair, she paced across the floor. What am I not seeing? It's right in front of me, I'm sure of it. After several minutes, she fell back into her chair with a huff. The answer simply wouldn't come to her. A knock on the glass wall of her lab stole her attention, and she looked up into the eyes of Saul. He smiled and called out loud, Bad timing? Not at all, she cried back. I'll be right there. She placed her samples back into storage, tossed her gloves, disinfected her hands, and removed her lab coat. Unlike the labs where the smallpox specimens and other horrors were stored, her office and workspace were on a lower level. The Vita virus, though horrific, wasn't quite the threat it used to be now that they had an effective cure in production. Tara exited the lab and locked the door behind her. With a happy smile, she stood on tiptoe to greet Saul with a kiss. What brings you here so early? I thought I'd drop by and say hello. I hope I'm not bothering you. No, you are most welcome, she said. I've hit a wall, to be honest. Not getting the answers you want? He asked, eyeing the mound of papers on her desk. No, I'm not, and it's driving me crazy, she admitted. Maybe all you need to do is take a step back, he suggested. Take some time off. That's ridiculous, she said, her workaholic nature rebelling at the very thought of such a thing. How do you get anything done by doing nothing? Not by doing nothing, Saul said, but by doing something else. Tara quirked an eyebrow at him. Really? Saul shrugged. Sometimes all you need is a different perspective, a little distance. That's maybe not such a bad idea, Tara said, mulling it over.
Best of all, I know what you can do to take your mind off your work for a bit, Saul added. What? A girls' night, Saul said. You've got to be joking, Tara replied. I'm serious, Saul said. Tara sighed. Even if I were up for such a thing, I wouldn't know where to begin. You don't have to. Your posse is waiting outside, Saul said with a grin. Posse? Tara asked, now thoroughly confused. That's right. Dylan, Rita, and Amanda are at the entrance. The security wouldn't let them in, so they asked me to fetch you. Why won't security let them in? Tara asked. They might not be allowed in here, but they could wait in the lobby. Yeah, they're a bit tipsy, Saul said with a low laugh. This day just keeps getting weirder and weirder, Tara muttered. No, they're good friends, and they haven't seen you in ages. All they want is for you to join in on the fun, Saul coaxed. Well, Tara said, still hesitant. Maybe I could go for a short while. Yes, please, Saul said, steering her out of the lab. You need to live a little. All you do is work, work, work. My work is important, Tara protested, grabbing her keycard from the counter. It can also wait until tomorrow. Right now you're spending time with the girls, Saul said. I don't know. I need to get this vaccine done. The sooner the better. Saul gripped Tara by her shoulders. Tara, sweetheart, listen to me. You're working yourself to death, and while your job is important, you are important too. I know, but I'm not letting you wiggle out of this, Saul warned. You're going whether you like it or not. Tara rolled her eyes. Fine, I'll go. Admit it. You need this. It'll be good for you. You'll see, Saul said, drawing her in for a hug. Tara let him hold her for a few delicious moments as her worries melted into his arms. Finally, she pulled away. All right, just give me a few minutes to put my notes away. I'll wait outside, he replied. And don't take too long. Whatever, Tara grumbled, but secretly she was pleased with the prospect of taking the day off. Saul's right. I need a break. With swift precision, she put away her research and locked up behind her. While none of the other scientists would mess with her space, she had to be careful nonetheless. There were rules to follow and protocols to observe. Stored inside the building were some of the Earth's most dangerous diseases, and it wouldn't do for any of them to get out. Once finished, she grabbed her stuff before heading to the exit. Along the way, she greeted the other scientists who were still laboring over their tasks. There weren't many left, a few handfuls at the most. It suited Tara, especially when Nick placed her in charge of the facility. She much preferred working with a smaller, more intimate team. Still, if you took into account the security guards, cleaners, lab assistants, scientists, and maintenance workers, she had close to 100 souls under her command. At first, she'd felt uncomfortable issuing orders and being the boss, but the position was growing on her. It seems power is addictive, Tara mused as she made her way to the exit. Good day, Serena, Tara said, waving at another scientist occupied with the study of the common flu. Bye, Serena answered. See you tomorrow, Gareth, she said to a young lab assistant in the making. Ordinarily, he'd be a senior preparing for prom. In their post-apocalyptic world, he was proving his worth to science instead. Bye, Dr. Lee, he answered with a shy wave. After making her way to the ground floor, Tara submitted to a pat-down by a female security guard called Greta. It was standard procedure to ensure nobody smuggled anything out of the building. Thanks, Greta. See you tomorrow, Tara said. Greta grinned. If you're able to make it. What do you mean? Tara asked. By the looks of that lot outside, you're in for a wild time tonight, Greta replied. Tara sighed. Oh boy, I'm regretting this already. Don't. Have fun, Dr. Lee. This place will cope without you for a day or two, Greta urged. You deserve a break. We all know how much you've done for us.
Thank you, Greta. That's kind of you to say, Tara said, heading for the exit.
She heard them before she saw them. Wild laughter filled the air, followed by hoots and whistles. Dylan spotted her first. "Tara!" Dylan cried, throwing her arms around her. "You're here!" "Well, I wasn't given much of a choice," Tara said with a pointed look at Saul. He threw his hands up in surrender. "Don't shoot the messenger." "Come on, Tara, don't be a grumpy bear," Amanda added. "That's right. Tonight we forget all our troubles," Rita cried. Surrounded by her cheering friends, Tara could do nothing but give in to their demands. There was no escape. Saul waved at her. "See you later, sweetheart." She threw him a glare. "You owe me for this, Saul Dlamini." "You're welcome," he answered with a mocking grin. As Dylan dragged her away by the arm, Tara reflected on an old saying. In this case, it might just prove to be true. If you can't beat them, join them. Chapter 5. Saul. Saul left Tara to the tender mercy of the girls, certain he'd pay for it later. He wasn't too bothered by it, however. It was time she left the laboratory and had a bit of fun. She'll work herself into the ground if I let her. A light breeze tugged at his jacket as he walked, and he found himself lifting his face toward the warmth of the sun. It was a balmy afternoon, the kind meant for beach sand and margaritas. But it also woke a new fear within him. The return of the zombies. Saul snorted. That sounds like a line from a bad B-grade movie. It didn't change how he felt, though, and he knew many others shared his worries, including Nick. It's time we put our heads together and come up with a plan of action before it's too late. He crossed the parking lot and cut through the warehouse they used for vehicle repairs. Along the way, he spotted Alex and called out, "Hey there! Good to see you." Alex greeted him with a firm handshake. "Good to see you too, Sergeant. It's been a while." "It has," Saul agreed. "How do you feel?" "Much better. I do believe I'm ready to return to work," Alex said. Saul heaved a sigh of relief. "You don't know how glad we'll be to have you back. Things have been a mess lately." "Amanda mentioned as much earlier," Alex said. "Yes, the constant patrols and raids are taking their toll on our vehicle fleet, and the other mechanics aren't as experienced as you are," Saul added. Alex nodded. "I took a quick look at the available supplies for repairs, and I'm not surprised they're struggling. We're running low on everything, even motor oil." "You should talk to Nick about that," Saul said. "I'm on my way there now. Want to join me?" "Sure, I'll tag along." Together, Saul and Alex went in search of Nick. They found him at the supply warehouses wrapping up a round of inspections. "Hey, Nick, look who I found," Saul said. "Alex, you're up and about, I see," Nick said. "Yeah, I'm feeling much better these days," Alex replied. "I'm glad to hear that," Nick said. "Are you ready to resume your duties? We could use you." "That's why I'm here. Not only do I want to start working again, but I wanted to talk to you about our supplies." "Let me guess. You're running low," Nick said, his shoulders drooping. "That's right. We need more of just about everything. Motor oil, fuel, spares, tools, you name it." "I thought so. It's the same everywhere else as well," Nick said. "The problem is we've stripped everything in the city to its bare bones. If we want more supplies, we'll have to go further out." "And the further out we go, the more supplies we use and the more danger we face," Saul finished with a grim look. "It's a vicious cycle," Nick said. "We need to become more self-sustaining," Alex said. "We can't live off what we find alone. We need to produce as well." "I hear you, but it's easier said than done," Nick said. "Especially now." "Why now?" Saul asked with a frown. As you know, we've been in contact with a couple of survivor settlements via our radio system, Nick said. Saul nodded. Yes, that's right. There has even been talk of setting up possible trade routes. I didn't know that, but it would go a long way toward helping us all become self-sufficient, Alex said. We might even be able to start rebuilding and taking back the country from the undead. My thoughts exactly, which is why we reached out to anyone willing to talk back. Thus far, the results have been encouraging. There are more people out there than I thought possible, Nick said. We've always been in contact with Mount Weather, but these other settlements are a welcome addition. Mount Weather? Alex exclaimed. They're still up and running? Very much so, Nick said. But they're not what I'm worried about at the moment. Several of the survivor groups to the south have gone dark. They're not responding to our hails at all. Dark as in offline, or dark as in they're gone? Alex asked. We have no idea, and there's no way to tell unless we go there, Nick said. That's a risky prospect, Saul said. If they've met with disaster, we could easily run into the same danger. How big are these communities? Alex asked. That's the thing. We're not talking about a handful of people here, Nick said. Many of these communities are hundreds, if not thousands, strong. I doubt it's simply a communication problem, Saul mused. One or two places going offline I could understand. But all of them? That's too much of a coincidence. You're right. Something else is going on, Nick said. What would it take to wipe out so many? Alex said. An army of bad guys? A horde of zombies? It could even be a disease, Saul suggested. An outbreak of cholera or something similar. We're exposed to all sorts of pathogens daily, and we don't have the defenses we used to. That's what Tara keeps telling me anyway. It could be either one of those options, and none fill me with joy, Nick said. We have to find out what's going on before we fall victim to the same thing. I agree. No matter the risk, we must know what we're dealing with, Saul said. So what do we do? Alex asked. I propose we send out 2 scouting teams. They'd have to be able to travel light and fast. Under no circumstances are they to engage with an enemy or get bogged down. This is strictly for reconnaissance purposes. Basically, get in and get out, Saul said. It sounds good to me. I'd like you to lead one of the parties, Saul, while I lead the other, Nick said. I'm more than willing, but are you sure you should risk yourself? You're a leader, Saul said. I'm going. Besides, Keith Parker can take over in my absence. It's the reason I promoted him, after all, and he's a good man, Nick said. A good man, but not very well liked, Saul said. People don't have to like him. They just have to listen to him while I'm gone, Nick said. My mind is made up. I need to see this for myself. That many people can't disappear without a trace. Saul shrugged. It's your funeral, but Dylan's not gonna like it. She won't complain if I let her come with me, Nick said. Saul grinned. Clever man. Let's hope it doesn't come back to bite you in the ass. What about me? Alex asked. What can I do? You can help by getting 2 trucks ready for the trip. 1 vehicle per group carrying 4 people each, 3 days' worth of supplies, and a tank of spare fuel, Nick said. Remember, we want fast and light, but sturdy. How much time have I got? Alex asked. We're leaving tomorrow morning, Nick said. You can't be serious, Alex said. You're giving me half a day to get everything ready? I'm sorry, but I've got no choice. The sooner we find out what's going on down south, the better, Nick said. I'll tell Mandy to send over the rations, and Mac can supply the guns and ammo. Other than that, recruit all the help you need. It's the best deal I can offer you. Fine, Alex grumbled. So much for going on a date tonight. Date? Who's the lucky girl? Nick asked. Was the lucky girl, Alex corrected before adding, It's Amanda from the hospital. I remember her, Nick said. She took out one of Grissom's men. That's right. Nick clapped Alex on the shoulder. Congratulations, she's one of the good ones. A real fighter. That she is, Alex replied. Whatever happened to Grissom, by the way, and the ex-cons who decided to join us after King's defeat? Grissom saw the light and swung over to our side, Nick said. That doesn't mean I trust him, however. I've placed him with a maintenance group for the time being. Alex grunted. That's too good for the jackal, in my opinion. Nick sighed. I can't afford to lose any more resources, Alex. That's the truth. As for the ex-cons, they've been allocated to jobs that best suit them and are under 24-hour surveillance. Well, Grissom had better stay the hell out of my way, Alex said with a frown. I won't forget that he helped King and Perez kidnap Tara and Amy. The cons, too. I hear you, but we need all the firepower we can get if we hope to survive the coming months. At least King and Perez got their just dues, Nick said. Saul's mind flashed back to the attack, and he remembered King's grisly end with deep satisfaction. Not long after that, he'd found Perez's corpse as well, a neat bullet hole leaking blood from between the man's eyes. They deserved it, both of them. After Tara returned, he'd gone back to King's base, and this time he wiped it off the map. There wasn't enough left to shelter a squirrel, let alone a man. They retrieved the bodies of their fallen for burial and imprisoned the few cons who surrendered. Nick offered them a choice: join the base or leave forever. Most of them elected to stay on, with a few opting for banishment. All in all, it was a great victory for Fort Detrick. Only now they faced a new threat from the south that could easily be the end of them. You'd better get going if we're to stand any chance of leaving in the morning, Alex, Nick prompted, pulling Saul from his morbid thoughts. Alex nodded. I'll get it done. Saul cleared his throat. There's just one problem with your plan, Nick. What's that? The girls have gone on a drinking spree. I doubt Dylan will be able to join you with a clear head tomorrow. You're joking, Nick said. A drinking spree? Now? Call it a girls' night, Saul said. And I'd leave them alone if I was you. Rita needs this, and so does Tara. Let them have one night to themselves. Who else is in on this? Nick asked. So far, it's only Dylan, Amanda, Tara, and Rita, Saul said. I wouldn't be surprised if more join the party later on, though. Amanda, too? Alex asked. Seems our so-called date was a goner either way. It's harmless fun. Let them enjoy themselves, Saul said. Damn it, I really wanted Dylan to go on this trip with me, Nick said. One more day won't hurt, Saul replied. It will give Alex more time to get everything ready as well. I suppose you're right, Nick conceded. Your deadline has been extended, Alex. Make the best of it. I'll get on it right away, Alex said. And I'll keep an eye on the girls from afar, Saul offered. Good idea. Make sure they stay out of trouble, Nick said. I'm sure they'll be fine, Saul said. It's not them I'm worried about, Nick said. It's the base. Saul laughed. Good point. As they each went their way, Saul's thoughts returned to the communities down south and what might have happened to them. An ominous feeling plucked at his soul, and his gut told him Fort Detrick was next. This time, there won't be any room for mistakes. Chapter 6. Dylan. Her feet pounded on the ground, each step vibrating up her spine and into her skull in an agonizing beat. A steel girder flashed past her on the left, and deep blue water churned far below. Behind her, they advanced, a faceless mass of men, women, and children. Together, they belonged to every class and occupation known to man. They were the rich, the middle class, the poor, and the homeless. They used to be teachers, pastors, engineers, scientists, doctors, beggars, plumbers, homemakers, cleaners, cashiers, and artists.
They came in every size, shape, and nationality, and had little in common except one thing. They were all dead. Dead and hungry. Driven by a microscopic host to make more of their kind. More and more and more. All of these thoughts raced through Dylan's mind as she fled from the horde's open maw. She had to get across the river. On the far side, safety beckoned. Solid ground and the open arms of Nick awaited, his expression fearful and anguished as he regarded her progress. "Run, Dylan! Run!" She was 2/3 across when a terrific explosion filled her ears. A deep rumble traveled through the steel and concrete beneath her feet, and she almost lost her balance. A second blast followed the first, and then a third, and a fourth, and a fifth. Dylan pushed her body to the limits, reaching out to Nick with one beseeching hand. She was almost there. So close. "Nick!" The sixth and final explosion hit her in the back like a supersonic wave. Her feet left the ground, and she was thrown head over heels through the air. Molten heat enfolded her limbs, and her eyes were fixed on the way she'd come. The bridge was gone. There was nothing left but a mess of broken steel, concrete, and tar. Flames and black smoke roiled among the ruins, incinerating everything it touched, including the horde. The undead were no more, and neither was she. "Dylan, wake up! You're having a nightmare!" an insistent voice called. It nagged at her consciousness until she was dragged from slumber. "Wake up already!" "Wait, what?" she said, raising her head from the pillow. It stuck to her cheek, a pool of dried drool the culprit. Her mouth tasted like crap, and her vision blurred when she looked around. "Where am I?" "We're at Rita's place, remember?" the voice answered. "Rita's?" Dylan repeated, blinking at the speaker. Tara's face came into focus, purple shadows decorating the hollows beneath her eyes. "That's right," Tara added with a frown, one hand attempting to smooth her knotted hair into a semblance of order. "You lot wanted to party, and you dragged me along against my better judgment." "Oh yeah, now I remember," Dylan said, pushing herself upright. Her skull pounded, and the blood drained from her cheeks in a rush. With one hand pressed to her forehead, she waited for the dizzy spell to pass. "I feel like shit, and you look like shit." "Thanks," Tara replied with a grumble. "I won't be able to show my face at the laboratory today, thanks to you." Dylan squinted at Tara. "Stop bitching, will you? Nobody forced you to have all those tequilas last night." "Tequila? I had tequila? No wonder I feel like a train wreck," Tara said, falling back onto the carpet with a loud groan. "You and me both," Dylan agreed. "Morning, you two," a cheery voice announced before the curtains were swept aside to let in a flood of bright light. "Ah, you're killing me," Dylan cried, shielding her eyes. Put it off, Tara said, making her displeasure known with a shriek. "I made coffee," Amanda said instead, smiling at them from behind the kitchen counter. "Come and get it." Dylan perked up when the smell of freshly ground coffee beans hit her nostrils, and she managed to get to her feet. She stumbled toward the kitchen and accepted a cup of the hot brew. "Thanks." "Don't mention it," Amanda said, sliding a couple of painkillers across the marble countertop along with a glass of water. "You're a lifesaver," Dylan said, grabbing the pills. "I know," Amanda said. "You can make it up to me later." Tara joined them soon after, and she accepted Amanda's ministrations with equal gratitude. Her hand shook as she swallowed the chalky tablets before sipping her coffee. "Thanks, Amanda." "You look like death," Amanda answered with a wide grin. "Well, I feel like one of my lab specimens," Tara said, eyeing her trembling fingers with a grimace. "I've even got the shakes."
I don't feel so hot myself, Dylan said, shooting Amanda a baleful look. How come you look so perky? I've been up for a while, and I've had time to get over the worst, Amanda admitted. It's amazing what caffeine, ibuprofen, and a hot shower can do for you. A hot shower sounds heavenly, Dylan replied. There are plenty of towels. Rita won't mind, Amanda said. Let me finish my coffee first, Dylan said, massaging her throbbing temples with her fingertips. How about you, Tara? Amanda offered. Are you up for a quick shower? Or I could make you something to eat if you're hungry. Not for me, thanks, Tara said, sliding her empty coffee cup toward Amanda. I need to get home. Amanda shrugged. If you're sure. I am. I need to rip Saul a new one, Tara said. Don't be too hard on him. He just wanted you to have some fun, Amanda said. You did have fun, didn't you? Yeah, I did. Despite myself, Tara conceded. There, see? Amanda said with a low laugh. That wasn't so hard to admit. Yeah, you're kind of cool when you don't have that stick up your ass, Dylan said. Tara rolled her eyes. Whatever. At least I can hold a note. Dylan chuckled. True, I suck at karaoke, but you, my friend, aren't half bad. Anyway, I'll see you guys later, Tara said, gathering her coat and bag. Give the lab a skip, will you? It can wait for a day, Dylan said. Oh, don't you worry. My bed is calling to me, Tara vowed as she reached for the front door. Tell Rita I said goodbye. Will do, Dylan said, before turning back to Amanda. Speaking of which, where is Rita? Amanda frowned. She went to the bathroom. This long? Maybe she passed out again. She was in pretty rough shape this morning. No kidding. She drank most of the tequila last night, Dylan said, wrinkling her nose. Amanda shuddered. Thank goodness I only had a couple of shots. Let me check up on her, Dylan said, sliding off her stool. I need to pee anyway. Good idea. Dylan weaved her way down the hall toward the single bathroom and knocked on the door. Rita, are you in there? At first, nothing but silence met her ears, and she repeated the process. Rita, are you there? Faint sobs echoed through the cracked wooden door, and Dylan reached for the knob. Rita, are you okay? Do you need help? When Rita didn't answer, she twisted the handle. Hold on, I'm coming in. The door swung wide, and Dylan froze in the entrance. Bile rushed up her throat as the coppery scent of blood flooded her nostrils. Rita lay on the floor, cradling her injured arm. The bandages were soaked in crimson, and the cream-colored tiles were splattered with the stuff. Rita, what did you do? Rita stared at Dylan with glassy eyes. What needed to be done? You idiot! How could you? Dylan cried, taking a step forward. Her boot crunched on something hard, and she looked down. It was a metal screw. One of those that belonged in Rita's arm. Oh, God. Raising her voice, Dylan shouted, Amanda, come quick! It's Rita! Footsteps sounded as Amanda sprinted down the hall. She appeared in the open doorway and took in the scene with wide eyes. Holy crap! What did she do? What she's been threatening to do all along, Dylan said. She got rid of her arm for good. Hours later, Dylan sat on a couch in the waiting room. Her head hung low over her knees, and her headache had yet to abate. She accepted the cup of tepid tea Brenda handed her with a grunt. How much longer? Brenda shrugged. It should be any moment now. Amanda didn't speak. Instead, she paced the floor of the tiny room with restless strides. Her shirt bore the stains of Rita's blood, as did Dylan's. Together, they'd carried their friend across the grounds to the emergency room, where a horrified Ethan greeted them. Minutes later, she was rushed into the theater. Now they waited. Finally, the door opened to admit Ethan. He looked tired and resigned.
Dylan jumped to her feet. "How is she?"
"Could you save her arm?"
Amanda added. Ethan shook his head. "Unfortunately not. I had to amputate." Dylan closed her eyes, horrified. "I can't believe it." "I had no choice," Ethan continued. "She made sure there was nothing left to work with. The bones were shattered, and most of the pins and rods were torn out of place. She mangled the limb."
"Damn it," Amanda cried. "Why did she do it? We talked about this last night. I thought she was over it."
"So did I," Dylan said, sadness filling her heart. "She was playing you. All of you," Ethan continued with a deep sigh. "In the end, she got what she wanted." "What now?" Dylan asked. "Now you go. There is nothing more to be done for Rita, and she needs to rest. You can come back tomorrow," Ethan said. "Can't we see her before we leave?" Dylan asked. "I'd rather not. She's heavily sedated," Ethan replied.
"But,"
Amanda protested. "Go home, both of you. It looks like you could use the rest yourselves," Ethan said. When Dylan and Amanda hesitated, he added, "She's not going anywhere. I promise." "Fine. I'll be back tomorrow," Dylan conceded.
"Me too,"
Amanda said. Together, they left the infirmary in silence, their footsteps echoing through the long corridors. Outside, they found an anxious-looking Nick, his shoulders hunched. "We need to talk." "I'll head on home," Amanda said, flashing them a look. "Thanks," Dylan said. "I'm sorry our night had to end this way. I had fun."
"Me too. See you tomorrow,"
Amanda replied. "I heard about Rita. Is she okay?" Nick asked once she was gone. "No, she's not," Dylan replied before explaining what happened. "That's awful. Poor girl. Did she really think Saul would dump her from the team if she took too long to recover?" "I guess so," Dylan said. Nick shook his head. "Foolishness. He'd never do that to her. Too bad she wouldn't listen to me." "Agreed. I'm here about something else, though." His expression somber. "What's wrong?" Dylan asked. Nick explained about the southern communities going dark one after the other. "I'm worried. Something is going on. Something bad." "What do you propose we do about it?" "I'd like you to join me on a scouting trip. We need to investigate and find out what happened before it hits us," Nick said. Dylan's eyebrows lifted. "You want me to come along?" "Yes, I do," Nick said. "It will be dangerous, though." "Count me in," Dylan said, excitement filling her chest. "I could use a break from all of this." "Excellent," Nick said, offering his elbow. "Now let's go home. We've got a long day ahead of us, and we need to rest." Dylan looped her arm through his and leaned into his side. "As long as I get to spend it with you, I'm happy." "What about Rita?" Nick asked. "Let's stop by Amanda's on our way home," Dylan said. "I'll explain the situation to her, and she can keep an eye on Rita until I get back." "Good idea." If we ever get back, Dylan reflected, remembering her nightmare from that morning. For some reason, it unsettled her, and she hated being unsure of anything. After a moment, she brushed the thought aside. It's just a dream. Forget about it. Chapter 7. Big Joe. Meridian, Mississippi, 10:27 a.m. Joe drove through the streets of Meridian with a sense of déjà vu. He knew the town well. He'd spent the better part of his childhood biking through the suburbs with his friends and exploring the countryside. It was all still the same, and yet nothing was the same. The sixth largest city in Mississippi, Meridian, boasted a population of over 35,000 souls. While that might seem like nothing to some, it was a lot to Joe, who preferred solitude to crowded spaces. Now he wondered how many of those people were still alive. His eyes fell on the fuel gauge, and a muttered curse escaped his lips. It was time to fill up again. They'd been traveling east on the I-20 for the better part of 3 days now. During that time, they'd scavenged for food and fuel as they went, never stopping for long in one place. The horde was left far behind as they crossed Louisiana's state lines, but he refused to stop. Not until he knew they were safe. Navigating by memory, Joe turned off the I-20 and headed toward the Walmart supercenter. It would have everything they needed to carry on with their journey.
"All right, we're taking a short break, everyone,"
Joe called out, pulling the double-cab Ford into the deserted parking lot. Sandy woke up with a start in the passenger seat next to him, her hands flying as she checked her shirt pockets for her glasses. Her short-sighted gaze fixed onto his face, and she blinked.
Huh? What did I miss?
"We're taking a quick break,"
Joe repeated, reaching for his rifle.
"We need food, fuel, and water."
"It's about time. I need to pee," Candy huffed, throwing him a mean look. She still hadn't forgiven him for giving up on their home, and Joe didn't blame her. With every mile that passed, he wondered if he'd made the right decision.
"Maybe we should have stayed. Perhaps we could have ridden it out in the storm shelter."
But Joe couldn't risk the lives of his newfound family on a maybe.
10 minutes, everyone. No more. Do what you have to do and remember the rules."
Candy jumped out of the vehicle, her machete in her right hand. Her eyes scanned their surroundings, and her posture was alert. Pride filled Joe's chest at the sight. She was growing up fast. Soon she wouldn't need him for protection anymore. Xavier didn't say a word, however, and he wore a shuttered look. Joe doubted he could hear anything through the music blasting into his ears via the earphones attached to an old iPhone. He treated the thing like gold and carried a solar charger for it wherever he went. Ordinarily, Joe didn't mind, but rules were rules. As Xavier prepared to exit the truck, he reached over and yanked one bud from the boy's ear.
"Xavier, no music out in the open. You need to stay alert."
Yeah, whatever," came the sullen reply. Joe sighed, and he closed his eyes for a brief second. Handling an infected horde was easier than coping with 2 teenagers in a sulk.
"Lord help me."
Sandy's warm touch brought him back to the present.
They just need a little time, hon. They'll come around eventually.
"You think so?"
he asked, gazing into her bright eyes.
I know so. Don't let it bother you too much, she added. You did what you thought was right back there.
"Was it?"
he said, silently pleading with her to relieve his burden. Sandy shrugged. That's not for me to say, or even you. Leave it in the hands of God.
Joe sighed. "Thank you, Sandy. You always know what to say."
She smiled, her hand lingering on his shoulder. Joe gazed at her kind face and fought the urge to kiss her. For months now, he'd meant to tell her how he felt, but the time was never right.
Will it ever be right?
Finally, she pulled away, and the moment passed. As Joe climbed out of the truck, he made a silent vow to declare himself once they'd escaped the horde.
If we ever do.
He sat about siphoning gas from abandoned cars nearby while Sandy searched overturned carts for supplies. It was somewhat surprising what one could find that way, and she soon scored a case of water and a few cans of fruit.
Look, peaches.
Swell, Joe said. Not my favorite, but it'll do.
Candy made her way toward the Walmart, and Joe called out,
"Take Xavier with you. It could be dangerous in there."
"Fine." Xavier slouched along behind her, a crossbow in his hands.
"And stay close to the entrance,"
Joe added. "Whatever," the two shouted back as they disappeared into the building. Despite his misgivings, he let them be. They were old enough to look after themselves, and both of them were experts with their chosen weapons. At some point, a person had to let go. Sandy threw him an approving look.
You're learning.
"I'm trying to," he replied with a grunt.
After filling up the Ford's tank and their spare jerry cans, he checked the tire pressure and oil level. While he worked, he checked his watch. When 10 minutes had passed, he let out a loud whistle, calling everyone back to the truck. Sandy was there within seconds, loading the last of her scavenged supplies into the back. As she climbed into the passenger side, she grinned.
"That was a good haul. I even found paper towels."
Joe returned her smile until he noticed the absence of Candy and Xavier. He whistled a second time, long and loudly. This time he heard an answering shout and heaved a sigh of relief. About time. Slamming the hood shut, he walked toward the driver's side, but paused when he heard more yelling.
"Joe, help! Help us!"
He whirled around and spotted Candy and Xavier running toward him, their feet flying across the tar. Behind them, a cluster of infected followed in hot pursuit. Their faces were twisted into ugly snarls, and they were fast. Too fast. "Damn it," Joe cursed, snapping the rifle to his shoulder. With the butt pressed to his shoulder, he called upon a lifetime's experience spent barking squirrels in the woods. Breathing out, he steadied his aim. Candy and Xavier relied on him. If he missed, they died. He lined up his first shot, a woman with long red hair. It flew behind her like a flag, the color vivid against her pale skin. The black veins that crisscrossed her body looked like a road map leading to hell. And in a way, he guessed it was. Joe squeezed the trigger, and her head snapped back with the force of the bullet. She collapsed to the ground, and he shifted his aim to the next. That left 3 more, and he quickly dispatched the second and third. But the fourth wasn't so easy. The infected man wore a crinkled suit, and his hair was slicked back. One foot still wore a polished dress shoe, while the other was bare. His lips were drawn back to reveal pearly white teeth ready to sink into Candy's tender flesh. Joe stared down the barrel of his gun, fear worming its cold fingers into his heart. The infected's head was right behind Candy's. The two formed a mirror image. Hers frightened to death, while his hungered for death. They were so close. Too close. What if I miss?
"Oh my God," Sandy cried. "Do something, Joe."
The infected swiped a clawed hand at Candy, and she stumbled as his fingers ripped strands of hair from her scalp. A desperate wail tore from her lips.
"Joe, help me!"
"Joe!" Xavier screamed, adding his voice to the chaos. Joe aimed again, but Candy's face was right there, filling the space at the end of the barrel. He closed his eyes, fighting a losing battle against the panic that threatened to overwhelm him. Next to him, Sandy seemed to realize his plight. Her voice dropped to a low whisper, and she said, "Joe, you can do this. I know you can. You're the best shot I've ever seen, and I've seen many." "What if I miss?" Joe asked. "You won't." Sandy's complete trust in him settled over Joe like a blanket. It muffled the fear, and he gazed at his target with fresh eyes. The infected's face bobbed up and down with every step, and Joe allowed the rhythm to sync with the beating of his heart. Thump, 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 thump. He pulled the trigger. Candy screamed, and her head whipped to the side. For a single frozen moment, Joe's world ended. "I killed her." She stumbled but regained her feet and kept running. Behind her, the infected crashed to the ground in a tangle of arms and legs. Seconds later, Candy and Xavier reached the truck, and Joe grabbed her by the shoulders. His eyes searched her face and fixed on the blood that ran down her collarbone in a steady trickle. "You're hurt. I'll hurt you." Candy shook her head, tears running down her cheeks. She reached up with one trembling hand and touched the bloody graze on the side of her neck.
"You didn't hurt me. You saved me."
Chapter 8. Wanda. Knoxville, Tennessee, 1658. Wanda woke with a start when a hand shook her shoulder.
"What?"
"We did it, babes. Knoxville is up ahead," Tom said, pointing at a cluster of buildings in the distance. Wanda yawned, rubbing her eyes to clear her head. Thank God we made it. We got past the horde.
That's right. Our roundabout route worked, and they're behind us for good, Tom confirmed with a bright smile.
Could they still catch up? She asked.
Not a chance. They can't move very fast in such big numbers. It will take a few days before they get this far.
Excellent. Canada, here we come, Wanda said, cracking open her window for a breath of fresh air.
But let's not get ahead of ourselves, Tom cautioned. We're still a long way from the border, and we have no idea what's in store for us ahead. We need to be careful.
I know, Wanda said, but this has to work. The further north we go, the colder it gets. The colder it gets,
the fewer zombies there are to deal with, Tom interrupted. I know. That's the theory, anyway.
It's not just a theory, it's a fact, Wanda said, beaming at the world that flashed by her window. The countryside burgeoned with new life, and green growth covered the bare branches of the trees. Wildflowers poked through the carpet of dead leaves, their petals promising a riot of colors to follow. Optimism filled her soul, a feeling she hadn't experienced in days. They'd been trapped on the roof for 3 days and nights. Each moment was filled with the awful sights, smells, and sounds that only the undead could produce in such nauseating volume. By the time it was safe to come down, they had faced a difficult choice. Stay and enjoy relative freedom from the undead until the following winter, or cut around the horde and make a run for the border. Tom was all for staying. He knew what they faced where they were, while Canada was an unknown quantity. In the end, it was Wanda that made the decision. I don't want to go through this again next year, Tom. I'm tired of running and fighting with no end in sight. How long until one of us falls? What then? Unable to resist her pleas, Tom agreed. They hunted for a reliable vehicle and plotted a route around the migrating undead. With the back loaded with supplies, they embarked on their journey. Knoxville became their primary target. They stood a good chance of making it all the way if they could reach that before the zombies. And now we're here, Wanda thought, unable to stop smiling. Tom reached over and squeezed her leg. It was a good moment, one of the few they got to experience during the apocalypse. She leaned back in her seat, her eyes drifting shut once more. Then a flash of light caught her attention, and she jerked upright. What was that?
What? I don't see anything, Tom asked, his poor eyesight once again counting against him.
There's a car up ahead by the side of the road. People, too, Wanda cautioned, reaching for her Glock. She removed it from its holster and checked the load. Slow down. I want to get a good look before we reach them. Tom complied and dropped their speed until they were almost crawling. Squinting into the distance, Wanda was able to discern 4 figures. A man was on his knees next to the vehicle, while the others crowded around it in a protective circle. There are 4 of them, and it looks like they've got a flat tire, Wanda said.
What should I do? Tom asked, his brow furrowed.
I don't know, Wanda replied as they drew closer. 2 of them look like teens to me, a boy and a girl. There's an older woman, too.
That doesn't sound so bad, Tom said, relaxing behind the wheel.
Maybe, but you never know. Be careful, Wanda cautioned, opening her window halfway. Let me talk to them, but be ready to go at a moment's notice. Got it? Tom nodded.
Got it.
Wanda kept her gun ready on her lap, studying the strangers with a keen eye. She was prepared for trouble. As they drew closer, the man stood up, and the group gathered into a tight knot. They were all armed, but none made any overt gestures of threat. They looked all right, and Wanda decided to take a chance. Hi there. Do you need any help? The man studied her with a closed look, his shaven head gleaming in the sun. The material of his shirt strained against the bulging muscles that covered his torso, and she swore he had to be 7 feet tall. The man shook his head.
No thank you. It's just a flat tire. We'll be on our way soon.
Are you sure? We could help, Wanda offered, eyeing the woman that stood by his side. She seemed kindly, her eyes and mouth creased with laughter lines.
We're sure, the man replied. You'd best be on your way.
The strange woman jabbed him in the side with an elbow and said, "Don't be rude, Joe. They seem friendly." To Wanda's great amusement, the big man blushed at her words.
Right. Sorry, Sandy.
Sandy looked at Wanda, and she smiled. "We don't need any help, but perhaps we could have supper together. I make a mean stew, and we'd love the company." Wanda hesitated. An invitation to dinner was more than she'd bargained for, especially under the circumstances.
I don't know.
We could exchange information, Sandy added. Besides, it'll be dark soon.
Wanda looked at Tom. What do you think? Tom shrugged. They seem okay, and information is always welcome.
Wanda turned back to Sandy. All right, it's a deal. Where do you want to set up? Why not right here? Sandy asked, pointing to an open field. The area is clear, and we'd have a wide field of fire and a ready escape route in case of attack. Then it's settled. We're spending the night here. Pull up, Tom, Wanda said, waiting for him to find a spot to park. Once he did, she got out and walked toward Sandy with her hand extended. I'm Wanda, and this is Tom, my husband. Sandy smiled and pointed at the other three with her. This is Big Joe, Xavier, and Candy. We're not related, but we're family. I get that, Wanda said, smiling at each of them. Where are you from? Wanda asked. We're from Tyler, Texas. At least we were until... Sandy trailed off, her expression pained. Until what? Wanda pressed. Until we were driven off by a horde of zombies, Sandy said. It looks like they are pushing north with the coming of spring.
Yeah, they prefer the warmer weather, Big Joe confirmed.
Wanda exchanged a careful look with Tom.
In that case, we have a lot to talk about. A whole lot. Indeed we do, Tom agreed. Let's get settled for the night, shall we?
As they readied their campsite, Wanda wondered how many others they'd encounter on their way to the border. People like them running from the undead. The last of the survivors. Tom's words came back to her, and she shuddered. Maybe this is the end of humanity. Chapter 9. Nick. Nick studied the roadside with keen attention. He didn't want to miss a single detail. Anything, no matter how trivial, could be important in the days to come. He had the feeling that dark times waited ahead, and he wanted to be prepared. They still weren't able to contact the southernmost communities. Only those that were nearby answered their radios. It filled Nick with dread. If the other survivors were gone, thousands were dead. And we could be next. They left Fort Detrick that morning while it was still dark, the sun no more than a memory in the night. Saul took one direction while Nick headed south down the US 15. Each drove a newly serviced Humvee carrying 4 people. His group consisted of Dylan, Misty, and Richard, and he trusted each of them with his life. He looked at Dylan, who lounged in the passenger seat next to him with the map on her lap. Her hair was drawn back in a high ponytail that accentuated her strong features, and her long lashes dusted her cheekbones as she traced their route.
Where to next? Nick asked. We climb onto the US 340 westbound and cross into Virginia, she replied. Our first stop is Charlestown. Last we heard, they were still alive and kicking. Nick nodded. That's right. I wanted to meet with them before we go further south. Maybe they know something we don't. Either way, it won't hurt to introduce ourselves in person.
Smart, Dylan replied, leaning back in her seat.
We should arrive in about 30 minutes.
Just over half an hour later, they rolled to a stop outside Charlestown. A red sedan with tinted windows waited for them by the side of the road, bristling with guns. Wait here, Nick said, reaching for his door handle. You're going out there alone? Dylan protested. That was the deal, Nick replied. The Charlestown leader, Mike, was very specific. They've had trouble with other groups before. What if it's a trap? Dylan cried. Then I fully expect you to come rescue me, Nick said with a crooked grin. Without waiting any longer, he exited the truck with his hands in the air. I come in peace. After a tense moment, a man wearing cowboy boots and jeans exited the sedan. His hands were empty, but his gaze was keen. He looked like a fighter, a survivor. Sergeant Nick Dean, is that you? That's right, Nick answered. Are you Mike? The one and only, Mike Hansen, at your service. Nice to meet you, Nick said. You're late, Mike answered with a slight frown. Yeah, well, the roads aren't what they used to be, Nick said. Mike nodded slowly. I hear you. Nothing is the same anymore. Now, what can I do for you? First of all, I'd like your permission to pass through your town, Nick said. Mike shrugged. It's a free country. We don't live inside the city limits anyway. But why do you want to pass through? We were in contact with several communities down south, but they've all gone quiet in recent days. I want to find out why, Nick replied. This is a scouting party? Mike asked. That's right, Nick said. Do you know what happened to those places, perhaps? Mike shook his head. No, I don't. Like you, we also noticed that they've gone off the air, but I figured it was a technical problem. All of them at once? Nick pointed out. I doubt that's a coincidence. Mike pursed his lips. You may be right. Either way, you're free to go on through. I only ask that you let me know what you find. I have families to protect, women and children to care for. It's a deal, Nick said. Thanks for agreeing to meet me today. No worries. When all of this is over, perhaps we can talk some more, Mike said, tipping his head to Nick. I'll be in touch, Nick agreed before climbing back into the Humvee. As they drove off, he glanced at Dylan. That went well. You were lucky, she grumbled, folding her arms across her chest. I agree, Nick, Richard said from the back. That was a risky move. Fair enough. Next time I'll be more careful, Nick said. Where to now, Dylan? She studied the map with care. Woodstock. There's another small community there, and they're still on the air. That's right, but the leader refused to meet with me, Nick said. As long as they don't give us any trouble, I'm cool with that, Dylan replied. If they do, they'll be sorry, Misty chirped from the back. Calm down, I already spoke to 'em. They don't want to meet up, but they won't bother us either, Nick admonished. Maybe, but we'd best be prepared for the worst. Not everyone can be trusted nowadays, Richard cautioned. Wise words, Dylan said. How far is Woodstock from here? Nick asked. About an hour, depending on the conditions. After that, it's Harrisonburg, Roanoke, and Knoxville, Dylan said after consulting the map again. When will we reach the first Stark settlement? Richard asked. That would be Tuscaloosa. We probably won't make it today. Not with these road conditions, Dylan said. Richard whistled. Tuscaloosa? That's quite a distance to travel. I know, but hopefully we'll get the answers to our questions there, Nick replied. If we do, we can go back and prepare for whatever it is. Why did you come on this trip, Nick? Misty asked, leaning forward. I mean, you're our leader and everything. Shouldn't you be back home? I thought it'd be best if I saw with my own eyes what— He's bored, Misty, Dylan interrupted, flashing him an amused look. He's looking for adventure, aren't you, love? I guess you could say that, Nick admitted. Adventure at your age? Misty asked. Hey, Nick protested. I'm not that old, you know. To her, you're ancient, my love, Dylan said with a chuckle. Right, Misty? Uh-huh, Misty said. You're old enough to be my dad.
What does that make me? A grandpa? Richard asked with a wounded look. Never mind, I don't want to know. Yeah, that's enough from you two ladies, Nick said. Picking on us poor, helpless men like that. You should be ashamed of yourselves. Dylan snorted. Yeah, right. You two are anything but helpless. Anyway, it's going to be a long day, so we might as well settle in. She slumped down in her seat while Misty fiddled with her phone, and Richard stared out the window, deep in thought. Left to his own devices, Nick returned his attention to the road. He wondered how Saul's group was doing and what they'd find in the days to come. Let's hope it's not what I think it is. That's the last thing we need. Nick glanced at the road sign that flashed by. Lexington, 5 miles. He stifled a yawn and glanced at his watch. They'd been driving for hours now, and he was feeling the burn. Misty was fast asleep in the back, while Richard still stared at the countryside. His expression was stony, and Nick wondered what he was thinking. It couldn't be anything good. Dylan glanced at him, chewing on a thumbnail. Do you want me to spell you? Nah, I'm okay, Nick said. Are you sure? You look pretty tired to me. Nick shook his head. No, I'm fine. Dylan stared at him for a long moment. You don't have to be so stubborn. I'm not being. Shut up, both of you, and look ahead, Richard interrupted. Nick squinted at the road, and he soon spotted what Richard had. 2 vehicles headed their way. He slowed to a crawl and pulled to the side before stopping. Look lively, everyone. We've got company. They each opened their windows a crack and held their weapons ready to shoot. It wasn't long before the 2 vehicles reached them, and the front-runner stopped next to Nick's window. A large man with a bald head called out, Are you Army? Who wants to know? Nick shouted back. The name is Big Joe, and we're not looking for trouble, but we can and will fight if need be. Calm down, we're only looking for information, Nick said. What kind of information? Big Joe asked. Nick hesitated. The man before him was a complete stranger. How do I know I can trust you? Big Joe shrugged. Your call. I'm more than willing to keep riding. Nick studied the 2 vehicles. The first, a Ford double-cab truck, carried 4 people. 2 of them looked quite young, especially the blonde girl who hung over Big Joe's shoulder. The second car, a neat little compact with a roof rack, carried only 2 passengers. All stared at him with wide eyes, though he counted a couple of rifle barrels. Finally, Nick turned toward his group. What do you think, guys? Dylan still held her gun ready to use if need be, but her expression was relaxed. They don't look like a bunch of murderers to me. Let's hear what they have to say.
I agree,
Misty said. Richard grunted his assent.
We can always shoot them after.
Nick rolled his eyes before turning to Big Joe again. He explained about their trip to the south, but paused when Big Joe shook his head.
You might as well turn around. You're wasting your time, Big Joe said. Those places are gone, destroyed. If nobody is answering you, it's because there isn't anyone left to talk.
Shock fizzled through Nick's veins. What do you mean, destroyed?
There is a horde of zombies pushing up the continent from the south. They chased us off our farm in Tyler, Texas, and we've been running ever since.
Joe jerked a thumb at the car behind him.
We met up with Tom and Wanda along the way. They're heading for Canada.
Canada? Why Canada? Nick asked.
It's cold. They're hoping it's zombie-free, Joe said.
Zombie-free? Nick shook his head. It's not. From the few reports I've heard, there are less infected, but the ones there have seemingly adapted to the climate. They're just as active as ours, except during the coldest of months.
Damn. Wanda will be sad to hear that. How about you? Are you with the Army? Big Joe asked.
Yes, I'm Sergeant Dean and in charge of Fort Detrick. Hope filled Big Joe's face.
A fort? Is it safe?
It has been until now, but that all depends on the information you give me, Nick asked.
How big is this horde? Thousands, maybe even tens of thousands, Big Joe said.
Nick paled. That many?
Big Joe nodded. Would you be able to stand against so many?
Nick glanced at Dylan.
We'll have to. The fort is our home, and I'm not abandoning it or the thousands of souls under my care. Thousands? Big Joe repeated, looking impressed. I didn't know there were so many of us left. You'd be surprised, Nick replied. So what now? Big Joe asked. Hold on, let me talk to my friends, Nick said, twisting around in his seat. Well? We need more details, Richard immediately said. How far away is this horde? What route are they taking? When will they get here? Plus more. I agree, but given the size of this horde, I don't think we are the ones to gather that information, Nick said. We could get bogged down or run into trouble, and the base would be none the wiser.
They'd be sitting ducks, Dylan said. I say we go back and send out new teams that are fast and prepared.
Besides, the fort will need your guidance to prepare for this threat, Richard added.
Why not invite these people back to the fort? Misty asked. They could tell us everything they know in exchange for asylum, or if they don't want to stay, some supplies.
That's a good idea. We'll need to recall Saul's team and warn the other communities that are close to us, Nick said. They might even want to join us, Dylan said. The more firepower, the better, Richard added.
Nick turned back in his seat, and silence fell as he thought things over. Finally, he looked at Big Joe.
Listen, our base isn't far from here, and we'd be willing to take you in for more detailed information. I don't know, Big Joe said, clearly hesitant. Look, we're good people, not murderers or robbers, and if you want to move on, we'll give you some supplies to speed you on your way. It's your choice, Nick said. I can't speak for Wanda and Tom, Big Joe said. Give us a minute to discuss your offer. Go ahead, but time is running out.
Nick waited with growing impatience while the two groups discussed their options. After several long minutes, Big Joe and the woman he assumed was Wanda approached.
Do we get to keep our weapons and vehicle? Wanda asked. You do. And we can leave any time we want. Nobody will stop you, Nick said. What about our supplies? She asked. You can keep it or trade it for other stuff you need, and if you decide to leave, I'll even top you up. Sounds okay, I guess. We'll give it a shot, and in return, we'll tell you everything we know about the zombies. Deal, Nick said. You can follow me back to the base. I'm heading there now. Got it, Wanda said. See you there, Sergeant, Big Joe said. They returned to their vehicles while Nick did a quick U-turn. As he headed back to Fort Detrick, his mind whirled with 1,000,001 thoughts. None of them were comforting. It seems we're in for the fight of our lives. I only hope we emerge victorious. Chapter 10. Saul. Saul climbed out of the Humvee and handed the keys to Alex. The parking lot was in an uproar, and he hadn't seen so many new faces in a long time. A queue of vehicles of every shape, size, and color waited at the gates for admittance, and the guards were hard-pressed to let everyone through. Inside, teens with flags directed the newcomers to an open corner of the lot. At the same time, Mandy Baker and a couple of other women sorted them into groups. What in hell's name is going on? It's the apocalypse all over again, Alex answered with a somber look. Who are all these people? Saul asked. Survivors streaming in ahead of the horde, Alex said. So many? Saul said. I thought Nick alerted only those communities we've been in contact with. He did, but word is spreading. Nobody wants to face the horde on their own, Alex said. A few of them have seen it. Seen the horde? Saul said. Yeah, they escaped in the nick of time, and somehow ended up here, Alex said. Nick and Dylan got a bunch of volunteers to place them in shelters for the time being.
I can't believe it, Saul said, staring at the crowds of people that swarmed the base.
I can hardly take it all in myself. I mean, where are we going to put them all? Do we have enough food, water, and electricity?
That's for Nick to answer, I guess, Saul replied. Speaking of which, where is he?
He's around here somewhere, and he asked me to tell you something the moment you got back,
Alex said.
What's that? He called for a meeting at 1600 hours. Anyone who's anyone has to be there, including you and Tara. Could you let her know, please? I don't have the time to tell her myself, and she's at the lab, I think.
Where else would she be? Saul muttered. Anyway, thanks for letting me know.
No problem, but you'll have to excuse me. I'm prepping a fleet of motorcycles for the new scouting teams,
Alex said, wiping his hands on an oily rag.
Motorbikes? Yep, they're fast and versatile, Alex said. The scouts can get in and out on them without getting bogged down.
Clever thinking, Saul said.
Thanks. It was my idea,
Alex said, hurrying toward his workshop. Saul turned back to his team. They milled about in wide-eyed wonder, except for Jackson, who leaned against the Humvee as if nothing had changed.
All right, everyone. The trip's over for now. I'll see you all later, I guess.
Once he'd seen them on their way, he crossed the grounds toward the lab with long strides. Along the way, he saw more evidence of the changes taking place. Soldiers with loads of sandbags rushed past, and a line of excavators rumbled toward a nearby gate. It seemed Nick had wasted no time setting things in motion when he got back, including recalling Saul and his team. While he was disappointed at being pulled back so early, Saul didn't resist. He still had vivid memories of the night Fort Knox fell beneath the tramping feet of an undead horde. He knew what was at stake, and his place was here. At the lab, he presented his ID to a guard he'd never seen before. The entry and lobby bristled with guns, and he searched for a familiar face. He found it in Greta, who performed her usual duties with calm precision.
Who are all the newbies? Sergeant Dean sent them here when he got back. The lab is a vital structure and needs extra protection.
I see. Thanks for the update, Saul murmured before continuing upstairs toward Tara's office. He found her in a state of nervous excitement, but not because of the approaching horde.
What's going on?
You'll never believe me, Tara exclaimed. I found it. At least, I think I did.
Found what? He asked, confused.
A vaccine.
For real? He asked.
The blood work proves it. I did it.
She jumped up and down, clapping her hands.
The tests are conclusive.
What's next?
Now I need to test it on living creatures, Tara said.
People? Saul asked, raising his eyebrows.
Hell no. It's way too soon for that. There are still a million things that could go wrong, Tara said.
She waved a hand at a couple of cages bolted to the wall of her lab. Inside, rats scurried about, their noses sniffing at the air.
Ah, I see. You're going to test it on the rodents, Saul said, relieved.
Exactly, Tara said with keen enthusiasm. I'd better get on it. I'll see you later, my love.
Saul grabbed her arms when she tried to kiss him goodbye.
Wait a minute. Do you even know what's going on outside?
Tara shrugged.
Not really. I've been in here all day.
What about yesterday? Haven't you heard about the horde? Saul asked.
What horde?
Tara said with a frown. She stared about her and pointed to a nearby couch.
I'll be honest. You weren't here, so I didn't bother going home last night. I slept over there.
Let me get this straight. You haven't left the lab since I left on my scouting trip yesterday morning? Saul said.
Tara had the grace to look a little guilty. I didn't plan it that way, but I wanted to make up for the time I lost with the party. And then I had the breakthrough, and you weren't here, so I thought...
Saul sighed and held up his hand.
Let me stop you right there. Has nobody bothered to tell you what's going on? No, but to be fair, they all know not to disturb me when I'm in the middle of something serious, Tara said. Why? What's going on? Why are you back so soon? Now you want to know? Saul raked one hand across his head. Honestly, my love, remember when I said you were going to work yourself to death? Yes, she admitted with reluctance. Well, this is what I'm talking about. He pointed to the couch and pulled out a chair for himself. Sit down. You need to hear this. Saul spent the next 10 minutes explaining to Tara what Nick and his team had discovered. By the time he was done, Tara sat frozen with wide-eyed shock. Tens of thousands? That's right, Saul said. He frowned when another thought occurred to him. Do you know about Rita? What about her? Oh my God, you don't know what she did at the party? Saul said with a groan. She was fine when I left, I think, Tara said. Now that you mention it, I didn't see her that morning. I was in such a rush to get home, I never said goodbye. Saul stood up and waved at the door. Grab your stuff. We're going to the infirmary. The infirmary? Tara asked with a look of confusion. That's right. And after that, we're attending Nick's meeting. I'm sure he could use your expertise. We all could. What about my work? Tara objected. This is huge, Saul. Don't you understand? Saul ground his teeth together in frustration. Your friends are important too, Tara. Besides, if we can't stop this horde, you won't have a lab to come back to, let alone continue your work. Tara's shoulders drooped. I guess you're right. But let me inject the rats before we go. It'll only take a moment, I swear it. Okay, but hurry up. Every second we waste is a second we could have spent preparing, Saul said. Make no mistake, Tara. We are in for the biggest fight of our lives.
Chapter 11. Dylan. Dylan slipped through the crowded room until she reached Nick's side. She stood on tiptoe and planted a quick kiss on his cheek before looking around.
Did you invite the entire base? No, but it was close, he answered, rubbing one hand across his forehead. How's Rita? She's doing much better, Dylan said. Her arm is healing fast, and she seems to be in better spirits. Well, she got what she wanted. She has to be happy now, Nick said with a shrug. I suppose you're right, but I still can't see how she did it, Dylan said, her mind flashing back to a bloodied Rita lying on crimson tiles. The pain alone must have been unimaginable. She's one tough cookie, that's for sure. Oh yes, before I forget, I ran into Saul and Tara along the way, Dylan added. They should be here any moment now. Good, I need them, Nick said. Dylan eyed him through slitted lids. Have you slept at all since we came back yesterday? Not much, Nick admitted. Have you eaten anything? She pressed. I had a protein bar this morning, he said. Dylan groaned. You can't do this to yourself, Nick. We rely on you. You're our leader, and what good will you be if you end up in the hospital? I know, but there's just so much to do and so little time, Nick said. Then delegate. That's what we're here for, Dylan replied. You can't do everything on your own. I know. That's why I called this meeting. We all need to play our part in the coming days. Okay, but let me grab you something to drink at least. You look like you're about to pass out, Dylan grumbled. Fine, but hurry up. I'm about to begin, Nick said. Dylan pushed her way toward a snack table in the corner by Mandy, the lady in charge of their rations and the thrift shop. Mandy flashed her a frazzled smile. Hey, Dylan, how are you? I'm okay, but you look worn out, Dylan said, scooping up a bottle of water, an energy drink, and 2 cereal bars. It's been hectic, Mandy admitted, but I'll be okay. Do you have enough help? Dylan asked. I could use more hands, Mandy admitted. I'll see if we can arrange something, Dylan replied. Thanks, I'd appreciate that.
Dylan made her way back to Nick and handed him the energy drink and one of the cereal bars.
Here, take this. It's not much, but it'll have to do for now.
He flashed her a grateful look before clearing his throat.
Listen up, everyone. I'd like to start the proceedings. Is everyone present?
A chorus of assent rumbled across the room. Dylan spotted several familiar faces, including Corporal Parker, Nick's second-in-command, Grissom, who used to be King's man, and Mac, who was in charge of their munitions. There was also Andrew, the principal of the school, Davis, the civil engineer, Saul, Tara, and others. The rest were unknown to her.
Right. As you all know, I called you here because a horde of infected is on its way, and we need to prepare for its arrival, Nick began.
Are you sure they're coming here?
How many zombies are we talking about exactly?
Have you seen them yourself? Where are they coming from?
The questions kept flying until Nick raised his hands for silence.
I haven't seen the infected with my own eyes, and we don't know anything for sure yet. Scouting groups are setting out as we speak to determine the horde's exact course and numbers.
So they might miss us?
Someone asked in a hopeful tone.
Nick shook his head. I doubt it. Their trajectory puts them on a collision course with this base. If you haven't seen them, how do you know they're coming? A man in civilian clothes asked. We first picked up on it when communities to the far south went off the air, Nick explained. But how do you know it was zombies that got them? It could be anything. Broken equipment, loss of signal, even disease, the person in question persisted. Because we ran into other survivors who have seen them, Nick said. These people were driven from their home by this undead scourge, and they're here to tell us what they saw. With a wave of his hand, he introduced two people. This is Big Joe and Wanda. They each belong to a different group, but they both came into contact with the horde. Please, listen to what they have to say. Big Joe went first, relaying his first sight of the horde. Well, I can't say exactly how many there are. I estimate that they number in the thousands. I agree. It took 3 days for all of them to pass through our city. 3 days that we spent stuck up on a roof, Wanda said. We managed to circle them and met up with Joe's group, but the zombies aren't far behind us. Big Joe nodded. A few days at most. A ripple of fear ran through the air, and Nick raised his hand. Please, everyone, this is not the time to panic.
We can't fight thousands of infected. They'll run right over us,
Mandy objected.
We don't have a choice unless you want to abandon this place and everything we've worked for, Nick said.
But thousands? Do we have enough guns and ammunition?
People? She replied, her cheeks pale.
That's why we're here, Mandy, to come up with a plan to save us all, Nick said. I, for one, don't plan to run. Where would we go, anyway? Where would be safe from this scourge? Silence fell. So what do we do? Mandy asked at last. First, we need to address our supplies. We've had an influx of survivors running from the horde, and more are surely coming. They seek our help and protection. Yes, but can we feed them all? Mandy asked. We're running low as it is. Each of them has their own supplies to contribute. Plus, we desperately need more hands, Nick said. I say we welcome them with open arms. All right, but we'll still need extra food, Mandy said. And we're running low on other stuff, too. Nick nodded. I know. I propose the following. Saul, can you organize volunteer raiding parties to gather as much food, water, fuel, and medicine as possible within the next 2 days? Saul nodded. I can, but they'll have to strike out further than usual. We've tapped everything nearby. Just make sure they're back inside the base by day 3. I can't risk anyone being caught outside by the infected. Got it, Saul replied. Andrew, the community listens to you. Can you ask everyone who has anything extra to spare to donate it to our collective supplies? Nick continued. I can speak to them, Andrew confirmed, but I don't know how effective it will be. Just try. Every little bit helps, Nick said. Also inform them that we will all need to ration our food and water strictly from now on. Electricity, too. May I suggest we continue with the school lessons for now? It will keep the children occupied. Plus, I can provide aftercare for those whose parents will be involved with the preparations, Andrew said. That seems wise, Nick said. You could recruit a few of the older teenagers to help you in that regard. I'll see to it, Andrew confirmed. Mandy, I also propose that you cut all rations by a third and reduce the hours during which the thrift shop is open. People won't be happy with reduced rations, sir, Mandy said. I know, but needs must, and it's only temporary, Nick said with a sigh. All right, sir, I'll see to it, Mandy said. What about the warehouses? Make sure all our income and supplies are stored and cataloged as soon as possible, Nick said. We need everything to be inside and locked away before the horde arrives. Who knows how long we'll need to get by on what we have. Dylan leaned over and said in a low voice, She'll need extra help, Nick. Andrew, can you recruit extra volunteers from among the civilian population? We need all the hands we can get. General workers, builders, medical personnel, caretakers, raiders, and fighters. Anyone able and willing to assist in some regard needs to step forward. I'll put out the call, Andrew said. That does not include the very old, young, frail, and sick, of course. Mothers with babies and young children are also exempt, but everybody else needs to pitch in, Nick said with a stern look. We can't afford any slackers. We are facing the fight of our lives here, make no mistake. Understood, Andrew said with a grave nod. I'll make sure the people understand the gravity of the situation. Good. Have them report to whichever station best suits their skills as soon as possible. We have 0 time to waste, Nick continued. Yes, sir, Andrew replied. Is everyone up to speed so far? Any questions? Nick asked. Just one. What about our defenses? Do we have a plan? One that doesn't involve all of us being eaten alive by the undead? Grissom asked. Dylan threw Grissom an annoyed look, not thrilled with his manner. Trust him to try and humiliate Nick in front of everybody. He's just pissed off because after all these months, Nick still hasn't allowed him back into the ranks. Nick remained calm in the face of Grissom's interrogation, however. He even took the time to crack open his energy drink and take a few swallows. After putting the can down, he smiled. In answer to your question, yes, we have a plan. A very detailed plan. Who came up with this plan? Grissom asked. Several military experts came together in its creation, and I'm sure even you could find no fault with it, Nick said. Let's see it then, Grissom answered, folding his arms across his chest. Dylan rolled her eyes and shifted closer to Nick, offering her silent support. He threw her a quick nod before turning back to the room. First of all, we're setting up several observation posts to warn us when the horde arrives. Our best option is not to have to fight at all, and to make the base as difficult to get to as possible. With that thought in mind, we are creating several hit-and-run teams. Their job will be to pick off and lead away as many infected as they can leading up to the city. Once the horde reaches the city limits, we'll make use of camouflage, obstacles, booby traps, and misdirection to push them away from us, Nick explained, pointing to a map of the city and Fort Detrick on the wall. We also plan to draw them away by the thousands once they reach these 2 intersections. Nick drew 2 arrows on the map with a permanent marker, each pointing in a different direction away from the fort. How? Grissom asked. By using decoys, cars equipped with sound systems, Nick replied. Their objective will be to lure the infected onto a different trajectory, one that leads them away from us. What do you think, Tara? I defer to your expertise when it comes to all things zombie. It could work, Tara said with a firm nod. The infected respond to noise and movement. If they see or hear something, it will trigger their hunting instincts, and they will follow. A low murmur of approval ran around the room, but Nick raised his hand to forestall it. That doesn't mean we won't have to fight. There are many things that could go wrong with such a plan, and even if it works, not all of the zombies will follow the decoys. Some might push ahead on their path. Therefore, we need to set up several lines of defenses outside the fort, with each fallen back onto the next.
What happens if those defenses fail? Andrew asked. What about the civilians inside their homes? Who will protect them?
The main problem we face is the sheer size of the fort. The base is simply too large for us to defend with the number of people we have. Even if volunteers and new arrivals greatly augmented our fighting numbers, it would still be impossible. That's why I want to pull everyone back into this area.
Nick drew a line that encompassed the lab, infirmary, the supply warehouses, munitions warehouses, and a single housing block with a community center. Andrew frowned. You're asking people to abandon their homes and move in there?
Even more, I'm asking that everyone who is not actively engaged in the battle take refuge here, Nick said, pointing at the community center. All the women and children, the frail and the sick, we'll make sure that extra vehicles, fully fueled and supplied, are ready to ferry them to safety should things go wrong.
You mean if the zombies win? Andrew said.
Nick inclined his head. It's better to be prepared for every eventuality, is it not? But if we're lucky, it won't get to that. We'll use everything at our disposal to reinforce the fences. Razor wire, stacked cars, containers, and ditches. Why bother? Why don't we leave now before the horde gets here? Grissom protested. Because I believe this is our best chance at survival, Nick said. And because I believe this place is worth fighting for. For you, maybe, Grissom said. Not for me. You're welcome to leave, Grissom, Dylan said, her temper snapping. Nobody will stop you. I'm sure you think that, but who else thinks it's better to leave? Grissom asked, looking around.
A few hands went up, mostly among the civilians, and Dylan itched to tell them how stupid they were being.
Tell me something, Nick said. Where do you plan on going? Where do you think you'll be safe? Because there is no such a mythical place. The infected are everywhere, and you'll have to stand and fight at some point. It might as well be now on terms of your choosing.
A few hands went down, but Grissom remained resolute.
It's better to live to fight another day. We all know what happened to Fort Knox. What makes you think we stand a better chance than they did?
Nick straightened up, squaring his shoulders.
Listen up and listen closely. Anyone who disagrees with my plan is free to leave, but you'd better be gone by nightfall. Also, you're not taking anything except that which belongs to you. What we need now is people of resolute heart and spirit. People willing to fight for their place in this world. If that's not you, then get out while you still can, and God be with you. I'm going, Grissom said, backing away.
A few others, mostly civilians, went with him, but the majority stayed.
Dylan shook her head and mumbled below her breath. Good riddance. What a bunch of pussies.
Nick looked around the room at those remaining.
My offer stands. You have until nightfall to leave. Please make your people aware of that fact, Andrew. Let it not be said I stood in anyone's way.
Andrew nodded. I'll tell them.
Good. Let's get back to business, shall we? Nick said. Mr. Davis, as our engineering expert, I want you to shore up our defenses, focusing on the last line of battle. We need to ensure the safety of everyone and everything inside that border. We will also require sufficient lighting, water, and electricity for those buildings. Feel free to recruit anyone you need to assist you in these endeavors. You have 2, maybe 3 days maximum.
My team and I will do our best, Davis said.
Mac, you know what you need to do. Arm our fighters and ensure a steady supply of ammunition throughout the field of battle, Nick said. And Mandy, you will have to distribute emergency supplies to each building and line of defense, plus set up the community center. I'll need more runners, Mac said. And I'll need a whole lot of extra hands, Mandy added.
I'll see to that, Saul volunteered. As soon as the civilians come in, I'll send bodies your way.
Thank you, Nick said, looking around. Is there anything else? Any questions? Silence reigned. We still need to iron out a few details regarding the outer defenses, observation posts, and fighting teams. For that, I'll need Corporal Parker, Sergeant Delamini, and Private Alex to stay behind. The rest of you are free to go about your duties.
As people began to move toward the exit, Nick added,
"One moment. The last thing we need right now is to spread panic and discontent. Please try and keep the populace calm and optimistic. If you hear of anyone stirring trouble, please report them to me. Meeting adjourned."
Dylan watched as the people filed out of the room until only the chosen few remained.
"What about me?" "Could you speak to Amy for me?" Alex asked. "I'm afraid she'll be scared if she hears this stuff from other people."
Nick nodded.
"Go ahead. You and I can talk later."
"All right. See you tonight." As Dylan left the room, she reflected on how much Nick had grown into his role. He's a true leader now, an inspiration to us all. Chapter 12. Tamara. Petersburg, Virginia, 11:48 a.m. Tamara lay low across the handlebars, her right hand gunning the throttle as she gained speed down the highway. She'd finally left the horde behind. After days spent circling around them, she rejoined the I-95 just before Petersburg. Now the open road beckoned, and she wasted no time putting distance between her and the undead. She wasn't sure where she was headed. She only knew she had to get away. Maybe I can live in the mountains, or on a boat, an island, anywhere without zombies. Her thoughts winged back to her time spent hiding in the dumpster, and she grimaced. It was hands down the worst experience of her life. She'd spent 2 days lying in filth, unable to move or make a sound. She could neither eat nor drink, and had to empty her bladder right where she lay. Never again. The tail end of her shirt flapped in the wind, sticking out from underneath her leather jacket. A strand of hair stuck to her visor and teased her nostrils. It didn't matter. She relished the feeling of absolute freedom. Thick strands of trees streamed past on either side, and the blue sky stretched far ahead into the distance. Wispy clouds spoke of warm summer days to come, and the temperature was mild, minus the icy touch of before. It was hard not to feel optimistic. It wasn't long before she spotted a car in front of her. It wasn't the first. The roads were the busiest she'd ever seen them since the dead rose to munch on people burgers. They all had the same idea she did. Run. Without slowing down, she leaned to the side and zipped past the blue sedan. A couple of faces stared at her through the windows, but she ignored them. She wasn't in the business of making friends. All she wanted to do was find a nice, safe, secluded spot to mind her own business in. She'd had enough of people to last a lifetime. With the car in her rearview mirror, she focused on the road ahead. The sensation of speed was a pleasant one, and a smile lingered on her lips. The powerful bike had been a lucky find. In mint condition, it even had the keys in the ignition and the helmet on the tank. The feeling of joy remained until she hit an invisible ditch hidden by a patch of gravel, and her front wheel wobbled like crazy. Desperately, she fought for control, but it was a losing battle. Her back tire spun out, and she kicked off seconds before the bike became airborne. Tamara flew across the tar, instinctively tucking her arms and legs into a ball. She hit the road with terrific force and rolled across the asphalt, coming to a rough stop on a stretch of dirt. The bike continued flipping across the ground, pieces of the fairing splintering off with each hit. Soon, only a mangled wreck remained, one tire spinning in the air as it came to rest against a tree trunk. Tamara coughed, dirt and slime coating her lips. Her vision grew fuzzy, and a chainsaw buzzed in her ears. She tried to move, but her body wouldn't cooperate. A trickle of blood ran down the side of her head, warm and sticky. At last, she gave up and sagged into the dust, every muscle in her body on fire. A set of wheels rolled to a stop next to her. A blue sedan. The car door opened, and Tamara blinked at the approaching set of boots with rising hope.
Help me, please.
Instead, rough hands tugged at her leather jacket until it came free of her body, not caring about the pain they inflicted. Next, the same hands removed her boots and the belt slung around her hips. With it went her only weapons, a knife and a pistol with a couple of shots left in the magazine.
No,
Tamara pleaded as the boots climbed back into the car, leaving her alone, hurt, and vulnerable. With a screech of rubber, the sedan spun away. Rocks and gravel peppered her body, and she was thankful she still wore the helmet. At least the robber had left her that much. It didn't matter, though. She was as good as dead. Left in the open, covered in blood, and with no means of defending herself, she was a sitting duck.
You fucker. I'll get you. Someday. Whoever you are.
Tamara swore. It was a hollow threat, though. She wasn't going anywhere. The darkness that lurked in the corners of her vision swooped in, and she sagged into the dirt with a rattling sigh. Chapter 13. Ricky. Petersburg, Virginia, 12:23 p.m. Ricky clung to the steering wheel of the RV with both hands. The vehicle was somewhat clumsy and a lot bigger than she was used to driving. Even so, it proved to be a lifesaver. Not only was she able to get away from the horde after they passed by, but they were able to live inside it while making their way north. It provided them with a secure place to live and sleep while on the road.
Here you go, Ricky. I made you something to eat,
Arlie said, sitting down in the passenger seat. Yeah, kiddo? What is it? Ricky asked, glancing at the steaming bowl.
I found instant noodles in the cupboard, and the kettle was full,
Arlie replied. Noodles? Ricky exclaimed, her nostrils flaring at the beefy aroma. Her stomach growled. She hadn't had a hot meal in ages. What about Eli?
He already had his, and so did I,
Arlie replied, blowing on the hot food. Thanks, kiddo. It smells delicious. Tell me when it cools down a bit, Ricky replied. She drove for another couple of miles before taking the bowl from Arlie. Here, you hold the wheel steady while I eat. I don't want to stop. Arlie giggled as she grasped the steering wheel and kept the RV on the straight and narrow while Ricky quickly slurped down the noodles. Afterward, she took back control of the vehicle and said, "That was great, Arlie. Maybe it's time I teach you how to drive." Arlie glanced over her shoulder before shaking her head.
Eli doesn't agree.
Yeah? What's wrong? Ricky asked.
He says that was very irresponsible of us. You should have pulled over,
Arlie explained. Ricky shrugged. I suppose he's right. That was kind of dangerous. Sorry, Eli.
Eli says it's okay, but to be more careful next time,
Arlie replied, translating Eli's gestures. I promise, Eli. Pinky swear, Ricky said. They drove in silence for a bit before Arlie asked,
Where are we going?
Ricky glanced at the younger girl. Well, you remember that couple we ran into at the last town?
The ones who were going to that fort or something?
Arlie asked.
They were nice. You don't get many nice people anymore.
Yeah, you're right, kiddo. Nice people are scarce nowadays, Ricky said. Anyway, I thought we could also give that fort a try.
You mean we stay there?
Arlie asked. Only if it's safe, Ricky added. And the people have to be good people.
I don't know. The last bunch we ended up with looked like good people, but in the end...
Arlie trailed off, her expression pained. Ricky sighed. Arlie was right. The previous group they teamed up with seemed nice at first, but quickly turned nasty when the supplies ran low. Then it was every kid for him or herself while the adults took everything. I won't allow anything like that to happen ever again. I promise,
I know, Ricky. You've always looked after us, Arlie said.
It's been my pleasure, kiddo, Ricky said, remembering the day she first found Arlie and Eli. They were stuck in a car by the side of the road, surrounded by a group of infected. Their mother was one of them, killed and turned when she tried to gather fuel for their empty tank. At first, Ricky didn't know what to do. She had no weapons besides a butcher's knife stuck in her belt, and the zombies were fresh. Fresh meant uber fast, mean, and strong. She stood no chance against them at all. Then she thought of a plan. Draw them away from the kids. In the end, the rescue attempt was both simple and successful. She set off a couple of car alarms further up the street before biking around the block. After gathering up the children, she took them to her hidey hole in a church attic. There was plenty of food and water on site, thanks to a recent food drive for the poor. Enough to last them a couple of months. They stayed there until winter set in, and the infected left for warmer climes. She should have known they'd come back, though. That was her mistake. Now she could only hope that Fort Detrick was everything the couple had claimed it to be. A safe haven where they'd have a fair shot at survival and a decent life. The only problem was that the fort was a myth, a magical place spoken about by people who heard about it from other people, and those people heard about it by radio. There was nothing concrete, no solid news. Now that the zombies were on the move, every Tom, Dick, and Harry were making their way there, both the good and the bad. Ricky wasn't at all confident that it was the right place to take young Arlie and Eli. Especially Eli. Despite his intelligence, or perhaps because of it, Eli was a sensitive kid. He was kind and caring, the type who'd give someone his last bite to eat if they were hungry, or his jacket if they were cold. At that moment, Arlie shifted forward in her seat and pointed at an object lying next to the road.
What's that?
Ricky squinted into the distance. I don't know. As they drew closer, she shifted gears and slowed down until the object revealed itself as a person. Not far away lay a mangled motorbike crashed into a tree. It's a person, and it looks like he or she had an accident.
Are you going to stop?
Arlie asked, her expression anxious. I don't know. It could be dangerous. Or that person could be dead, Ricky reasoned.
Please stop. Let's just take a closer look,
Arlie pleaded. Fine, but don't get out. Either of you, Ricky said, pushing the brakes. She had to use her injured foot to do it, and even taped up like it was, it hurt. It hurt like mad. The RV rolled to a stop next to the motionless figure on the ground, and Ricky got up. With her gun in hand, she hobbled toward the door and opened it. With the barrel pointing at the person in the dirt, she said, Stay back, Arlie and Eli. I'm warning you.
Okay,
Arlie said, her voice somewhat breathless. Ricky used her free hand for support as she climbed out of their vehicle and walked toward the stranger. Each step was agony. The cut in her foot was deep and needed medical attention. That was another reason she considered going to the fort. If she were lucky, they'd have a doctor or nurse who could help her. As she drew closer, Ricky took in the finer details of the person and realized it was a girl. More than that, she was hurt. A small puddle of blood had formed beneath her helmet, and her jeans were ripped, torn, and bloody. Two things stood out to Ricky, things that made no sense. First of all, the girl wore no shoes or jacket. Secondly, neither her socks, shirt, or the flesh of her arms were torn, dusty, or scratched. Someone took her stuff after she fell. She dropped to her haunches and pressed 2 fingers to the girl's wrist. The pulse was there, strong and regular. She's alive! Outrage filled Ricky's heart. How could anyone rob someone when they were down like that? Hurt and injured, exposed and vulnerable. What if a zombie found her like this?
Is she okay?
Arlie asked, and Ricky looked at the kid over her shoulder. "No, she's hurt."
"Are we going to help her?"
Arlie asked, hovering in the open doorway of the RV. Ricky hesitated for a brief moment, but her decision was made when Eli joined Arlie, his dark eyes pleading silently. "Yes, we're going to help her. Eli, get a blanket and pillow for the couch. Arlie, you'll have to help me carry her." Between the two of them, they managed to carry the girl into the RV. They laid her out on the bed Eli had prepared for her. With infinite care, Ricky removed the helmet, which revealed a girl of roughly the same age as her. She was tall, too, and her feet hung down over the edge of the couch. Her hair was dark and cut in a pixie style. Easy to manage, Ricky supposed. Numerous rings adorned her fingers, and she carried a man's wallet inside her pocket. Inside, there was a photo of the girl and an older woman. They looked alike, and she guessed it was family of some sort. Maybe her mom. Setting the wallet aside, she examined the girl for injuries. She found a shallow cut on the scalp, numerous scrapes and bruises, and a hot and swollen left knee. Nothing appeared to be broken, but there was no way to tell if there were internal injuries. After cleaning the cuts and abrasions with bleach, she wrapped up the knee with strips of cloth. It was the best she could do without any more medical supplies. With a sigh, she sat back and surveyed her handiwork. "Well, I guess we have no choice now."
"What do you mean?"
Arlie asked. "She needs a doctor, and so do I. We're going to this fort. I just hope it's everything that the couple claimed it was." With supreme uncertainty, Ricky got the RV back onto the road and headed toward their new destination. Fort Detrick, here we come. Chapter 14. Alex. Alex wiped the sweat from his brow with an oily rag. His armpits smelled rancid, and he wished he could take a bath. There was no time for such luxuries, though. Or even sleep. There was far too much work to be done, and the grounds buzzed with activity. "It looks like someone kicked a hornet's nest," Jesse, one of his fellow mechanics, commented. Alex grunted. "I'm just glad the last scouting party is gone. If I have to work on another motorbike today, I'm going to scream." "You and me both. What's next?" Jesse asked. "We have to sort out all the junk cars, strip them of anything useful, and push them up against the chain-link fence over there," Alex said. "Push them with what?" Jesse asked. "That tractor over there," Alex replied, pointing to the yellow monstrosity Nick had gifted him. "I don't even know how to drive the thing." "I do," Jesse said. "Let's get to stripping, and I'll push them up against the fence as we go." "Deal," Alex said, not looking forward to the mammoth task. He couldn't complain, though. Everyone on the base was either working their fingers to the bone or risking their lives. The scouting parties were out searching for the horde, and he expected them back within the day. The same went for the extra raiding teams. Davis and his team set up barricades out in the city, digging trenches, demolishing buildings, and shoring up their defenses. They'd already rerouted the power and water to the inner sanctum Nick had demarcated as their last bastion. Now, Mandy was pulling in all available supplies and either storing it in the warehouses or sending out crates to supply points. The same applied to Mac and their munitions. Richard and Misty were readying the decoys along with a few volunteers. A dangerous mission, for sure. Saul was setting up the fighting teams, grouping them into squads of 3 each, and making sure they knew what was expected of them. Jackson had organized several observation points to provide them with advance warning of the horde. In the meantime, Dylan had taken charge of the incoming survivors. Those willing and able to fight were equipped and assigned a post, while the vulnerable women and children were sent to the community center. He knew Amy and Jenny were at the school for the moment. She was helping to look after the kids under Andrew's supervision. Tara was at the lab, overseeing the manufacture of extra vials of the cure, and Amanda was at the infirmary. They were getting ready for an influx of patients, and he didn't envy them the task of looking after the sick and wounded. Lastly, the soldiers were fortifying the inner sanctum and its buildings. To Alex, the walls of stacked sandbags and razor wire looked inadequate. All the more reason to get this makeshift car fence up. Several hours later, he was distracted by an RV that rolled up in a cloud of dust. A girl exited the vehicle, one foot wrapped in a balloon of duct tape. She half-dragged, half-carried another girl who looked dazed, and 2 children flitted about in their wake. The girl's eyes fell on him, and she hobbled over. "Please help us. We need medical attention." Alex rushed them to a nearby bench.
"Here, sit down."
The girl heaved a sigh of relief. "Thank you." Alex straightened up and spotted Jessie.
"Can you take these kids to the infirmary, please?"
"With what?" Jessie asked.
"Use their vehicle, the RV, and make sure they get helped straight away at the hospital. The poor things look like they need it,"
Alex said. Jessie bobbed his head. "All right, I'll make sure they're taken care of properly." Alex turned back to the girl.
"Miss..."
"It's Ricky," she replied.
"Okay, Ricky. Jessie here is taking you all to the infirmary. Once you get there, stay there. Don't wander around unless it's to retreat to the community center."
"Why?" she asked with a frown.
"We're expecting an attack from a horde of zombies. The infirmary or community center is the safest place for you to be,"
Alex explained. "The horde? Yes, I know. We encountered it in Jacksonville," Ricky said. "It's not far behind us. Maybe a day or 2?
"Jacksonville?"
Alex repeated.
"Are you sure?"
"Of course I'm sure. We were trapped by the zombies and had to circle them as we made our way here." She pointed at the younger boy and girl. "You can ask Arlie and Eli. They were with me when it happened."
"Uh-huh. There were so many of them, mister. Thousands,"
Arlie replied, while the boy simply nodded.
"Savannah,"
the other injured girl muttered, her eyes still glazed over.
"They nearly got me in Savannah."
Alex frowned. None of it made sense. Jacksonville? Savannah? By all accounts, the horde was coming up from the southwest, not the southeast. Unless...
"I'm sorry about your troubles, but don't worry. You're in safe hands now. We'll look after you," he said.
"Thanks, mister," Ricky replied.
"When you get to the infirmary, look for Amanda and tell her Alex sent you," he added. "She'll do right by you."
Ricky nodded, and Alex helped her and the rest back into the RV. Jessie got into the driver's seat and tossed them a salute. "I'll be back in a jiffy."
"Off you go,"
Alex replied, slamming his hand on the hood. The RV drove away, and Alex went in search of Nick. He found him inside his office, along with Dylan, Saul, Tara, Richard, Jackson, and Mac. Nick looked up when he entered and smiled.
"Alex, this is a pleasant surprise."
But one look at Alex's expression caused his grin to fade, and he asked,
"What's wrong?" "I don't know how to say this, but I think there's a second horde, and it's almost upon us," Alex blurted out.
"What?" Nick cried.
"A second horde?"
"Oh, crap," Dylan gasped, pressing one hand to her lips.
"If that's true, then we're in deep shit," Richard stated with blunt pragmatism. "More than that," Max said. "We're dead men walking." "Well, I can't have that. Not with Amy, Jenny, and all my friends' lives at stake," Alex said, folding his arms. "I suggest we come up with a plan." "A plan to kill a couple of 100,000 zombies?" Mac asked with more than a hint of disbelief. "You heard me. If we work together and don't panic, we can do this," Alex said. "Besides, we don't have a choice. If we run, we're just delaying the inevitable." "Alex is right. We do it here, now, or not at all," Nick said.
Dylan inclined her head.
"All right, let's get cracking."
Chapter 15. Nick.
They say the second group is coming up from the southeast? Jacksonville and Savannah?
Nick asked, staring at the map on the table. He traced a rough route with his finger.
That's right, Alex replied. We need more information, Nick said. Saul, can you reroute a couple of the scouting teams? Of course, Saul said. But don't let them stay out too long. I want everyone back inside by the end of the day, if possible. The same goes for your raiding teams. I don't want anyone to be caught outside napping when the undead arrives, Nick added.
I'll make sure of it, Saul replied.
The only people on the outside by tomorrow morning must be the soldiers handling the defenses and those up in the observation posts, Nick said.
I'll set up more posts in the rest of the city to warn of the second horde's arrival, Jackson said.
Good. How are the outer defenses coming along? Nick asked.
Davis and his team are almost done inside the city. After that, they can focus on the inner barriers, Saul said.
Those still need a lot of work, Alex said. If the hordes breach the outer defenses, they'll wash over us like a tidal wave. I know. We'll have to speed things up, especially now, Nick said with a grim nod.
A knock on the door interrupted the proceedings, and Nick looked up to see a group of people led by Grissom. Among them were several familiar faces, including Big Joe, Wanda, and Mike Hansen.
What do you want, Grissom? Nick asked.
I'm here to talk, Grissom said in a placatory tone.
Then talk. I have serious matters to attend to and 0 time to waste, Nick said. Yeah, I thought you were leaving? Dylan added with a fierce look. I was, but Saul dissuaded me, Grissom said. At least not until I talked to you first. Really? Nick said, his eyebrows raising. What's this I hear, Saul?
Saul raised one hand in the air. Just hear him out, Nick. We need every single gun we can get, don't we?
Yes, but I don't have time for cowards and dissenters, Nick growled. I'm neither a coward nor a dissenter, Grissom said. I want to fight, but as an equal. I think after all this time, I've proven my loyalty.
All he wants is his old spot in the ranks, Nick, Saul said. It's not too much to ask, is it?
Nick hesitated. We'll see, but what about the rest of you? Why are you here?
Big Joe stepped forward with Wanda at his side.
We've talked it over, and we'd like to stay. I cannot fight, however. If I die, my family is left alone and vulnerable.
Same here. My Tom is half blind. Without me, he's helpless, Wanda said.
What do you want, then? Nick asked. We'd like to ride this out in the community center, Big Joe said. But we also want to help. Both of us know how to drive school buses, and we can fight if it gets to that. If you lose, we'll make sure the women and children get to safety.
Along with anyone else you assign to that job, of course, Wanda said. We'll also throw in our supplies. All of it. Nick thought it over.
Deal. You know where the center is, right?
We do, Big Joe said.
You can take all your supplies to Mandy and ask her to assign you posts in the center. Tell her I sent you, Nick said.
Thank you, Wanda said. Nick waited until she and Big Joe left before turning to Mike.
Hansen, what can I do for you? My team and I would like to fight, Mike said. Only those who can't wield a weapon will sit it out in the community center. Of course, you're more than welcome. Saul can assign you to those parts of the defenses that still need to be guarded, Nick said. No, not like that. I don't want to be bogged down behind a wall, Mike said. What then? Nick asked. I'd like to meet the horde head-on. Pick off as many of them as possible before they reach the city, Mike said. We've already got a team standing by to do that. They're moving in as soon as the scouting parties come back, and their objective is to kill and divert as many undead as they can, Nick said. Damn, that's too bad, Mike said. I refuse to die like a rat in a hole. But, as it happens, we've just received news of a second horde approaching from the southeast.
What? Several voices cried out.
That's correct, Nick said. Plus, they appear to be closer than the other group, which creates a huge problem for us. We'll be fighting a battle on 2 fronts.
Mike Hansen whistled.
In that case, let my team take care of the second horde. We can slow them down and try to divert them, or die trying.
I'd rather you don't die, but I accept your offer, Nick said.
Then it's settled,
Mike said with a satisfied smile.
We'll leave straight away.
Thank you, Nick said.
What about me? Grissom asked. You can have your old position back, but if I hear so much as 1 peep out of you, I'll kill you myself, Nick said. Got it?
Grissom nodded.
I won't let you down.
Mike, Grissom, and the others left, allowing Nick to return to the meeting.
That went well, I think.
Yes, it's better to make allies than enemies, Tara agreed. And Grissom makes a bad enemy.
I suppose, Nick said. While you're here, we need to discuss the availability of the cure. People are going to get bitten, and they'll need it.
Tara nodded. We have a sizable amount stored away, plus we're making more as we speak.
Excellent.
But I'd suggest setting up a separate ward in the infirmary for all the infected individuals. Even with the cure, we need to be careful.
How so?
People react differently to it. Some become violent. They'll need to be quarantined and guarded around the clock.
Understood, Nick said. I'll see to it.
After the fight, every individual who came into contact with a zombie will need to be examined for a possible infection, Tara added. It would really suck defeating these hordes only to have the virus take over from within.
Good point, Nick said. We'll make sure to do that once this is over. That's if we win, of course, Dylan pointed out.
I have an idea that might help in that regard, Richard said, stepping forward.
Nick waved a hand. Go ahead.
If the zombies can't get to us, they can't kill us, right? Richard asked.
Right, but how do we accomplish that?
By blowing the bridges at US 340 in Sandy Hook and US 15 in Point of Rocks, Richard said, pointing out the 2 structures. If we do that, the river becomes impassable, and neither of the hordes can reach us.
Nick blinked.
That's kind of perfect.
Any scouting or attacking teams beyond those points will have to fall back before we blow the bridges, or they'll be crushed, though, Richard said.
Who knows anything about explosives? Nick asked. We'll need 2 teams to do this. I do, but I'm needed here, Max said.
I know a little, but my main job will be diverting any hordes that enter the city away from the base, Richard said.
If we blow the bridges, we won't need to divert them, Dylan said.
There are no guarantees the plan will succeed, Richard said. The hordes could find a different way, or the explosives could fail. The team could fail. It's best to be prepared for anything.
True, Dylan conceded. I'd volunteer, but I know nothing about blowing stuff up.
I know a little, Jackson said.
So do I, Saul added.
How about Mac and I each give a team a crash course in demolition? Richard asked. Jackson can lead the one and Saul the other. They'd need helpers to set the groundwork, too.
I'm in, Dylan said. I'd love to see something go boom.
It's our best shot, Nick said after thinking it over.
Saul and Jackson, gather your teams and report to Richard and Mac this afternoon. You need to leave in the morning. Whatever happens, blow those bridges, but not before you pull our forces back across the river.
Yes, Sergeant, Jackson and Saul confirmed.
Then we're done here. You all know what to do, so get to it, Nick said. And good luck to you all.
Chapter 16. Mike. Mike strode past the assembled men and women of his community, inspecting each one with a keen eye. They looked ready, tough and capable, plus armed to the teeth. Behind them stood a line of trucks and motorbikes, many of them reinforced with sheets of metal and steel spikes. One even had a snowplow affixed to the front.
I like the improvements you've made, Alex said with an admiring look. You've got a real Mad Max vibe going there.
Mike laughed.
You can thank the young ones for that. They thought of it, and I let them have their way."
"Smart," Alex replied before moving away. Mike raised his hands for attention.
"All right, everyone. You've all heard about the second horde. It's coming up from the southeast and numbers in the thousands. If somebody doesn't do something about it, it could mean all of our deaths."
Mike paused for a brief moment.
"The undead are fast and strong, but we are faster and stronger. Smarter, too. So what do you say? Do we wait for them to come here, or do we take the fight to their doorstep?"
The assembled men and women roared their assent, and Mike echoed their cries. They pumped their fists in the air and screamed until their throats were raw. Amped up, they jumped into their vehicles and numerous engines roared to life. Mike turned to Saul and Nick.
"Well, this is it. We're leaving."
"Thank you, Mike. I appreciate your help. Be sure to come back in one piece," Nick said.
"Will do,"
Mike said, tipping his hat at them.
"Goodbye, gentlemen."
"Here, take this," Saul said, handing him a map. "This is where the scouting parties last saw the second horde. Be careful."
"We know what we're doing, thanks," Mike said, taking the map. "We haven't survived this long on luck alone."
"I know. You're a tough bunch," Saul agreed. Mike jumped into the passenger side of the truck with the snowplow attached and waved his hand.
"Let's move out."
The convoy pulled out of the gates and rumbled down the road while Mike whistled a jaunty tune. He was in a good mood. As the leader of his community, he was respected and had many people under his wing. It got tedious at times, though, and he secretly longed for action.
"Well, I'm sure as hell going to get it today."
He unfolded the map Saul had given him and studied the route. They didn't have far to go. According to the scouts, the horde was last spotted somewhere around Fredericksburg, but was veering to the northwest. Their best guess was that it would hit Culpeper before continuing north. Once they hit the Potomac River, they'd keep going until they found the bridge at Point of Rocks. That was only about 14 miles away from the fort.
"Where are we going, boss?"
his driver Peterson asked.
"Culpeper. That's the first place I want to hit them. As we retreat, I want to veer the zombies off to the northeast," Mike replied.
"Why?" Peterson asked.
"If we can lead them far enough in that direction, they might push on into Washington and bypass us altogether, or get lost in its maze of streets," Mike said. "Either way, we need to trim their numbers before they hit the bridge at Point of Rocks."
Peterson nodded. "Good plan, boss."
"Let's hope it works,"
Mike said, leaning back in his seat. As they drove, he idly noted that the roads were deathly quiet once more. The steady trickle of survivors had thinned to the odd car rushing by with panicked fear, the Johnny-come-latelys. It wasn't long before they reached the outskirts of Culpeper, and Mike perked up.
"Right, let's see what we've got here."
He gazed around, noticing the thick stands of trees that hemmed in the road on either side. Culpeper was about 3 miles ahead, and Mike decided to call a halt.
"Let's stop right here and regroup."
Peterson nodded and pulled onto the shoulder of the road. The rest of the convoy followed suit, and people got out to stretch their legs.
"Come on, folks, let's pull it in," Mike called.
As his team grouped around him, he said,
"I need 2 volunteers to scout ahead and determine the horde's exact location. There's no need for us to rush into a trap."
"I'll go," a man said, stepping forward.
"I can get in and out fast on my bike."
"Me too," another said, this one a youngster barely out of his teens.
"Liam and Neil, right? Be careful. I want you back here alive, you hear me?"
The 2 nodded, and seconds later they pulled out. Mike watched until they faded into the distance before he continued.
"As for the rest of you, take a bathroom break, have something to eat or drink, and check your gear. But keep an eye out for danger, and don't wander off."
Murmurs of assent followed his commands, and people dispersed to do their thing. Mike spent the next 20 minutes checking the loads on his gun and testing his knife's edge. Not that he needed to do either. His gear was always in top-notch condition. He was about to go for a leak in the woods when he heard an engine's high-pitched whine. On high alert, he squinted into the distance. Soon enough, a spot of red came into view. It was the youngster, Liam. But something wasn't right. He was coming in too fast, and he was coming in alone. What the hell? The bike roared to a stop mere inches from the tip of Mike's boots, and the smell of burning rubber burned his nostrils. "What's going on, Liam?" Liam yanked off his helmet, his eyes wild.
"They got Neil, sir. They killed him, pulled him right off his bike, and tore him apart."
"How in hell's name? I told you not to get too close," Mike said with a frustrated growl.
"We couldn't help it, sir. 1 minute the road was empty, and the next they were everywhere," Liam sputtered. "I only got away because they were busy with...
"What do you mean, everywhere?" Mike asked, a shudder running down his spine. Something's not right.
I mean everywhere. There are so many of them. They're spread out all around. Thousands and thousands."
A shrill scream caused Mike to whirl around. He was in time to see a trio of zombies pounce on a young woman. She stood close to the trees, her back to the depths of the forest. As they pulled her to the ground in a spray of arterial blood, more infected emerged from between the trunks. Gray and silent. Deadly.
"They're over here! And here!"
Screams. Gunshots rang out, and Mike spun in a slow circle. Liam was right. The horde was everywhere. Their vast numbers stretched over miles and miles.
"We're surrounded."
"Sir, what do we do?"
Liam pleaded with a pale face.
"Do?"
Mike asked, looking around as hundreds upon hundreds of zombies stepped onto the road.
"We fight, son. That's what we do."
He unslung his rifle and aimed at the nearest infected. The .303 boomed, and a zombie fell. It collapsed in a tangle of limbs, a twisted snarl on its lips. Mike shot again and again.
"Pull back! Pull back to your vehicles!"
Liam joined him, his pistol raining destruction on the nearest infected. His bike lay forgotten on the tar, and Mike shot him a look.
"Get into my truck, now."
"But, sir—"
"I said go!"
Liam obeyed, and Mike kept shooting as he worked his way to his vehicle. His rifle was only one of many, and the air rumbled with the rolling thunder of gunfire. An occasional scream let him know another of his team was lost beneath the wave of corpses that surrounded them.
"Move your asses, people!"
He could only pray they heard him. When his back pressed into the side of his truck, he whirled about and jumped inside. As he slammed the door shut, hands clawed at the window. Peterson followed a second later, flecks of blood marring his skin, while Liam cowered in the back seat.
"What now, sir?"
Peterson asked.
"Mow the fuckers down,"
Mike commanded with a vicious snarl marring his lips. Peterson grinned and started the engine.
"With pleasure, sir."
He jammed his foot on the gas, and they lurched forward with a grinding of the gears. The plow attached to the front hit the infected with a boom, and blood misted the air. Arms and legs flew everywhere, and the wheels crunched over countless bodies. Within seconds, the road was covered in a thick, jam-like mess of blood, entrails, and body parts. Their progress slowed to a crawl as the tires fought to gain traction on the slick mess. Mike cracked open his window and shot into the crowd with his pistol. For every zombie he killed, 2 more took its place. He'd never seen so many at once, their rotten faces slavering for his flesh.
"We need to get out of here. Take us back to the base."
"Yes, sir,"
Peterson cried, yanking the wheel to the side. The truck swayed from side to side as it attempted to turn on the slippery tar. More infected fell beneath the plow, and soon every nook and cranny below the hood was jammed up with fleshy goo. The engine whined with a high-pitched screech that stabbed into the skull like a sharp blade. Mike cried out when the truck began to tip. "No, no, no! Straighten us out, Peterson!" Peterson yanked the steering to the other side, but it wouldn't move. "It's stuck!" "Hold on!" Mike yelled as the truck continued to tip. With a crash, it fell over. Without his seatbelt to hold him in place, Mike tumbled on top of Peterson. The light faded to darkness as the infected mobbed the vehicle. Their bodies blocked out the sun. Mike closed his eyes for a brief second. It was over. He knew that. Within seconds, glass rained down upon him as the window gave way. The first zombie slithered through the opening. As the corpse fell on top of him, Mike raised his pistol and snapped off a quick shot. Blood, bone, and brains covered the inside of the cab, and Liam screamed. When another and another infected crammed inside, he accepted the inevitable. "This is it, I guess. Liam, Peterson, take care of yourselves. End it," he cried before jamming his pistol into his mouth. His finger pulled the trigger, and darkness claimed his mind and soul. Chapter 17. Dylan. Dylan stamped her feet and blew on her hands. It was somewhere around stupid o'clock in the morning, and she couldn't feel her extremities. "Why is it so cold? I thought it was supposed to be spring already." "It is, but you'll still get your chilly days," Nick said, handing her his jacket. "Take this. It'll keep you warm until the sun comes up." "Thanks," she said, shrugging it on. With her hands tucked deep into the pockets, she waited for the rest of the two bridge teams to assemble. "Is everything ready for the big fight?" "Almost," Nick replied. "The scoutin' and raidin' parties have all returned, and we've heard from Parker's team. They did what they could to slow the original horde and are on their way back." "What about Mike Hansen's group?" she asked. "We haven't heard anything from them," Nick admitted. "I hope they're okay." "Me too. I told Saul to give them as much time as he could before blowing the bridge," Nick said. "What if they don't make it? And what if there are more survivors on the way?" Dylan asked. "If they can't get across the river in time, they're on their own," Nick said. "We have no choice. Those bridges have to go." Dylan nodded. "I know, but it sucks." "While you're gone, we'll get the last of the defenses in place," Nick said. "Please make sure everyone is safe. Amy, Jenny, Alex, Amanda, Tara, the lot of them," Dylan asked. "I don't know what I'd do if something happened to any of them." "Don't worry. I'm sending Amy and Jenny to the community center as soon as dawn breaks. Everyone else will stay in their posts. Tara will be in the lab, and Amanda is helping at the infirmary. Brenda and Rita are there too. If they stay inside, they'll be safe." "And Alex?" "He's fighting with the rest of us. You can't deny him that," Nick said. "I suppose not," Dylan said with a deep sigh. "But keep an eye on him for me." "I'll do my best." Jackson waved at Dylan. "Come on, let's go." "This is it, I guess," Dylan said, reaching out to Nick. After a lingering kiss goodbye, she turned toward her team and climbed into the passenger seat next to Jackson. He eyed her with a grim look. "Are you ready for this? Because I sure as shit ain't." Dylan snorted. "Not a morning person, huh?" "Not on your life." As Jackson drove away, Dylan's last glimpse of Nick was his diminishing figure in her side mirror, one hand raised in a forlorn farewell. "This is not the end, my love. We'll see each other again." Dylan stared at the advancing horde through her binoculars. They were getting close. Too close for comfort. "How much longer do we have?" Jackson asked as he wired the fifth bomb. "Not long. 20 minutes, maybe," Dylan estimated. "Shit, then we'd better move our asses," he said. "Here, hold this." Dylan dropped to her haunches and helped Jackson finish setting up the second-to-last explosive. When they were done, she jumped up. "One more to go." "Let's hurry," Jackson said. Together, they rushed toward the far end of the bridge. It seemed wrong to run to the horde and not away from it, but they had to finish the job. As they worked, Dylan kept glancing over her shoulder at the advancing zombies. She no longer needed binoculars to see them.
"Ginger, how's the tripwire coming along?"
"I'm done," he cried, straightening up. "You just need to attach it on your end."
"Thanks," she replied, applying herself to the task.
"Get back to the truck, Ginger," Jackson ordered. "Dylan and I will be right behind you."
"Okay, but you'd better hurry."
Dylan frowned at the mess of wires beneath her hands. Richard had made it seem so easy the day before. Now she was second-guessing everything she did, and her hands were shaking like an alcoholic's in need of a drink.
"Damn it,"
she cried when she cut her thumb on a piece of steel.
"Keep it together, Dylan," Jackson said. "We're almost there."
"Easy for you to say," Dylan grumbled as she sucked on her injured finger. The first zombies had reached the edge of the bridge by the time they were done. Dylan watched as they shuffled closer, while Jackson did a last-minute check. This was the last bomb, but it was also the most important. It was placed at the midpoint of the bridge and was linked to a tripwire. When the leading infected set it off, a large part of the horde would be committed to the bridge and caught in the center of the blast. That way, a huge chunk of them would be killed on the spot. Incinerated.
"We're done. Let's go,"
Jackson said, tugging at her arm.
"Are you sure?"
she asked with a frown. Her eyes ran over their handiwork, tracing each wire to its proper position.
"Yes, I'm sure,"
Jackson said, his voice growing thin with barely suppressed panic.
"We need to go now."
A glance over her shoulder sent a shiver of electricity down her spine. The horde was so close she could make out individual faces. The front-runners were almost on them, and the vibrations of hundreds of feet thrummed throughout the structure.
"I'm right behind you, Jackson."
Straightening up, she grabbed her tool bag and sprinted in the opposite direction. Up until that moment, they'd been hidden from the undead's eyes by a metal strut. That changed when they ran, and a ravenous howl rose behind them as the infected gave chase. Her feet pounded on the ground, each step vibrating up her spine and into her skull in an agonizing beat. A steel girder flashed past her on the left, and deep blue water churned far below. Behind her, they advanced, a faceless mass of men, women, and children. Together, they belonged to every class and occupation known to man. They were the rich, the middle class, the poor, and the homeless. They used to be teachers, pastors, engineers, scientists, doctors, beggars, plumbers, homemakers, cleaners, cashiers, and artists. They came in every size, shape, and nationality, and had little in common except one thing. They were all dead. Dead and hungry, driven by a microscopic virus to make more of their kind. More and more and more. All of these thoughts raced through Dylan's mind as she fled from the horde's open maw. She had to get across the river. On the far side, safety beckoned. Solid ground and a rumbling truck waited to ferry her back to the fort. Suddenly, her foot landed on a stone and her ankle rolled to the side. Sharp pain lanced up her leg, and she cried out with horror. Each step after that was agony, and a white-hot flame kindled inside the injured joint. Her pace slowed to a crawl. Even tossing the tool belt didn't help.
"Run, Dylan, run!"
Jackson cried, his long legs carrying him ahead. He was almost on the other side, while she lagged far behind. This was one race she wouldn't win, no matter how hard she tried. A final look over her shoulder almost caused her to give up. The nearest infected was only a few lengths behind her. At that moment, she realized she wasn't going to make it. "I'm done for." She was 2/3 across when a terrific explosion filled her ears. A deep rumble traveled through the steel and concrete beneath her feet, and she almost lost her balance. A second blast followed the first, and then a third, and a fourth, and a fifth. Jackson stood next to the truck, his expression horrified. She pushed her body to the limits, reaching out to him with one pleading hand. She was almost there, so close. Jackson! The sixth and final explosion hit her in the back like a supersonic wave. Her feet left the ground, and she was thrown head over heels through the air. Molten heat enfolded her limbs, and her eyes were fixed on the way she'd come. The bridge was gone. There was nothing left but a mess of broken steel, concrete, and tar. Flames and black smoke roiled among the ruins, incinerating everything it touched, including the horde. The undead were no more, and neither was she. Dylan hit the water with terrific force. The breath left her lungs in a whoosh as she impacted with the hard surface of the river. Clear liquid surrounded her body and flowed across her vision as she sank to the bottom. Unable to move, she watched as air bubbles escaped her lips and floated to the surface. She tried to fight against the paralysis that had hold of her limbs, but couldn't. She was finished. "I'm sorry, Nick. I tried." It felt like an eternity had passed before her eyes flashed open. She lay face down on the riverbank, encrusted in mud. With a gasp, she sucked in a deep breath, only to choke as river water gushed up her throat. She spasmed and flopped about like a fish until all the liquid was expelled from her lungs. Sweet oxygen fizzed through her veins, and her mind cleared somewhat. Explosion. Bridge. I was thrown into the river. Pushing herself upright, she crawled up the bank. She was almost free of the water when cold, wet fingers wrapped around her ankle. A raspy groan was the only warning she got before teeth clamped down on her flesh. Dylan screamed and kicked out with her other foot. Her boot caught the infected in the face, a lucky strike. Its teeth yanked free from her leg, and the zombie snarled with frustrated hunger. "Get off me, you dead asshole!" Rolling onto her side, she continued to boot the thing in the face. Cartilage broke, teeth flew, and blood spewed from the zombie's face as she kept kicking and kicking. Hope rose inside her chest when her hand closed on her knife's handle, the one she carried on her belt. "I can take one fucking zombie." Her hand rose and fell as she stabbed the infected in the head. It collapsed with a groan, but two more emerged from the shimmering waters of the river. She scrambled backward as they advanced, each more eager than the other to get their teeth in her. Suddenly, Jackson was there. He snapped off 2 shots, and her attackers dropped like stones. Ginger hauled her to her feet and dragged her up the bank. "Come on!" he yelled. "Move!" Dylan didn't need any more incentive than that. The river was full of floating corpses, many of them still alive. Together, they staggered toward the waiting truck with Jackson bringing up the rear. She half fell, half jumped into the waiting vehicle, a whimper of pain on her lips. "Get us out of here, Ginger!" Jackson called, pounding his fist on the roof. Ginger obliged, and they spun away in a spray of mud and dead debris. Dylan twisted around in her seat and watched the scene fade away into the distance. The bridge was gone. All that remained was a ruined mess of steel and concrete. Smoke mushroomed into the air, forming a cloud of death, but also hope. Sure, a few zombies might make it to the embankment, but most of them were either blown to bits or swept downriver. A smile grew on her face until she was grinning like a Cheshire cat. "We did it! I can't believe we did it!" "What are you so happy about?" Jackson asked. "You almost got blown up and you were munched by a zombie." Dylan shrugged. "It doesn't matter. We did what we came to do. We blew up the bridge." Jackson thought it over until he returned her smile. "One horde down, one to go.
You look like shit, by the way.
Dylan's head wobbled. Thanks. Can I pass out now?
Chapter 18. Saul. Damn it all to hell, Saul swore, a set of binoculars pressed to his eyes. He'd parked the truck on a rise overlooking the bridge, hoping to get an advance view of the scene below. Instead, he arrived just in time to witness the second horde crossing the Monocacy River at Point of Rocks. There was no sign of either Mike Hansen or any of his people, and Saul accepted the inevitable.
They didn't make it, or they're holed up somewhere riding it out. I hope it's the latter.
Sir? Jason, his fellow teammate, asked, peering up at him. The young man was a stranger to Saul, as was his friend Raymond. Both came recommended by Mac for their knowledge of explosives. Knowledge that now proved useless.
Never mind, Jason. Please let Fort Dietrich know that the second horde is en route. We arrived too late to blow the bridge. Also, Mike Hansen and his people are still missing.
Yes, sir, Jason said, reaching for the radio. While he relayed the news, Saul continued to gaze down at the horde. It was both a horrifying and fascinating sight. There were so many of them, thousands upon thousands. In their disregard for each other, they pushed forward without care. Several zombies tumbled off the sides and into the water below.
There's no way we can block them now. They're coming, Saul said as he climbed back into his truck. We'd best fall back to the first line of defenses and make sure everyone is prepared. Are you with me, boys?
Yes, sir, they replied with eager grins. As Saul drove back toward the city, he wondered what it felt like to be so young and eager for action. He couldn't remember a time anymore when he looked forward to fighting.
I'm getting old, and my joints can attest to that fact.
The next thought that occurred to him was whether Dylan's party had been more successful than his. As he reached for the radio to find out, his question was answered by a series of loud booms in the distance. Not long after that, a cloud of smoke ballooned above what must have been the remains of the Sandy Hook Bridge. The two soldier boys with him whooped and hollered at the sight, and a sensation of immense relief flooded Saul's body. At least one horde was taken care of. It doubled their chances of survival.
And we will survive. We must.
They reached the city, and Saul inspected the various barricades built by Davis and his team. They'd demolished a couple of buildings and used the rubble to block off specific routes. That way, they could funnel the horde in the direction they wanted. Several kill zones had been rigged up, too. Areas filled with booby traps, mines, claymores, drums of diesel and powdered laundry detergent forming poor man's napalm, and holes filled with sharpened spikes. Saul stayed away from these. Instead, he pushed forward to the first line of defense. There he met Corporal Keith Parker, who was in charge of the army. Soldiers in groups of 3 waited behind barriers made from concrete and sandbags, ready to kill as many zombies as they could.
Corporal Parker,
Saul greeted.
Could you use another team?
You're welcome. Find yourself a spot and have at it, Corporal Parker said.
You know about the bridges?
Saul asked.
Fort Dietrich kept me updated, Corporal Parker said. The observation points radioed in just now. The horde from Point of Rocks is coming, but the other one was stopped dead in its tracks. A few infected got across, but it's nothing a mop-up crew can't fix.
Glad to hear,
Saul said. After parking their truck behind the line, Saul got out.
Come on, boys. Ready for a fight?
Jason and Raymond cheered, and they took up a position near the center. As Saul hunkered down with his automatic rifle between his knees, he allowed himself a satisfied smile. They might have failed with the bridge, but they would make up for it here. Roughly 15 minutes later, Jackson's team came roaring past. Jackson stopped for a brief moment to talk.
I take it you couldn't blow the bridge?
Nope. The horde was already halfway across,
Saul replied.
Yeah, I figured that much. They've reached the outer city limits. These things are fast. We barely got in ahead of them.
That they are, Saul agreed, his eyes searching for Dylan. Where's Dylan?
Passed out in the back. She got hurt, and I'm delivering her to the infirmary.
Saul frowned. Is it serious?
No, she's okay, but I need to get her to a doctor, Jackson said.
Go on then. Get her to safety,
Saul said, watching as they raced away.
Minutes later, a terrific explosion sounded as the first kill zone was triggered. More fires and booms followed as the horde moved toward the center. Thick, acrid smoke curled above the buildings, and orange flames licked at the walls of a nearby office block. Within minutes, the air took on a sooty haze as the ashes spread throughout the streets.
Get ready, boys, Saul whispered. They'll be here soon.
The two youngsters exchanged nervous looks. The atmosphere was enough to dampen even their spirits, and a breathless hush descended over them all. The infected emerged from the gloom like ghosts, their arrival both sudden and terrifying. For several seconds, nothing happened. Gray figures covered in rags filled the area, their staggering gait bringing them closer and closer to the waiting men and women. Corporal Parker broke the standoff.
Fire!
The soldiers let loose, and a hail of gunfire ripped through the ranks of the undead. Their torsos jerked from the impact of the bullets before falling to the ground. They looked like puppets at the end of a madman's strings. A howl rose from within their ranks as they realized fresh meat was close at hand. Galvanized, they sprinted forward, faces contorted into hideous caricatures of the people they once were. They were fast, and they were hungry. But the soldiers never faltered. They were staggered throughout the fighting zone in groups of 3 that formed 2 lines. The front row laid down a wall of withering fire until they ran out of ammunition. At that point, the second row took over while the first reloaded. On and on until the undead got too close for comfort.
First line, retreat! Corporal Parker yelled during a lull.
The first line fell back to a new barrier set behind the second line, giving ground. Saul and his team were among this line. With the second row laying down cover, they retreated to a new alcove formed by sandbags stacked on top of each other. A box of ammunition waited, and he quickly reloaded. The moment the other row ran out, he opened fire. Rat-tat-tat, rat-tat-tat, rat-tat-tat. The undead fell by the dozens, scores, and hundreds until their bodies formed mounds of corpses. And still they came. When the soldiers could retreat no further, the fight became brutal. The infected screeched as they engaged with living people, and screams soon filled Saul's ears.
Fall back! Fall back! Corporal Parker shouted,
waving to a row of vehicles that waited to ferry the soldiers to safety. Saul jumped up, preparing to run.
Get to the truck, Jason. Raymond.
The 2 youngsters obeyed, racing toward the waiting vehicle with sure-footed speed. He covered them with his pistol until it clicked on empty. That was his cue. As Saul turned to follow, a zombie jumped over the wall of sandbags and plowed him to the ground. Teeth clipped at the air above his throat, and the rancid smell of rotting flesh washed across his face. With a wild yell of defiance, Saul shoved it back and smashed his rifle's stock into the infected's face. Teeth and bone crunched, but the thing kept fighting, clawing, biting. Bucking his hips, Saul tossed the zombie onto the ground. In an instant, he was on the monster's chest, pinning it to the ground with one knee. Raising his rifle above his head, he battered the zombie's skull into pink mush. When the infected ceased to move, Saul launched himself toward the truck. Ghostly fingers plucked at his clothes as the undead sought to claim him for their own. He barely made it, ducking and diving beneath their reaching arms.
Not today. Not ever,
he wheezed through spent lungs. As he jumped into the truck, undead bodies slammed into the side. Shrieks and screams filled his ears until he thought his eardrums would burst. The vehicle rocked beneath the onslaught until Saul yelled, "Go, Jason! What are you waiting for? A medal?" Jason jammed his foot on the gas, and they joined the convoy of vehicles roaring to safety. Within minutes, they left the horde behind as they passed through a maze of new barriers and kill zones. There were 3 such layers of protection laid throughout the city, each taking them nearer to the fort. They'd have to go through the same maneuver twice more before falling back to the inner defenses. Twice. Saul wondered if he had the energy to survive 2 more rounds like the last one. But he had no choice. It had to be done. It's either them or us, and I'll be damned before I let them get to Terra. While they drove, Saul took stock. His rifle was ruined, the stock splintered in half. His tongue stuck to the roof of his mouth, and he reached beneath the seat for bottled water. "Here," he said, passing the reviving liquid around. Jason and Raymond accepted with grateful smiles. "Thank you, sir." When everyone had sated their thirst with deep gulps, he set about arming himself with a new rifle. This time, he tucked 2 grenades into his pocket for good measure and added an extra pistol to his belt. Once they reached the second line of defense, he sucked in a deep breath. "Are you ready for round 2, boys?" "Yes, sir. We're ready." "Good. Let's teach those undead monsters a thing or two," Saul yelled as he jumped out, ready to fight or die for those he loved. Chapter 19. Misty. Misty chewed on her thumbnail, her stomach churning until she wanted to hurl. She sat with her legs sticking out the car door, the back seat loaded with speakers. Richard lounged behind the wheel, his manner far more relaxed than hers. They were one of 2 decoy vehicles ready to lead the horde to the west and east along Interstate 70. It was a simple job in theory. Wait until Corporal Parker and his soldiers fall back to the last and final line of defense at the fort. Then split up the remainder of the infected into 2 directions leading away from the base. Easy peasy. So why was she so nervous? Because of Dan. Up until Dan's death during the failed attack on King's hideout, Misty had felt invincible. Like most young people, she thought she was bulletproof. She thought her team was untouchable. Then Dan died. She no longer thought death was reserved for someone far away and unknown. It could come at any time, in any place, for anyone. Even her. However, that wouldn't prevent her from doing her job, even though she was scared of dying. People depended on her and Richard. She sighed. "How much longer?" "Not too long," Richard said. "They're almost here. Listen to the sounds." Misty did. "You're right. It's getting closer." 20 minutes later, the radio crackled to life. "This is Corporal Parker. Over." "Richard here. Over." "We are falling back. I repeat, we are falling back. Ready the decoys. Over," Corporal Parker said. "You heard the man. Get in and get ready to blast the music," Richard said. "Aye, aye, Captain," Misty said, climbing into the car. Minutes later, Corporal Parker's convoy raced through the middle to the safety of the fort. Richard started the car, and Misty prepared herself for what was to come. As the first of the horde appeared through the dust and smoke, she pushed play on the radio. Once the music blared from the speakers, she upped the volume until the entire car vibrated with the thunderous beat. On the far side of the block, the other decoy waited, also blasting music from its open windows. Earplugs protected them from the worst of the noise, and Misty shouted, "Go!" The infected sped up when they heard the sounds emanating from the vehicles. 2 big groups peeled off in either direction, east and west along the Interstate 70. With eager hunger, they chased their prey down the road. Misty lost sight of the other decoy and focused on the zombies following them instead. Richard set a comfortable pace. Not too fast and not too slow, and she soon relaxed into her seat. It wasn't nearly as bad as she'd thought it would be. The way ahead was clear, and they were too fast to catch. After a while, she even began to hum beneath her breath. It was a catchy song, though she failed to remember the title or band. Warm air streamed through her open window, and she tipped her head back to enjoy the feeling. The ride took her back to the past when she and her girlfriends used to cruise around during summer vacations looking for fun. Or trouble. Or both. They'd wear the latest fashions, blast music from the radio, and flirt with every boy within a 10-block radius. Life was fun and easy. Until the dead started coming back to life. That changed everything, and Misty was the only survivor among her friends. She credited her survival to sheer obstinacy. It wasn't that she was smarter or tougher than her friends. Nope, I was just too stubborn to die. Or dumb. Maybe both. The thought brought a smile to her lips. Whatever the reason might be, she was still alive, and she had Richard to look after her. He was both her friend and her protector, the uncle she never had. A terrific bang yanked her back to the present, and she jerked upright. The car zigzagged across the road while Richard fought with the wheel. "Misty, hold on!" Misty grabbed onto the dashboard as the car careened toward a lamppost. She shrieked and closed her eyes seconds before impact. The force whipped her forward, and her head crashed into the windshield. White-hot pain shot down her spine, and she crumpled into a ball. Seconds later, rough hands dragged her out of the car onto the asphalt. Her head lolled around on her neck while her eyelids fluttered. Nothing seemed to work right, and the music was gone. Not even her hearing functioned properly. Everything sounded so distant, like words shouted through a hollow tube. "Misty, wake up!" The words were frantic, but they failed to reach her. A stinging slap across both cheeks caused her to gasp with shock, and she shot upright. "Hey!" "On your feet, now!" Richard commanded. Okay, Misty obeyed and stood swaying next to the wrecked car. In front of her stood Richard, one hand pointing up the street. "Run as fast as you can. Get to the fort." Misty looked down the street, and her insides liquefied. The zombies were coming straight for them, the front-runners howling like crazed hyenas. There was no time to spare. None at all. She was about to do as Richard said when her eyes fell on his leg. He stood with it raised in the air, and it hung at an awkward angle. Broken. How he'd managed to drag her ass out of the car was a mystery.
"Richard, no!"
she sobbed.
"There's no time. I'll hold them off for as long as I can," he said, his tone brooking no argument.
"But—"
"I said go, damn it!" he roared, shoving her up the road with brutal force.
Misty broke into a stumbling run, tears streaming down her face. She sobbed as she went, her limbs floppy and weak.
"No, Richard, not you too."
"Faster! My grandma can do better than that," Richard shouted, prodding her on.
The first shot sounded as he picked off the closest infected, followed by more. Within seconds, he clicked on empty.
"Don't look back, Misty! Don't look!"
She looked. He was using his rifle as a club, fighting off the hands and teeth that surrounded him. With a roar, he smashed a woman's face into a pulp before thrusting the barrel into the gaping maw of another. He fell sideways onto the car, using it as a prop. Dropping the rifle, he pulled out his pistol, snapping off as many bullets as possible. Bodies piled up around him, even as more pushed forward. Surrounded, he did the only thing a sane man could. He thrust the barrel against his temple. Across the distance, their eyes locked. His pleaded with hers to live, even as hers witnessed his death. He pulled the trigger, and she jerked her head away. Forced to run, Misty pushed her body to the limits. anything to get away from the awful sounds that rose behind her. Smacking noises and wet rips filled her ears as the infected pounced on Richard's form and fed on his rich, life-giving flesh. She didn't look back again.
Chapter 20.
Nick. Nick paced up and down in front of the gate, ticking tasks off his to-do list. All around him, the base was a hive of activity as the final pieces fell into place. Like a giant puzzle, every person formed part of a bigger picture. Davis and his team had finished fortifying the defenses. Mandy's team had stocked vital supply points with water, protein bars, and first aid kits. Mac's team had made sure every fighter had adequate weapons and ammunition, and the towers were equipped with machine gun turrets. Each building boasted extra defenses and guards, and the vulnerable were safe inside the community center. Or so he hoped.
Grissom,
he shouted, spotting the man in question.
Yes, Sergeant?
Grissom replied.
Are all the civilians inside the community center?
Nick asked.
All those who aren't fighting, inside the lab or inside the infirmary,
Grissom confirmed.
Including Mandy, Davis, Andrew, Tara, Amy, and Jenny?
Nick asked. Grissom frowned as he ran through the list in his head before nodding.
Yup, all of them. Even that monster of a dog.
Nick had it in him to laugh.
That thing is a nuisance. That thing tried to eat my gun, Grissom grumbled. Anyway, please look out for the bridge teams,
Nick added.
They're not back yet, and neither is Mike Hansen's group. I heard they didn't make it over the river, Grissom said.
No, but one can hope, Nick said. Grissom scurried off, and Nick resumed his pacing. Finally, Jackson's truck roared up to the gate, and Nick ran over.
Dylan?
Dylan didn't reply. Her body slumped on the back seat.
She's okay, Nick. It's just a bang on the head. Nothing serious,
Jackson said.
She doesn't look okay to me,
Nick said.
All the more reason to get her to the hospital,
Jackson said.
Fine, but hurry,
Nick said.
And you'd better report back to me on her condition.
Will do, Sergeant. The rest of the morning passed in a blur as he oversaw the final preparations. It wasn't long before the news came flooding in from the observation posts. The horde was inside Frederick, wreaking havoc and triggering kill zones. Soon, half of the city was on fire, and Nick prayed it didn't spread any further. Imagine killing thousands of zombies only for the fort to burn to the ground. Corporal Parker and his forces were giving it their best, and the horde's numbers were dwindling rapidly. It wasn't enough, however, and before long, Parker's troops were falling back. With each fallback, Nick's heart sank lower in his chest. When Corporal Parker called the final retreat, he prepared himself for the worst. It took every ounce of self-control he had not to give in to the dread that gnawed at his guts. As the remainder of their forces poured in, he was appalled to note that more than half were missing.
"Corporal Parker,"
he cried, jogging forward as the man climbed out of his vehicle.
"Is this all that's left?" "We dropped as many as we could, Sergeant, and the kill zones got a lot more, but the cost was high," Corporal Parker said with a grim look. "I'm sorry. Now it's up to the decoys to divert the rest of the horde," Corporal Parker continued. "Do you think they can?" "I hope so," Corporal Parker said, "because if they fail, the fight's coming right to our doorstep." "All right. Take care of your wounded and deploy those able to fight wherever you deem best," Nick said. "Yes, Sergeant," Corporal Parker said, turning back to the weary men and women that awaited his commands. Nick stared out into the distance, wondering how many of the things were still out there. Hungry. Relentless. He hoped the decoys would do the job and slam the final nail into the proverbial zombie coffin. But he doubted it. So far, they'd been shit out of luck. When the first report came in, his fears were confirmed. The observation points reported that only 2 sections of the horde had followed the decoys along the interstate. The rest of the infected were still headed their way. Even worse,
One of the decoy vehicles had crashed. Richard's. With dwindling hope, he awaited until the first decoy vehicle roared through the gates. In the back sat Misty. They'd found her running for her life toward the fort, alone and injured. Nick helped her out of the car and uttered a single word. "Richard?" Misty shook her head, tears shimmering on her lips.
"He didn't make it."
"I'm sorry," Nick said, shaking his head as she was led toward the infirmary. Already their losses were almost more than he could bear. This was not the time to give in to despair, though. He needed to set an example to the fighting men and women under his command. They were his responsibility, and he could not fail them. Not today. The horde was on its way, and the fight had come to their home. Whatever happened, he needed to keep them out of the inner sanctum. With a look of supreme confidence on his face, he faced the gate. "Come on, you undead fuckers. Today we're gonna kill every last one of you." Chapter 21. Alex. Alex pressed the rifle to his shoulder, his torso leaning against the concrete wall. He squeezed the trigger, firing short bursts of rounds into the oncoming horde. The two soldiers with him followed suit, and they laid down a withering wall of hot lead. The advancing bodies jerked as the shots punctured their flesh and punched through their skulls. When his magazine ran out, he reloaded until his fingers grew raw and his barrel was hot to the touch. Hundreds of zombies fell before them, the corpses piling up until they resembled drifts of snow. It didn't matter. The mob kept advancing with relentless force, pushing aside anything in their path like so much chaff. They reached the chain-link fence on the outer perimeter and piled against it like dead leaves. Those at the back climbed over those in the front until the fence groaned beneath their combined weight. With a screech, it gave. The horde was inside the base. The only thing that stood between them and the innocent civilians inside was the final layer of defense. That and the trench dug by Davis's team. It ran all around the inner sanctum, designed to give the soldiers a fighting chance to retreat and regroup. Alex kept shooting, desperate to whittle down the numbers of the undead. When the wall of death was almost upon them, an alarm sounded, and he knew it was time to retreat. He jumped up and waved his arm. "Move back! Move! Move! Move!" Without waiting, he sprinted across the open ground, dodging sharpened stakes until he reached the inner fence line Nick had set up with such meticulous care. This was it, their last stand. Above his head loomed the machine gun turrets, an ace up the sleeve reserved for this most desperate of times. He and the other soldiers streamed through one of the two gates that surrounded the civilian area. He briefly glimpsed Nick, the man's face smeared with dirt and muck. Saul was nowhere to be seen. Alex quickly took up his new position on top of a gutted minivan. In the face of the horror that faced them, it was a flimsy barrier. But it had to do. Across the open ground, the horde advanced until the front ranks fell into the trench. More followed until the inevitable happened, and the channel was filled to the brim. When that occurred, the alarm sounded once more. The match was lit, and thousands of gallons of fuel lit up the sky in a whoosh of flames. The zombies inside the trench burned, as did anything nearby. This granted the fort a brief reprieve. Those unable to continue the fight were replaced by fresh fighters, and the rest got the chance to rest and refuel. Alex gulped down a bottle of water, followed by a protein bar. He flexed his aching muscles and closed his eyes for a couple of brief, beautiful seconds. Then another alarm sounded, followed by a breathless hush. The flames had died to a smoldering carpet of coals, and horde pushed through the devastation of the trench. Their marching feet brought them closer and closer until they were within range. That was the moment the machine gun turrets let loose. The 50 calibers cut through the air, and the ranks of the undead disintegrated. They fell by the hundreds, and finally, by the thousands. Alex whooped at the sight. He couldn't help it. It was the advantage they'd needed, the one bright moment in a long, dark day. The barrage carried on for several minutes before the first gun stuttered to a stop. One by one, the others followed until an awful quiet descended. Alex blinked into the haze of dust and smoke, sure that every last zombie had to be dead. Then the first shambling figure staggered into view. Its body was almost cut to ribbons, yet still it came. His heart dropped. No. Behind it, more advanced. These were fresher and faster. They howled with hunger and rage, their sole objective the humans that lurked just out of reach. "Here they come!" someone cried out, and Alex readied himself for the fight of his life. The minutes stretched into hours as he kept his position, bolstered by the other soldiers who fought with him. They shot into the masses until they ran out of bullets, reloaded, and fired again. Grenades exploded every couple of seconds, each blast sending up a spray of dirt, blood, and body parts. Whole ranks of zombies disappeared into deep pits, while others were funneled into minefields. Whenever a breach occurred, Corporal Parker sent in fresh soldiers to push back the wave. An excavator would soon follow, stopping up the gap in the fence. Hope began to grow within his chest. Maybe they could make it after all. Perhaps this was not the end. With fresh determination, he raised his rifle in the air and shouted, "Come on, guys, we can do this. Let's give them hell!" Those around him took up the cheer until it rang from countless throats and traveled throughout the ranks in a single united roar. "Give them hell! Give them hell!" Chapter 22. Dylan. Dylan paced from side to side on the infirmary's top step. She acted like a caged tiger. The guards around the perimeter refused to allow her to leave, and she ranted nonstop. When Amanda plucked at her shirt sleeves, she shrugged her off. "Leave me be, Amanda. I'm fine." "You're not fine. Look at you," Amanda said, wringing her hands. "It's nothing serious. Go away," Dylan cried, her face drawn into a deep scowl. "I want to see Nick." "You can't see him. Look at that. You can't go down there," Amanda said, waving her hand at the fort's inner defenses. It was a war zone. A wave of zombies, hundreds deep, surrounded the base. They pressed forward with rasping growls, tearing at the obstacles in their way. Razor wire shredded their flesh. Mines blew them to pieces. Fire licked at their flesh, and holes filled with sharpened sticks impaled them. Reinforced Humvees raced along the fences, delivering a deadly barrage of bullets and grenades. And still they kept coming. The soldiers put up a valiant effort, their ranks bolstered by the brave civilians who'd volunteered to fight. They kept up a wall of fire that prevented the undead from running right over the fences. Dylan craned her neck to find Nick, but he was nowhere to be seen. Her hands itched to hold a gun, and she longed to throw herself headlong into the fray. Anything would be better than bearing witness to the carnage. Even as she watched, a section of the fence gave away. Screams arose as the infected descended upon the brave souls that fought to keep them at bay. Her heart hammered in her chest, wondering if the zombies would break through. If they did, they'd wash across the base in a sea of corpses. She needn't have worried. Within seconds, reinforcements arrived, and the undead were pushed back behind the line. An excavator rumbled forward and dumped loads of rubble within the breach, sealing it shut. Dylan slumped onto the nearest step as a wave of dizziness washed over her. Immediately, Amanda was there.
"Come with me, please. You are not all right."
"I can't. What if Nick needs me?" Dylan said.
"Nick can look after himself. As you can see, he's got it all under control," Amanda said.
Finally, Dylan relented. "Fine, you win." Leaning on Amanda for support, She hobbled back inside on her injured ankle. They made their way to a nearby ward filled with wounded people like herself, and she found an empty bed in the corner. Amanda disappeared for a short while before returning with Ethan in tow. He shot Dylan a disapproving frown and asked, "What did you do to yourself this time?" Dylan threw him a nasty glare, her patience at an end. "Listen here, you self-righteous asshole. I went out at the break of dawn this morning to blow up a bridge. The same bridge that now lies in ruins. Because of my efforts, a vast horde of zombies numbering in the thousands are looking elsewhere for their next meal. Unfortunately for me, I got blown up and bitten in the process. So spare me the disdain or crawl back up your ass where you belong." For a long moment, Ethan stared at her with a blank expression. At last, he said, "Forgive me. That was uncalled for." Dylan grunted her assent and sat in stoic silence as he disinfected and bandaged the bite wound on her ankle. Next, he shot her up with a cocktail of antibiotics and painkillers. After treating a couple of burns, cuts, and contusions, he turned to Amanda. "I suspect she has a mild concussion as well. Keep her calm and awake, and call me if anything changes."
"Yes, Dr. Hayes,"
Amanda said. Ethan left, and Dylan frowned at Amanda. "Your boss is an asshole." "Don't look at me. He's your ex." Dylan snorted. "We never dated." "Try to tell him that," the girl on the bed next to them said before giggling. "That was the most fun I've had all day." "And you are?" Dylan asked. "The name's Tamara." "What happened to you?" Dylan asked, noting the fine line of black stitches on the girl's forehead. "Well, I crashed my bike, and as I lay there dying, some asshole mugged me," Tamara said with a lopsided grin. "Luckily, these fine folks found me and brought me in." She pointed to a trio of orphans on the bed next to her. "The oldest is Ricky. She cut her foot open, the klutz. And that's Arlie and Eli." "Nice to meet you," Dylan said with a wide smile. Eli made a couple of hand gestures, and Ricky said, "He wants to know how you got blown up, and how come you're not a zombie after getting bitten." It's a long story," Dylan hedged. "And we've got nothing but time," Tamara replied. "All right, fine. Here goes," Dylan said. She told them about Tara and the cure before moving on to the bridge adventure. Time ticked by as she related the tale, and she found she quite enjoyed having a captive audience. Eli's reactions were especially gratifying, and she ended up telling them almost her entire life story. "So you see, this isn't the first time a zombie has bitten me." "Wow, that's quite something," Tamara said. "It makes spending 3 days hiding in a dumpster and wallowing in your own filth seem like nothing." "I wouldn't say that," Dylan said with a shudder. "It sounds like a nightmare. Anyway, I'd like to know more about—" Suddenly, the rattle of automatic gunfire echoed throughout the ward, and Dylan jumped up. "What's going on?" "Wait here. I'll find out," Amanda cried. She ran out, only to return seconds later with a pale face. "It's the infected. A bunch of them broke through the defenses, and they're trying to get in." "The guards?" Dylan asked. "They're losing." "Then we must help them," Dylan cried, hobbling toward the entrance. "Stay here, kids, and shut the doors until we get back." As she ran, Dylan patted her hips. She only had one gun, fully loaded, and her knife. She pulled out the Glock 17. "Are you armed, Amanda?" Amanda nodded, scooping up a decorative vase from a side table. "I am now." They were joined by Ethan, Brenda, Rita, and a couple of others, all armed in varying degrees. "What's going on?" Ethan asked. "Zombies," she replied. They reached the entrance at the same time the infected smashed through the barrier. Glass showered onto the floor, and a guard screamed as a trio of zombies dragged him to the ground. Dylan aimed for the man's attackers, shooting them at close range. Like bloated ticks, they fell away. But it was too late to save him. Blood fountained from the hole in his throat, and she delivered a quick mercy shot. Amanda smashed in a zombie's head with the vase, but screamed when another latched onto her forearm. With a wild yell, Dylan threw herself at the monster. She punched it in the face until blood and teeth sprayed through the air. The thing collapsed, only to be replaced by another, and another. 2 nurses went down under the onslaught, and the floor grew slippery with blood. "Fall back to the ward!" Dylan screamed, scooping up the fallen guard's rifle. "Fall back!" Amanda likewise armed herself, and they retreated with Ethan and the rest in tow. With the automatic weapon, Dylan was able to keep the infected at bay until they reached the room. There, she stopped inside the entrance. "Don't let them all through at once. Funnel them a few at a time." A couple of the patients, including Ricky and Tamara, joined them. Together, they fought to keep the infected away from the kids inside the ward. For a while, they succeeded, but began to lose ground as their ammo ran out. Dylan was down to her last few rounds when an infected grabbed Arlie. Before she could react, Brenda launched herself at the zombie, bashing it in the face with her fists.
"Let go of her, you monster!"
"No, Brenda!" Dylan cried, too scared to take a shot for fear of hitting her friend. The infected snarled and sank its teeth into Brenda's jugular. She uttered a gurgling scream and collapsed to the ground with the zombie on top of her. Moments later, Ethan was there, grappling with the infected as he tried to help Brenda. "Brenda!" he roared. One futile hand reached for her before half his face was torn away. Bile rushed up Dylan's throat, and she cried with horror, "Ethan!" One eye fixed on her face, and he said, "Do it." With a sob, she pulled the trigger. His head blew back, and he fell next to Brenda. Gone forever. Rage filled Dylan's mind. She longed to lose control, to let the virus take over until her vision washed crimson. She growled with frustration when her rifle clicked on empty, and she almost tossed it aside. Grabbing the gun by the barrel, she swung it like a bat, caving in skulls and faces. Blood and brains misted her skin and soaked into her clothes. Still, the infected came. They clamored for the sweet flesh of young children and pushed the defenders back until they hit the wall. Fury filled Dylan, and she let go of the last of her humanity. With a primal scream, she jumped on top of the nearest infected and tore at its face and throat. Hands dragged her back, and Amanda shoved a knife into her hands. "Use this. You're not one of them. You're one of us." Dylan blinked as a semblance of control returned. Amanda was right. She was human, not zombie. Ethan wouldn't have wanted me to act like one of them. Not even for him. "This is for Brenda." With a bloody grin, she thrust her knife into a zombie's eyeball, piercing the brain. "And this is for Ethan." Stepping sideways, she stuck the blade through another's temple before impaling a third through the soft tissue of the chin. But even with the destruction she rained down on the hapless zombies, there were too many. She was fighting a losing battle until... Suddenly, a group of strangers stormed into the room, picking off the infected one by one. A familiar figure blasted 2 with a shotgun before letting loose with a knife, hacking and stabbing like a madwoman. "Tara," Dylan said, recognizing her savior. "You came." Tara didn't hear her, continuing to cut at a long-dead zombie until Dylan grabbed her. "Tara, stop! It's over." Dylan? And finally, it was over. Despite all the odds, they'd won. Chapter 23. Tara. Tara paced up and down the length of her office, her heart pounding in her ears. It was impossible to focus on work, to focus on anything but the sounds of battle. It began early that morning, around the time Saul and Jackson's teams were supposed to blow the bridges. Unable to sit still, she'd gone in search of Nick. "Nick, please tell me, is Saul still alive? she'd asked when she found him overseeing the deployment of troops around the inner fence line.
Tara, you're not supposed to be here, he scolded.
I know, but where is Saul? She insisted.
He's fine, Nick replied. His team radioed through a few minutes ago.
Oh, thank goodness, Tara gasped.
They were unable to blow the bridge, but Jackson's team succeeded, Nick added.
What does that mean? Tara asked.
It means the fight is on, and you'd better get back to the lab. It's as safe as anywhere right now, Nick said.
What about Saul? Tara said. I can't leave him out there. I have to go to him.
No, Tara. Listen to me, Nick said, gripping her elbow. Saul is a fighter. Let him do what he does best.
But
he can't do that while he's worried about you. Right now, he thinks you're safe. He thinks he's fighting for you, and that gives him strength. Don't take that away from him, Nick said.
Tara had listened. She returned to the lab and her endless pacing. It was hell. Pure, undiluted hell. The sounds from the city, at first faint and distant, soon escalated. It became louder and louder until it felt like a war took place on her doorstep. And it was. It was right outside, and she was powerless to stop it. Finally, she curled up on the couch with her hands pressed to her ears. The sound of gunfire, screams, and explosions took her mind back to the past, to the time she and Saul boarded a plane in the Agostino Neto International Airport in Pointe Noire. While they waited for the plane to take off, the sounds of battle grew closer and closer. Soon, the dead overran the airport. As they taxied down the runway, Tara stared out the window. People were running, pleading, throwing themselves in front of the aircraft while infected chased them down. Many had children with them or carried babies in their arms. A high-pitched whine sounded before another plane crashed to the ground, not far from them. The 747 went up in a ball of fire, and their plane wobbled from the blast of superheated air that expanded outward with a boom. At last they lifted into the air and left the continent of Africa far behind. A diverse and beautiful place, left to the mercy of the undead. She'd hated the sensation of powerlessness then, the knowledge that she could do nothing but wait and wait. That same feeling had hold of her now, sapping her strength of will until she wanted to sob like a baby. Her friends and loved ones were out there, fighting for her. Saul, Nick, Dylan, and Alex, they were all risking their lives for her. No more. Tara straightened up as fresh resolve stiffened her spine. I'm not doing nothing again. Not this time. She brushed away the tears that shimmered on her cheeks and stood up. From a built-in cupboard, she removed a belt and wrapped it around her waist. It carried a sheathed knife and a fully loaded Beretta in a holster. The sawn-off, double-barreled shotgun Saul had made for her months before followed, and she filled her pockets with extra shells. With determined strides, she exited her office and made her way through the lab to the ground floor. Along the way, she encountered several colleagues, among them Celine. They were just as frightened and uneasy as she'd been, and she took a moment to reassure them. Celine, I'm leaving you in charge of the lab. Please keep everyone calm and secure until this is all over, Tara said.
Where are you going? Celine asked with wide eyes.
I'm going to help.
But you can't. It's too dangerous, Celine protested.
I can and I will, Tara replied.
As she was about to leave, a thought occurred to her.
One thing, I injected the rats in my lab with the vaccine I made and infected them with the Vita virus. You can check on them while I'm gone.
All right, Celine said. I'll do that for you.
Thanks, Tara said, marching away. She didn't have any faith in the vaccine. Not yet. But it would keep Celine occupied. Inside the lobby, she encountered several guards, their numbers swollen by the extra soldiers Nick had assigned to the lab. They were watching the fighting outside with barely concealed impatience. Greta spotted Tara and rushed over.
What are you doing here?"
"I'm going out," Tara said.
"You can't do that," Greta protested.
"Yes, I can, and any of you who want to join me are welcome," Tara said loudly, addressing the room.
"I'm sorry, ma'am, but orders are orders," one soldier said. "We're here to ensure your safety. We cannot leave, and neither can you."
"The lab will be safe whether we stay here or not," Tara countered. "This place is built like a fort. Nothing is getting in or out without a keycard and password."
"That doesn't change our orders, ma'am," the soldier replied, his expression obstinate.
"Listen here, what's your name?"
"Daniel," he said.
"Listen, Daniel, people are dying out there. My friends and your friends are falling while we sit here doing nothing. Now I am going out there even if I have to shoot you. You can join me or not, your choice. But I'm leaving," Tara said, raising her chin.
Daniel regarded her for a couple of seconds before he grinned.
"I'll take it, ma'am. Let's go kick some zombie ass."
The rest of the soldiers and guards howled in assent, and together they approached the exit. Tara peered through the clear glass, not sure what her next move should be. She was certain an opportunity would present itself, however, so she opened the door. They exited the building and crowded in front of it while Tara secured the door. The breaking of glass and shrill screams drew her attention to the infirmary, where a crowd of the undead mobbed the entrance. Somehow, they'd gotten past Nick's defenses and stormed the hospital.
"Over there!"
she cried, pointing at the zombies that thronged the building. Daniel took the lead, directing his team to open fire. A barrage of bullets cut through the infected ranks. 2 more volleys thinned their numbers considerably, but more were already inside.
"Follow me!"
Daniel cried, and they stormed the infirmary en masse. Tara lagged, not wanting to get in the soldiers' way. She paused twice to shoot at infected that rushed her way. Boom! Boom! After reloading, she sprinted up the steps and entered the hospital. It was chaos. Blood spattered the walls, and she slipped in a pile of gory entrails. Bodies littered the floor. Many of them wore white coats, and she wondered if they were too late.
"Please, no. Dylan! Amanda!"
Shrill screams emitted from a nearby ward, and she rushed headlong into the fray. Several people stood at the far end, their backs to the wall. They were surrounded by a group of the undead, harassed from every side. She blasted the nearest zombie's skull to smithereens and tore a hole in another's torso. When her gun ran empty, she dropped it and drew her pistol. A battle cry tore from her lips as she charged into the fight. Seconds stretched into eternity while she fought, first with her gun and finally with her knife. Slash, hack, cut, and stab, on and on until a familiar face shouted at her, "Tara, stop! It's over."
"Dylan?"
Tara asked, finding it hard to recognize her friend through the blood that covered her face.
"It's me,"
Dylan said, her body sagging against the wall.
"Are you okay?"
"I'm fine, but—"
"What's wrong? Amanda? Rita?"
Tara asked.
"I'm here,"
Amanda said, stepping forward. Behind her huddled a group of children, crying softly.
"Me too,"
a one-armed Rita said, her single hand wielding a machete. Dylan pointed at the figure of a woman splayed on the ground. Her eyes were sightless, and a gaping hole in her throat leaked blood in a steady stream.
Tara gasped. "Brenda!"
Not far from Brenda lay another familiar figure, and Tara shook her head as numbness set in.
Ethan.
So much loss. Daniel stormed in, followed by a trio of soldiers.
"We've secured the perimeter. The zombies have been neutralized."
"Thank you,"
Tara whispered. For a moment, she wanted to do nothing more than collapse to the ground. But there was much to do. Several of the survivors, including Amanda, sported bite wounds. As for the dead, they would soon rise as zombies if they weren't taken care of.
Dylan, can you please gather all the survivors and take them to the ward that was set up for infections and bites? Tara asked. We need to start treatment straight away.
Yes, of course, Dylan said, managing a weary salute. Thank you for coming when we needed you. I thought we were done for.
Tara grabbed Dylan and gave her an impromptu hug. What are friends for? As Dylan and the rest filed away, Tara turned to Daniel. We need to make sure the dead don't rise. Can you take care of that?
Yes, ma'am,
Daniel said, barking out orders. While they set about their grisly task, Tara wandered to the exit. Outside, silence had fallen, thick and heavy. Greta guarded the door, and she turned to Tara.
It's over.
Over?
The dead are gone. We won, Greta said, pushing open the door.
We did? Tara repeated, stepping outside. A scene of death and destruction awaited. Smoke curled from smoldering craters, and corpses littered the ground. Soldiers yelled to one another as they picked through the rubble and debris. Injured fighters cried out for help, while others looked for friends and loved ones.
Tara?
A disbelieving voice called. It was Saul, his clothes bloodied and torn.
What are you doing here? You should be inside the lab.
Tara ignored him and flung herself into his waiting arms.
It doesn't matter. All that matters is that you're still alive.
Saul crushed her to his chest, expelling the breath from her lungs.
We won, sweetheart. We won.
I know, but we lost so many, Tara murmured.
Yes, but now we can rebuild, my love. We can start again,
Saul replied.
The wounded, you need to get them inside, and the dead will turn if you don't stop it from happening, Tara said, pulling back.
I know, Saul said.
And everyone has to be checked for the virus. We can't let it run wild and spread throughout the base, Tara said.
I know, love, Saul said.
And what about Nick? Alex? Tara asked.
They're alive, last I saw, Saul said.
The community center? Amy? Jenny?
Safe. They're all safe, Saul said, grabbing her arms. Tara, you can relax. It's over, and we'll take care of everything. We planned for this, I promise.
You did? Tara asked.
Of course. You warned us about all of this, remember? Saul said, pointing to a team of soldiers loading injured people onto stretchers. Others walked around, stabbing the dead in the head with spears, while more shored up the defenses.
I did,
Tara said, still feeling numb. You're in shock, love. I think you need to sit down, Saul said, taking her by the elbow. As he prepared to lead her back inside, a woman ran toward them.
Tara, wait!
Celine, what is it? Tara asked.
The rats. They're still normal. They didn't turn,
Celine cried, her eyes wild with excitement.
They didn't?
No, they fought it off. They didn't succumb to the Vita virus,
Celine said, grabbing Tara's hands. As Celine's words broke through the fog of apathy that surrounded her brain, joy set in. With a loud whoop, she jumped up and down with Celine, not caring if they looked like silly schoolgirls.
What does that mean?
Saul asked with a frown. Tara whirled toward him with shining eyes.
It means the vaccine worked. We've still got a long way to go, of course. Testing and more testing. But if it worked on the rats, it could work on us.
I can't believe it. You did it, Saul said. I always thought you would, but it's finally happened.
As Tara looked around, the death and destruction no longer seemed so final. Yes, it was awful, and many had died. Still, the scene was now colored in hope. Hope and possibility. She reached out for Saul's hand. Come on, my love. We have much to do. Chapter 24. Jenny. Jenny clung to Amy's hand as they walked out of the community center. She was scared, even though Rufus told her not to be. All day long, she'd heard the most terrible noises, booms and crashes that shook the earth until she thought they would all die. Not even George could make her feel better. He too grew frightened at the sounds and huddled close to her side. Whenever he whined, she wanted to cry. At least she did until Amy told her to be a big girl. Now she was trying her hardest to be brave and walk out into the sunshine without whimpering.
"Where are all the zombies?"
she asked.
"They're all gone, sweetie."
Amy said.
"Really?"
"I promise."
"Where are we going?"
"To the school, sweetie. They've set up a special class for all the children. It's going to be so much fun."
"Can George come too?"
"Of course he can," Amy said with a reassuring smile.
"Okay, then,"
Jenny said, her fears suddenly forgotten. Being brave wasn't so hard after all. Maria Guadalupe Espinosa used to be a beautiful woman before the Vita virus took control of her brain and body. Now, after migrating thousands of miles to the north, little remained of her once famous looks. One ankle was broken, and the bones ground together as she walked. It was a mercy that she couldn't feel anything. Nothing but the hunger, that is. Maria shuffled past the giant yellow school bus in search of food. She didn't know what had happened to the rest of her brethren. They were all gone. Dead and gone. But not she. She remained. Suddenly, her senses stirred when she spotted living flesh. It was a small one with long dark hair in a braid down its back. It walked behind another one with yellow hair, and an animal on 4 legs sauntered beside it. Maria didn't care. All she cared about was meat. With a growl, she reached for the small one. Her curved fingers almost had it when the animal turned on her with a fierce snarl. Before Maria could react, the animal pounced. Its heavy body bore her to the ground, and ivory teeth tore out her throat. The last thing Maria saw was the yellow-haired human aiming a sharp stick at her face. After that, nothing but darkness. Epilogue 1. Dylan. Dylan threaded her fingers through Nick's as they walked down the path of remembrance. It was a beautiful summer afternoon, and the air was redolent with the smell of ripening fruit. Bees buzzed between the branches of the trees, and wispy clouds floated in a pastel blue sky. The cobbled path wound between rows and rows of fruit trees. Cherry trees, peach trees, fig trees, apple trees, lemon trees, and orange trees. Just about anything that would grow with a reasonable amount of success. A brick wall covered in names bordered the path, and now and then they'd stop to gaze at a specific one. Richard, Ethan, Brenda, Mike, and many, many more. All of them brave souls who sacrificed their lives for loved ones. Because they lacked the space, they couldn't have a cemetery. Instead, Amanda had come up with the idea of a fruit orchard where everyone's ashes could be scattered after cremation. Dylan found it to be a lovely thought. A mite depressing, but beautiful. "I'm glad it's all over," Dylan said. "Well, not really," Nick replied. "There are still tons of zombies out there." "I know, but there are no more hordes. Not after Mount Weather mopped up the other one, and we took care of the rest." "You're right, of course. We can finally start over. Humanity has a fightin' chance now. At least we do. I don't know about the rest of the world," Nick said. "We'll find out soon enough, I suspect," Dylan said. "True, and until then, I plan on being as ordinary as possible," Nick said. Dylan snorted. "You? Ordinary?" "You know what I mean," Nick said. "No more tackling zombies for me." Dylan laughed. "I get it. No more heroics and grand battles for us." "Exactly. From now on, I plan to focus on normal things, like mowing the lawn and learning how to cook." "Cook?" Dylan asked.
Well, one of us has to, seeing as you can't, Nick said.
While you are in such a domestic frame of mood, I have a confession to make, Dylan said.
What? Nick asked with a suspicious frown.
Dylan gripped both his hands and drew him off the path.
This is rather serious, so please don't freak out. Now you're scaring me.
It's nothing to be scared about, but it is a big responsibility, Dylan said, gazing deep into his eyes.
What is it, Dylan? Nick said. Spit it out.
Well, pretty soon there will be 3 of us, Dylan said. Nick's eyes widened.
3 of us?
That's right.
How do you feel about the pitter-patter of little feet around the house? Dylan said, studying his expression in minute detail. I don't know what to say, Nick admitted. I mean, this is huge. This is so much more than I expected, and so soon. How would we... Can we do it?
It's a big deal, Dylan agreed, enjoying his panic to the fullest. I hope you're not unhappy about it. I'm not.
Unhappy? Yeah, no, of course I'm happy for you. For us, Nick stuttered.
Dylan allowed the moment to stretch out before putting him out of his misery.
Mandy Baker's dogs just had puppies, and I told her I wanted one.
Nick's jaw hit the ground.
You evil little witch. You really had me going there.
I did, didn't I? Dylan said, laughing long and hard.
You should have seen your face. That was just cruel, he muttered, folding his arms. But so worth it, Dylan crowed. I'll get you back for that, Nick vowed. Oh, I'm counting on it, Dylan said. Suddenly, Nick frowned. A dog? Another George? Not a chance in hell. Oh, come on, he's not that bad. That dog is a monster, Nick vowed.
Just think about it. You'd have 2 monsters in the house, Dylan teased, drawing closer. She stood on tiptoe and kissed him on the lips. It can't be that bad, right?
Nick hesitated. Maybe not.
Just give it a chance, Dylan coaxed.
All right, Nick conceded. For you, I'll give it a shot. My beautiful monster.
Epilogue 2. Tara. Tara walked along the newly laid cobble road toward the school, carrying a leather suitcase in one hand. Tree branches swayed above her head, and the leaves cast dappled shadows beneath her booted feet. One heel slipped on a smooth stone, and she stumbled.
Oh, crap. Careful, my love, Saul cautioned, reaching out one hand to steady her progress. She flashed him a grateful smile. Thanks, babe. I probably shouldn't have worn heels today. Why not? You can do anything you want now, he said. We're on the brink of a new world. It was true. Or almost true. Yes, the undead were still a danger. Even though they could no longer infect people with their bite, they could still kill. But their numbers were dwindling, and their hold on the future lessened with each passing day. Humanity had survived its worst nightmare and was clawing its way back into the light. All over the country, communities were popping up, led by enterprising leaders. These miniature cities were well fortified and blended in with the land. Solar power and aqueducts provided many of these with electricity and water, while power stations and water plants were being revived. Willing hands built schools, clinics, churches, and homes, the materials stripped from old cities that were now little more than ghost towns. Trade routes crossed the land, while small aircraft and boats delivered emergency supplies to those in need. Cell phones and the internet were a thing of the past, and libraries enjoyed renewed popularity. Everyone knew how to fight, survive, handle a weapon, and live off the land. Each person did their share and contributed to the greater good. In many ways, life was simpler. Each week,
Fort Detrick sent out a vaccine and cure shipment to other towns and communities. Under Tara's watchful eye, they were slowly stepping up production. She hoped to have every human being in the country inoculated by the end of the year. That didn't mean there were no challenges to overcome. Food security remained an ongoing concern for many, as did access to health care. Factories and mines languished, and raiders were common, a scourge on the land. But none of that mattered at the moment. Not today. They reached the paved steps leading up to the new school, and a familiar figure awaited them at the top. It was Amy. Her blonde hair hung down one shoulder in a thick braid, and her blue eyes studied them with a wisdom far beyond her years.
"Hi, Tara. Saul?"
"Amy," Tara acknowledged. "Are the children ready for me?"
"As ready as they'll ever be.
You know kids," Amy replied, waving a hand at the entrance to the school.
"Have you got all the permission slips?" Tara asked.
"Every single one,"
Amy said, beaming down at them.
"I can't believe it," Tara exclaimed. "Everyone?"
"That's right. I managed to convince all the parents to let their kids get the shot. By the end of the day, the Vita virus won't be a threat to them anymore."
"That's wonderful," Tara said, walking up the steps.
She followed Amy into the hall, where the children waited in a long line. They giggled when they saw Tara, and she supposed they were nervous. Amy had set up a booth for her, complete with a table, chairs, trash can, and a sheet for a curtain.
"Here you go. I hope this is okay."
"This is perfect, thanks," Tara said, sitting down.
She opened up her suitcase and removed the first vial of the vaccine. After organizing her equipment, she beckoned to Amy.
"I'm ready for the first one, and tell them not to be afraid. It doesn't hurt, and it'll be over before they know it."
Amy obliged, and the first child stepped into the booth. It didn't take long for a kind of rhythm to set in, and the afternoon passed quickly. Before long, all the children had been inoculated, except one. Jenny stepped into the booth, chewing on a thumbnail. Her eyes were like saucers, and her cheeks pale.
"I saved the best for last,"
Amy teased as she ushered Jenny forward.
"Jenny, how nice to see you," Tara said with a wide smile. "Come give me a hug."
Jenny gave Tara a quick hug before pointing at the needle.
"Does it hurt?"
"A tiny bit, but you can handle it, I'm sure. You're a big girl now," Tara said.
Jenny nodded.
"Okay, but make it quick."
Tara gave her the jab.
"There you go. All done."
"See? It wasn't so bad,"
Amy said, producing a candy bar from her pocket.
"And here's your reward, just like I promised. Now you can play with your friends." "Bye, Amy. Bye, Auntie Tara and Uncle Saul,"
Jenny cried before running off. Tara stared after her.
"I can't believe how much she's grown."
"Yep, she'll be taller than me soon," Amy said. Saul snorted. "It doesn't take much." Amy rolled her eyes. "Whatever."
"Does she still talk to that stuffed bear?" Tara asked.
"Rufus? Nah, she's outgrown him. Now he's just a toy. It's mostly her and George now, especially since he saved her from that zombie."
Tara shuddered.
"George, he was such a cute puppy."
Amy laughed.
"Yeah, he's a proper monster these days. Yesterday he ate the TV remote."
"I can believe that," Tara said. "Just keep him out of our yard," Saul admonished. "The last time he got in, I lost 3 pairs of underwear from the line."
Amy grimaced. "I know. I had to pick up the pieces on my lawn." With a satisfied click, Tara shut her suitcase.
"This was great. It's at moments like these that I love my job." "Why, because you got to jab a needle into a bunch of kids?" Saul teased. "No, silly. Because I got to ensure that a whole generation of children will never succumb to the Vita virus's ravages. Now we can truly start to rebuild."
"I'm glad you came, Tara," Amy said. "As you say,
This is the next step to a zombie-free future.
Yes, and you were a star, Amy, Tara said. You've got such a wonderful way with kids.
I like working with them, Amy admitted. I've even decided to make it my job.
Your job? Tara asked.
Yes, I want to become a teacher. I like molding young minds, and Andrew said he'd teach me as soon as I graduate. Until then, I help out after hours.
I'm happy for you, Amy, Tara said, hugging her. And pass my regards to Alex. I haven't seen much of him lately.
He's been on cloud 9 ever since Amanda accepted his marriage proposal. When he's not with her, he's working. I don't see all that much of him either, Amy said with a laugh. They're both workaholics, especially now that she's studying to be a surgeon.
I get that, Tara said, flashing Saul a look. But luckily for Saul, I take more time off nowadays to spend with him. I've realized that it's not all about work. Life is too short to spend it all on a job, right?
Right, Saul agreed, leaning down to kiss her. Amy laughed. I'll try to remember that.
Please do, Tara said. And don't be scared to drop by any time. I'd even be willing to give the kids a tour of the lab.
That could be interesting, Amy said. As long as you don't have any live specimens in there. I still wake up in a sweat sometimes after being chased by a zombie.
Nope, no live specimens, I promise, Tara said.
Then it's a deal. I'll be in touch, Amy said. Tara walked out into the sunshine arm in arm with Saul, a smile playing on her lips.
She looks happy, doesn't she?
She does,
Saul agreed. I'm glad. We all deserve some joy after everything we've been through, Tara said.
You know what would make me very happy? Saul asked. If you'd finally agree to marry me.
I'll think about it.
You've been thinking about it for weeks now. Just put me out of my misery, Saul protested.
I don't know. I'm still holding out for the perfect guy, Tara said with a teasing grin.
That's impossible, because you can't get more perfect than me, Saul replied.
We'll see about that.
You heard what Amy said. Amanda accepted Alex's proposal, Saul said.
That's Amanda, not me, Tara said.
I should have fed you to the tigerfish back in the Congo. You know that? Saul said. My life would have been so much easier.
Easier, perhaps, but also boring, Tara said.
I guess that's true. I'm not giving up, though. I'm going to badger you until you say yes, Saul said.
Badger away, my love. I look forward to it, Tara said, tipping her head back to soak up the sun's golden rays. Life couldn't get any better than that moment. Of that she was sure. Whatever the future holds, I'm ready for it.